At the end of 1898, the sun never set on the British Empire, which was at the zenith of its power. Chen, as a time traveler, found himself fortunate. He had begun his journey by rescuing Count Roland, securing a place to call his own. However, while he was engaged in his usual healing practice, he discovered that he was treating none other than the young Wolverine. "This is the Marvel Universe," Chen exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. At that moment, he unexpectedly awakened a system of abundant offspring, leaving no room for further contemplation. It was time to marry and have children, to let the mysterious forces of the East astonish the deities of Europe. Chapter 1. The sound of hooves echoed. Ling Rui, the young sage, and Ling Bo assisted nearby, realizing that the source of the monster's power seemed to be at the center of a crystal. The young sage called out, "Chen, attack the center of the crystal that is its energy source. Quickly adjust our strategy and concentrate our attacks there." The monster emitted a painful howl, clearly suffering from a severe blow. The crystal shattered, and the dark energy dissipated in an instant. The monster vanished, and Chen affirmed, "Indeed." Upon learning of their victory, the Dragon King of the South Sea personally came to express his gratitude. "Your assistance has been vital to us, thank you." "It is our duty," they replied. Together, they would safeguard these waters. Chen, Ling Rui, and Ling Bo returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace with their team. Along the way, they discussed the experiences and lessons learned from the battle. Chen remarked, "This encounter has highlighted the importance of teamwork. We must coordinate even more closely in the future. Indeed, we need to enhance our combat capabilities, especially when facing such formidable foes," another added. "We also require more practical training. Only through continuous battles can we grow stronger." The Dragon King expressed his profound admiration for their performance, knowing that calmness in the East Sea was once again disrupted. A scout hurried to Chen, breathless, stating, "A strange energy fluctuation has appeared in the deep sea nearby. We cannot ascertain its source." Understanding the necessity for vigilance, Chen ordered, "Gather Ling Rui and Ling Bo immediately. We must investigate." Ling Rui and Ling Bo swiftly arrived, and the three set off toward the source of the energy fluctuation. On the way, Chen pondered, could this be yet another powerful adversary? We must be thoroughly prepared. Upon reaching the site, they discovered a particular area of the seabed glowing ominously, with the surrounding waters seemingly quivering. Ling Rui carefully sensed the energy, his expression grave. "This energy is very ancient and may differ from the forces we've encountered previously." Suddenly, they uncovered an ancient altar half buried in the rocks. "There's an altar here, and it appears to be the source of this energy," he observed. Chen felt a stirring in his heart. "We must locate the core of the altar and see if we can harness this energy." They cautiously approached the altar, discovering a glowing crystal at its center. The crystal emanated a powerful energy wave, as if containing some immense force. As Chen reached out to touch the crystal, he was met with a sudden, intense vibration and quickly withdrew his hand, frowning. "This energy is too formidable." Ling Rui carefully examined the runes surrounding the crystal, uncovering clues. "These runes appear to be designed for controlling the energy of the crystal, that we should endeavor to decipher them." Just as they attempted to interpret the runes, the energy within the crystal erupted suddenly, a blinding light flashing before them, forcing the trio to retreat. Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him, yet he understood the gravity of their situation. "We must find a solution, or else this energy will spiral out of control." Ling Bo gazed at the flickering crystal, stating, "We require more time to meticulously study these runes." "Very well, you continue your research on the runes, while I seek nearby assistance." Chen swiftly returned to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, requesting additional support and resources. Upon hearing his plea, the Dragon King immediately dispatched a research team to the site to provide aid. Upon returning to the altar, Chapter 2 stirred a profound emotion within Chen as he observed the Ling Rui boy and Ling Bo diligently deciphering the runes. A wave of warmth and resolve washed over him. With their presence, all adversities could be surmounted. The arrival of the research team heralded a renewed hope as they collaboratively investigated the runes. Gradually unraveling the mysteries of the crystal, the Ling Rui boy exclaimed with excitement, "We have discovered the method. These runes require a specific arrangement to harness the crystal's energy." Following his guidance, Chen and Ling Bo meticulously adjusted the positions of the runes. As the final rune was placed, the energy within the crystal began to calm. And Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. "We have succeeded. This achievement is a testament to our collective effort." Indeed. They returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace with comprehensive research findings. He proclaimed with conviction, "The East Sea has once again regained its tranquility." Chen, the Ling Rui boy, and Lingbo continued their training and defensive preparations, yet remained vigilant about the uncertainties that lay ahead. One day, while Chen was on his routine patrol, he suddenly heard the distant sounds of fierce combat. Without hesitation, he led several shrimp soldiers to investigate, only to discover a group of unidentified assailants attacking a small underwater village. The villagers were in a state of panic, scattering in all directions amidst the dire circumstances. Chen immediately joined the fray, directing the shrimp soldiers to organize a counterattack. He wielded his weapon skillfully, swiftly repelling a few adversaries. Yet the overwhelming numbers of the enemy rendered the situation precarious. Lingbo, come to our aid, Chen called out through the communicator. Soon, the Lingrui boy and Lingbo arrived with reinforcements. They quickly joined the battle, and Chen felt a sense of reassurance. We will surely defend this place. The Lingrui boy unleashed a powerful wave of energy that momentarily intimidated the enemy. Calmly, he stated, Chen, we must locate the enemy's commander. Only by defeating their leader can we resolve this issue entirely. Lingbo concurred, indeed, we must identify their core figure to bring this conflict to an end. Together, they advanced towards the enemy's central area. At last, they encountered the enemy's commander, a towering sea monster endowed with formidable strength and swift agility. Do you dare challenge me? The sea monster sneered as it launched an assault. A fierce battle ensued between Chen and the creature, with the Lingrui boy and Lingbo assisting from the sidelines. Chen sensed that the monster's power was extraordinary, resolutely thinking, to protect these waters, I must fight to the end. The Lingrui boy released a potent energy wave that struck the monster's vital point. The creature emitted a painful roar, momentarily staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Lingbo launched a rapid series of attacks, successfully diminishing the monster's strength. With a decisive strike, Chen triumphed over the sea monster. The enemy, having lost their commander, retreated in disarray. The village returned to a state of calm, and the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chen and his team. As he gazed upon the tranquil village, a sense of fulfillment enveloped him. He had safeguarded the villagers. Chen, your courage and decisiveness have saved us all, they proclaimed. Undoubtedly, this victory was the fruit of their teamwork. Chen, the Lingrui boy, and Lingbo reported the details of the battle to the Dragon King. He knew and stated resolutely, Chen, Lingrui, and Lingbo will continue to lead the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in training and combat, maintaining a constant state of vigilance. Their story unfolds in the underwater realm, with each day bringing new growth and harvests, as they bravely advance in pursuit of their beliefs and missions. Chapter 3, Wolverine. One day, while Chen was attending to his daily affairs, he suddenly received an urgent report. A mysterious force was approaching the East Sea Dragon Palace, seemingly with malevolent intent. Chen immediately summoned Lingrui and Lingbo, preparing to face this new challenge. We must ascertain their intentions at once. Indeed, we must be ready to defend ourselves, aware that this could be yet another arduous battle. He urged everyone to remain vigilant and prepared for confrontation. They swiftly assembled the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to confront the newcomers. As the unfamiliar troop drew near, Chen discerned their leader, a sea general clad in black armor, whose eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. We have come to challenge the Dragon King of the East Sea, the black-armored general declared coldly. I have heard tales of your valiant shrimp warriors. I wish to see their prowess. Chen stepped forward, responding with calm determination. If you seek a challenge, I shall oblige. The tension in the air ignited the battle, as Chen engaged in a fierce clash with the black-armored general. Lingrui and Lingbo took charge of directing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to fend off the enemy's assault. The struggle between Chen and the sea general was exceptionally intense, with both parties displaying formidable strength and skill. This fellow possesses extraordinary power. I must seize the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. The sea general scoffed. Your strength is commendable, yet still insufficient. Chen replied coolly. Let us see who can endure until the end. Gradually, Chen gained the upper hand. They launched a concerted and ferocious attack, ultimately defeating the black-armored general. Retreat swiftly. Standing on the battlefield, Chen, Lingrui, and Lingbo gazed at the calming waters, their hearts brimming with a sense of achievement and satisfaction. Lingrui smiled and remarked, Chen, your courage and wisdom have once again proven themselves. Indeed, upon returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace, he learned of urgent news. The Dragon King of the West Sea was rallying various forces, planning a large-scale offensive. Upon receiving this information, Chen felt a surge of tension yet was filled with fighting spirit. He realized this would be an unprecedented battle. Chen promptly gathered Lingrui and Lingbo to devise a strategy. The West Sea Dragon King's power has been steadily growing. They may consolidate multiple forces this time. Indeed, we need to fortify our defenses while simultaneously seeking opportunities for a proactive strike, he decisively declared. We shall first conduct a reconnaissance mission to ascertain the enemy's specific movements and deployments, and then devise a comprehensive tactical plan. They swiftly organized a reconnaissance team, personally led by Chen, to explore the boundaries of the West Sea. After several days of covert operations, they obtained critical intelligence. The West Sea Dragon King had amassed a considerable force and was preparing to launch a full-scale assault within days. Upon returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Chen reported the intelligence to the Dragon King, listening intently. The Dragon King's expression turned grave. It appears this battle will be exceedingly challenging. We must commit ourselves fully. Dragon King, we have formulated several countermeasures for your review. The Dragon King examined their plans meticulously and expressed his approval. Excellent. Your strategy is remarkably comprehensive. I am confident in your success. Chen, along with the spirit child Ling Rue and Ling Bo, led the shrimp and crab soldiers in intense preparations for battle. They fortified their defenses, set up numerous traps, and devised a detailed counterattack plan. Each soldier exerted their utmost effort to prepare for the impending conflict. Chapter 4. This must be sorcery. On the eve of battle, Chen stood atop an underwater platform, acutely aware of the immense pressure looming over him, yet filled with unwavering resolve. I shall protect this sea. Ling Rue approached his side, smiling in response. Do you believe we can triumph? Of course, we have made ample preparations, he replied with a grin. Indeed. We are a formidable team. The battle commenced with the forces of the West Sea Dragon King surging forth like a tide, plunging the East Sea Dragon Palace into fierce combat. Chen led the shrimp and crab warriors into the fray, while Ling Rue and Ling Bo coordinated defenses and counterattacks from the rear. However, the overwhelming numbers and strength of the enemy weighed heavily upon him. He constantly reminded himself, we cannot retreat. This is our homeland. Utilizing powerful energy waves, Ling Rue disrupted the enemy's formation, granting Chen additional opportunities for counterattacks. Ling Bo employed agile tactics, persistently striking at the enemy's vulnerabilities. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Chen suddenly spotted a commander clad in golden armor among the enemy ranks, an esteemed general of the West Sea Dragon King. Recognizing him as potentially the enemy commander, Chen resolved to act immediately. Ling Bo, cover me. I must confront that commander. Ling Rue and Ling Bo swiftly grasped his intent, coordinating with Chen to create an opportunity for him to approach the enemy commander. With valor, Chen charged towards the enemy, successfully closing in on the golden-armored general under the protection of Ling Rue and Ling Bo. You must be the esteemed general of the West Sea Dragon King, Chen stated coldly. The general sneered, Indeed, how dare you challenge me? You are truly overestimating yourself. The two engaged in a fierce duel, blades clashing amidst tumultuous waters. Chen adeptly evaded the general's strikes, his heart resolute. I shall protect the East Sea. After a fierce struggle, Chen finally seized an opening, delivering a decisive blow that felled the golden-armored general. With the enemy commander defeated, their formation began to falter, allowing the East Sea's defenses to stabilize. Ling Rue and Ling Bo quickly directed the shrimp and crab soldiers to launch a counteroffensive. Without their leader, the enemy was gradually overwhelmed. The East Sea returned to a fleeting calm. Chen, resolutely aware, declared, the East Sea has regained a momentary tranquility. He continued to lead the shrimp and crab soldiers in bolstering their training and defenses, all the while remaining vigilant. He understood that the challenges ahead would only grow more formidable. One day, a mysterious envoy arrived at the East Sea Dragon Palace, bearing an enigmatic invitation. The envoy claimed to hail from an unknown region of the deep sea, where a grand tournament was to be held, inviting the warriors of the East Sea Dragon Palace to participate. Chen felt a sense of curiosity about the invitation, yet he remained cautious. Could there be a hidden agenda behind this competition? The Dragon King scrutinized the invitation and decided to send Chen, Ling Rue, and Ling Bo to represent the East Sea. You shall not only demonstrate our strength but also ensure our safety. Accepting the task, Chen led the team towards the deep sea arena. Along the way, they engaged in discussions about the potentialities of the competition and strategies for coping. This contest might serve as a platform to showcase our capabilities, yet we must not let our guard down. Indeed, we must prepare thoroughly to thwart any malevolent schemes. Upon arriving at the arena, they were greeted by a lavish setup, with warriors from various factions gathered together. A palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. But Chen understood the necessity of remaining composed. We must exhibit the prowess of the East Sea and not allow ourselves to be underestimated. Chapter 5. The Marvelous World. As the competition commenced, a multitude of events unfolded, and Chen, Ling Rue, and Ling Bo displayed remarkable strength and synergy, earning the audience's fervent applause. However, midway through the contest, Chen detected some unusual signs. The actions of several competitors appeared to be orchestrating something in the shadows. A tightness gripped Chen's heart. Could they be plotting in the midst of the competition? He resolved to remain vigilant, closely monitoring these dubious participants. At last, the final event, the team confrontation, arrived. Chen led his shrimp soldiers and crab generals onto the field, bracing for the ultimate challenge. Their opponents were a formidable team, and Chen felt an overwhelming pressure. Once the match began, the adversaries displayed immense offensive capabilities, plunging Chen and his team into a fierce struggle. Ling Rui employed energy fluctuations to disrupt the enemies, while Ling Bo employed agile tactics to restrain the opponents. Chen pondered intently. We must discover a breakthrough to reverse the situation. Observing the formation of the opposing team, he identified their commander as the pivotal figure. Ling Bo, cover me. I shall confront their commander. Ling Rui and Ling Bo immediately coordinated with Chen, successfully closing in on the commander under their comrade's protection. Your plans end here. Chen declared coldly, launching a fierce assault on the commander. The commander, clearly taken aback by Chen's ferocity, was quickly defeated. With the enemy's leadership gone, Chen's team seized the opportunity to mount a counterattack. Ultimately, Chen led his team to victory. The banner of the East Sea Dragon Palace soaring high above the arena. After the competition concluded, Chen, Ling Rui, and Ling Bo stood on the podium, receiving the cheers and applause of the audience. A wave of accomplishment washed over Chen, yet he knew that this victory was merely the beginning. Upon returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Chen reported the events of the competition to the Dragon King, confidently asserting, in the days following the competition, tranquility returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Chen, Ling Rui, and Ling Bo continued their diligent training and defensive preparations. Though Chen felt satisfied with the team's progress, an insistent sense of looming danger lingered in his heart, as if some peril were drawing near. One day, as Chen was conducting his rounds, a messenger fish hurriedly swam before him, bearing an urgent message. The envoy of the Dragon King of the North Sea had arrived, bearing matters of great importance that required a face-to-face discussion. He immediately summoned the Ling Rui youth and Ling Bo to accompany him in meeting the northern envoy. Upon arriving at the reception hall, the northern envoy was already awaiting their presence, his demeanor grave, as if he bore news of utmost significance. The valiant soldiers of the North Sea, the envoy began, have recently uncovered a mysterious force that is not only formidable but also possesses the ability to control marine creatures. We are apprehensive that this power poses a substantial threat to the entire oceanic realm. Chen furrowed his brow, a sense of unease welling within him. What precisely is this force? Can you provide more information? The northern envoy shook his head. Currently, our knowledge is exceedingly limited. We only know that this force originates from a concealed area of the deep sea. We hope to join forces with the Eastern Sea to investigate and confront this crisis together. After a moment of contemplation, the Ling Rui youth proposed. We need to dispatch a joint investigation team to that hidden region to swiftly ascertain the origin and nature of this power. Ling Bo nodded in agreement. Indeed. Only by uncovering the truth behind this force can we formulate a strategy to counter it. Chen resolved to take immediate action. Very well. We shall ally with the North Sea to form a joint investigation team and proceed to that concealed area without delay. With the support of the Dragon King, they merged with the northern contingent and commenced their expedition into the depths of the sea. Throughout the journey, Chen was filled with a mixture of tension and anticipation. This mission was critical to the safety of the entire oceanic world, and caution was paramount. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered that the waters here were unusually dark, imbued with a stifling atmosphere. Chen directed the team to advance cautiously, while the Ling Rui youth and Ling Bo remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed ahead, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Chen felt a jolt of alarm. Danger might be imminent. They pressed onward, discovering a vast underwater cavern pulsating with intense energy waves, leading the team into the cave. They were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. A colossal energy crystal floated in midair, surrounded by countless marine creatures whose eyes glimmered with an unnatural light. As if under the influence of some force, the Ling Rui youth sensed an overwhelming pressure and murmured, "This crystal is the source of that mysterious power." Ling Bo, ever alert, remarked, "The creatures under its control may attack us. Everyone prepare for battle." Just as Ling Bo had anticipated, the controlled marine beings suddenly launched an assault. Chen swiftly commanded the team to take defensive positions, while the Ling Rui youth unleashed energy waves, attempting to disrupt the creature's movements. Chen, the Ling Rui youth, and Ling Bo coordinated seamlessly, yet they realized that merely vanquishing these beings would not resolve the issue. They needed to find a way to dismantle the controlling crystal. "We must destroy that crystal," asserted the Ling Rui youth. He nodded in agreement. "I will analyze the structure of the crystal to identify its weaknesses." Ling Bo then took on the responsibility of providing cover for the Ling Rui youth, ensuring he had the time needed for his examination. Chen engaged fiercely with the enemy, diligently safeguarding the safety of his entire team. After considerable effort, Ling Rui Tongzi finally discerned the crystal's vulnerability. Chen should strike at the base of the crystal, which housed its energy core. Without hesitation, Chen concentrated his strength and launched a ferocious assault on the crystal's foundation. The crystal emitted a piercing shriek, gradually developing fissures. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the crystal shattered, its released energy dissipating instantaneously, and the controlled marine creatures returned to their natural state. Su Chen, Ling Rui Tongzi, and Lingbo stood before the fragmented crystal, triumphant in their destruction of it. Indeed, Su Chen reported their findings in the course of the battle to the Dragon King. He resolutely stated that after enduring such an intense conflict, life in the East Sea Dragon Palace gradually returned to tranquility. Su Chen remained occupied with training and command, his mind alert to the challenges that lay ahead. While patrolling the training grounds, he was suddenly alerted by a clamor. Following the sound, he discovered several soldiers encircling a mysterious visitor, cloaked entirely in black, with only hints of their features visible. Approaching, he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The cloaked visitor slowly lifted their head, revealing sharp eyes. "I hail from the distant deep sea. I have heard of a brave shrimp warrior in the East Sea Dragon Palace, and I bear urgent news." Su Chen's interest piqued. He gestured for the soldiers to stand aside. "Come with me. We shall find a place to converse in detail." Chapter 7. Taizu Long Fist. They entered a quiet chamber. And once seated, Su Chen asked, "Who exactly are you? What urgent matter do you wish to share?" The cloaked visitor smiled faintly, unveiling a serious and authoritative visage. "I am Yu Xian, a hermit from the deep sea. Recently, I uncovered an ancient prophecy foretelling an impending monumental crisis. You, my friend, are the pivotal figure mentioned within." Su Chen felt a jolt of surprise, but maintained an outward calm. "What kind of prophecy? Why does it involve me?" Yu Xian elaborated. "The prophecy foretells the resurgence of a malevolent force from the deep sea, one that will usher in boundless calamity. Only a warrior endowed with courage and wisdom can thwart this impending disaster. Following the clues of the prophecy, I tracked you down." Su Chen furrowed his brow. "Your words carry grave weight, yet I require further evidence to substantiate this claim." Yu Xian produced an ancient stone tablet from within his robe, inscribed with peculiar runes and patterns. "This is the prophecy tablet. Examine it closely." Su Chen took the tablet, scrutinizing the engravings and patterns. Discovering that the content indeed aligned with Yu Xian's prophecy, a profound sense of responsibility washed over him. "It appears this crisis is of considerable magnitude. We must prepare ourselves." Yu Xian nodded. "Indeed, I am willing to assist you in confronting the challenges that lie ahead." Su Chen resolved to relay this critical information to the Dragon King. He escorted Yu Xian to the Dragon Palace, where he recounted the prophecy and Yu Xian's origins to the Dragon King. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's expression turned grave. "This is undeniably a serious crisis. We must treat it with the utmost seriousness." Yuan continued, stating, "I shall remain here to assist you in examining the intricacies of the prophecy and to devise strategies for countering the impending threats." "Very well. We shall fully cooperate with your research," replied Su Chen. Together with Ling Rui Tongzi and Lingbo, Yuan delved into the study of the prophetic stone tablet, seeking methods to combat the malevolent forces. Su Chen felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grow heavier. Yet he understood that only through diligence could they prevail against the looming crisis. With a smile, he responded, "Indeed." During their ongoing investigation, Yuan unveiled a startling revelation. The evil force foretold in the prophecy originated from a forgotten ancient seal, situated within a mysterious ruin deep beneath the sea. Su Chen, Ling Rui Tongzi, and Lingbo resolved to journey to this ruin to uncover the truth behind the seal and to formulate a counter-strategy. They led an elite squadron as they set forth towards the enigmatic depths of the ocean. Upon their arrival at the ruin, an ominous aura enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, they encountered a colossal stone door, etched with ancient runes and intricate designs. Yuan approached the door, scrutinizing it closely, and discerned that these runes appeared to be intended for sealing away a formidable power. "This is the seal mentioned in the prophecy," Yuan remarked. "We must discover how to unlock this door to investigate further." Ling Rui Tongzi observed the runes intently and noted a damaged area. There was a gap that seemed to be the key to opening the door. "We must find a way to mend this gap." After considerable effort, they unearthed a method to restore the runes and successfully opened the door. Countless black shadows swirled around them, as if guarding something of great significance. Chapter 8. The official formation of the Ice Wolf Squad. "This is the source of the malevolent power," Yuan whispered. "We must find a way to control it." Su Chen, Ling Rui Tongzi, and Lingbo cautiously approached the crystal, attempting to ascertain means of mastery over it. Suddenly, the black shadows launched an assault, compelling them to engage in a fierce battle. However, they soon realized that merely vanquishing these shadows would not resolve the issue. Ultimately, the black shadows faded away. Indeed, upon returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Su Chen continued to lead the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in rigorous training, ensuring they remained perpetually battle-ready. They gradually adapted to the new rhythm of combat. Yet their vigilance never wavered. One day, while Su Chen was conducting a routine patrol, he suddenly sensed an unusual surge of energy. A sense of urgency gripped him as he promptly alerted Ling Rui Tongzi and Lingbo. "We must investigate the source of this energy fluctuation. It may herald new dangers." They swiftly assembled and proceeded in the direction of the energy disturbance. Soon, they stumbled upon an ancient temple nestled within a secluded underwater canyon, enveloped in potent energy waves. Ling Ruwei Tongzi examined the temple carefully and whispered, "The energy here is exceedingly strong. It seems to be some form of sealing power. We must proceed with caution. Let us enter, but remain vigilant." Upon entering the temple, they discovered its interior adorned with intricate runes and ancient statues, each exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. Venturing deeper into the temple, they beheld a massive stone tablet, inscribed with a dense array of runes. Ling Bo meticulously examined the runes and suddenly unearthed crucial information. These runes depicted an ancient power that had once been sealed here, yet the seal appeared to be weakening. Su Chen was taken aback. If the seal truly faltered, this power could herald a new calamity. "We must devise a means to reinforce the seal," he urged. Ling Ruwei pondered for a moment and remarked, "We need to locate the core of the seal and reactivate its strength." Just as they prepared to delve deeper, a deep rumble resonated within the temple, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A swarm of shadows surged forth from the depths of the temple, swiftly encircling them. These shadows emanated a formidable energy wave, evidently the guardians unleashed by the loosening of the seal. Su Chen unsheathed his weapon and calmly commanded, "Everyone, be cautious and try not to damage the structure of the temple." Ling Ruwei and Ling Bo quickly joined the fray, their teamwork proving effective as they gradually gained the upper hand. However, the sheer number of shadows rendered the battle intensely fierce. Su Chen sensed an overwhelming pressure, yet he understood that they must persevere. Amidst the skirmish, Ling Ruwei suddenly discerned a peculiar rune etched upon a stone slab at the center of the temple. He shouted, "Su Chen, that rune may be the core of the seal." Su Chen swiftly recalibrated their strategy, concentrating their efforts on the rune inscribed on the slab. The shadows seemed to sense their intent and began to retaliate with fervor. Su Chen's resolve solidified. No matter how daunting the challenge, we must triumph. After a grueling battle, Su Chen ultimately struck the core of the rune, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The shadows shrieked in agony and gradually dissipated. Chapter 9. What is this? The temple was restored to tranquility, and the seal was reinforced anew. A sense of accomplishment and satisfaction filled him. They had successfully fortified the seal. Indeed, he knew. Declaring resolutely, suddenly he sensed an unfamiliar aura. He promptly summoned Ling Ruwei and Ling Bo, stating, "We need to investigate the source of this aura and proceed in its direction." Soon, they discovered a young warrior, unconscious, within a concealed underwater cave. His body was marred with wounds, evidently the aftermath of a violent confrontation. Su Chen carefully transported the young warrior back to the East Sea Dragon Palace and summoned a healer. After a thorough treatment, the young warrior gradually regained consciousness. A flicker of terror and pain crossed his eyes as he whispered, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Hayu, a warrior from the North Sea. We suffered a dreadful ambush." Su Chen furrowed his brow, inquiring about the nature of the ambush. "Can you provide us with more details?" Hayu nodded slowly, his voice trembling. "We discovered an ancient stone slab at a relic in the North Sea, inscribed with runes foretelling disaster. Suddenly, a powerful dark force attacked us, decimating nearly our entire squad. I narrowly escaped, hoping to relay this message. It seems this dark force is connected to the crisis we previously encountered. We must uncover the truth to ensure our safety. Indeed, we need to dispatch an investigative team to the North Sea to investigate. We shall form an elite team and journey to the North Sea to uncover the truth behind this dark force." With utmost caution, we set forth to the ruins of the North Sea, fully aware that this mission bears great significance for the safety of the entire oceanic realm. Upon reaching the North Sea ruins, we unexpectedly stumbled upon a massive stone slab, inscribed with a myriad of intricate runes. The young sage carefully deciphered the inscriptions, revealing that they spoke of an ancient dark power, the very source of this malevolence. As he whispered this revelation, a deep tremor resonated within the ruins, and a swarm of shadows surged forth from the depths. We endeavored to preserve the structure of the ruins. In the midst of battle, the young sage suddenly noticed a unique rune carved upon a stone slab at the center of the ruins. "Su Chen," he urged, "focus your energy and strike at the special rune." In the heat of the confrontation, the young sage unleashed waves of energy, attempting to disrupt the shadows' movements, while Ling Bo employed agile tactics to restrain the adversaries, creating an opportunity for Su Chen. With unwavering concentration, Su Chen aimed for the center of the rune and delivered a powerful blow, causing a fissure to appear on the stone slab. The shadows emitted anguished howls, gradually weakening under the relentless assault. As they continued their barrage on the rune, they ultimately shattered it. With the rune's destruction, a brilliant light erupted from the slab, causing the shadows to dissipate swiftly, effectively subduing the dark force. Indeed, he knew, resolutely stating, "One day, I suddenly sensed a strange yet formidable aura." Before long, they discovered a silver-armored warrior within a concealed underwater cavern, exuding an air of majesty and strength. Su Chen cautiously approached and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here? The silver-armored warrior raised his gaze slowly, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. I am Lon, a guardian from a distant realm. Recently, I sensed a formidable power awakening here, and I have come to assist you in confronting this crisis. What is this power you speak of? How should we respond? Chen asked. Lon pondered for a moment before replying. This power originates from an ancient relic in the deep sea. According to legend, it seals an immensely powerful entity. If the seal is broken, the entire oceanic world will descend into chaos. The young sage felt a pang of alarm. It seems this crisis is far graver than we had imagined. We must act immediately. Lingbo concurred. Indeed. We must hasten to that relic and ascertain the situation. Thus, they set forth toward the ancient relic in the deep sea, determined to uncover the truth behind this power. Upon arriving at the relic, they unexpectedly encountered a colossal stone door. Lon approached and studied it intently. This is the seal of that formidable entity, he stated quietly. Suddenly, they realized that Chen had ultimately succeeded in controlling this power. With a smile, Lon remarked, and both the young sage and Lingbo expressed their agreement. Chen gazed at them with gratitude, knowing resolutely that after successfully mastering that formidable power, he, the spirit child Lingrue, and Lingbo returned to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea to continue enhancing their training and defenses. They were aware that while the current crisis had been temporarily averted, numerous unknown challenges awaited them in the future. A few days later, while Chen was commanding the soldiers in their training, he suddenly received an urgent report. A mysterious vessel had been spotted near the boundaries of the East Sea, laden with peculiar items radiating intense energy fluctuations. We must investigate immediately. Swiftly, they led an elite unit to the East Sea boundary, where they beheld the enigmatic ship anchored upon the water. Its deck piled high with luminous crates. Chen signaled for the soldiers to remain vigilant and then boarded the vessel to inspect it personally. The spirit child Lingrue meticulously examined the crates, discovering they contained various ancient artifacts and bizarre devices. These items appeared to originate from diverse locales. Why had they congregated on this ship? Lingbo, on high alert, scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a figure swiftly vanish at the ship's stern. He called out loudly, Chen, someone is here. Without hesitation, Chen pursued, discovering that the figure was attempting to flee. He quickly intercepted the individual, who was cloaked in black and wore a mask, exuding an air of mystery. What brings you here? Chen inquired coldly. The figure remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, I am Mo, an explorer. These items are my collection from various places, intended for the study of an ancient power. What do you mean? Chen pressed. Mo whispered. Legend has it that a force capable of manipulating time and space lies hidden in the depths of the ocean. These artifacts are clues. I seek to uncover that power to combat the impending disaster. Upon hearing this, the spirit child Lingrue was taken aback. A force that controls time and space? That sounds perilous. Lingbo echoed his concern. Indeed, if such power were misused. Chen regarded Mo, pondering, what is your true intention? How do you plan to wield this power? Mo sighed, I do not intend to misuse it, I only wish to master it. To protect the marine realm from greater threats. However, I require your assistance to unravel these enigmas. Chapter 11. What is the envelope on my desk? After a moment of contemplation, Chen decided to place his trust in Mo. Very well, we will assist you. But we must ensure this power does not fall into the hands of wrongdoers. They resolved to return to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea with these items to conduct thorough research. Upon their return, Chen reported the situation to the Dragon King, who agreed to their plan and dispatched additional researchers to assist. Together, Chen, the spirit child Lingrue, Lingbo, and Mo delved into the study of these ancient artifacts and devices. Through relentless investigation, they gradually unveiled their mysteries, confirming that these items were indeed connected to an ancient power. One day, Mo approached Chen with a significant discovery. I have found crucial clues pointing to a relic in the deep sea. It may be the ultimate destination we seek. A tremor coursed through Chen's heart. It seemed they must journey to that relic to ascertain the truth. We are eager to embark together and unveil the secrets of this formidable power. Chen, the spirit child, Lingbo, and Mo lead an elite squadron toward the depths of the oceanic ruins. Along the journey, they surmount various challenges, discovering an environment imbued with an enigmatic aura, adorned with ancient runes and statues. Chen senses a potent energy fluctuation, his heart racing with both anxiety and anticipation. Upon entering the ruins, they encounter a colossal altar, at the center of which hovers a radiant energy crystal. Mo meticulously examines the runes inscribed upon the altar, discerning that they delineate a force capable of manipulating time and space. This is the power we seek, Mo murmurs. Chen, the spirit child, and Lingbo cautiously approach the energy crystal. Suddenly, the runes surrounding the altar begin to glow, and a surge of formidable energy radiates outward. He understands that during the ensuing battle, he must attempt to disrupt the rune's operation to create an opportunity for Chen and Mo. with a sudden strike. The runes on the altar begin to crack. Imo exclaims, Chen, continue the assault. We must obliterate these runes entirely. They concentrate their efforts, launching fierce attacks at the runes. Gradually, fissures appear, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the runes shatter, their energy dissipating in an instant. Standing before the fragmented altar, Chen, the spirit child, and Lingbo listen as Imo smiles and asserts, remain vigilant at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Chen and his team do not relent in their training. One morning, just after completing a routine patrol, Chen receives an urgent report from a scout. The South Sea Dragon King requests assistance as their territory is besieged by a peculiar plague. They convene to devise a strategy. The origin of the plague is unknown, and caution is paramount. Indeed, we must bring ample medical supplies and equipment to effectively combat this affliction. They agree. Let us swiftly organize a team and head to the South Sea. They promptly assemble an elite force equipped with substantial medical provisions and set forth for the South Sea. Upon arrival, they discover a thick miasma of plague permeating the waters, leaving numerous marine creatures feeble and distressed. The South Sea Dragon King personally greets them, his expression fraught with anxiety. We are facing an unprecedented crisis. Chen reassures him. Please lead us to assess the situation. Under the guidance of the South Sea Dragon King, they arrive at the zone most afflicted by the plague. The spirit child and Lingbo immediately commence their investigation, uncovering that the source of the plague appears to be an ancient stone tablet. The tablet is inscribed with eerie runes, emanating a foreboding aura. The spirit child scrutinizes the tablet and murmurs, these runes seem to represent an ancient curse. We must discover a means to lift the curse. Lingbo remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings for potential dangers. We require more information to formulate an effective response. Just as they strive to uncover clues, a horde of plague-infected marine creatures launches an assault. Chen swiftly commands the team to defend, his mind racing with urgency. We must find a way to lift this curse quickly, or the situation will worsen. In the midst of battle, Lingrui Tongzi suddenly discerned a peculiar rune inscribed upon the steel. He exclaimed, Chen, this rune may hold the key. Concentrate our strength and unleash an assault upon that extraordinary symbol. The steel resonated with a deep, sonorous hum as the rune gradually dimmed. Concurrently, the infected marine creatures began to calm, and the miasma of the plague started to wane. The Dragon King of the South Sea exhaled in relief, expressing profound gratitude. You have saved us. We are truly thankful. Chen humbly replied, It is our duty. Fear not, my Lord Dragon. We shall continue our investigation to ensure the plague is eradicated entirely. Chen, Lingrui Tongzi, and Lingbo resumed their examination of the runes on the steel, uncovering that these symbols concealed an ancient malevolent force. It appeared that this power transcended mere plague. It must be obliterated completely. Lingbo concurred, Indeed. We must trace the source of this malevolence and annihilate it. They ultimately unearthed a clue indicating that the origin of this dark energy resided within a hidden cavern deep in the South Sea. Chen resolved to personally lead the team to the cave to unveil the truth. Upon reaching the cavern, a deep, resonant hum emanated from its depths. Tightening Chen's chest with apprehension, danger may lurk within. They discovered a massive stone slab engraved with a multitude of runes. Lingrui Tongzi meticulously analyzed the symbols, revealing that they described an ancient evil force sealed within the slab. This is the source of the plague. We must discover a method to break the seal. Suddenly, the runes on the slab began to glow, yet he knew that in battle, a sudden strike caused the runes to fracture. They succeeded in shattering the runes on the slab, and the nefarious energy gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the cavern. They had successfully eradicated this malevolent force. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace of the South Sea, the Dragon King expressed high praise for their valor. You have rescued us, he firmly stated. The tranquility of the East Sea Dragon Palace has once again been disturbed. In a certain abyssal canyon of the East Sea, a mysterious energy fluctuation was detected, seemingly connected to the previous plague. We must venture to that canyon to ascertain the source of this energy. As they journeyed to the deep sea canyon, an unsettling thought crossed their minds. Could this energy fluctuation pose an even greater threat? Upon arrival, they discovered an extraordinarily eerie environment, with a foreboding aura permeating the seawater. Lingrui Tongzi carefully sensed the surrounding energy fluctuations, furrowing his brow. These energy waves bear a striking resemblance to the previous plague, yet they are substantially more potent. Lingbo remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, and identified a concealed passage leading deeper into the canyon. This passage may serve as the entrance to the source of the energy. We must proceed with utmost caution, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 13. This is no urban legend. They advanced along the passage, discovering that it culminated in a vast underground cavern, where a colossal black crystal hovered at its center, the very source of the energy. Lingrui Tongzi meticulously examined the black crystal, noting that it was inscribed with ancient runes, seemingly constituting a complex sealing formation. These runes are part of an ancient seal. We must determine a means to unravel it. Hidden traps and mechanisms were discovered. The area was fraught with peril as the black crystal emitted a piercing shriek, and a swarm of shadows surged forth from it. A sense of vigilance arose within him. These shadows could very well be the guardians of the crystal, and we must swiftly find a way to break the seal. This was an opportunity for Chen and the Ling Rue boy. Aiming for the center of the black crystal, he delivered a powerful strike, resulting in a crack appearing on its surface. The Ling Rue boy shouted, "Chen, continue your assault. We must utterly destroy this crystal." With concentrated effort, they unleashed a fierce barrage against the crystal. It resonated with a deep hum, its runes gradually fading, and the shadows' attacks began to wane. Ultimately, the shadows vanished, successfully eliminating the source of this energy. Indeed, he was aware, resolutely affirming. One day, he suddenly sensed a strange yet potent aura. Soon after, he spoke softly, "My name is Hayu," and abruptly added, "Ensure safety." Certainly, they resolved to head towards the northern sea, and he understood, suddenly realizing, amidst the battle. Chen, but he knew this was their only chance. "Ling Bo, cover me. We must destroy that rune." Temporarily disrupting the shadows' movements. "Chen, hurry. I cannot hold on much longer." Ling Bo deftly dodged and countered, ensuring the shadows could not approach Chen. "Chen, we believe in you. Act swiftly." Chen focused intently and struck forcefully. The runes began to emit an unusual glow, gradually fracturing. "We are close to success. Let us put in more effort." With the final blow, the runes shattered completely, and the shadows' onslaught ceased. The energy fluctuations within the entire ruins gradually calmed, the shadows dissipated, and tranquility returned to the site. A wave of accomplishment washed over him. They had successfully dismantled the seal. The Ling Rue boy and Ling Bo sighed in relief, approaching Chen's side. The Ling Rue boy smiled and said, "Indeed, they decided to return to the East Sea Dragon Palace with this good news." He was aware, resolutely affirming. Soon after, he spoke softly, "My name is Hayu," and abruptly added, "Ensure safety." Certainly, they resolved to head towards the northern sea, and he understood, suddenly realizing, amidst the battle. "Chen, Ling Bo, cover me." "Chen, hurry." "Chen, act swiftly." With a powerful strike, the runes gradually cracked open. "Let us put in more effort." Indeed, he was aware, resolutely affirming. One day, Chen was patrolling the training ground when he suddenly heard a heated argument from a distance. He rushed over to find several shrimp soldiers surrounding a stranger, seemingly embroiled in a fierce debate. Chen approached and inquired, "What has happened?" One shrimp soldier replied, "This man suddenly intruded into the training ground, claiming he has urgent matters to discuss with you, but he refuses to specify the details." The stranger appeared somewhat weary, yet his eyes revealed determination and resolve. "I am Lian, a scout from the Western Sea. I bring an important message. The Western Sea Dragon King has discovered a mysterious power approaching, and the Eastern Sea's assistance is required." A sense of unease filled him. Why is this force advancing towards the Western Sea? Chapter 14. What business is it of yours? Lian shook his head. "Our current information is quite limited. We only know that this power is extraordinarily formidable and has already obliterated several critical defenses in the Western Sea. The Dragon King of the West Sea hoped to unite forces with the East Sea to collectively confront the impending crisis." Ling Rue and Ling Bo arrived as well. And after hearing Lian's description, they realized the gravity of the situation. Immediate action was imperative. Indeed, a team must be dispatched without delay to the West Sea for support. "Very well, let us set forth to the West Sea at once," they agreed. Accompanied by Lian, they embarked towards the West Sea, fully aware that upon arrival, the waters were permeated with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The West Sea Dragon King personally greeted them, his expression fraught with anxiety. Under his guidance, they ventured into the most fiercely contested regions, discovering that the energies present bore a striking resemblance to the crisis previously encountered in the East Sea, albeit with greater ferocity. Ling Bo remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings until he uncovered a hidden passage leading to the deep sea. "Strike fiercely, Chen, continue the assault," he urged. Ultimately, the West Sea Dragon King expressed his gratitude, ensuring that no threats were overlooked. Chen, Ling Rue, and Ling Bo continued their investigation in the West Sea, ensuring that all sources of energy were thoroughly eradicated. They also shared their combat experiences with the warriors of the West Sea, aiding them in enhancing their defensive capabilities. Standing alone by the seashore, Chen gazed at the tranquil waters, his heart filled with profound reflections. He understood that every victory was a testament to their collective effort, and each challenge presented an opportunity for growth. Ling Rue approached him, smiling as he inquired, "Do you believe we can remain united and overcome all adversities?" "Of course. We have already proven ourselves," Chen replied with a smile, when suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the moment. He turned to see a breathless scout rushing towards him. "It is dire news. The family of the East Sea Dragon King has gone missing amidst a sudden storm." Furrowing his brow, Chen commanded, Take me to where I can learn more. The scout led him to the Dragon King's palace, where the Dragon King paced anxiously. Upon sighting Chen, he approached with a troubled demeanor. Chen, my family was caught in a storm during a journey, and they are now unaccounted for. I implore you to assist me in finding them. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to locate them, Chen vowed. He promptly assembled Ling Rui and Ling Bo. And after providing a brief overview of the situation, they decided to initiate a search and rescue operation immediately. We will divide into several groups to broaden our search area while maintaining communication. We must also remain vigilant for any additional dangers the storm may have wrought. After assigning tasks, Chen led a group of soldiers towards the last known location of the storm's emergence. His mind racing with thoughts. Could they be trapped in some concealed underwater cavern? Or swept away by powerful currents to deeper waters? After several hours of searching, they stumbled upon scattered belongings in a secluded underwater canyon, seemingly belonging to the East Sea Dragon King's family. He swiftly directed his soldiers to continue the search. Before long, they discovered a hidden cave deep within the canyon. Chen and his team cautiously entered, only to find several figures within, the very family of the East Sea Dragon King. They appeared exceedingly frail, clearly traumatized and injured from the storm. With a sigh of relief, Chen stepped forward to comfort them. You have been found at last. We are here to take you home. Chapter 15. Our abode. Upon seeing Chen, the family members were filled with gratitude and joy. Thank you for saving our lives. Ling Rui and Ling Bo, accompanied by other teams, hurriedly arrived to assist in escorting the injured family members out of the cave. Chen stood by, ensuring safety, his heart brimming with a profound sense of responsibility. This rescue mission was not only vital for their safety, but also crucial for the stability of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Upon learning that the family members had been rescued, the Dragon King was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Chen, your courage and determination have once again saved us. From this day forth, no matter what happens, we shall do our utmost to protect every individual within the Dragon Palace, ensuring the safety and stability of the East Sea. One day, shortly thereafter, a voice softly introduced itself. I am Hayu, and suddenly added, ensure safety. Indeed. They were prepared to head towards the North Sea. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of battle, Chen shouted, Ling Bo, cover me. Chen moved quickly. With a sudden strike, the surroundings began to crack open. Put in more effort, he urged, resolutely stating. One day, we received an urgent report from a soldier. We have encountered a mysterious visitor who claims to be from a mystical island in the deep sea. We must proceed to meet this visitor at once. The visitor was a man clad in a deep blue robe, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Chen calmly inquired, who are you? Why have you come here? The man smiled faintly and replied, I am Yuan, from a mysterious island in the deep sea. Our ancient prophecy indicates that the East Sea is on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. I have come to seek your assistance. What kind of crisis? Chen asked. Yuan nodded. According to the prophecy, this crisis will emanate from an ancient power in the deep sea, capable of controlling the elements of the ocean, unleashing tremendous tsunamis and storms. Only by locating the legendary heart of the sea can we avert this disaster. Furrowing his brow, Chen asked, the heart of the sea? What is that? Yuan explained, the heart of the sea is a gemstone imbued with mysterious powers. Legend has it that it can calm any tumultuous ocean. Our island's ancient texts document its whereabouts, but we require your assistance to find it. Resolutely, Chen declared, very well. We shall do everything in our power to help you find the heart of the sea. Thus, Chen, Ling Rui, and Ling Bo joined Yuan to form an elite expedition team, journeying to the mysterious island in the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered numerous perilous challenges. Yet with the wisdom and courage of the team, they overcame each obstacle. Upon reaching the mysterious island, they found the environment imbued with an aura of mystery and majesty. Yuan guided them to the island's center, where a grand temple stood, pointing to a stone tablet in the temple's heart. Yuan said, this tablet contains the records of the heart of the sea's location, but we must decipher these runes. Ling Rui meticulously examined the runes on the tablet. Discovering they described an ancient riddle, we must solve this riddle to find the heart of the sea. Chen and Ling Bo joined in the analysis of the runes, and together they ultimately unraveled the riddle. The tablet emitted a dazzling light, revealing a passage leading underground. As they advanced through the passage, they discovered a colossal crystal hidden beneath the surface, shimmering with a blue glow. Yuan exclaimed with excitement, this is the heart of the sea. Suddenly, the runes surrounding the crystal began to glow, and a host of guardians surged forth from all directions, attempting to thwart them. Chen immediately commanded his team to establish a defense. These guardians were exceedingly formidable. Chen, the Ling Rui boy, and Ling Bo coordinated seamlessly, while Yuan focused intently on unraveling the seals surrounding the crystal. United in their efforts, they were certain of their success. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the guardians, and Yuan successfully broke the seals of the crystal. The crystal emitted a brilliant radiance, gradually transforming into a shimmering gem known as the Heart of the Sea. They had successfully located the Heart of the Sea. Indeed, Yuan expressed gratefully, the Heart of the Sea will aid us in averting the impending crisis. He knew. Resolutely declaring, an urgent message has arrived from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. A mysterious glow has been detected in the deep-sea canyon at the boundary of the East Sea. Seemingly a source of immense energy, they convened to discuss strategies. The Lingrue boy furrowed his brow and remarked, this glow may be indicative of some ancient power. We must equip ourselves adequately and ensure we have sufficient personnel for a safe investigation. Very well, let us proceed to the deep-sea canyon at the East Sea border. Throughout the journey, Chen pondered, could this energy source be connected to the previous crisis? An unusual luminescence permeated the ocean waters. The Lingrue boy sensed the surrounding energy fluctuations and frowned. These energy waves are exceedingly potent, seemingly concealing a tremendous force. In the center of the cave, a massive blue crystal floated, which the Lingrue boy scrutinized intently. Suddenly, the blue crystal emitted a piercing shriek. Yaxian concentrated, aiming for the crystal's core, and struck fiercely. Chen, continue your assault. Ultimately, he knew, affirming with conviction. Soon, he whispered, I am called Hayu. Abruptly, he stated, ensure safety. Indeed, very well. Let us head to the North Sea. They understood. Suddenly, Chen felt an overwhelming pressure, yet he knew, Chen, Lingbo, cover me. Chen, hurry. Chen, act swiftly. With a powerful strike, the crystal began to crack open gradually. Put in more effort, he affirmed, resolutely stating. Soon, he murmured, I am called Hayu. Abruptly, he declared, ensure safety. Indeed, very well, let us proceed to the North Sea. They understood. Suddenly, Yaxian sensed an immense pressure, yet he knew that during the battle. Chen, Yaxian felt tense. Lingbo, cover me. Yaxian, hurry. Ensure the shadows cannot approach Yaxian. Yaxian, act promptly. Yaxian focused intently and struck fiercely. Gradually, it began to crack. Yaxian felt a surge of determination. Put in more effort. He took a deep breath and moved beside Yaxian. Indeed. Yaxian looked at them with gratitude. He reported their findings in the course of the battle to the Dragon King. Yaxian humbly stated, feeling a warmth and satisfaction within. Yaxian. The Lingrue boy and Lingbo will continue to lead the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in training and combat. One day, while Yaxian was inspecting the training grounds, he suddenly sensed an exceptionally strong energy fluctuation. Soon, they discovered an ancient altar within a concealed underwater cave. A massive crystal floated above the altar, radiating a powerful glow. The stingray was taken aback. This was the source of the energy fluctuations. The spirit child meticulously examined the crystal and discovered it was etched with intricate runes. These runes appeared to form a summoning array. He uncovered some hidden mechanisms. This chapter was rife with traps and devices. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a piercing shriek, prompting the stingray to command the team to assume a defensive posture. The stingray, the spirit child, and Lingbo coordinated seamlessly as the spirit child focused intently on the runes, striving to decipher the array's secrets. Anxiety gripped his heart. We must swiftly find a way to break the array, or we shall face graver peril. Meanwhile, Lingbo employed agile tactics to restrain the enemies, creating opportunities for the stingray and the spirit child. The stingray concentrated his strength, aiming at the crystal's core, and struck fiercely. The crystal resonated with a low hum, the runes began to dim, and the guardian's assaults gradually weakened. Stingray, continue the assault. We must utterly shatter this crystal. Without hesitation, the stingray unleashed a ferocious barrage against the crystal. With the final blow, the crystal shattered with a resounding crash, and the guardians vanished. The stingray, the spirit child, and Lingbo stood before the fragmented crystal, and the stingray exhaled deeply. We have successfully dismantled the array. Indeed, the stingray reported their findings and the battle's progression to the Dragon King, resolutely declaring, one day, while patrolling the training grounds, the stingray received an urgent report from a scout, who claimed to hail from an ancient underwater kingdom. The stingray furrowed his brow. The scout was a warrior clad in ancient armor, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. The stingray calmly inquired, who are you? The warrior smiled faintly and replied, I am Lon, a guardian from the ancient underwater kingdom. Our realm has been afflicted by an ancient curse, and we have discovered that the power of this curse is gradually resurfacing. I have come to seek your assistance. The stingray's heart tightened. What manner of curse is this? Lon nodded. This curse is a dark force capable of manipulating souls. Once activated, it will unleash endless calamities. We must locate an ancient artifact to completely dispel the curse. The stingray frowned. An ancient artifact? What is it? Lon explained, this artifact is known as the Soul's Light. According to legend, it has the power to purify all dark forces. Our kingdom's ancient text record its whereabouts. The stingray pondered for a moment, resolutely stating, very well. Let us seek the Soul's Light. The stingray, the spirit child, and Lingbo accompanied Lon to the ancient underwater kingdom. They overcame numerous challenges along the way. Upon reaching the ancient underwater kingdom, Lon guided them to the heart of the realm. Pointing to a stone tablet in the center of the temple, herein lies the account of the Soul's Light's location. Only then can we find it. The Stingray and Lingbo also studied the runes, which shimmered with a pure radiance. Lon exclaimed with excitement, "This is the Soul's Light." Suddenly, Lon concentrated on unraveling the seals surrounding the crystal, and he successfully broke the seal. Gradually, it transformed into a gem radiating pure light, the Soul's Light. They had successfully located the Soul's Light. Protection? The stranger chuckled lightly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Do you believe I would trust your words? I understand that this may sound absurd, yet it is the only course of action available to us." Su Qinshian's voice bore a hint of helplessness, but within him, a flicker of courage began to emerge. "We can assist you in locating those who lurk in the shadows, enabling you to acquire further information." Chapter 18. Bring them under your wing. Such words piqued my interest. The stranger's gaze deepened, seemingly contemplating Su Qinshian's proposition. His demeanor relaxed slightly, instilling a sense of ease in Su Qinshian's heart, who thought to himself, "Perhaps this is their opportunity. You need only agree to grant us a little time. If we fail to fulfill this promise, you may dispose of us as you wish." Seizing the moment, Su Qinshian continued, though anxiety gnawed at him, hoping this individual would accept the proposal. "You are indeed audacious." The corner of the stranger's mouth lifted slightly, as if appraising Su Qinshian's boldness. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes, evoking a sense of unease. "If I were to agree to your request, what worth would this promise hold?" he suddenly inquired, his tone laced with ruthlessness and coldness. "We shall do our utmost." Su Qinshian's voice carried a note of resolve, even as fear coursed through him. He understood that only through perseverance could they seek an opportunity. "I will prove to you that we are not foes." A glimmer of contemplation crossed the stranger's gaze. As if weighing Su Qinshian's words, he leaned slightly forward, a semblance of a smirk gracing his lips, seemingly lost in thought. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity." The stranger finally nodded, a tone of mockery evident in his voice. "However, should you dare to betray me, the consequences would be dire." Su Qinshian exhaled in relief. The tension in his heart somewhat alleviated. He recognized that he had stepped into a far more intricate situation, with the road ahead fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Yet at least, for now, a glimmer of hope remained. "Light." Su Qinshian took a deep breath, feeling a flicker of hope rekindle within him. However, beneath the surface, a tempest raged, with anxiety and unease surging like tides, nearly overwhelming him. He understood that he was ensnared in an unpredictable peril, each step laden with immeasurable risk. What an intriguing decision. The stranger's lips curled slightly, his eyes betraying a sense of amusement, as if relishing the thrill of manipulating the fates of others. "Now, inform me how long you will require to gather this information." Su Qinshian hesitated, constantly weighing how best to respond. He knew that to secure more time, he must appear more composed. "We need at least 2 days." He finally voiced this time frame, harboring the hope that if they could devise an escape plan within these 2 days, perhaps a reversal of fortune was still possible. "Your time frame is rather generous." The stranger's voice dripped with disdain, as if mocking their inadequacy. "I have no desire to wait excessively long. We shall exert every effort to accomplish this task." The woman could no longer contain herself, her voice imbued with a blend of pleading and determination. "Please, trust us. We are truly not adversaries. Every word you utter, I shall etch into my memory." The stranger's voice carried a chilling threat, as if warning them of the necessity for honesty. Su Qinshian felt a shiver run down his spine, aware that this menace concealed countless shadows of darkness. "We will manage," he finally summoned the courage to say, gritting his teeth in an effort to sound resolute, though his heart was heavy with doubt and fear. He understood that the stranger would not easily relent. Any compromise could become a fatal trap. As the conversation deepened, myriad possibilities flashed through Su Qinshian's mind. He realized that time had ceased to be their ally and had transformed into their greatest adversary. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly. The urgency weighed heavily upon him, as if he were confronting an endless abyss. "If you truly wish to escape, it would be wise to find clues before I do," the stranger's voice echoed again, cold and merciless, slicing through Su Qinshian's heart like an invisible blade. A wave of despair washed over him, and he could no longer disregard the threat posed by this individual. Of course, Su Qinshian responded impulsively, though his heart was a tumult of emotions, both eager to seek an opportunity and terrified of the unknown future. The stranger rose, his gaze sweeping over Su Qinshian and the woman, scrutinizing their every detail. His eyes were sharp as a blade, compelling Su Qinshian to suppress his emotions, fearful that any slip would reveal his inner fragility. "I will wait for your news outside," the stranger declared before turning away, leaving Su Qinshian and the woman exchanging glances, both reflecting profound helplessness and confusion. "Do you think he will trust us?" The woman finally broke the silence, her voice laced with anxiety, her fingers trembling slightly, clearly unsettled. "I do not know," Su Qinshian replied, shaking his head, his mind racing with thoughts. The situation weighed heavily upon him, and he knew he must find a solution swiftly, lest they plunge into greater peril. I am truly frightened. The woman's voice fell to a whisper, her eyes flickering with unease and fear, as if teetering on the brink of collapse. Suchin's skin felt a tightening in his chest, confronted by her vulnerability, unsure of how to comfort her. We will surely find a way, he murmured gently, striving to instill a glimmer of hope within her, despite his own unease. He wished to uphold this fragile sky with his strength in their moment of despair. I do not know what to believe anymore, the woman murmured, her expression growing increasingly somber, filling Su Chen with guilt. He recognized that he could not provide her with true security, and the weight of this responsibility bore heavily upon him. What we need now is time to seek an escape. Su Chen endeavored to sound resolute and calm, even as the fear within him continued to spread. I fear he may return unexpectedly. The woman trembled slightly, her voice tinged with desperation. Su Chen's heart jolted, realizing that his assessment of this man might have been overly simplistic. We must remain calm. He endeavored to maintain his composure, quietly contemplating the strategies that lay ahead. The threat posed by this individual was far more tangible than they had anticipated. Only through meticulous caution could they hope to uncover a glimmer of survival. What shall we do? The woman's gaze betrayed her anxiety and unease, weighing heavily on Su Chen's heart. He understood that each word he uttered would serve as a pillar of her confidence. Let us return and seek clues about that group. Su Chen rapidly mulled over the situation, gradually clarifying his thoughts. Perhaps they could uncover some useful information. Chapter 20. Observing from the sidelines, but will he be watching us from outside? The woman bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with fear, which in turn ignited a sense of unrest within Su Chen. I cannot say for certain, yet we have no other choice. His gaze remained resolute as he endeavored to project calmness, though his mind raced, devising ways to extricate themselves from their predicament. He needed to forge a path for both himself and her, rather than allowing fear to dictate their actions. Can we truly escape? She inquired softly, her expression rife with skepticism and trepidation. Su Chen's heart tightened, yet he recognized the necessity of instilling a modicum of hope in her, however tenuous it might be. We shall prevail, he asserted firmly, striving to suppress the dread and anxiety within, imparting a flicker of unwavering belief to both himself and her. As long as we unite our efforts, we will surely find a way. Very well. The woman nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of courage, seemingly drawing strength from Su Chen's conviction. They needed to stand united in their quest for survival amidst this dire predicament. Let us commence our actions, Su Chen finally declared, silently praying for a fortuitous path to emerge in the time that lay ahead. They began to swiftly devise a plan, with Su Chen striving to clarify his thoughts and meticulously address each detail. Time slipped away quietly, the atmosphere around them growing increasingly urgent, amplifying Su Chen's sense of pressure. We must act swiftly, he urged the woman, his voice laced with urgency and determination. He understood that time was their lifeline, and within that fleeting span, they needed to seize the opportunity to escape. All right, I will do my utmost to gather information. The woman nodded, her gaze flickering with resolve. Despite the lingering doubts in her heart, she gradually found a measure of courage under Su Chen's encouragement. Where shall we begin? She finally asked, her eyes reflecting determination. Su Chen's heart surged. He sensed a resonance between them, as if at that moment, they were no longer solitary beings but comrades united against this formidable challenge. I believe we should commence our efforts from this location. He articulated his plan slowly, silently envisioning how to unfold their actions step by step. He hoped to discover a faint glimmer of light within this seemingly endless confrontation, guiding them out of the abyss of darkness. We must proceed with caution. The woman's voice carried an air of prudence, and Su Chen also remained vigilant in his thoughts. They had to stay alert, for in this unfamiliar environment, a single misjudgment could lead to catastrophic consequences. We must carefully observe our surroundings. Su Chen's voice was deep and resolute, as if he were striving to dispel the fears within him. This unfamiliar place was rife with unknown perils, each shadow seemingly concealing an unsettling presence that weighed heavily upon him. Do you think they might be watching us at any moment? The woman's voice trembled with a hint of anxiety, her tone laced with unease. Her fingers absently caressed the fabric of her clothing, as if attempting to soothe her inner turmoil. Su Chen noticed her subtle shift in demeanor, tightening his heart, determined not to let her emotions disrupt their course of action. We must feign calm, he said slowly, endeavoring to make his voice sound more composed. If they are indeed observing us, we must act as if nothing is amiss. Chapter 21. Weapons against vampires. I understand. The woman nodded, her apprehension still lingering, yet buoyed slightly by Su Chen's encouragement. She could distinctly sense the weight of responsibility he bore, as if her emotional state and sense of security were intertwined with his resolve. We shall proceed from here. Su Chen turned, guiding the woman towards a dimly lit alley. The surrounding light was faint, and the graffiti and litter along the walls were disconcerting, nevertheless. This path appeared to be their sole option at this juncture. They needed to traverse this alley to uncover clues that could lead them out of their predicament. As they delved deeper, The sound of Su Qianqian's heartbeat grew more pronounced, every subtle noise echoing in his ears like a clarion call to his nerves. His thoughts intertwined chaotically, as if each step were precariously balanced on the edge of a blade, fearful that a single misstep could plunge him into an abyss of despair. I sense something is amiss here. The woman suddenly halted, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, brow furrowed, as if she detected a peculiar aura. Su Qianqian felt a tightening in his chest and promptly scanned the area, striving to maintain his composure. Do not worry. It may merely be our heightened sensitivity, he murmured, attempting to reassure her, yet the unease within him continued to swell. The doubts gnawed at him, amplifying his tension, as he feared that something indefinable lurked within the surrounding darkness. However, the woman hesitated for a moment, her eyes betraying her apprehension. I truly have a foreboding feeling. Su Qianqian could sense her emotions, which seemed to plant an unsettling seed within his heart, slowly sprouting into an elusive dread. We cannot afford to halt, he whispered, contemplating how to dispel this gloom. Moving forward might unveil an opportunity. He understood that stagnation would only expose them to greater risks. Very well, the woman finally acquiesced, though her underlying anxiety remained unabated. She recognized that Su Qianqian required her cooperation at this critical moment. She endeavored to steady herself, silently praying for a successful escape from this ominous place. They continued along the alley, the surroundings growing ever darker, the air thick with a foul stench that heightened Su Qianqian's unease. Their footsteps echoed distinctly in the alley, as if each stride were drawing the attention of unseen gazes. Should we split up? The woman suddenly suggested, her voice tinged with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qian struggled internally with whether to embrace this idea. The prospect of separating was fraught with peril. He shook his head, harboring a silent hope to avert such a scenario. Should we part ways? The likelihood of being discovered by them would escalate, leading to irrevocable consequences. Yet, if we persist in our current course, it is unlikely to yield favorable results. The woman's gaze reflected a hint of anxiety, seemingly troubled by her own suggestion, but Su Qian could sense her profound yearning for safety. I understand your concerns. He sighed, striving to discern a glimmer of hope in her eyes. However, we must rely on one another to navigate through this perilous situation. The woman bit her lips slightly, remaining silent as she contemplated Su Qian's words. Filled with doubt, she simultaneously felt the unwavering resolve and responsibility emanating from him, an emotion akin to an invisible thread that tugged at her heart. Chapter 22. I am well with Alice, I will heed your counsel, she finally stated, her voice tinged with a faint yet resolute conviction. A warmth enveloped Su Qian, further solidifying his determination to protect her. He understood he must strive to create a secure environment for her. We need to find a place to hide and observe our surroundings, Su Qian continued, making an effort to maintain clarity of thought. Although the external circumstances induced unease, he recognized the necessity of remaining calm and rational to seize any opportunity for escape. We can take refuge behind that dark building ahead, the woman suggested, pointing towards a shadowy structure, her expression betraying both anticipation and tension. Su Qian nodded slightly, contemplating the risks and opportunities that lay along this path. Let us proceed, he urged, silently quickening his pace to dispel any negative emotions. As they approached the building, the surrounding shadows deepened, and he sensed an unsettling aura in the air. They swiftly entered the shadows of the building, and Su Qian surveyed the area, striving to identify a secure location. He could feel the tremor of the woman beside him, a pang of sorrow stirring within him as he resolved to shield her from fear. Wait here for a moment. I will assess the surroundings, Su Qian whispered, aiming for a tone that was both gentle and firm. He understood her potential worries, yet it was imperative to quickly grasp the situation outside. I know you will protect me, the woman replied softly, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of trust. A wave of warmth surged through Su Qian, despite the external pressures. He was acutely aware of the intensifying desire for survival within him. Wait for my return, Su Qian assured her, his eyes glistening with determination as he turned to proceed forward. He inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain his composure while silently reminding himself to exercise caution. The corridor ahead was dim and narrow, its walls adorned with faded graffiti, and the floor was damp and cold. In this moment, the sound of Su Qian's heartbeat resonated distinctly, as if each step conveyed the lurking dangers. He moved forward slowly, striving to make no sound. As the footsteps gradually faded away, the surrounding tranquility weighed heavily on his heart. A sense of solitude surged upon him like an incoming tide, leaving him breathless. We must tread carefully, Su Qian incessantly reminded himself, striving to remain vigilant. His thoughts spiraled, intertwining the pressures and anxieties within, as if an invisible battle was being waged. There seemed to be no particular disturbance here. Finally, Su Qian halted, exhaling softly, surveying his surroundings while contemplating his next course of action. He understood the urgency of finding clues swiftly in order to seek a breakthrough from this perilous situation. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, a whisper of doubt that slowly ascended, akin to an ominous premonition. He began to recall his conversation with the woman, silently praying for her safe waiting. In his mind, Chen meticulously outlined his future plans, envisioning how he might trace the whereabouts of those gangs, yet disquieting echoes reverberated in his thoughts. He knew time was limited, and each moment would determine their fate. Chapter 23. Almost successfully burglarized. A faint sound emerged, resembling a creature lurking in the shadows, gliding silently through the still air. Chen's heart tightened instantaneously, as if the very blood within him had been drained, the stillness around him torn apart by this subtle noise. The sound fluctuated, resembling whispers, as if conveying some urgent message. Chen held his breath, ears perked, striving to focus on the disconcerting source of the sound. Could it be them? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, accompanied by a surge of panic, prompting him to crouch down, pressing his body against the wall. In that moment, he transformed into a hunter concealed in the darkness, poised to confront any potential threat. Before him, the wall bore peeling paint, with water stains seeping through, appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. Chen's heartbeat resonated in stark contrast to the surrounding silence. Should I go back and call her to join me? This notion flickered in his mind but was swiftly dismissed. He realized that if danger truly lurked, their separation would only heighten the likelihood of being discovered. He had to face this sudden unrest alone, offering her a promise of safety. Chen held his breath, concentrating intently, inching closer to the source of the sound. As he drew nearer, the noise grew increasingly distinct, resembling a mechanical hum. Is it an alarm? Or the operation of some device? His inner doubts proliferated, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. What kind of place is this? Chen pondered silently, attempting to position himself from a rational perspective. He needed to remain calm and devise a strategy. He approached the direction of the sound slowly and cautiously, striving to make no noise. At that moment, the air around him seemed to grow more oppressive, in sync with his heartbeat, as if the entire space were attuned to his movements. He sensed the presence of unseen eyes watching him from the darkness, a chill creeping up his spine, as if a cold wind had swept over him. Do not alert them, he repeated to himself internally, striving to maintain his composure. However, it is undeniable that an overwhelming tide of fear surged within him. His palms grew clammy, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, while an invisible chain of dread and unease bound his very actions. As Chen approached the source of the sound, he discerned a partially ajar door through the dim shadows, beyond which emerged a murmur of low conversation. A sudden jolt coursed through his heart, conjuring a myriad of potential scenarios in his mind. He might be on the brink of a confrontation between justice and malevolence, and he would find himself a participant in this unfolding drama. Let us listen to their discourse, Chen thought inwardly, striving to draw closer to the door. The voices grew increasingly distinct, compelling him to strain his ears in an attempt to capture every nuance. His heart swelled like tumultuous waves, torn between an insatiable curiosity and a paralyzing fear of exposure. We must resolve this issue swiftly. We cannot allow them to delay any further, one deep voice declared, resonating with an unmistakable authority. Chen's heart tightened, a realization dawning upon him that the situation might be far more intricate than he had anticipated. Yet their numbers are overwhelming. Acting recklessly could prove perilous, another voice hesitantly replied, clearly beset by anxiety regarding the forthcoming actions. Chen meticulously analyzed this information, committing each word to memory, aware that inaction could lead to dire consequences once they regained their composure. Should we fail to act, the repercussions will be graver. The deep voice reiterated, imbued with unwavering resolve. I understand, another voice responded, tinged with a hint of resignation. Chen, furrowing his brow, pondered the true nature of their discussion. Just then, the door creaked ominously, prompting Chen to instinctively retreat, holding his breath as he concealed himself in the corner. An overwhelming tension enveloped him, compelling him to remain silent, yet the door loomed before him, casting a formidable shadow over his thoughts. A sliver of light emerged as the door cracked open, revealing several figures behind it. Chen held his breath, striving desperately to make no sound. The sight before him left him utterly astounded. The individuals donned dark attire and masks, resembling a cadre of enigmatic and perilous agents. We must act without delay. We can no longer afford to wait, one figure coldly asserted, as if orchestrating some scheme. Chen's heart raced, a dawning understanding that they were plotting something. And he was a crucial element in their design. I comprehend. Our actions must be swift and precise, another voice echoed, instilling a sense of urgency within Chen, who realized time was of the essence. We cannot linger any longer. Prepare immediately, the deep voice resounded once more, sending a chill through Chen. The unfolding scene stirred tumultuous waves in his heart, and in that moment, he recognized he was ensnared in an inescapable vortex. What shall I do? Anxiety gripped him as he desperately sought a means of escape, yet the pervasive unease ensnared him still. Chen is acutely aware that the impending crisis will irrevocably alter his destiny with women. He must devise every conceivable means to extricate himself from this perilous situation. Meanwhile, in the distance, a woman remains rooted in place, her heart brimming with concern for Su Chen. She paces restlessly, casting anxious glances toward the shadowy corridor. Her heart a tumultuous blend of anticipation and anxiety. What could he be doing? The woman silently prays, her brow furrowed. As if she can sense the danger that Su Chen faces. She strives to maintain her composure, yet the unease within her continues to swell. He will surely return safely. She whispers to herself, attempting to instill belief in her own words. However, as time progresses, an inexplicable disquiet begins to rise within her. As though some premonition is warning her of the immense peril they confront. What should I do? The woman is fraught with anxiety, her mind swirling with countless possibilities. She yearns to take action, yet fears that venturing out might exacerbate Su Chen's troubles. The conflicting emotions within her bind her like a taut rope, rendering her unable to decide. Just as she anxiously awaits Su Chen's return, she suddenly hears a cacophony in the distance, reminiscent of a heated argument. A jolt of alarm courses through her, and an unsettling sensation washes over her. Could Su Chen be in trouble? I can wait no longer. The woman resolves to seek out Su Chen. She cannot remain idle, her heart ignited with a fervent desire to assist him. Holding her breath, she endeavors to quiet her mind, contemplating how she might locate Su Chen. Thus, she cautiously moves toward the source of the noise, her senses alert to her surroundings. If I can find him, I will be at ease. She silently reassures herself, attempting to bolster her own courage. Despite the unknown dangers ahead, she is willing to confront them for Su Chen's sake. The woman advances with trepidation, each step seeming a battle against the fear of the unknown. As she draws nearer, the discordant sounds become clearer, the low, angry exchanges cutting through her inner tranquility like an invisible blade. She observes the scene before her with bated breath, her heartbeat reverberating in the stillness, even catching the sound of her own faint breaths. At that moment, a fierce argument erupts from behind a door, jolting her from her reverie. What do you want? An enraged voice pierces the air, instantly tightening her nerves. What do I want? Do you still not understand? The consequences of this matter are beyond what we can bear. Another low voice follows, laden with menace. But if they discover us, it will all be over. The angry voice, tinged with despair, sounds like a desperate cry from someone at the end of their rope. Silence. We cannot retreat. There is no turning back now. The low voice continues to assert, exuding unwavering resolve. Fear surges within the woman, and with each word, she senses that something is amiss. An ominous intuition stirs within her, hinting that all of this is intricately linked to Su Chen. She endeavored to maintain her composure, silently resolving to find him. Unwilling to allow him to face this ordeal alone, the question echoed in her mind. Would they harm him if she rushed in? This dilemma plunged her into profound turmoil. She was compelled to consider whether her impulsive entrance would plunge Su Chen into a deeper crisis. Yet, remaining idle rendered her restless, just as uncertainty gripped her. A sudden crash resounded from behind the door. Her heart raced, and she instinctively inched closer, anxiety surging within her. I cannot afford to wait any longer. She encouraged herself internally, hastening towards the door, a fleeting moment of courage flashing through her mind. Su Chen, do not worry. I shall be there shortly. She stealthily approached the door, peering through the crack. The figures in black were huddled together, their expressions fraught with urgency and tension, seemingly engrossed in a grave discussion. Straining to listen, she sought to decipher their words. We must resolve this matter before they discover anything. Otherwise, it will all be over. One of the black-clad men exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation and helplessness. But do you truly believe we have a chance? Another replied, skepticism tinged with fear. If we do not dare to try, we will have no opportunity at all. The leader seemed to have lost patience, his tone growing more severe. We have no retreat. Action is imperative. Listening intently, she thought. I only wish to ensure my safety. What will become of Su Chen? The anxious voice resurfaced, revealing inner turmoil. Su Chen? The name struck her like a bolt of lightning, jolting her thoughts. A wave of concern washed over her. Was Su Chen in peril? Chapter 26, accompanying you on this journey. At this moment, her thoughts spiraled into chaos. No longer merely an observer, her profound worry for Su Chen rendered her deeply unsettled. The dialogues of the men in black illuminated the complexity of the situation, far exceeding her initial assumptions and capabilities. I cannot remain idle, she resolved, swiftly deciding to burst in and unveil the truth. However, just as she was about to take that step, footsteps echoed from behind her. Who's there? Startled, she turned to see a shadow approaching, eyes gleaming with malevolence. There was no time for contemplation. She hurriedly sought a place to conceal herself. Yet the surroundings were intricate, and her heart brimmed with confusion and panic. Don't let her escape. The voice rang out, and her heart sank. She understood that if discovered, both she and Su Chen would plunge into even greater peril. I must not allow them to find me. She fought to remain calm, desperately seeking items nearby to barricade herself. As she searched, the shadow drew nearer, an overwhelming wave of fear surged within her. What will I do if I am caught? She pondered, engulfed in helplessness and despair. Just as she felt utterly lost, Su Chen's face emerged vividly in her mind. His steadfast gaze resembled a beacon, illuminating her path forward. I cannot give up. The woman summoned her courage, striving to maintain her composure. She took a deep breath, attempting to identify an opportunity for escape. In that very moment, the shadowy figure's hand reached towards her. Don't move. The shadow forcefully grasped her wrist, and the woman struggled with all her might. Her heart racing with anxiety. A thought flickered through her mind. I must not let them discover Su Chenxian. She could not allow him to sink deeper into despair. Let go of me, she cried out, attempting to break free from his grasp. The shadow merely smirked, seemingly indifferent to her resistance, tightening his grip instead. Do you truly believe you can escape? He taunted, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone dripping with disdain. Despair flooded her heart. Yet she understood that in this moment, retreat was not an option. Su Chenxian, I will find you, she silently vowed, striving to maintain her calm. She had to flee this place and locate Su Chenxian to restore everything to its rightful order. At that moment, the shadow's focus was drawn to her struggles, and he momentarily relaxed his vigilance. Seizing the opportunity, the woman pushed forcefully, breaking free from his control, and dashed towards the doorway. Stop her. The shadow's furious voice echoed behind her, footsteps rapidly closing in. Panic surged within her, as she realized that being caught would lead to an even more perilous situation. I cannot stop, she urged herself, pouring every ounce of strength into her flight down the dark corridor. The walls blurring past her as if the entire world behind her had dissolved into nothingness. Su Chenxian, where are you? She silently cried, desperately searching for a way to evade her pursuers. Her heart raced like a drum, quickening with each moment, and the air around her grew increasingly tense. As she rounded a corner, she suddenly collided with a solid figure, her body jolting. Looking up, she found herself face to face with Su Chenxian. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. Chapter 27. How fortuitous that you have arrived. Su Chenxian's voice was laden with urgency as he grasped her hand tightly, his gaze filled with anxiety and concern. What are you doing here? I overheard their conversation. They are plotting something. The woman hurriedly replied, a wave of intense worry surging within her. We must leave here at once. You have no idea how dangerous this place is. Su Chenxian's voice was deep and urgent, his eyes reflecting his unease. I do not know what they are planning, but we cannot remain here. At that moment, the woman was enveloped by a sense of urgency, her eyes locked onto Su Chenxian, sensing his tension and anger. A silent understanding passed between them, as if an unspoken consensus had formed in an instant. We must find a safe place, Su Chenxian murmured, his tone infused with determination and resolve. The woman nodded, feeling a flicker of reassurance in her heart. At least now, Su Chenxian stood by her side. Just as they were about to move forward, hurried footsteps echoed behind them, the shadows seemingly closing in. Su Chenxian's heart raced, and he quickly scanned their surroundings in search of an escape route. Chen Feng nodded, a sense of relief and determination swelling within him. He understood that although Su Chen's demeanor was serious, it also offered him a glimmer of hope and opportunity. A flicker of determination shone in his eyes, as if he were endeavoring to convey his resolve to Su Chen. After departing from the tea house, Chen Feng's emotions grew increasingly complex. He recognized that the tasks ahead would be more arduous, yet he felt entirely prepared. Deep within, he was filled with anticipation for the future, while simultaneously grappling with a profound sense of pressure. Upon returning to the courtyard, he appeared exceptionally fatigued, his thoughts still consumed by the conversation with Su Chen. Though he maintained a facade of calmness, the tumult within him surged like restless waves, unable to subside. As night fell, he pondered meticulously under the lamp about his forthcoming plans, striving to discern a clear path amidst the intricate circumstances. At that moment, Su Chen's phone call rang once more. Chen Feng pressed the answer button, and Su Chen's voice, tinged with unexpected ease, came through. Chen Feng, I would like you to participate in a small competition to see if you truly possess the capability to fulfill your promises. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a more serious discourse, not this light-hearted initiation. A hint of confusion colored his voice. A competition? What kind of competition? A culinary competition, Su Chen replied. His tone relaxed. I am aware that you have been mending your relationship with Lu Hai, but this contest could serve as a means of communication between us. The victor will gain greater authority and further insight into each other's abilities. Chen Feng felt a stir within. Although this proposal seemed whimsical, it reflected Su Chen's deeper consideration. He understood that this approach was not merely a jest, but rather an innovative method to assess his genuine capabilities and sincerity. Very well, I accept. Chen Feng replied with determination in his voice. Let us arrange a time for this competition. A few days later, Chen Feng and Su Chen agreed to hold the culinary contest in a picturesque courtyard, surrounded by lush greenery. The tranquil environment felt like a sanctuary from the clamor of the outside world. The morning light bathed the courtyard, casting soft hues across the scene. Both prepared their ingredients, standing ready at their stations, awaiting the commencement of the contest. Chapter 28. Ordinary humans cannot compete with him. Chen felt a twinge of nervousness. He understood that this competition was not merely a test of culinary skills, but also a trial of character. His gaze flitted over the ingredients as he contemplated how to leverage his strengths while balancing his rivalry with Su Chen. "Let us begin," Su Chen said lightly. "I hope you can truly showcase your culinary prowess." Chen nodded, a surge of determination welling within him. He swiftly set to work, expertly handling the ingredients with clean, precise movements. Though his heart raced with tension, his actions flowed naturally, as if he were engaged in a silent dialogue with the ingredients. Su Chen's movements were equally swift and precise, exuding an air of maturity in his technique. Both were engrossed in their respective culinary domains, occasionally exchanging glances that sparked with competitive energy. Despite the seemingly light-hearted atmosphere of the competition, the duel between the two men was suffused with palpable tension. Time slipped away unnoticed, while Chen Feng's heart brimmed with anxiety regarding the outcome of the contest. He understood that this was not merely a culinary contest, but a comprehensive examination of his own capabilities. Each of his movements was executed with extraordinary caution as he endeavored to perfect every dish. At last, the competition concluded. Chen Feng gazed upon the meticulously prepared dishes before him, his heart awash with a complex array of emotions. He realized that although he had exerted every effort to excel, the results remained uncertain. Su Chen stood nearby, his expression a blend of anticipation and scrutiny. As they presented their dishes on the table, awaiting judgment, Su Chen appeared remarkably composed, his gaze sweeping over the creations as though assessing the flavor and presentation of each plate. "Chen Feng, your dishes are indeed exceptional," Su Chen remarked, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone, "but I must say, your performance still falls somewhat short of my expectations." Chen Feng felt a slight tremor within, aware that Su Chen's words carried an undertone of challenge and testing. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Su Chen, your performance is truly commendable," Chen Feng replied earnestly. "I accept your critique and am willing to strive further." Su Chen's expression softened, revealing a glimmer of approval in his gaze. "Very well, since you are willing to embrace the challenge, we can delve deeper into the specifics of our potential collaboration." Chen Feng nodded, a surge of relief and determination coursing through him. He understood that even though he had lost in this contest, it did not signify failure, but rather a valuable experience and an opportunity for growth. A resolute glint shone in his eyes, as if to convey his determination to Su Chen. After leaving the courtyard, Chen Feng's emotions grew increasingly complex. Although the outcome of the competition was not as he had hoped, he was prepared to continue his efforts. He recognized that future challenges would be even more formidable. Yet he firmly believed that only through tangible actions and relentless perseverance could he truly resolve issues and achieve his aspirations. Upon returning to the Sihiyuan, Chen Feng remained in a state of introspection and adjustment. He acknowledged that despite his defeat in the culinary contest, this experience had imparted invaluable insights. His thoughts continuously revolved around his dialogue with Su Chen, seeking to uncover new directions and solutions. Chapter 29. Jieluan nodded cautiously as he carefully opened one of the letters. The handwriting within clear and resolute. "The traitor is among you. Please remain vigilant." The contents of the letter were simple yet profoundly impactful, instantly drawing Chen Feng's thoughts back to the past. This letter reminded him of the hidden secrets within the Sihiyuan. For years, its tranquility had masked numerous intricate relationships and latent dangers. Chen Feng began to recollect each family member, every face, in an attempt to discern any subtle clues. His father had once managed the Sihiyuan, and the harmonious family dynamics had led him to believe that all was safe and sound. However, this letter compelled him to reassess the once ideal home. Chen Feng resolved to conduct a discreet investigation. He began with those closest to him, attentively observing the behaviors and actions of his family members. His mother, gentle and caring, always took heed of every detail within the household. His siblings led their own lives, yet the bonds among them remained unyieldingly close, although each one appeared entirely normal. Chen Feng was acutely aware that it is often what lies beneath a tranquil facade that proves most perilous. During the course of his investigation, Chen Feng noticed subtle changes. He discovered that certain family members exhibited inconsistencies in their words and actions, particularly in their interactions with the outside world. Occasionally, he would observe unusual visitors arriving or notice that some individuals seemed particularly tense during family gatherings. These alterations, while insufficient to substantiate any claims, only intensified the doubts that simmered within him. As the investigation deepened, Chen Feng felt an increasing weight of pressure. He had to remain vigilant, ensuring that he was not detected before uncovering the truth. He began to scrutinize the courtyard with greater precision, inspecting every corner, even re-evaluating those seemingly mundane daily activities. Each step was fraught with peril, for he understood that once exposed, he could find himself ensnared in unforeseen predicaments. At that moment, a minor incident occurred within the courtyard. One night, an ancient tree inexplicably toppled, damaging several facilities. Chen astutely perceived that this was no mere act of nature, but rather the prelude to some form of conspiracy. Upon re-examining the entire courtyard, he discovered unnatural traces surrounding the tree, as if someone had deliberately tampered with it. Chen began to suspect that the traitor might be connected to this incident. His suspicions rendered him increasingly cautious, simultaneously fostering profound doubts about every member of his family. He started to meticulously observe family activities, searching for any potential clues. In every conversation and every gesture, he endeavored to identify any anomalies. The pressure of the investigation was nearly suffocating for Chen. Yet he recognized that only by unraveling this enigma could the courtyard regain its former tranquility. He resolved to delve further into the inquiry, even though it meant potentially confronting greater dangers. He understood that the ultimate truth might be far more intricate and brutal than he had ever imagined. As the investigation progressed, Chen found himself increasingly enmeshed in the mysterious atmosphere of the courtyard. His heart oscillated between anxiety and hope. What had once been a seemingly serene daily existence was now shrouded in shadows. In the environment he once knew intimately, he felt a growing sense of estrangement. As if every corner of the courtyard silently warned him, tread carefully, for your world is shifting. In Chapter 30, Chen decided to prepare some ration tickets for himself and his family. This was not only due to his unease regarding the current situation, but also because he wished to be ready for any potential crisis. He understood that ration tickets could not only secure basic living needs in times of necessity, but also serve as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Should matters become more convoluted, he could at least ensure that he would not find himself in dire straits due to a lack of supplies. He ventured to a small shop on the street, a place he seldom frequented, hidden away at the end of a bustling thoroughfare. The wooden door of the small shop appeared weathered, its peeling paint revealing a sense of antiquity. Chen pushed the door open, and a faint aroma of cooking oil mingled with the scent of aged wood enveloped him. The shopkeeper was an elderly woman, simply dressed, her eyes glimmering with a profound gaze. "Hello, I require some ration tickets," Chen approached, his tone calm yet imbued with determination. He endeavored to maintain his composure, fearful that the slightest movement might betray the turmoil within him. The elderly woman lifted her head, scrutinizing him with her weathered eyes. Her gaze resembled a heavy cloud, deep and elusive. "Ration tickets?" she softly echoed, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. For such items were not easily obtainable. "I am aware," Chen nodded. "I need a portion as a contingency." The woman fell silent for a moment before retrieving a yellowed ledger from beneath the counter. She flipped through several pages, searching for something. "The quantity of ration tickets is limited," she said slowly. "I can assist you, but it depends on how many you require, and the price will vary." Chen Feng's heart tightened. This was perhaps his first interaction with this unfamiliar elderly woman, and this transaction was integral to his aspirations. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to purchase a modest number of ration tickets for unforeseen circumstances. "Give me 100, he stated. "I hope to acquire them at a reasonable price." The elderly woman scrutinized Chen closely, seemingly deliberating over his request. "Very well," she finally replied, "but you must understand, these ration tickets are not ordinary items. Their value fluctuates at different times." Chen nodded, cognizant that the price of these tickets not only reflected the actual supply of goods, but could also be influenced by myriad uncontrollable factors. A flicker of unease passed through him, yet he recognized that this was merely a facet of his plan, and he needed to ensure that everything remained under control. Once the transaction was completed, Chen returned to the courtyard, burdened by the weight of his steps. For he understood that these ration tickets were not merely a preparation for potential crises, but also epitomized his profound concerns regarding the current situation. He carefully placed the tickets in a concealed corner, ensuring they would not draw any attention. Upon returning home, Chen Feng's emotions grew more complex. He felt a tinge of pride in his decision, yet simultaneously a deep-seated anxiety consumed him. He was uncertain whether he had been overly cautious or if such preparations were indeed essential. Life began to unravel into a more nebulous tapestry, and he could only rely on his instincts and observations to navigate the forthcoming challenges. In the days that followed, Chen remained vigilant. He scrutinized every detail of his home, meticulously analyzing every potential clue. Though his investigation progressed slowly, he remained steadfast in his belief that the truth would eventually surface. His heart oscillated between anxiety and hope. Although he maintained an outward calm, the internal turmoil intensified. Life in the courtyard had, to some extent, become increasingly complicated. Chen gradually began to perceive that certain seemingly trivial details might conceal profound information. His thoughts sharpened, leading him to meticulously analyze the words and actions of everyone around him. He started to notice the subtle dynamics among family members, as well as their reactions in various situations, which appeared particularly noteworthy. Particularly concerning were his siblings, whose behaviors began to instill a sense of suspicion in Chen Feng. They seemed to deliberately avoid certain topics or exhibited an unusual indifference towards specific issues. While these nuances were not overt, they were sufficient for Chen Feng to harbor doubts about them. He became acutely vigilant of every individual who interacted with them, striving to uncover any possible clues. Determined, Chen Feng resolved to engage in a profound conversation with his mother. He understood that she had always been the cornerstone of the family, possessing a deep understanding of their circumstances. Perhaps through their dialogue, he could glean new insights. He sought a relatively quiet moment and invited his mother to sit in the small pavilion in the courtyard. "Mother, I have been feeling a bit perplexed," Chen Feng began. Attempting to maintain a calm tone, "It seems that things at home have taken an odd turn. Have you noticed any changes in everyone's attitudes recently?" His mother lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with concern as she regarded him. "What changes do you mean?" she inquired, her voice soft and warm. Yet to Chen Feng's ears, it bore an undercurrent of subtle apprehension. For instance, there are certain matters that everyone has become increasingly reticent about, or they exhibit unusual reactions when faced with particular issues. Chen Feng endeavored to articulate his concerns in a serene manner. "I merely wish to understand whether this signifies that we need to pay attention to something specific." His mother's expression grew somewhat grave as she paused, seemingly reflecting on Chen Feng's words. "Indeed, there have been some changes at home," she finally replied, "but these shifts may merely be minor fluctuations in life, not necessarily indicative of anything significant." Chen Feng felt a pang of disappointment, yet he did not relinquish his quest. He understood that some matters could not be unraveled in an instant. He continued conversing with his mother, striving to extract more information from her words. Although she endeavored to soothe his emotions, Chen Feng sensed an undercurrent of tension in her expressions, deepening his unease. Upon returning to his room, Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation. He meticulously analyzed his mother's statements, yet still found no clear answers. He realized that this was not merely an issue within the family, but a complex enigma involving the entire courtyard. He had to remain vigilant, continuing to search for potential clues until the underlying truth was revealed. As Chen Feng's investigation gradually reached a stalemate, he recognized the necessity of seeking new avenues for breakthrough. After much reflection, he decided to proactively communicate with individuals outside the family, hoping to unearth valuable insights. At that moment, a familiar face came to mind: Lu Guangfu. Lu Guangfu is an old friend residing near the Sihiyuan, his age slightly surpassing that of Chen Feng, characterized by a demeanor that is both composed and amiable. Although their encounters are infrequent, Chen Feng is aware of Lu's extensive social experience and his distinctive insights into the complexities of human relationships. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to invite Lu Guangfu to dinner, seizing the opportunity to discuss recent matters. To maintain an air of spontaneity, he refrained from elaborate preambles and simply extended the invitation. Lu Guangfu accepted with enthusiasm, expressing his delight at the chance to reminisce with Chen Feng. On the evening of the dinner, Chen Feng meticulously prepared a modest yet sumptuous array of home-cooked dishes. The dining area of the Sihiyuan was aglow with soft lighting, and the aromas of the dishes wafted invitingly through the air. As he awaited Lu Guangfu's arrival, Chen Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood that the conversation they were about to have could significantly influence his forthcoming investigation, so he resolved to maintain his composure, ensuring that no unwarranted emotions would betray him. Lu Guangfu arrived at the Sihiyuan punctually. Upon entering the dining area, his face was adorned with a warm smile. "Chen Feng, my boy, it has indeed been a long time," he remarked, removing his coat and hanging it on a rack. "Uncle Guangfu, it is a pleasure to have you here." Chen Feng responded, rising to greet him warmly. "Please, have a seat. The meal is ready." After taking his seat, Lu Guangfu surveyed the table, seemingly pleased with the spread before him. "You are truly thoughtful. The dishes look delightful. Let us begin," he said with a smile. Throughout the meal, Chen Feng endeavored to cultivate a relaxed atmosphere. They engaged in light-hearted conversation, discussing the changes in the Sihiyuan and the nearby market. Lu Guangfu occasionally interjected with approving laughter, praising Chen Feng's culinary skills. Although their dialogue flowed smoothly, Chen Feng remained acutely aware, his mind alert. He recognized that dinner was merely the prelude. The true objective lay in his ability to steer the conversation toward acquiring the information he sought. After a while, Chen Feng skillfully pivoted the discussion towards recent developments. "Uncle Guangfu, there have been some complexities at home lately. Have you noticed any changes in the vicinity?" he inquired tentatively. Lu Guangfu lifted his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed as if recalling something. "Are you referring to recent events?" he asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Indeed," Chen Feng nodded. "The transformations around the Sihiyuan have been somewhat troubling to me. I suspect these changes may not be mere coincidence." Lu Guangfu savored a mouthful of food, seemingly contemplating Chen Feng's words. He set down his chopsticks and let out a soft sigh. "In truth, there have been a few peculiar occurrences of late. I have observed some unfamiliar faces and noticed new activities. However, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. Chen Feng's heart stirred. Recognizing that Lu Guangfu's words might hold value, he resolved to press further, hoping to unearth additional clues. Uncle Guangfu, have you encountered any particularly noteworthy individuals or events? For instance, have there been any unusual visitors or incidents recently? Lu Guangfu's expression grew serious as he pondered for a moment before responding slowly. One day, I spotted a stranger near the Sihiyuan. He was clad in an ensemble of black attire. Chapter 33. Was this individual you brought back somewhat anxious in demeanor? Seemingly not a local? At that moment, I found it rather peculiar, yet paid little heed. Chen Feng's heartbeat quickened slightly. This appeared to be a significant clue. He endeavored to mask his excitement and continued to inquire. Did the stranger engage in any peculiar behavior or interact with anyone else? Lu Guangfu shook his head, stating that he had merely observed him from a distance and had not noticed any interactions. However, he did linger around the courtyard for quite some time. I recall that when he departed, his expression bore a hint of anxiety. Chen Feng silently noted this information, his mind flooded with questions. Who is this stranger? What connection does he have to the secrets of the courtyard? Does Lu Guangfu's statement imply he is searching for vital clues? Dinner progressed, and Chen Feng strived to maintain a natural conversational rhythm. Yet, his inner turmoil stirred by these revelations rendered the food and dialogue before him seemingly indistinct. He understood that the forthcoming investigation would be increasingly intricate and more challenging. After the meal concluded, Lu Guangfu rose, preparing to take his leave. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, "The meal today was truly delightful. I am pleased to have conversed with you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Chen Feng nodded, expressing his gratitude for Lu Guangfu's visit. He watched Lu Guangfu depart, his mind mulling over the evening's discussion. He felt he was a step closer to unraveling the mystery, yet simultaneously recognized that this path could prove more convoluted. Upon returning to his room, Chen Feng meticulously recorded the details of the evening's conversation. Lu Guangfu's words echoed in his mind. As he sought to intertwine this information with his own investigation, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, and the true challenge lay in piecing together the complete truth from these fragmented clues. Chen Feng found himself deeply intrigued by Lu Guangfu's statements, although he outwardly appeared composed. Internally, his emotions surged like a tide. He recognized that every utterance from Lu Guangfu could harbor crucial information, and he himself might be subtly guided by an unseen force. The description of this stranger captivated him, for it could be the key to unveiling the entire enigma. Once back in his room, Chen Feng felt an urgent need to clarify his thoughts. He sat at the table, ignited a cigarette, and inhaled deeply, allowing his musings to disperse within the smoke. He began to analyze his conversation with Lu Guangfu, striving to distill valuable information from it. The stranger, clad in black, appeared tense. Chen Feng murmured to himself, noting that he seemed to have lingered around the courtyard for quite some time, suggesting a particular interest in it. He paused. A powerful intuition surged within him. This stranger could be intricately linked to the changes within the household. A torrent of questions flooded his mind regarding the possible motives of this individual, his movements, and his identity. Chen Feng understood that without answers to these inquiries, his investigation would falter in its progression. Suddenly, he recalled some subtle signs he had previously noticed at home, those seemingly mundane details, such as the peculiar behavior of his family members, the sudden influx of visitors, and the hidden corners of his residence, led him to suspect that they might all be connected to the stranger. Chen Feng resolved to investigate the surroundings of the Sihiyuan further, hoping to unearth additional clues. Chapter 34. A thunderous sound. The following morning, Chen Feng commenced his inquiry. He donned a simple hat and an inconspicuous coat, disguising himself as an ordinary passerby, quietly wandering near the Sihiyuan. His objective was to trace the footsteps of the stranger and ascertain whether he could uncover any valuable information. After several hours of observation, Chen Feng had yet to encounter any unusual individuals or activities. A sense of disappointment began to creep into his heart, but he remained undeterred. He decided to take a respite at a nearby tea house. Perhaps there he might overhear some useful gossip. The tea house was bustling with life, and Chen Feng found a seat by the window. He ordered a pot of tea and silently observed his surroundings. His attention was fixated on every newcomer, particularly those unfamiliar faces. Despite the lively conversations and laughter that filled the air, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. After an hour spent in the tea house, he noticed a middle-aged man entering. Clad in a black trench coat and sporting sunglasses, he exuded an air of discretion. Chen Feng's heart raced. He sensed that this man might have some connection to the stranger Lu Guangfu had mentioned. Determined to follow the middle-aged man, Chen Feng rose stealthily, concealing his intentions as he casually exited the tea house. He observed the man slip into a narrow alley, dim and oppressive in its atmosphere. Chen Feng cautiously trailed behind, striving to remain as silent as possible to avoid drawing attention. As the man ventured deeper into the alley, an intense unease surged within Chen Feng. He was acutely aware that such covert following could entail unforeseen dangers, yet he understood that only by persevering could he unravel the truth behind the mystery. The man walked for approximately 10 minutes before halting in front of an old building. It appeared remarkably ancient, its exterior weathered and its doors and windows firmly shut. Chen observed from the shadows, attempting to glean any clues. The man knocked several times, and an elderly voice from within seemed to confirm the identity of the visitor. Upon the door's opening, the man entered the house. Chen Feng's heart raced as he realized he might be nearing a vital lead. He resolved to wait patiently, hoping to discover some valuable information from this dwelling. After nearly an hour of waiting, Chen Feng saw the man emerge, carrying a small bag. He returned to the street, continuing his journey. A sense of apprehension lingered in Chen Feng's mind, yet he recognized that this investigation could potentially yield significant revelations. He decided to persist in his pursuit until he could ascertain the man's intentions. The man loitered on the street for a while before entering a small shop. Chen Feng remained outside, attentively observing the man's actions. After a while, the man emerged from the store, a document in hand. Chen Feng discreetly noted this detail, recognizing that this document might significantly influence the direction of his investigation. Following his departure from the shop, the man made his way to a secluded park, nearly devoid of visitors, where only a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft whisper. He settled onto a bench within the park, unfurling the document to peruse it attentively. A surge of intense curiosity welled up within Chen Feng. He yearned to draw closer and discern the contents of the document. He approached cautiously, striving to remain concealed. The wind caressed his cheek, and the shifting shadows of the trees enveloped him in an illusion of tranquility. Holding his breath, Chen Feng fixated on the man's actions, which seemed to herald a crucial moment. His heart brimmed with tension and anticipation, for this endeavor might yield a breakthrough. At that moment, the man's phone rang. He answered it, engaging in a low-toned conversation, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Feng scrutinized the expressions flitting across the man's face. The man appeared exceedingly cautious during the call, his words indistinct, as if involved in clandestine communication. Once the call concluded, he tucked the document away and rose to leave the park. Chen Feng resolved to follow him once more, this time with heightened vigilance to avoid detection. The man arrived at a small restaurant and stepped inside. Chen Feng stationed himself outside, peering through the window to catch a glimpse of the happenings within. The restaurant was softly illuminated, with few patrons present. The man took a seat in a corner, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman entered. Dressed in simple attire, her expression was stern. Upon their meeting, the man handed the document to her. She accepted it, examining it meticulously, and then they began to converse, their dialogue laced with tension and unease. Chen Feng observed quietly from outside, striving to capture the nuances of their exchange. He understood that this document was evidently central to their communication and likely pertained to critical information. A profound curiosity surged within him, compelling him to uncover the contents of the document. Just as Chen Feng prepared to draw nearer, his phone suddenly rang. He swiftly retrieved it, discovering a message from home, sent by his mother, indicating that there were matters requiring his attention. A wave of unease washed over him, yet he recognized that familial obligations could not be overlooked. He resolved to temporarily depart from the restaurant to address his mother's concerns. As he journeyed homeward, the observations he had made earlier swirled in his mind. He realized that each step in his investigation was pivotal, and any detail could potentially hold the key to unraveling the mystery. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Feng sensed a distinct shift in the household atmosphere. His mother appeared somewhat anxious, and the overall mood felt tense. His unease intensified, for he suspected that this change might be linked to his ongoing investigation. "Mother, what has happened?" Chen Feng inquired with concern, eager to comprehend the situation at home. His mother, showing signs of fatigue, lifted her gaze, revealing a faint, worried smile. "Nothing serious, just a minor issue with the appliances at home that needs fixing," she remarked. However, having been outside for so long, has anything happened? Chen Feng felt a tumult of emotions within him. He recognized that his mother's inquiry stemmed from concern, yet he could not fully disclose the nature of his investigation. He opted for a brief response to avoid raising further suspicion. "It's nothing major, just a few minor matters to attend to," he replied. "You needn't worry, I will resolve these issues promptly." His mother nodded, yet her eyes still reflected a trace of anxiety. Chen Feng felt an increasing weight in his heart, cognizant that he must ensure his family's safety while relentlessly pursuing the truth of his investigation. That night, Chen Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. His mind swirled with a myriad of thoughts and questions. The stranger mentioned by Lu Guangfu, that enigmatic document, and the conversations at the restaurant, all the clues intertwined in his mind. He understood that this information might very well hold the key to unraveling his current predicament. Chapter 36. This Russell must indeed be brought back to London. The turmoil and anxiety within Chen Feng clung to him like a shadow, especially after a day filled with intense investigation. He lay in bed, attempting to relax, yet was perpetually disturbed by the incessant whirl of thoughts. Not only did mysterious strangers loom in his mind, but also the vague clues associated with them that could dictate the fate of his inquiry. He was acutely aware of his overwhelming fatigue. The signals from his body had become increasingly pronounced. His eyes were parched, his shoulders heavy, and the thoughts swirling in his mind felt as if they were being stirred into chaos. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, but his heart raced, and his nerves were taut like a drawn string. Just as he continued to toss and turn in search of sleep, Chen Feng's phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up to find a message from Lu Guangfu. Lu's text was succinct. Chen Feng, my boy, an old friend will be visiting tonight. He may prove useful to you. Address, the alley on the east side of the courtyard. The message was brief, yet Chen Feng discerned an underlying concern and caution. A flicker of hope ignited within him, accompanied by apprehension regarding his own condition. Tonight, could there still be new developments? Chen Feng muttered to himself. He knew that although his body was weary, the clue before him might be pivotal. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to rise, determined to investigate the address mentioned by Lu Guangfu. He donned his coat, adjusting his mindset in an effort to remain alert. Under the cloak of night, the courtyard appeared particularly tranquil. Chen Feng cautiously stepped out of his room, filled with a blend of anticipation and unease. He recognized that his body was nearing its limits. Yet in pursuit of the truth, he had to press on. Upon reaching the alley on the east side of the courtyard, Chen Feng found the surroundings to be more ominous than he had anticipated. Dilapidated houses flanked both sides of the narrow passage, casting elongated shadows under the moonlight. The occasional bark of a dog punctuated the stillness of the night, heightening his tension. Each step he took was deliberate and careful, intent on minimizing any sound. He arrived near the address provided by Lu Guangfu and observed a somewhat dilapidated residential building, leaning against the wall. He attempted to peer through the window to ascertain the situation within. Through the narrow crevice of the window, he could faintly discern several figures moving about inside. Yet the specific details remained elusive. Chen Feng resolved to find a concealed spot to wait. He chose a sturdy tree as his cover, standing in its shadow while keeping his gaze fixed on the window. He understood that such a wait could stretch on indefinitely, yet he must exercise patience. For even the slightest detail might hold the key to unraveling the mystery. As time passed slowly, Chen Feng began to feel fatigued. His legs ached, and a sense of weakness clouded his focus. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth, striving to remain alert. Each time a figure appeared near the window, his heart raced, hoping to extract any useful information. Finally, the lights within the room flickered on, and several figures congregated, seemingly engaged in some form of discussion. Chen Feng held his breath, inching closer to the window in an attempt to overhear their conversation. However, the sounds within the room were heavily muffled. He could only observe their movements and expressions without grasping the specifics of their dialogue. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone rang once more. He quickly brought it to his ear, recognizing Lu Guangfu's voice on the other end. Uncle Guangfu, I've been waiting here for quite some time. But there hasn't been any significant activity inside, he whispered. Lu Guangfu's voice resonated with a calm yet somber tone. Chen Feng, be cautious. The current situation is quite complex. The location you discovered may be the core of their plans. I will endeavor to gather more information for you, but you must remain vigilant. Chen Feng nodded. Although Lu Guangfu could not see his gesture, he instinctively replied, Understood. I will be careful. After hanging up, Chen Feng's heart remained heavy with unease. He recognized that this night might harbor unforeseen dangers and could unveil deeper secrets. His physical condition was nearing its limit, yet he persevered, hoping to glean some critical information. Soon after, he noticed the figures inside becoming more animated, seemingly preparing to depart. Chen Feng swiftly adjusted his position, striving to capture more details. His anxiety heightened as he fixated on every nuance. At last, he saw several individuals emerge from the building, among them a tall man clad in a black trench coat, strikingly similar to the stranger he had encountered in the tea house. Chen Feng's heart raced. He understood this could be a pivotal moment. He resolved to follow these individuals, aiming to gather additional insights. In the shadowy alley, he cautiously trailed behind them, making every effort to remain silent. He knew this operation could determine the outcome of his investigation. Thus, he must maintain composure and alertness. Not long after, he observed them entering a small underground bar. A modest sign hung at the entrance of the bar, and Chen Feng stood outside, peering through the crack in the door to observe the interior. The bar was dimly lit, the air thick with smoke and the scent of alcohol, as a few patrons engaged in casual conversation. The moment Chen Feng stepped inside, he was enveloped by a wave of intense atmosphere. The air resonated with laughter, chatter, and the occasional clinking of glasses. The warm, yellowish glow illuminated the bar top, revealing its slightly mottled surface, while several faded photographs adorned the walls, infusing the space with a sense of nostalgia. The heavy mix of smoke and alcohol created an unmistakable aroma that lingered in the air. Standing at the threshold, Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. making a conscious effort to remain inconspicuous. He navigated through the crowd, eventually settling into a secluded corner. The dim lighting provided a cloak of privacy, allowing him to observe the activities around him. Though he felt the weight of fatigue and weakness in his body, his spirit was resolute. He understood that this bar might conceal the information he desperately sought. After taking a seat, Chen ordered a beer, attempting to blend into the lively ambience. His gaze darted around the bar, particularly fixating on the areas associated with the individuals he had previously noted. He observed a group of people clad in black trench coats, seated in a remote corner, their conversation hushed and enigmatic. His focus sharpened on them, striving to glean any valuable insights from their exchange. A mix of tension and anxiety coursed through him, exacerbating his physical discomfort. Nonetheless, he was determined to persevere, unwilling to abandon his quest for the truth. At that moment, his phone vibrated once more. This time, it was a message from his mother, inquiring simply about his well-being. A swirl of complex emotions surged within him. He realized how long it had been since he had taken the time to connect with his family, pouring nearly all of his life and feelings into the investigation. The internal struggle and sense of solitude weighed heavily on him. He picked up his phone and sent a brief reply, reassuring his mother that he was well. In subsequent messages, he endeavored to convey his concern and affection, simple words that nonetheless reflected the genuine emotions he harbored deep within. Seated in the bar's corner, memories suddenly flooded Chen Feng's mind. He recalled the simplicity and joy of his youth, the gatherings with family during holidays, sharing the minutiae of life. During those times, the courtyard was not only their home but also a sanctuary for their emotions and a wellspring of joy. He reminisced about the laughter shared with his brothers, playing ball and frolicking in the courtyard, their innocent smiles and intimacy enveloping him in warmth. They were carefree then, filled with beautiful expectations for the future. Those cherished memories shone like a beacon, guiding him through the shadows of his investigation. Chen Feng's thoughts returned to the present. He recognized that these recollections were not merely echoes of a beautiful past but also the impetus propelling him forward. Despite the exhaustive toll the current investigation has taken on him, he refuses to be defeated by these adversities. He must maintain his clarity and persist in his quest for the truth. Drawing a deep breath, he strives to uplift his spirits, redirecting his focus to the throngs and conversations within the bar. The din of the establishment gradually seems to fade around him, creating a seemingly isolated world within his mind. He meticulously re-examines the clues pertinent to him, endeavoring to extract further insights. An intangible pressure weighs upon him, yet he is simultaneously imbued with resolute determination. At that moment, a server approaches, inquiring if Chen Feng would like a refill. He manages a faint smile and nods in response. Once the server departs, his thoughts once again gravitate toward the core issues of the investigation. He is acutely aware that he must transcend the current predicament, unraveling the secrets of the courtyard to unveil the truth before all. As time drags on, the crowd in the bar begins to diminish, and those clad in black overcoats start to exit. Chen Feng observes their departure route, deciding to pursue them further. Although his body is utterly fatigued, the fervor of his resolve and yearning for the truth compels him onward. He trails these individuals out of the bar, stepping onto the street, where a gentle breeze caresses his face, offering a momentary reprieve. The street gradually grows tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional vehicle that disrupts the night stillness. Chen Feng's heart remains heavy with unease and anxiety, yet he understands that he is drawing closer to the truth. The figures in black overcoats enter an old warehouse, the door creaking open. Cautiously, Chen Feng follows them inside. The interior is dim and damp, the light scarce. He maneuvers carefully through the shadows, striving to remain as silent as possible. At this juncture, his body feels leaden, teetering on the brink of exhaustion, yet he perseveres, knowing that the moment he discovers the answers will be the reward for his relentless efforts. In a corner of the warehouse, he spots a small door. Peering through the crack, he observes the black-clad figures engaged in a serious discussion, their expressions grave, although the particulars of their conversation elude him. The tension in their demeanor and actions conveys an atmosphere fraught with urgency. His heartbeat quickens. He realizes that crucial clues may be hidden within this setting. Chen Feng patiently waits in the shadows of the warehouse, his internal tension and anxiety surging like a tide. He recognizes that he is confronting not only the limits of his physical endurance but also a formidable psychological trial. As time progresses, he feels his fatigue intensifying. Yet the clarity of his thoughts sharpens. He understands that the current circumstances necessitate decisive actions, perhaps involving sacrifice or risk. As night deepens, the warehouse door finally creaks shut, and the figures in black depart. Stealthily, Chen Feng retreats from the warehouse, standing on the street outside, inhaling the crisp air. He realizes that he can no longer endure this fatigue for much longer and must seek alternative resources to sustain his investigative efforts. As he walks back towards the courtyard, he begins to contemplate how to raise funds. his gaze settling on some old items at home, particularly a radio that had long gone unused. The radio, a cherished relic left to him by his father, bore witness to many precious memories. Yet, he found himself compelled to liquidate it. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Feng's gaze instinctively drifted towards the radio nestled in the corner. It lay silently, shrouded in dust, as if it were a mute witness to the turmoil within his heart. His fingers gently caressed its surface, evoking a pang of sorrow. He understood that this was not merely an ordinary appliance, it was a profound link between him and his father. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions. The predicament he faced necessitated this agonizing choice. To pursue his investigation and uncover genuine leads, he needed to amass sufficient funds. Selling the radio emerged as the most immediate solution to his dilemma. Determined, Chen Feng resolved to seek information from vendors at the nearby flea market. Though reluctant, he recognized that for the greater good, he must set aside his personal sentiments. He donned his coat and stepped out of the courtyard, heading towards the market. The flea market sprawled along a bustling street, teeming with life and activity. Chen Feng scanned the stalls, in search of a merchant who could facilitate the sale of his radio. The market was adorned with an array of antiques and vintage items, each stall brimming with the charm of bygone eras. Yet to Chen Feng, these treasures paled in significance. His singular objective was to find a suitable buyer as swiftly as possible. After a thorough search, he arrived at a stall specializing in the buying and selling of old electronics. Displayed were various vintage appliances, slightly worn, yet still holding some value in the market. Summoning his courage, he approached a merchant who appeared seasoned in the trade. "Hello, I have an old radio I wish to sell. Could you provide me with a quote?" Chen Feng endeavored to keep his voice steady. The merchant lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the radio in Chen Feng's hands. After a meticulous examination, he remarked, "This radio seems to be in fair condition, though it is somewhat outdated. Based on market trends, I can offer you a reasonable price, though it may not align with your expectations." A sense of urgency gripped Chen Feng. He knew the radio's worth transcended its market value. Yet he was in dire need of funds and could not afford to delay. "I need to raise money quickly, so I hope to negotiate a better price. If you can provide me with a satisfactory offer, I shall sell it to you." The merchant pondered Chen Feng's words, then nodded. "Very well. I will strive to give you a fair price. However, you must understand that the prices for such vintage electronics are typically low." Ultimately, the merchant presented Chen Feng with an offer. Although it fell short of his expectations, he accepted it nonetheless. After the transaction was completed, he handed over the radio, feeling an indescribable complexity within. He was aware that this decision was made for a greater purpose. Yet parting with such a treasured item left him with a sense of heartache. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Feng gathered his thoughts, contemplating his next course of action. He utilized the funds acquired from selling radios to procure essential investigative tools, thereby slightly enhancing his living conditions. Aware that his forthcoming inquiries would be increasingly intricate, he resolved to remain vigilant and focused on uncovering the truth. Over the subsequent days, Chen Feng diligently continued his investigation, uncovering several clues related to the mysterious figures clad in black. He meticulously tracked their movements, gradually discerning their scope of activities and plans. However, the investigation began to weigh heavily upon him, as the mounting physical fatigue and psychological strain became nearly unbearable. Despite the challenges, Chen Feng persevered, understanding that he must surmount these obstacles to ultimately unveil the secrets hidden within the courtyard. As he delved deeper into his inquiries, he uncovered a myriad of details and leads, albeit fragmented, that he believed, when pieced together, would reveal the ultimate truth. Recently, Chen Feng's life had grown increasingly tense and convoluted, with the pressure of the investigation nearly overwhelming him. Not only did he have to contend with a deteriorating health condition, but he also faced various challenges arising from the investigation itself. In light of these circumstances, he found himself forced to make difficult decisions regarding certain possessions at home. That evening, Chen Feng returned to the courtyard, wearily shedding his coat and trudging heavily towards the living room. As he gazed at the old wooden chair in the corner, a complex wave of emotions surged within him. This chair had once been his father's, used for basking in the sun within the courtyard, where their family would gather to relish the warmth and tranquility. Now, however, it had become one of the possessions he was compelled to relinquish. He recognized that his financial situation could no longer sustain the cost of the ongoing investigation, and some friends nearby were in need of assistance. After much contemplation, he resolved to gift the chair to Su Chen, a person of great significance in his life, who had once offered him support during critical moments and now required help himself. Chen Feng picked up the phone and dialed Su Chen's number, his heart heavy with guilt and unease, aware that this request might trouble Su Chen. The phone rang a few times before Su Chen's voice finally came through. "Hello. Chen Feng, what is it?" "Rain Pillar, I wish to discuss something with you," Chen Feng replied, his voice subdued. "I have been facing some difficulties lately and need to part with the chair at home. It holds great importance to me, but I urgently require funds and resources." Chapter 41. A look of surprise, Su Chen paused for a moment before responding. Chen Feng, I understand your situation. This chair is a memento from your father, and I recognize its significance to you. However, if you require assistance, I am willing to accept it. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Rain Pillar. Although this chair is immensely meaningful to me, I must make certain compromises. I will deliver the chair to your home. You can retrieve it when convenient. A few days later, Chen Feng found an appropriate time to transport the chair to Su Chen's residence. The weather that day was overcast, with a chill lingering in the air. As he watched himself unload the chair from the vehicle, nostalgia for the past and apprehension for the future filled his heart. Su Chen welcomed Chen Feng, noticing the weariness etched upon his face, and inquired with genuine concern, Chen Feng, what troubles you? You appear quite fatigued. Indeed, recent events have been rather overwhelming, Chen Feng replied, forcing a faint smile. However, it is of little consequence. I have already moved the chair and placed it in your living room. Su Chen glanced at the chair and nodded. Very well, I shall take good care of it. You must prioritize your health and refrain from exhausting yourself. A subtle tremor coursed through Chen Feng's heart. He recognized that his fatigue transcended physical exhaustion. It was a profound weariness of the spirit. Su Chen's words were akin to a warm ray of sunlight piercing through the shadows of his troubled mind. Despite the multitude of challenges he faced, the concern and support of a friend offered him a flicker of solace. In the living room of Su Chen's abode, Chen Feng sat, enveloped in silence. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing an atmosphere that was both foreign and comforting. He understood that his current predicament was not merely a material struggle but also a psychological one. The pressures of life had ensnared him in a seemingly inescapable vortex. Seemingly attuned to Chen Feng's emotional state, Su Chen gently remarked, Chen Feng, while we cannot alter the past, we can at least confront the future. What you need now is to remain composed and seek solutions to your challenges. Chen Feng nodded, yet a sense of helplessness lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware that he faced not only the complexities of the investigation, but also the myriad pressures of daily life. His emotions were a tangled web of complexity and heaviness, yet he endeavored to maintain his strength and forge ahead. Upon departing from Su Chen's home, Chen Feng's heart remained laden with anxiety about the future. He knew that his investigation had yet to yield any substantial progress, and his physical condition was deteriorating. Each day felt as though it drained him of every ounce of energy, leaving him in a state of uncertainty regarding his path forward. Returning to the courtyard, Chen Feng sat alone in the empty living room, gazing at the items around him, filled with nostalgia for the past and trepidation for the future. Although he recognized that every decision he made was for a greater purpose, each act of relinquishment and sacrifice weighed heavily upon him. His reverie was interrupted by the sound of the wind outside, as a chill breeze rustled the curtains, producing a soft whisper. Chen Feng rose and approached the window, gazing at the stars in the night sky. Though the celestial display appeared enchanting, the stars seemed like dreams just beyond his reach. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself. He understood that he must persist in his efforts, seeking a breakthrough. His heart brimmed with an insatiable yearning for the truth, a desire that propelled him forward, regardless of the magnitude of the obstacles he faced. He resolved to swiftly address his current dilemmas and unearth the ultimate answers, hoping to bring about a transformation in both his life and investigation. As night enveloped the courtyard, the dim light cast a warm glow, and nearly all the residents had succumbed to slumber. Yet this night, tranquility was fleeting. An unusual tension hung in the air, as the sounds of the wind outside stirred a sense of unease within Chen Feng. Seated in his study, the faint echo of footsteps from outside heightened his vigilance. He had just taken his seat when an urgent knocking at the door pierced the stillness. Chen Feng felt a surge of concern and swiftly rose to answer it. Standing outside was a middle-aged man with an anxious expression, his dear friend, Yang Feng. The pallor of Yang Feng's face and the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, still damp from some recent fright, spoke volumes. He was nearly gasping for breath as he stammered, Chen Feng, something has happened. I need to talk to you. A deeper sense of unease gripped Chen Feng as he ushered Yang Feng inside. The warmth of the room enveloped them as Yang Feng settled onto the sofa, while Chen Feng took a seat across from him. With a tremor in his voice, Yang Feng recounted the disturbing events. It transpired that during a recent business meeting, Yang Feng had been privy to a shocking revelation. Someone was covertly plotting to disrupt the tranquility and harmony of the courtyard. This individual was an old neighbor, a middle-aged man named Li Xiaojun. Though he had a respectable reputation outside, being a moderately successful businessman, his behavior within the courtyard raised suspicions. Yang Feng revealed that during an accidental conversation, he had overheard some clandestine discussions involving Li Xiaojun. The words he heard were steeped in intrigue, suggesting that Li was orchestrating a nefarious scheme. Chen Feng's brow furrowed in concern as he contemplated Yang Feng's words, feeling a weight settle in his heart. Li Xiaojun's actions were indeed unsettling, yet uncovering the full truth would not be a simple task. He resolved to keep this matter discreet for the time being, prioritizing the gathering of further clues to ascertain the reality of the situation. In the days that followed, Chen Feng began to scrutinize Li Xiaojuan's behavior closely. He observed that Li's actions were indeed peculiar. He frequently engaged with unfamiliar individuals, and his demeanor often betrayed a sense of agitation. Collaborating closely with Yang Feng, Chen Feng sought to glean insights into Li Xiaojuan's movements from various sources. Li Xiaojuan's residence lay at the opposite end of the courtyard, a house that was both distinctive and charming in its antiquity. Chen Feng resolved to investigate Li Xiaojuan's home for more evidence. Leveraging his professional background, he successfully acquired a key to Li's house, and, on a fortuitous occasion, stealthily entered. The interior of the house was opulently furnished yet reeked of antiquity. Chen Feng meticulously searched the premises and ultimately unearthed some suspicious documents in a study. These documents were densely inscribed with numerical codes and symbols, along with blueprints detailing the layout of the courtyard. Chen Feng's heart raced as he realized the contents were evidently linked to Li Xiaojuan's conspiracy. As the investigation deepened, Chen Feng and Yang Feng uncovered connections between Li Xiaojuan and certain obscure external forces. They gradually learned that Li intended to manipulate the courtyard's resources through various means, orchestrating a large-scale operation from behind the scenes. The aim of this operation was to sow chaos within the courtyard to further his own interests. A chill coursed through Chen Feng as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He understood that Li Xiaojuan's plans not only jeopardized the safety of the courtyard, but could potentially extend to a far broader scope. To safeguard the tranquility of the courtyard, Chen Feng resolved to take action. After deliberating with Yang Feng, they decided to swiftly make the matter public and expose Li Xiaojuan's sinister plot before he could act. However, just as they were preparing to proceed, an unexpected incident occurred. Li Xiaojun suddenly vanished, plunging the entire courtyard into chaos. Chen Feng and Yang Feng attempted to reach him, but both his mobile phone and home line were unreachable. They began to worry whether Li Xiaojun had sensed their investigation and resorted to drastic measures. The residents of the courtyard also grew uneasy, prompting Chen Feng and Yang Feng to reassure them, while simultaneously searching for any trace of Li Xiaojun. At this juncture, Chen Feng uncovered a more alarming truth. Li Xiaojuan's disappearance appeared linked to the actions of some unidentified forces, who might be covertly maneuvering to further assert control over the courtyard. Determined to uncover the truth behind Li Xiaojuan's disappearance, Chen Feng and Yang Feng resolved to delve deeper into the matter, reaching out to some of Li Xiaojuan's acquaintances in hopes of unearthing valuable clues. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles, yet they remained steadfast in their pursuit. As their investigation progressed, Chen Feng gradually realized that Li Xiaojuan's disappearance was far from a simple incident. It concealed a web of intricate schemes and conflicts of interest. He recognized that the true objective behind this turmoil was a larger struggle for power, with Li Xiaojun merely a pawn in the game. Faced with such a complex situation, Chen Feng and Yang Feng opted for a more cautious approach. They began to seek additional evidence to unveil the entire truth of the affair. Although their investigation became increasingly arduous, they firmly believed that only by revealing the truth could they preserve the serenity of the courtyard. During this process, Chen Feng also began to reflect on his actions. He came to understand that the security of the courtyard relied not solely on individual efforts, but also necessitated the unity and collaboration of the entire community. He actively engaged with other residents, striving to forge a tighter cooperative bond. As time passed, Chen Feng and Yang Feng gradually unraveled the mystery surrounding the incident. They discovered that Li Xiaojuan's disappearance was indeed tied to the covert machinations of certain unidentified forces, who sought to manipulate the resources within the courtyard for their own ends. Throughout this journey, Chen Feng faced a myriad of complexities and had to navigate various issues related to Li Xiaojun. Their investigation deepened, unveiling an increasing number of secrets. Despite the difficulties and hindrances they encountered, Chen Feng and Yang Feng remained resolute in their objectives, continuously searching for leads and piecing together the broader narrative. Ultimately, they exposed a series of hidden truths that left everyone astounded. After enduring numerous dark nights, Chen Feng's heart grew heavier and more intricate. Li Xiaojuan's disappearance felt like an insatiable vortex, consuming the tranquility of the courtyard and shattering the peace within Chen Feng's soul. Each investigation felt akin to groping in the dark, with him relying solely on a faint glimmer of hope to forge ahead. Yet that light seemed perpetually just out of reach. Yang Feng's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Whenever the two convened in Chen Feng's study to deliberate, Yang Feng's hands would invariably rub together, and the beads of sweat on his forehead seemed to announce the anxiety brewing within him. The air in the study was stifling, while the soft rustle of the wind outside caressed the curtains, failing to mask the palpable tension within the room. Chen Feng, do you think Li Xiaojun has already been captured by those forces? Yang Feng finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with tremor. This inquiry evidently stemmed from his deep-seated apprehensions. Chen Feng stood by the window, gazing at the dimming sky beyond. His gaze fell upon a vague, distant scene, while his thoughts spiraled rapidly. He understood that the mystery surrounding Li Xiaojuan's disappearance likely involved far more than just his own predicament. There is a considerable likelihood. Chen Feng replied slowly, but we cannot afford to give up. The unrest within the courtyard following Li Xiaojuan's disappearance would enable those forces to exert greater control over the situation. If we can locate him, perhaps we can thwart their ulterior motives. His voice was resolute, though it could not conceal the tension simmering beneath the surface. As a resident of the courtyard, he carried both the responsibility and the obligation to address this matter. He recognized that resolving this intricate situation was fraught with difficulty, especially relying solely on his and Yang Feng's strength. Yet he chose to confront the challenge head-on, fully aware that without decisive action, the future of the courtyard would descend into even greater turmoil. On an evening several days later, Chen Feng and Yang Feng once again conducted their investigation within the courtyard. In a secluded alley, Chen Feng stumbled upon several suspicious signs, scattered cigarette butts, and some unidentified footprints. His sense of intrigue deepened, as these clues seemed to suggest that Li Xiaojun may have once been present in this very spot. Yang Feng, do you think these cigarette butts and footprints are of any significance? Chen Feng whispered, his voice betraying a hint of unease. Yang Feng carefully scrutinized the marks on the ground and shook his head. I cannot say for certain. However, we should document these clues. Perhaps they will lead us to more vital insights. Chen Feng nodded, making a note of the findings. Their investigation gradually deepened, and the enigma surrounding Li Xiaojuan's disappearance became increasingly elusive. With each discovery, they found themselves ensnared in deeper contemplation and confusion. At this juncture, Chen Feng was compelled to confront a harsh reality. The machinations of those unidentified forces might be far more intricate and perilous than they had anticipated. A few days later, Chen Feng and Yang Feng convened a small residents' meeting within the courtyard. They aimed to share their findings with the other residents and solicit their assistance. In the meeting room, the faces of the attendees revealed varying degrees of concern and tension. Ladies and gentlemen, the information we currently possess suggests that Li Xiaojuan's disappearance may be linked to certain external forces, Chen Feng began, his voice resonating throughout the room. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, he was acutely aware that each word he uttered could significantly impact the residents' sentiments. The meeting room erupted into a cacophony of voices. As discussions among the residents surged and ebbed, concerns have arisen regarding the safety of the courtyard, while others questioned the efficacy of Chen Feng and Yang Feng's investigation. Amidst these discussions, Chen Feng can sense the unease and confusion that permeates the hearts of the residents. Chapter 45. Future achievements await. Is what you say truly credible? Inquired an elder resident, his voice tinged with skepticism. The lines etched upon the elder's face seemed to chronicle the passage of time. We have conducted our investigation to the best of our abilities, Chen Feng replied. Although we currently lack solid evidence, we firmly believe that only through unity can we collaboratively address this issue. As the meeting progressed, the residents' emotions gradually settled, prompting them to contemplate Chen Feng and Yang Feng's proposals earnestly. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Chen Feng and Yang Feng engaged in a discussion on the sidelines, deliberating how to advance their investigation further. Do you think the community will trust us? Yang Feng's tone revealed a hint of worry. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng met Yang Feng's gaze with unwavering resolve. I am confident that as long as we can present more evidence, trust in our judgment will gradually emerge. Yet, Chen Feng's own unease lingered. He understood that the disappearance of Li Xiaojun and the presence of obscure forces far exceeded their initial expectations. To uncover the truth further, Chen Feng resolved to embark on a more in-depth investigation. He and Yang Feng began reaching out to Li Xiaojuan's acquaintances, seeking to unearth additional clues. During their interactions with Li Xiaojuan's former associates, Chen Feng and Yang Feng discovered that he had maintained close ties with a group of enigmatic merchants. These merchants, bearing intricate backgrounds, were entwined with various shadowy forces. Chen Feng realized that these merchants could have played a pivotal role in Li Xiaojuan's disappearance. As their investigation deepened, Chen Feng and Yang Feng gradually unveiled more secrets. The relationship between Li Xiaojun and these merchants was convoluted, shrouded in significant financial entanglements. Moreover, the machinations of these merchants were among the primary catalysts for the turmoil within the courtyard. By chance, Chen Feng stumbled upon a document concerning these merchants, which meticulously chronicled their transactions and activities, seemingly exposing a concealed world. Chen Feng and Yang Feng scrutinized the documents, hoping to find a breakthrough. The scope of the content detailed in these documents exceeds our expectations, Yang Feng remarked, his brow furrowed. We may be confronting not just the issue of Li Xiaojun, but an even grander conspiracy. Chen Feng nodded, his heart weighed down by apprehension and tension. Despite having unearthed numerous leads, the complexities of the situation rendered their task exceedingly formidable. We must proceed with caution, Chen Feng asserted resolutely. This issue is far more intricate than we imagined. We need to investigate meticulously to prevent affording those forces any opportunity. In the days that followed, Chen Feng and Yang Feng continued their investigation both within and beyond the courtyard. Their actions grew increasingly discreet, each step fraught with peril. In the course of their investigation, they gradually uncovered that the disappearance of Li Xiaojun was merely the tip of the iceberg, with the turmoil surrounding the courtyard concealing a truth far beyond their expectations. Each day, Chen Feng felt the weight of immense pressure weighing on his heart. He realized that he was not only tasked with navigating a complex investigation, but also grappling with various issues related to Li Xiaojun. Issues that had long since surpassed his grasp. Nevertheless, Chen Feng remained steadfast in his belief that as long as he and Yang Feng stood united and delved deeper into the inquiry, they would undoubtedly unveil the truth behind the entire incident. Throughout this unsettling journey, the emotions of Chen Feng and Yang Feng fluctuated dramatically. While their investigation yielded numerous leads, it also brought forth a multitude of confusions and challenges. The disappearance of Li Xiaojun, the turbulence in the courtyard, and the hidden forces lurking in the shadows painted a complex tableau, rendering each day for Chen Feng and Yang Feng a trial fraught with hardship. Chen Feng's heart brimmed with suffocating anxiety. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Feng, recognizing the necessity of preparing for any unforeseen eventualities. His gaze fell upon a pile of clutter in the corner of the room, yet his thoughts raced ahead. Although their recent inquiries had achieved some progress, the actions of the enigmatic merchants remained unpredictable. Each investigation felt like a grueling battle, and now, their situation appeared particularly precarious. At that moment, Chen Feng resolved to procure some ration coupons, just in case, while the circumstances inside and outside the courtyard seemed relatively stable for the time being. He understood that in a landscape rife with peril, any unexpected event could incite greater chaos. Thus, he and Yang Feng conferred, deciding to seek out ration coupons independently to prepare for potential emergencies. Yang Feng, I have an old friend who can assist us in acquiring some ration coupons. What about you? Chen Feng inquired while organizing documents on the table. Yang Feng, engrossed in reviewing several files, looked up, revealing a weary smile. I too have a few reliable channels. However, we must keep these matters discreet. We need to exercise caution. Chen Feng nodded, aware that maintaining composure was paramount, especially in such turbulent times. Despite the unease swirling within him, he endeavored to present a calm effet as they each set out to procure the ration coupons. They remained vigilant, wary of any unforeseen developments. At his old friend's place, Chen Feng successfully obtained several ration coupons. Though they appeared ordinary, they were invaluable in the current tumultuous climate. He meticulously examined each coupon, a sense of unease settling in his heart. He understood that securing the ration coupons was merely a temporary measure. The true challenge lay in deciphering the intricate conspiracy behind Li Xiaojun's disappearance. Upon returning home, Chen Feng carefully stored the ration coupons in a concealed location. He contemplated future plans, pondering how to better safeguard himself and the surrounding residents. He recognized that facing this crisis alone, alongside Yang Feng, would not suffice. They needed to seek additional support, particularly on the path to uncovering the truth. Meanwhile, Yang Feng had accomplished his task. Although the number of ration coupons he found was limited, they nonetheless provided valuable support for their preparations. Entering Chen Feng's home with a few coupons in hand, Yang Feng's demeanor still bore traces of fatigue. These coupons would suffice for the time being. And as he handed them to Chen Feng, he cautioned, "We must exercise caution. These items must not come to the attention of others." Chen Feng accepted the coupons with a nod. They both understood that while the coupons offered some measure of security, the true resolution lay in uncovering the truth behind Li Xiaojun's disappearance. As their investigation deepened, they increasingly realized that the complexity of the situation far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 47. We must exercise utmost caution, Yang Feng. We need to hasten our pace. The actions of those unidentified forces may become increasingly frequent. Chen Feng's voice carried a note of tension, his brow furrowed as if he were grappling with a significant dilemma. Yang Feng recognized this urgency, his expression growing more solemn. We must swiftly identify a breakthrough. The merchant's conspiracy is evidently intricate. We require additional clues. Chen Feng and Yang Feng resolved to re-examine the evidence in their possession. After meticulous analysis, they uncovered new leads pointing to the trading records of certain merchants, which seemed to unveil some concealed secrets. The details of these records were exceedingly complex. Yet a common thread emerged. All transactions involved the allocation of specific resources. Chen Feng's voice brimmed with contemplation as his gaze fixated on the records. Yang Feng nodded, his eyes also lingering on the details. The allocation of these resources may conceal a far greater conspiracy. We must trace the flow of these resources to uncover the genuine clues. They began tracking the trajectory of these resources, hoping to unearth further insights. During this pursuit, they came across a critical piece of information. The allocation of these resources was closely linked to enigmatic merchants, who were pivotal to the mystery surrounding Li Xiaojun's disappearance. Chen Feng and Yang Feng resolved to delve deeper into the backgrounds of these merchants. They initiated contact with individuals associated with them, seeking to extract more leads. Throughout this endeavor, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles, yet their resolve remained unwavering. In a clandestine meeting, Chen Feng and Yang Feng encountered a former subordinate of one of the merchants. This individual had maintained close ties with Li Xiaojun and possessed some knowledge regarding his disappearance. "We have heard that you had some interactions with Li Xiaojun," Chen Feng ventured, his tone laced with caution. "Could you enlighten us about his recent circumstances?" The person appeared hesitant, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. Li Xiaojun's recent situation is exceedingly complicated. He has had dealings with certain unidentified forces, whose activities are shrouded in secrecy. There are aspects I am not at liberty to disclose. Yang Feng, focused intently on the individual, interjected. "We must locate Li Xiaojun without delay. His disappearance may be intertwined with the plans of these forces, and we must unveil the truth behind these schemes." The individual ultimately decided to divulge certain information. He informed Chen Feng and Yang Feng that Li Xiaojun had previously maintained close ties with a merchant named Bai Yi, a name that seemed to play a pivotal role in the conspiracy surrounding the Sihiyuan. Chen Feng and Yang Feng discovered that Bai Yi was an enigmatic trader with a highly intricate background, entangled with numerous different factions. His actions were shrouded in secrecy, and scarcely anyone knew his true identity. Chen Feng and Yang Feng realized that locating Bai Yi was the key to unraveling the mystery of Li Xiaojun's disappearance. They resolved to hasten their investigation while maintaining a more clandestine approach. Throughout this endeavor, they would have to navigate various complexities and remain ever vigilant against the forces lurking in the shadows. Chapter 48. That could be quite troublesome with each investigation. Chen Feng felt the weight of pressure mounting within him. He understood that in the face of such intricate conspiracies, every step they took could determine the course of the entire affair. Nevertheless, he remained composed and unflappable. He knew that only by uncovering the truth could they genuinely address the challenges confronting the Sihiyuan. That afternoon, after organizing the latest clues they had uncovered, Chen Feng and Yang Feng decided to take a moment to relax. Since Li Xiaojun's disappearance, they had scarcely had the opportunity to rest. Now, Chen Feng opted to meet with an old friend from the Sihiyuan, Lu Guangfu. Lu Guangfu was an elderly merchant who had once collaborated with Li Xiaojun, and Chen Feng believed he might offer valuable insights. As the evening approached, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the bricks and tiles of the Sihiyuan, a gentle breeze wafting through, carrying the delightful aroma of dinner. Chen Feng and Yang Feng entered the restaurant run by Lu Guangfu. Though modest in size, the establishment was adorned with a cozy and elegant ambience. Chen Feng frequented this place not only for the delectable cuisine but also for the intriguing conversations that unfolded within. He harbored a faint hope that today he might glean new leads from Lu Guangfu, busy with his tasks in the restaurant. Lu Guangfu greeted them with a warm smile upon their entrance. "Ah, Chen Feng, you've arrived. Please, sit down, and I shall prepare some delightful dishes for you." Chen Feng smiled in return, nodding his appreciation, while Yang Feng silently followed suit. The tantalizing aromas wafting through the air heightened Chen Feng's appetite, which had grown discerning amidst his anxiety and fatigue. Yet, he recognized that this meal was not merely a moment of relaxation, but also an opportunity to gather information from Lu Guangfu. "Uncle Lu, how have you been lately?" Chen Feng inquired, attempting to ease the atmosphere with a casual tone. Lu Guangfu, busy arranging the tableware, replied with a smile, "Quite well. Though business has been a bit slow recently, all is still fine. I've heard you two have been quite occupied with some significant matters. You seem to be busier than ever." Chen Feng felt a stir within. He sensed the probing nature of Lu Guangfu's words. Their investigation had undoubtedly captured the attention of many, and as a long-standing figure in the Sihiyuan, Lu Guangfu would naturally be privy to such occurrences. "Indeed. We do have some matters to attend to," he acknowledged. Chen Feng spoke with a hint of mystery. "However, I primarily wish to relax for now. Uncle Lu, do you have any intriguing tales to share with us?" Lu Guangfu, while engaged in his tasks, replied with a smile, "I don't have any amusing stories, but recently, several individuals have approached me to discuss matters concerning Li Xiaojun. I am aware that you have been investigating the case of Li Xiaojun. I wonder if there have been any developments?" Chen Feng felt a jolt of realization, sensing that Lu Guangfu's words might conceal significant information. He lifted his gaze to Lu Guangfu, striving to maintain a composed expression. "Uncle Lu, who are the individuals you mentioned?" Lu Guangfu pondered for a moment, set aside his work, and seated himself at the table with Chen Feng and Yang Feng, speaking in a hushed, enigmatic tone. "Indeed. A few people have recently sought me out regarding Li Xiaojun. One individual claimed to possess knowledge about the circumstances surrounding Li Xiaojun's disappearance. Yet I refrained from probing too deeply. Their intentions seemed somewhat obscure, as if they were attempting to glean information from me." Chapter 49. At this moment, Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Su Chen's heart. Lu Guangfu's remarks undoubtedly provided them with fresh leads. He endeavored to remain composed, though turmoil brewed within. He understood that the enigma surrounding Li Xiaojuan's disappearance might harbor more intricate layers, and those who sought out Lu Guangfu could potentially offer critical insights. Uncle Lu, can you recall any details about that individual's appearance? Su Chen inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Lu Guangfu contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. That person was in a hurry. I merely noticed he wore a dark coat and a hat, and I could not discern his face clearly. He appeared quite anxious, as if troubled by something. A slight sense of relief washed over Su Chen. Although the information remained somewhat vague, it could serve as a foundation for further investigation. He glanced at Yang Feng, who mirrored his anticipation. Thank you for the information, Uncle Lu. We shall continue our inquiries. Su Chen expressed his gratitude. Is there anything else we can assist with? Lu Guangfu shook his head, chuckling softly. Nothing more. The meal will be ready shortly. Feel free to enjoy it. I have a friend who has also mentioned some matters regarding Li Xiaojun recently. If you're interested, you might consider seeking him out. Su Chen and Yang Feng exchanged glances, recognizing that Lu Guangfu's friend could also serve as a vital lead. Thus, they resolved to visit that friend after their meal to discuss further. The dishes were soon served, and Su Chen and Yang Feng began to savor this long-awaited dinner. Despite their minds still being enveloped in the investigation, the aroma of the food and Lu Guangfu's warm hospitality eased their spirits somewhat. As Su Chen took a bite, he felt a wave of warmth. His gratitude towards Lu Guangfu stemmed not only from the delightful meal, but also from the invaluable information he had provided. His thoughts gradually returned to the trajectory of their investigation. Every detail could potentially unlock the mystery, and Lu Guangfu's clues undoubtedly illuminated a new path for them. Yang Feng silently continued his meal, yet his mind was occupied with contemplating further details. He was acutely aware that the challenges they faced extended far beyond this, and the key to resolution lay in relentless pursuit and discovery. Despite the immense pressure, Yang Feng's determination remained unwavering. His trust in Su Chen grew increasingly steadfast as they jointly bore the heavy burden of the investigation, silently sensing each other as support. Su Chen, I believe we must hasten to seek out the friend mentioned by Uncle Lu, Yang Feng suddenly declared, urgency lacing his tone, for this individual might possess crucial insights. Su Chen nodded, his thoughts ignited by Yang Feng's words, realizing the necessity of swiftly gathering clues to unravel the mystery surrounding Li Xiaojuan's disappearance. He took a deep breath, feeling a surge of calm resolve. Very well, we shall visit him after our meal, Su Chen replied, his voice imbued with determination. We must find a breakthrough to reveal the truth of this entire affair. As Su Chen and Yang Feng traversed the night, the flickering streetlights cast dappled shadows around them. Their strides slow yet resolute. Su Chen's heart brimmed with complex emotions. He understood that he was treading a path fraught with uncertainty and peril, and the friend mentioned by Lu Guangfu could potentially be the key to unearthing the entire enigma. Chapter 50, reporting in. The night breeze brushed gently against them, bringing a hint of coolness. Yet, Su Chen felt no semblance of relaxation. He realized that every step taken with Yang Feng was of utmost importance, and the clues regarding Lu Guangfu's friend might just be the breakthrough they needed. His heart was a tempest of anxiety and anticipation, hoping that this encounter would yield valuable information. Yang Feng, what do you know about the friend Lu Guangfu mentioned? Su Chen inquired suddenly, a note of urgency threading through his voice. Yang Feng lifted his gaze towards the darkened sky, pondering for a moment before responding. Lu Guangfu described him as an elderly businessman who once had dealings with Li Xiaojun. Beyond that, I am not well informed. We must endeavor to glean more clues from him. Su Chen nodded, a twinge of unease stirring within him. He understood that every detail regarding such a mysterious figure could significantly impact their investigative progress. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, striving to focus on the forthcoming meeting. Regardless, we must strive to extract some substantial leads from him, Su Chen asserted, his tone resolute. The current situation is intricate, and we require additional intelligence. Yang Feng nodded in agreement, evidently sharing a mixture of anticipation and trepidation for the imminent meeting. As they continued down the street, the tension and anxiety within them mounted. They were acutely aware that tonight's encounter might unveil critical clues, yet it could also introduce further complications. After a considerable walk, they finally arrived at the location of Lu Guangfu's friend. The structure was an old building, unremarkable in appearance, yet it stood out markedly within the courtyard's vicinity. Su Chen and Yang Feng rang the doorbell, quietly awaiting a response. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in a somewhat worn suit, his face adorned with a warm smile. Upon seeing Su Chen and Yang Feng, the man nodded slightly. You must be the ones introduced by Lu Guangfu. Please come in. Su Chen and Yang Feng exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with both trepidation and anticipation. They followed the elderly man into the room. The interior was modestly furnished yet impeccably tidy. The old photographs adorning the walls and various artifacts exuded an air of antiquity and simplicity. Please, have a seat. The elderly man gestured towards the sofa. I have heard about you from Lu Guangfu. He mentioned your interest in the disappearance of Li Xiaojun. Do you have any specific inquiries? As they settled into their seats, Su Chen endeavored to present a relaxed demeanor. He understood that maintaining composure was crucial to gaining the man's trust. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a calm tone. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. We are currently investigating the case of Li Xiaojun's disappearance and have heard that you had some interactions with him. We hope to glean some clues from you. The elderly man furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing. The matter concerning Li Xiaojun is indeed quite intricate, he remarked. I had some business dealings with him, but these matters are confidential and cannot be disclosed lightly. A wave of dismay washed over Su Chen, realizing that this seasoned businessman was not easily persuaded. He maintained his composure, smiling as he replied. We do not seek to pry into confidential matters. We merely hope to uncover some leads that may aid our investigation. Any information you could share would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 51. At your command, the elderly businessman pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the veracity of Su Chen's words. His gaze shifted back and forth between Su Chen and Yang Feng, as if deliberating whether to divulge further details. You make a valid point, he finally spoke. There are indeed many complexities underlying Li Xiaojun's disappearance. What I can share is that Li Xiaojun was involved in some sensitive transactions that are linked to certain unidentified forces. A tremor of urgency coursed through Su Chen. He understood that the man's words might harbor vital clues. He promptly pressed for more details. Could you elaborate on these transactions? What specific forces are involved? The elderly man let out a slight sigh, his expression growing somber. The forces involved in these transactions are exceedingly intricate, and I cannot ascertain the specifics. However, it is evident that a mysterious power is orchestrating these dealings, with Li Xiaojun playing a significant role. An acute anxiety surged within Su Chen, aware that while the information was incomplete, it provided them with a new direction. He inhaled deeply, striving to keep his tone level. We need to know more details. Any potentially useful information is of utmost importance. The elderly businessman fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether to reveal additional information. His gaze became profound and complex, as if weighing something intangible. I can provide you with a lead, he finally said. Li Xiaojun once mentioned a name, Lung Feng. This name appears frequently in relation to these transactions. Perhaps you can pursue this lead to uncover further clues. A wave of excitement surged through both Su Chen and Yang Feng. They understood that Lung Feng could very well be the key to unraveling the entire case. Su Chen promptly recorded the name, yet his mind continued to ponder further details. He understood that the investigation was far from over, and each clue could potentially unveil new revelations. Thank you for your assistance. We shall expedite our inquiry into this lead, Su Chen declared, rising with gratitude and determination emanating from his gaze. The elder merchant nodded, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. I hope you find the answers you seek. After bidding farewell to the venerable merchant, Su Chen and Yang Feng stepped out of the building, the night still cloaked in shadows around them. Su Chen's heart brimmed with both anxiety and anticipation. He knew the forthcoming investigation could grow increasingly intricate and arduous, yet they must persevere in their quest for the ultimate truth. The name Lung Feng is indeed significant, Yang Feng remarked, a spark of excitement in his voice. We must swiftly locate individuals connected to Lung Feng. After departing from the elder merchant's residence, Su Chen and Yang Feng embarked on their journey home. The night enveloped them like ink, the streetlights casting an exceptionally harsh glow that illuminated their weary figures. Although they now possessed a crucial lead, Lung Feng, Su Chen's mood remained unusually heavy, the fatigue of his body becoming increasingly evident. With each heavy step, Su Chen felt a wave of weariness wash over him, amplifying the weight he carried. He recognized that he had not rested properly for days. Prolonged tension and pressure had visibly taken their toll on his physique. Despite his resolve regarding the case, the limits of his body compelled him to confront the harsh realities of his condition. Chapter 52. At this juncture, Jack began to propose, Yang Feng, upon our return. I must take a proper rest. Su Chen's voice bore a note of exhaustion. He realized that the current circumstances did not permit him to push himself further. Yang Feng, noticing Su Chen's state, felt a twinge of concern. How do you feel? Are you all right? Should we visit a hospital? Su Chen shook his head, forcing a faint smile. It's nothing, just fatigue. Our primary focus now is to organize the clues. The name Lung Feng is pivotal, and we cannot afford to waste time. Yang Feng nodded. Though worry lingered in his heart, he was aware of Su Chen's determination and perseverance. They continued along the path home, undeterred by the biting chill of the night wind. Their steps remained resolute. Upon arriving home, Su Chen's fatigue deepened, and his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Yang Feng prepared some simple food and medicine for him, expressing concern. You should rest for a while. Maintaining good health is of utmost importance. Su Chen managed to eat a little, though his fatigue rendered him nearly devoid of appetite. Afterward, he retreated to his bedroom, lying on the bed, closing his eyes, and striving to relax. However, The complexity of the case and the search for Lung Feng kept his thoughts in turmoil. Despite his body being at rest, his mind was still racing. Tossing and turning in bed, Su Chen's thoughts echoed the earlier conversation. Lung Feng, that name pierced his heart like a thorn. He was acutely aware that it might pertain to a greater conspiracy and peril, and the challenges he and Yang Feng faced were far from over. He endeavored to regulate his breathing, hoping to succumb to slumber swiftly. Yet, the turmoil of anxiety and inner tension rendered him restless. Su Chen was acutely aware that the disappearance of Li Xiaojun concealed unspeakable secrets, and locating Cold Wind was paramount to unraveling the entire enigma. His mind was inundated with a myriad of possibilities and scenarios, each imbued with its own complexities and perils. Just then, the screen of his phone flickered, interrupting Su Chen's reverie. He picked up the device to find a message from Yang Feng. After some contemplation, I believe we need to uncover clues related to Cold Wind. Tomorrow morning, we can investigate some pertinent locations. Upon reading the message, a flicker of solace washed over Su Chen. He realized that, despite the weariness that weighed upon him, he was not alone. Yang Feng's unwavering support and determination were vital forces propelling him forward. He replied to Yang Feng, "All right, let us investigate together tomorrow. Thank you for your concern. I shall endeavor to rest this evening." Setting down his phone, Su Chen resumed his position on the bed, striving to enter a state of slumber. However, his thoughts continued to drift in an unsettling manner. The intricacies of the case and the pursuit of Cold Wind filled him with trepidation. Though physically exhausted, his resolve remained unyielding. For he understood that only by revealing the truth could he hope to surmount the current predicament. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Su Chen with its gentle embrace. He felt a refreshing touch, and although his body still bore fatigue, he endeavored to maintain his alertness. After rising and completing his morning routine, he felt slightly revitalized. Yang Feng awaited him in the living room, their plan being to investigate clues connected to Cold Wind. Observing Yang Feng's focused demeanor, Su Chen experienced a sense of reassurance. The mutual understanding and trust they shared alleviated some of the pressure inherent in their investigation. "Good morning." Yang Feng, Su Chen greeted, his voice tinged with fatigue yet striving for a sense of normalcy. "Where shall we commence our investigation today?" Yang Feng lifted his gaze, determination evident in his expression. "I have perused some materials, and it appears Cold Wind may be linked to several obscure merchant associations. We can start by probing these associations to see if we can uncover any valuable leads." Su Chen nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. He recognized that investigating these associations could yield complications, but it was an essential path toward uncovering the truth. His sense of fatigue lessened slightly. Invigorated by a renewed sense of purpose and duty, they gathered the necessary documents and equipment, preparing to embark on their mission. Though Su Chen's body had yet to fully recuperate, he understood that time was of the essence in their investigation. Each moment of delay could potentially hinder the progress of the case. He silently admonished himself to persevere. Stepping outside, the crisp morning air invigorated him. Su Chen and Yang Feng walked along the street, filled with anticipation and apprehension for the impending investigation. Despite the lingering fatigue in his body, he made a concerted effort to remain alert. Each step felt particularly burdensome, yet each stride was infused with steadfast purpose and conviction. They arrived at several chambers of commerce related to the Cold Wind via public transport. The exteriors of these establishments appeared rather mundane. Yet Su Chen understood that beneath these ordinary facades might lie significant information. They commenced their visits one by one, endeavoring to uncover clues pertinent to the Cold Wind. Upon entering the first chamber, the receptionist greeted Su Chen and Yang Feng with polite cordiality. They posed as ordinary investigators, inquiring about some basic information. But the receptionist's responses yielded little of value. Disheartened yet undeterred, Su Chen and Yang Feng proceeded to the next establishment. The situation at the second chamber was markedly different. The receptionist seemed to exhibit a reaction to the name Cold Wind, displaying a hint of trepidation. Under Su Chen and Yang Feng's inquiries, the receptionist appeared hesitant but ultimately divulged some information. He mentioned that a merchant associated with the Cold Wind had been visiting frequently, and their interactions seemed somewhat unusual. Su Chen and Yang Feng recognized that this information could serve as a breakthrough in their investigation. They resolved to pursue these leads, hoping to unearth further evidence and intelligence. Throughout the ensuing investigation, Su Chen's body continued to feel fatigued, yet his resolve grew more steadfast. He understood that despite the myriad challenges and obstacles, perseverance would ultimately unveil the truth of the case. Yang Feng's support and collaboration provided him with a modicum of comfort and encouragement. Together, they bore the weight of the investigation, inspiring one another to press on. The pace of their inquiry quickened, yet Su Chen's physical condition increasingly faltered. Daily struggles against exhaustion and the complexities of the case began to sow seeds of doubt within him regarding his chosen path. Despite his efforts to maintain composure and determination, feelings of unease and regret surged within him. One evening, upon returning home, Su Chen was so fatigued that he could scarcely muster the strength to sit down. He shed his coat and collapsed onto the sofa, the weight of his emotions rendering him nearly breathless. Yang Feng, nearby, was organizing their investigative materials and, upon witnessing Su Chen's exhaustion, expressed concern. "You truly look worn out, Su Chen," Yang Feng remarked, his tone laced with care. "Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? While the investigation is significant, your health cannot be overlooked." Weary, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, forcing a faint smile. "It's nothing, Yang Feng. I simply feel overwhelmed by the pressure these past few days. We cannot afford to pause. The clues regarding the cold wind remain elusive." Yang Feng settled beside Su Chen, attempting to alleviate his fatigue. "I recognize your determination, but you must also consider your health. If we continue at this pace, it may adversely affect your well-being." Su Chen's spirits weighed heavy. He knew Yang Feng spoke the truth, yet he endeavored to remain alert and focused. "I understand. You are right." He sighed, a flicker of self-reproach glimmering in his eyes. "I find myself questioning whether all these sacrifices are worthwhile. My current state leads me to doubt the decisions I made." Yang Feng observed the turmoil within Su Chen and gently inquired, "Are you regretting your choices? Regarding this investigation, or perhaps your own decisions?" Su Chen fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions gleaming in his eyes. "At times, I ponder whether an alternate outcome might have unfolded had I not ventured into this matter. The current circumstances leave me utterly drained, and I find myself questioning my ability to persevere." Yang Feng's expression grew increasingly concerned, for he understood that Su Chen was grappling with immense pressure and feelings of defeat. "Su Chen, regardless of how you feel about your regrets, I hope you realize that we face these challenges together. You are not alone, whatever obstacles arise. We shall confront them side by side." A warmth surged within Su Chen, for he recognized the significance of Yang Feng's support. He nodded, his feelings of guilt and remorse slightly alleviated. "Thank you, Yang Feng. Your words bring me solace. I will strive to adjust my mindset and continue to press on." They continued their discussion regarding the progress of the investigation, and although Su Chen's body felt exceedingly fatigued, he endeavored to maintain clarity of thought. They revisited the clues previously collected, seeking to extract further valuable information from them. Despite the challenges inherent in the investigative process, Su Chen's resolve remained unshaken. As the investigation deepened, Su Chen gradually realized how ensnared he had become in this affair. He understood that this was not merely an inquiry into the case, but also a profound test of his own inner self. Each clue discovered, while instilling hope, also brought forth greater confusion and pressure. One evening, Su Chen and Yang Feng once again visited several trade associations linked to the cold wind. As they walked down the street, Su Chen felt an unshakable heaviness in his heart, as if an invisible burden pressed down upon him. Despite the fresh air outside, his spirit remained particularly weighed down. "Yang Feng, how's our progress at present?" Su Chen inquired, fatigue lacing his tone. Yang Feng lowered his gaze to the documents in his hands. "We have uncovered indications that cold wind may be involved in some underground dealings, yet these details remain nebulous. We require further clues to truly unveil the underlying truth." Su Chen nodded, anxiety swelling within him. He was acutely aware that the path of investigation was long, and each revelation could present new challenges. He struggled to maintain his composure, yet the persistent guilt and unease lingered relentlessly. Chapter 55, The Second Mark Armor. The ambitions of the Blood Clan. Upon returning home, Su Chen once again succumbed to contemplation. Lying in bed, his thoughts began to wander, reflecting on every decision he had once made. Those choices, seemingly inconsequential at the time, had now become the very roots of his current dilemmas. He found himself increasingly uncertain and troubled about whether he should continue with the investigation. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to relax, yet the turmoil within him refused to subside. He began to question whether he was indeed suited for such investigative work. The continuous failures and setbacks enveloped him in a profound sense of frustration, as if he were ensnared in an endless quagmire from which he could not escape. At that moment, the phone screen illuminated once more, revealing a message from Yang Feng. "Su Chen, I have just uncovered some new clues. We can explore them tomorrow." Regardless, the progress of the investigation still held a glimmer of hope. Upon reading Yang Feng's message, Su Chen felt a modicum of calm envelop his emotions. He understood that, despite the arduous and challenging nature of the investigation, Yang Feng's unwavering support and encouragement bestowed upon him a flicker of optimism. He replied, "All right. Let us go and investigate together tomorrow. Thank you for your message. I shall endeavor to adjust my state of mind tonight." He set his phone aside, attempting to coax himself back to sleep. Although his heart remained laden with anxiety and unease, he recognized that moving forward was his sole option. He must surmount the internal struggles to truly unveil the truth of the case. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, and Su Chen felt slightly rejuvenated upon rising. Though his body still bore the weight of fatigue, he was acutely aware that the investigative work could not wane. He and Yang Feng meticulously organized their materials, preparing to delve into the new leads. Stepping outside, The crisp morning air was invigorating, prompting Chen to inhale deeply a few times, striving to ease his tension. Despite the persistent internal turmoil, he endeavored to maintain an optimistic outlook. He recognized that each effort and moment of perseverance might usher in fresh hope for resolving the case. Chen and Yang Feng boarded public transportation to the new investigative site. Although physically drained, Chen remained composed and focused. He understood that this investigation might yield significant breakthroughs, and he must exert every ounce of his energy to uncover the truths concealed beneath the surface. As the inquiry progressed, Chen's inner turmoil gradually subsided. He realized that, in the face of intricate cases and personal challenges, only through relentless effort and steadfastness could he genuinely discover solutions to the problems at hand. His mindset matured, and though he still harbored some self-doubt, he recognized that only through tangible actions could he surmount these inner confusions. Standing before the window, Chen gazed at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The clamor of the street began to fade, leaving the room steeped in a tranquil, yet somewhat oppressive silence. Although his heart remained burdened by concerns regarding the case, this fleeting moment of serenity afforded him the time and space to reflect and organize his emotions. Especially given the recent investigations that had left him mentally and physically drained, he began to reminisce about his past experiences, moments that had illuminated his path through darkness. He picked up the notebook from the table, flipping through the pages filled with notes and thoughts. While these words brimmed with the intricacies of the case and the progress of the investigation, his heart yearned to document something different, memories of himself, and the sentiments shared within his team. Chapter 56. The birthday celebration of the Elven clan leader's daughter Chen took a deep breath and began to write. He sought to articulate those feelings often overlooked in the daily grind, the emotional ripples brought forth by the fleeting moments of the investigation. Reflecting on these days, he could not help but ponder why he had embarked on this path. Each detail and every clue seemed like a mirror, reflecting the essence of his past self. As he penned these words, a gentle melancholy enveloped his heart. Chen recalled the exhilarating sensation and thirst for truth that accompanied his initial foray into this realm. At that time, he approached each case with boundless enthusiasm and unwavering confidence. However, as time marched on, that naive fervor was eroded by the complexities and challenges of reality. In those darkest moments, he often found solace in the thoughts of certain remarkable individuals. They were not merely friends, they were his pillars of strength. Whenever despair and helplessness threatened to overwhelm him, it was their encouragement and companionship that rekindled his drive to move forward. Chen's pen glided across the paper, and memories of his interactions with Yang Feng surfaced. Yang Feng's persistence and support, particularly during times when the investigation faltered, always bestowed upon him a sense of warmth and hope, while Yang Feng's dedication to the cases and his astute insights undeniably facilitated their inquiries. It was his unwavering support that forged a genuine camaraderie between them. Yang Feng, there are moments when I ponder how, without your presence, I might have relinquished my pursuits long ago. Your tenacity and resolve have been my anchor amidst adversity. Each time I witness your diligent efforts, I am imbued with newfound courage. Chen's thoughts deepened as he began to reminisce about his time with other members of the team. Their collaborative discussions and shared struggles had become some of his most cherished memories. Remembering those moments spent working alongside his team was indeed a treasure trove of warmth. They had once burned the midnight oil at the table, dissecting cases and mapping out connections on the whiteboard. Every minor advancement was a testament to their collective effort and cooperation. His fingers paused on the notebook, thoughts drifting back to those days filled with teamwork. Despite the pressures inherent in their work, the seamless collaboration with his team always bestowed upon him a unique sense of fulfillment. Those moments, no matter how arduous, bore witness to their shared endeavors. He too had, at times, doubted his abilities and decisions during challenging periods. Yet he understood that, regardless of the obstacles encountered, he could always draw from past experiences to find reasons to persevere. Each challenge served as a crucible for his resilience and growth. Chen set down his pen. Inhaling deeply, his spirit felt liberated. Although the intricacies of the case and personal pressures persisted, these emotional recollections provided him with a modicum of solace and strength. He recognized that despite enduring numerous hardships and setbacks, it was precisely these experiences that shaped his present self. He placed the notebook aside and approached the window, gazing at the view beyond. Though the path of investigation remained fraught with challenges, he comprehended that it was these emotional memories and past experiences that illuminated his way through the darkness. His mood gradually settled, and his inner fortitude and courage were reignited. Chapter 57. Officer Hans and the mysterious black mist in the ensuing days. Chen's condition steadily improved, both physically and mentally. He and Yang Feng continued their investigation, gradually unraveling the enigmas within the case. Although difficulties persisted, Chen's resolve grew ever more steadfast. He understood that each step of perseverance and effort was the finest response to his past experiences. As the investigation deepened, Su Chen gradually comprehended that the complexity of the case lay not only in the myriad of clues but also in the resilience and wisdom required to resolve these issues. His mindset matured. He transformed from a mere seeker of truth into a person who continuously grew and reflected upon himself amidst adversity. Seated in his study, Su Chen had several case files and an aged radio on the table before him. This radio, a small luxury from his youth, had accompanied him for many years and now stood out conspicuously amid the clutter of his home. With the family's financial situation precarious and the costs of the investigation escalating, Su Chen found himself contemplating unorthodox methods to raise funds. He caressed the radio's exterior, its surface marred by the passage of time. The radio had once provided him solace during the quiet nights. Yet this nostalgic sentiment starkly contrasted with the pressing realities he faced. He recognized that while parting with the radio was a difficult decision, the pressures of the investigation necessitated such a choice. At that moment, Yang Feng entered the study and noticed Su Chen sitting quietly at the table, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "Su Chen, what are you looking at? You seem burdened." Su Chen looked up and offered a faint smile, though it could not conceal his fatigue. "Yang Feng, I am contemplating selling this radio. The current investigation incurs significant expenses, and we require additional funds." Yang Feng approached, observing Su Chen's expression, and a wave of concern washed over him. "Are you certain? Isn't this radio important to you? I recall you mentioning it has been with you for quite some time." Su Chen nodded, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. "Indeed, it has been my companion for many years. In my loneliest moments, this radio always brought me some comfort. However, the financial strain of the investigation compels me to find ways to raise more funds." Recognizing Su Chen's determination, Yang Feng understood that difficult choices were indeed necessary in their current predicament. "I comprehend your reasoning. If you believe this is the best course of action, then proceed. I can assist you with this matter." A warm feeling enveloped Su Chen's heart. He knew that Yang Feng's support and understanding were invaluable to him. Despite his deep affection for the radio, he had to relinquish some personal belongings for the sake of the investigation as progress. Taking a deep breath, he carefully packed the radio, preparing to seek a buyer. In a second-hand shop on the street, Su Chen handed the radio to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glanced at the radio and offered a reasonable price. Although a pang of reluctance tugged at Su Chen's heart, he recognized that this was for a more significant cause. He accepted the price and left the shop with the proceeds from the sale. Chapter 58. Just a joke. Why so serious? Upon returning home, Su Chen placed the money on the table, his heart awash with a complex array of emotions. He understood that the funds would be allocated to the expenses of the investigation, aiding them in their relentless pursuit of the elusive clues surrounding the cold wind. Despite a lingering sense of melancholy, he recognized the necessity of this course of action. Upon seeing Su Chen return, Yang Feng smiled slightly at the sight of the money in his hand. "It appears you have managed everything well. Now we can continue our investigation, correct?" Su Chen nodded, his emotions gradually settling. He realized that although he had relinquished the radio, he had gained the impetus to forge ahead. "Indeed, while there is some reluctance, this money is crucial for us. In the forthcoming investigation, we must strive even harder." Yang Feng regarded Su Chen with admiration. Aware that Su Chen consistently made difficult choices when confronted with adversity, this determination and courage fortified his belief that they would undoubtedly uncover the truth. They meticulously reorganized their investigative plan and devised a new course of action. Despite the financial constraints, the resolve of Su Chen and Yang Feng remained unwavering. They concentrated all their efforts on the clues related to the cold wind, diligently seeking every possible breakthrough. As the investigation progressed, Su Chen and Yang Feng gradually unearthed new leads and evidence within the case. They interviewed several key witnesses, slowly unraveling the complexities that lay beneath the surface of the case. Although the investigative journey was fraught with challenges, their confidence and determination grew in light of these new revelations. Su Chen's inner turmoil began to subside. He understood that despite having to make numerous difficult decisions throughout the investigation, each choice was made in pursuit of a greater objective. His trust in himself and his team continually strengthened. Although remnants of past confusion and regret lingered, he had learned to accept and confront these emotions. As night fell, Su Chen sat at his desk in the study, preparing to summarize the day's investigative progress. The gentle breeze outside whispered tranquility into the room, allowing his thoughts to drift back to the inception of the investigation, recalling the initial resolve and aspirations that had propelled him forward. Despite the winding and challenging path of the investigation, he had gradually discerned his direction. He gazed at the materials on the desk, a surge of unwavering conviction swelling within him. He knew that although the case remained unresolved, every effort and act of perseverance was worthy. The collaboration with Yang Feng instilled in him an indomitable strength. Su Chen's inner peace deepened as he focused on the documents before him, preparing to advance further. He was aware that the road ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet he felt equipped to face any hardship. He believed that through continued effort, They would ultimately unveil the truth of the case. Each challenge and difficulty only served to fortify Chen's resilience. He recognized that past experiences and emotional recollections would fuel his forward momentum. His mindset matured, and in confronting the complexities of the case, he had learned to respond with composure. He firmly believed that through relentless effort and persistence, they would surely discover a resolution to the dilemma. Chen toiled in the study throughout the day. Despite having gathered some new leads, fatigue and anxiety trailed him like shadows. His thoughts no longer remained solely focused on the case. Chapter 59, Submission. Loyal devotee. Instead, he began to gravitate towards more tangible desires, a delightful meal. After enduring a period of tension and stress, Chen discovered a longing for simple and direct pleasures. He glanced at the clock and realized that evening was approaching. With the flow of people on the street gradually increasing, rising from his seat, Chen resolved to visit a nearby market to procure some delectable treats. What he sought was not merely to satiate his hunger, but to indulge in an experience that could temporarily alleviate his troubled mind. He recognized that the intensity of his recent work had left him with little time or energy to relish life's small joys. Stepping outside, Chen inhaled a breath of fresh air, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face, which inevitably lifted his spirits. As he walked along the street, observing the bustling figures around him, a sense of tranquility began to settle within him. His destination was a food stall at the market, renowned for his favorite traditional delicacies, fried chicken and soy milk. These simple delights not only brought him joy, but also evoked warm memories. Upon entering the market, the lively atmosphere starkly contrasted with the weight of his solitude in the study. He navigated through the stalls, his eyes scanning the myriad of culinary offerings, and an anticipatory thrill surged within him. At last, he located the food stall, where the proprietor was busy tending to the fryer. Oil splattering and enticing aromas wafting through the air. "Boss, I would like an order of fried chicken and a cup of soy milk." Chen spoke with a hint of weary mirth, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The vendor, noticing Chen's smile, returned a subtle grin. "Certainly, just a moment. The fried chicken will be ready shortly." Standing beside the stall, Chen watched the vendor skillfully at work, gradually feeling his tension dissipate. The cacophony of the market and the vendor's bustling activity enveloped him in a serene ambience. He understood that while the demands of his investigation remained formidable, this moment of uncomplicated happiness offered him a rare sense of comfort. Before long, the vendor presented him with a steaming serving of fried chicken and soy milk. As Chen accepted the food, he felt the warmth of the fragrant oil. He found a secluded bench in the corner and eagerly began to savor his meal. The first bite of fried chicken released a burst of flavors, the grease and spices mingling in his mouth, evoking a profound sense of satisfaction. The warmth of the soy milk and the crispness of the fried chicken gradually soothed Chen's soul. Each bite felt like a reward for his diligent efforts, allowing him to momentarily forget the pressures and troubles associated with his case. He closed his eyes, relishing the tranquility and fulfillment of this moment. As his inner fatigue began to fade, at that moment, Feng happened to enter the market and spotted Chen seated on the bench, holding fried chicken and soy milk, wearing a relaxed smile. Feng approached and sat beside him. "Oh, it seems you're doing quite well. Finally taking some time to enjoy yourself?" Chen opened his eyes, gazing at Feng with a smile. "Indeed, work has been exhausting lately, and I felt I deserved a little reward. Would you care for some?" Feng shook his head, indicating he was not in need. "No, thank you. I've already eaten. However, seeing you so content suggests that this food stall must be quite remarkable." Chen nodded, continuing to relish the fried chicken in his hands. Indeed, such simple delights can oftentimes bring profound satisfaction, particularly amidst the hustle and bustle of life. The ability to savor a fleeting moment of joy is truly invaluable. Feng, observing Chen's expression, felt a twinge of contentment. "You've been working so hard. It's only right that you indulge a little." He then inquired, "Shall we proceed to that location of the clue?" Chen nodded, finishing the last bite of chicken and wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, we can go after we eat. I am aware that the tasks ahead remain arduous, yet I believe that occasionally relaxing is essential for sustaining our momentum." Feng acknowledged with a nod, rising to leave the market. "All right, let us hasten our departure. The progress of the investigation still demands our diligence." As Chen and Feng exited the market, their spirits were uplifted by the small satisfaction they had just experienced. They pressed on towards their new investigative objective. Despite the case's inherent complexities, Chen had learned to seek moments of tranquility and solace amid the pressure. He realized that these small pleasures and feelings of contentment would serve as his motivation on the path ahead. With the investigation advancing, Chen and Feng gradually uncovered several pivotal clues within the case. They delved deeper into their inquiries, steadily revealing the truths concealed beneath the surface. Although the process remained fraught with challenges, Chen's mindset had matured and solidified. Upon returning home, Chen felt a slight relaxation in his spirit, though the weight of work-related pressures kept him ever vigilant. after carefully storing the snacks purchased from the market. His gaze fell upon an old chair tucked away in the corner of the living room. This chair had been his faithful companion for many years, while it appeared unremarkable. It was imbued with a wealth of memories. It was one of the earliest pieces of furniture in his home. Whether he was seated there poring over investigative materials or contemplating the intricacies of a case, it had borne witness to countless moments in his life. Over time, the chair's paint had chipped, and the wood showed signs of wear, yet it remained sturdy and reliable. Now, Chen resolved to gift it to a significant figure he had encountered during his investigation, an enigmatic yet profoundly helpful friend whose presence had offered crucial breakthroughs at pivotal moments. This friend was currently engaged in urgent repairs at his own residence, but lacked a suitable chair to alleviate the fatigue from long hours of work. Thus, Chen decided to present this chair as a token of gratitude for the invaluable assistance he had received, hoping it would provide a touch of comfort amidst the busyness of his friend's endeavors. As Chen approached the entrance of his home, he felt a wave of nostalgia while maneuvering the chair. With each touch upon its edges, he could sense the warmth and tranquility of the past. Although the chair was somewhat worn, every part seemed to embody his struggles and triumphs concerning family and work. When Chen finally delivered the chair to his friend's home, it was evening, and the setting sun bathed the narrow alley in a warm golden hue. Chen was busily engaged at the doorstep when he spotted Chen approaching with a chair in hand, eliciting a mix of surprise and curiosity within him. Chen, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped forward to take the chair. With a gentle smile, he endeavored to appear at ease. I wanted to gift you this chair. I heard you have been occupied with renovations lately, and thought you might appreciate a comfortable seat to alleviate your fatigue. Chapter 61. You are not allowed to enter. Chen accepted the chair, examining it closely, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment and gratitude. Wow, this chair is quite wonderful. Although it is somewhat aged, it appears to be very sturdy. Just what I needed. You have truly rendered me a great service. Chen nodded, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. It's no trouble at all. In truth, this chair holds many memories for me. I am delighted to pass it on to you, and I hope it brings you some ease in your work. Seeing Chen's sincerity warmed his heart. He set the chair down and beckoned Chen inside. Come in and sit for a while. Let us have a chat. Chen hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed Chen into the house. The atmosphere within the room was cozy and inviting, though the renovations were still somewhat incomplete. Chen's dedication and effort imbued the space with a homely aura. Chen settled onto the sofa, allowing himself to relax. Chen brewed a pot of tea and brought it to Chen. Here, have some tea and let us talk. How is the investigation progressing? Chen accepted the teacup, savoring a gentle sip, appreciating the warmth and aroma of the tea. Things have been fairly good lately. We've uncovered some new leads, though the complexity of the case has exceeded our expectations. Nevertheless, your assistance has facilitated breakthroughs in many areas. Chen nodded, appearing contemplative. The intricacies of the case indeed presented a formidable challenge. Your efforts and perseverance are truly commendable. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Chen expressed his gratitude with a nod. Thank you, Chen. Your support is invaluable to us. In fact, it extends beyond the case. Your personal encouragement has also warmed my heart. A slight smile graced Chen's face, a hint of shyness evident. In truth, it brings me joy to be of help. After all, the revelation of the truth is not solely for the case itself, but for everyone involved. Your dedication inspires admiration. As their conversation unfolded, Chen found himself reflecting on his work and life. He realized that amidst the hustle and pressure, having such a friend's support and understanding was indeed a rare blessing. Chen's presence was not merely that of a collaborator in the case, but a source of support and encouragement in his life. As time passed, Chen and Chen delved into numerous topics, from the case to personal matters, sharing their feelings and thoughts. This exchange offered Chen a sense of release, as if he had discovered an emotional equilibrium throughout the dialogue. When Chen departed from Chen's home, twilight had begun to descend. The streetlights flickered on gradually, casting a warm glow upon the surroundings. Chen's heart, however, became increasingly tranquil and resolute due to this visit. He understood that although the resolution of the case remained fraught with challenges, he had garnered a wealth of invaluable support and assistance. This emotional warmth would serve as his impetus to forge ahead. Upon returning home, Chen meticulously organized the case materials, preparing to immerse himself in his work once more. His mindset had transformed into one of greater positivity and resilience due to this exchange. He recognized that confronting complex cases necessitated not only intellect and perseverance, but also spiritual sustenance and emotional solace. Chapter 62. Will this secret method be entrusted to me in the future? As Chen returned home, his mind remained awash with reflections on the intricacies of the case. He had become accustomed to navigating through darkness, yet this evening, he felt a profound sense of frustration. Although his conversation with Chen had provided a modicum of comfort, The progress of the case had not unfolded as smoothly as he had hoped. He sat in the study, his gaze vacantly fixed on the documents strewn across the table. The complexity of the case exceeded his expectations, with many seemingly promising leads becoming increasingly elusive upon further investigation. It felt as though he were meandering through an endless labyrinth, perpetually encountering obstacles and nearly devoid of an escape route. Chen's thoughts continually circled back to crucial details within the case. Vivid memories of vague testimonies, chaotic evidence, and clandestine clues surged in his mind. Each time he attempted to clarify his thoughts, his mental clarity was persistently disrupted by a cacophony of disorganized information. He felt as though his efforts were in vain, with progress slow and fruitless. Rising, he approached the window and pushed it open. The cool night breeze enveloped him, bringing a modicum of clarity. He gazed out at the street, where the soft, tranquil light stood in stark contrast to his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his anxiety. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Chen glanced at the screen. It was a message from Yang Feng. Chen, a new lead has emerged today. We need to discuss it immediately. This message brought a slight uplift to Chen's spirits. Although he felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the new lead, he was also aware that such clues might not provide immediate resolution. He promptly replied, indicating he would be there shortly. Upon entering the office, he found Yang Feng already waiting. Yang Feng appeared somewhat tense, yet there was a glimmer of hope in his demeanor. Upon seeing Chen, he immediately rose and approached him. Chen, I just received contact from an informant who provided some new information regarding the cold wind. We must examine it carefully. Chen nodded and took a seat at the table. Yang Feng laid several documents before him, which Chen scrutinized intently. Despite his efforts to remain calm, the anxiety in his heart lingered. Each document, every piece of information, felt like a formidable puzzle, overwhelming him with pressure. This information appears somewhat disorganized, Chen remarked, his tone tinged with fatigue. We need to verify the accuracy of these leads further. Yang Feng nodded, seemingly sharing in Chen's frustration. I understand. We must take separate actions to swiftly ascertain the veracity of this information. However, we must not allow ourselves to be disheartened by the obstacles we face. There will inevitably be moments of breakthrough in this case. A heavy sensation enveloped Chen's heart. He recognized the validity of Yang Feng's words. Yet in the face of such daunting challenges, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. His thoughts drifted back to the inception of the case, recalling the confidence and hope he once possessed, emotions that now seemed to have been eroded by the pressures of reality. I know you were right. Chen managed to force a faint smile. It's just that the current progress leaves me somewhat disillusioned. We must discover a more effective approach. Yang Feng, observing Chen's demeanor, felt a pang of concern. Chen, your current state worries me. Are you utterly exhausted? It's perfectly acceptable to take a moment to relax. Chapter 63. This is simply extraordinary. Chen shook his head, striving to conceal his fatigue. It's all right. I merely need to clarify my thoughts. Let us continue our efforts, as new leads may herald new breakthroughs. Yang Feng regarded Chen with deep concern. He understood that Chen's tenacity and diligence were vital to the progress of the case, yet he also recognized that such pressure and challenges weighed heavily upon him. He wished to provide Chen with more support and encouragement. The two began to act independently, eager to confirm the authenticity of the leads. Despite the lingering heaviness in his heart, Chen knew he must forge ahead. His spirits, burdened by the complexities and pressures of the case, were nonetheless steadfast as he diligently sought every possible avenue for breakthrough. Upon returning home, Chen's thoughts remained tumultuous. He sat in his study, poring over the documents in his hands, his mind incessantly replaying the details of the case. He understood that, despite the discouragement posed by the current challenges, he must persist in his endeavors. Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure and continue striving for progress in the case. Chen's thoughts wandered to the past. Sitting at his desk, he quietly examined the case materials while his mind drifted through the depths of memory. The complexity and pressure of the case weighed upon him like never before, yet he recognized the necessity of re-evaluating the path he had traveled, seeking to reclaim the initial passion and conviction that had once driven him. He closed the files, inhaling deeply, his eyes gradually fluttering shut. Images of the moment he embarked on this journey surfaced in his mind. At that time, Chen was brimming with enthusiasm and ideals, harboring a fervent desire for truth and a relentless pursuit of justice, devoting himself wholeheartedly to each case. The boundless aspirations for the future and the fervor for every detail had gradually been dulled by the pressures and challenges of reality. Reflecting on his former self, Chen recalled how he had initially approached this profession, filled with curiosity about the unknown and excitement for the challenges ahead. Each case was a fresh puzzle, each clue a new exploration. He had once chased perpetrators through narrow alleys and engaged in a battle of wits with suspects in dimly lit interrogation rooms. That exhilarating sense of challenge had once thrilled him to no end. Yet now, that excitement and passion seemed to be gradually extinguished amidst the burdensome work and continual setbacks. His heart grew heavier, each case resembling an insurmountable peak, daunting to scale. He began to doubt whether he could ever reclaim the passion and ideals of his past, whether he could sustain his love and dedication to his work. At that moment, Su Chen's phone chimed again. It was a message from Yang Feng. Su Chen, we have an important meeting tomorrow. Your presence is required. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already late into the night. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, he recognized the significance of the meeting. Taking a deep breath, he rose to prepare the materials for the following day. Yet, at that moment, his heart was still laden with memories of the past and anxiety for the future. Su Chen approached the window, gazing out into the night. He beheld the city illuminated by a myriad of lights, each flicker seemingly narrating the hopes and dreams of its inhabitants. Gradually, his mood calmed, and as he reminisced about his former self, he discovered that his fervor for work and pursuit of justice had not entirely faded. It had merely been obscured by the weight of reality. The next day, Su Chen arrived early at the conference room, having prepared the relevant materials. Yang Feng was already there, his demeanor notably serious. Upon seeing Su Chen, he immediately stood to greet him. Good morning, Su Chen. Yang Feng's voice carried a note of concern. How did you fare last night? Su Chen managed a faint smile. Not too bad, just a bit weary. Is there anything in particular I should be aware of for today's meeting? Yang Feng nodded, his expression growing more earnest. This meeting is crucial. We need to provide a detailed report on the case's progress and discuss the next steps in our action plan. We must also ascertain whether there are any new pieces of evidence or leads to pursue. Su Chen nodded, a wave of tension surging within him. He understood that this meeting would dictate the future trajectory and strategy of the investigation. He needed to grasp every detail to ensure the case's advancement. As the meeting commenced, Su Chen and Yang Feng meticulously reported on the case's developments, analyzing each critical lead. Though the anxiety and pressure weighing on him instilled a sense of unease, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Each explanation and report served as a testament to his capabilities and resolve. After the meeting concluded, Su Chen felt a tinge of exhaustion. Yet his mind brimmed with new insights and directions. He recognized that, despite the ongoing challenges of the case, he must persist in his efforts. Gradually, he had begun to rediscover some of the passion and conviction he once held. Stepping out of the conference room, nightfall enveloped the city once more. Though his spirits remained heavy, he had reclaimed a semblance of courage and determination. He understood that in the face of the case's complexities and challenges, he must continue to persevere, seeking every possible breakthrough. After a prolonged period of suppression, Su Chen's spirits finally experienced a reprieve. He sensed his thoughts clarifying amidst the intricacies of the case. Although the workload remained burdensome, he began to realize that beyond the quotidian pressures, there were numerous aspects worthy of attention and appreciation. On that day, he returned home, resolved to engage in activities that would bring joy to both himself and his family. He recalled the new pencil case he had long intended to prepare for his younger sister. Recently, his sister, Chen, had just embarked on her journey into middle school. Filled with anticipation for the new academic term, she often mentioned her need for a new pencil case to better organize her study materials. Despite Su Chen's demanding work schedule, he understood the significance of this gesture for her. As Su Chen entered his sister's room, he observed her desk cluttered with scattered stationery, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Chen Xiaoya was diligently working on her homework when she noticed her brother's arrival. She looked up, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. "Brother, you're back?" she inquired with a smile, her face displaying a touch of weariness, yet she appeared genuinely pleased. Approaching her desk, Su Chen produced a newly purchased pencil case and handed it to her. "This is the new pencil case I bought for you. Didn't you always say you needed one? I hope it helps you keep all your stationery organized." Upon receiving the pencil case, Chen Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, brother, thank you. This pencil case is beautiful. I truly needed one to organize my study supplies." Watching his sister's smile, Su Chen felt a wave of warmth enveloping his heart. Though he seldom had the opportunity to be by her side, witnessing her joy from this small act of thoughtfulness provided him with immense solace. "I'm glad you like it," Su Chen replied with a smile. "I know you've been working hard in your studies lately. I hope this pencil case brings you some convenience." Chen Xiaoya nodded, examining the pencil case with care. "Brother, the design of this pencil case is really nice, and it has so many compartments to hold various items. How did you know I like this style?" With a hint of jest, Su Chen replied, "Honestly, I can't claim to know for sure. I just picked one that looked appealing. I'm pleased that you like it." Chen Xiaoya chuckled, her fatigue seemingly dissipating in light of her brother's kindness. "Thank you, brother. You're such a thoughtful person. I will make good use of it." As Su Chen watched his sister earnestly organize her stationery, he felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He recognized that amidst his busy work life, being able to bring a touch of warmth and happiness to his family was a rare blessing. Despite the weight of complex cases bearing down on him, The smiles and care of his family illuminated his life with a ray of sunshine. By the way, Xiaoya, Su Chen suddenly recalled something. Have you encountered any difficulties recently? Is there any area in your studies where you need assistance? Chen Xiaoya shook her head, a faint trace of worry crossing her face. Actually, math class has been a bit challenging lately. I find it hard to keep up with what the teacher is explaining. However, I have been diligently trying to catch up. Hearing his sister's words, Su Chen felt a pang of guilt. He realized he had devoted too much time and energy to work, neglecting to pay timely attention to her academic struggles. He moved closer to her, sitting down and saying, "If you have any questions, please feel free to tell me. While I am quite busy with work, I am still willing to help you as much as I can." Chen Xiaoya looked at her brother with gratitude, warmth shining in her eyes. "Thank you, brother. With you by my side, I feel a profound sense of security." Su Chen gently reached out to stroke his sister's head, smiling as he replied, "You're welcome. We are family, and it is only natural that we support one another. You must study diligently, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." As their conversation unfolded, Su Chen felt his inner turmoil gradually dissipate. Although the pressure of the case persisted, he recognized that family was his most steadfast support. Regardless of the challenges he faced, the care and encouragement from his loved ones bestowed upon him boundless strength and inspiration. In the days that followed, Su Chen carved out moments to help his sister review mathematics. Though these intervals were brief, each tutoring session imbued him with a long-forgotten sense of fulfillment and contentment. He understood that these simple yet genuine acts of kindness were the vital force propelling him forward. Su Chen's perception of the case's intricacy deepened. He realized it was far from a straightforward matter. Since assuming responsibility for the case, he had felt its unfathomable depth. With each investigation unveiling more hidden truths and issues, there seemed to be a profound influence lurking behind the case, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. One evening, Su Chen sat alone in his study, having perused the case documents countless times. His thoughts wandered amidst the complexities of the case and the conspiracies concealed within, ensnaring him in contemplation. He understood that every detail of the case could hold the key to unraveling the mystery, yet these details were often shrouded in layers of fog, elusive and difficult to grasp. As he sank deeper into thought, a faint knock at the door interrupted his reverie. His contemplation was abruptly halted, and he promptly stood to open the door. Standing at the entrance was Yang Feng, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Su Chen, we have significant progress," Yang Feng announced. "I've just received a new lead concerning a pivotal figure in the case." A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Chen, dispelling his earlier fatigue as he swiftly returned to his desk, readying his notebook. "What is it? Please, elaborate." Yang Feng produced a document from his bag and laid it before Su Chen. This intelligence was obtained from an informant, mentioning an individual named Li Gang. This person appears to be involved in a crucial aspect of the case. The informant's information indicates that Li Gang has been frequently associating with several dubious characters, and his actions are shrouded in secrecy. Su Chen examined the document intently, his brow furrowed. He recognized the name Li Gang, having encountered it during his investigations. Yet he had never secured conclusive evidence linking him to the case. Now, this new lead instilled a flicker of hope within him. Yet it was accompanied by a profound sense of unease. "What background information do we have on Li Gang?" Su Chen inquired, his tone laced with urgency. Yang Feng shook his head. "Currently, we do not possess much detailed information, but he has had connections with certain criminal organizations, which compels us to regard his potential role in the case with seriousness." Su Chen's emotions grew increasingly intricate. He understood that Li Gang's emergence might signify that the case's complexity surpassed his expectations. His instincts suggested that there might be deeper truths concealed behind Li Gang's facade. This discovery undoubtedly introduced new variables into the case, yet it also rendered Su Chen's path significantly more arduous. "We must locate Li Gang's whereabouts without delay," Su Chen asserted, as any detail could serve as a breakthrough. Yang Feng nodded in agreement. "I will promptly arrange for personnel to conduct an investigation and will continue to follow up on the informant's leads. Should you have any thoughts or require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." Su Chen regarded Yang Feng, sensing his fervor for the case and unwavering support for his work. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed his racing thoughts. "Thank you, Yang Feng. We must exert every effort to ensure that no detail goes overlooked." As the meeting concluded, Su Chen felt a renewed sense of pressure, yet simultaneously, a surge of motivation. He recognized that the complexity of the case far exceeded his expectations, but he also understood that this was precisely the challenge he needed to confront. A flicker of hope reignited within him. He resolved to dedicate himself fully to the investigation, striving to unveil the truth of the case at the earliest opportunity. Upon returning home, Su Chen sought to unwind. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, attempting to clear his mind, yet the intricacies of the case and the new lead on Li Gang incessantly swirled in his thoughts. He understood that, in the face of such challenges, maintaining composure and focus was imperative. A twinge of anxiety washed over him, yet he simultaneously felt a resolute determination. He picked up his phone and dialed Chen. Once the call connected, his sister's voice resonated through the receiver. "Brother, what's the matter? Are you working tonight?" Chen smiled gently, striving to infuse his tone with levity. "It's nothing, Xiaoya. Just some work matters to attend to. How was your day?" Chapter 67. An ancient comic book. One day, Chen stumbled upon an ancient comic book in a quaint second-hand bookstore. The cover was somewhat worn, yet the tales within were unfamiliar to him. It narrated the story of a mysterious hero known as the Time Traveler. In this narrative, the Time Traveler was a hero who traversed different universes, endowed with the ability to journey through time and combat malevolence across various eras and locales. However, his past remained shrouded in enigma. No one knew his true identity or origins. He appeared to be the universe's clandestine guardian. Captivated by this tale, Chen delved into the legend of the Time Traveler. He unearthed clues suggesting that the existence of the Time Traveler was not merely a figment of imagination. Ancient legends, cryptic texts, and even certain real-world events seemed to correlate with the Time Traveler's narrative. Determined to unravel this mystery, Chen invested considerable time in libraries and online searches, endeavoring to uncover the truth about the Time Traveler. Throughout his investigation, he forged connections with like-minded friends who shared his curiosity about superheroes and the secrets of the cosmos. However, as Chen's inquiry deepened, it drew the attention of unwelcome visitors. Certain factions appeared intent on thwarting his efforts to uncover the truth about the Time Traveler, initiating surveillance and threats against Chen and his companions. A hint of pride emerged on the face of Count Roland as he cast a penetrating gaze upon Chen, as if to etch him into a particular space within his mind. He then began to declare, "Chen, you are charged with theft, fraud, and conspiracy. You shall stand trial for your alleged crimes." Chen stared at Count Roland in astonishment, a tide of anger and indignation swelling within him. He was acutely aware of his innocence, yet at that moment, he found himself powerless to refute the Count's accusations. At that juncture, the hall's door was thrust open by a powerful gust, and a tall figure strode in. He was a man clad in a black suit, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, and his demeanor imposing. All eyes turned toward him, and an enveloping silence descended upon the room. The enigmatic man approached Count Roland and spoke in a steady voice. "I am an agent from the Dragon Nation, and I possess the authority to intervene in this case." Count Roland's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Agent from the Dragon Nation, what is your business?" "I have investigated Chen's case and uncovered some significant leads," the agent replied. "I request that he be taken to my agency for further investigation." Count Roland furrowed his brow, clearly reluctant to release Chen easily. However, recognizing the necessity to tread carefully in light of the agent's credentials, he conceded, "Very well. You may take him." Chen felt a flicker of confusion, yet he recognized this as a potential breakthrough and followed the Dragon Nation agent out of the courtroom. Once they exited the hall, Chen finally exhaled in relief. He turned to the agent and asked, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" With a smile, the agent responded, "I am an investigator from the Dragon Nation Security Bureau, tasked with probing into transnational crimes. I am aware of your innocence, yet you have been wrongfully ensnared." Chen gazed at the agent in bewilderment, a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. He could not fathom why he had been set up, nor could he comprehend the motive behind the agent's assistance. Nevertheless, at that moment, he chose to place his trust in him. The agent led Chen to a vast edifice, the headquarters of the Dragon Nation Security Bureau. Upon entering the lobby, Chen was guided to a modest yet immaculate office. "Please, have a seat." The agent gestured for Chen to sit, then began to retrieve several documents. "I have gathered evidence that substantiates your innocence." Chen took the documents and scrutinized them. They meticulously outlined evidence proving that he was not present at the crime scene during the time of the incident and indicated that someone had planted false evidence on his computer. "This evidence is sufficient to exonerate you," the agent stated, "but we still need to identify the true perpetrator." Chen nodded in comprehension, recognizing that he needed to assist the agent in uncovering the truth to clear his name. In the ensuing days, Chen and the Dragon Nation agent embarked on a thorough investigation. They employed every possible means to collect evidence and track leads in pursuit of the actual criminal. Throughout this endeavor, they faced numerous challenges and obstacles. Some individuals were reluctant to cooperate with the investigation, while others sought to obstruct their efforts. However, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent did not relent, firmly believing that through unwavering perseverance, they would ultimately uncover the truth. As their investigation deepened, they gradually approached the very heart of the mystery. They unearthed several pivotal clues and significant evidence, ultimately succeeding in bringing the true perpetrator to justice. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau, Chen and the agent sat together, confronted by a disarray of case files strewn across the table. The agent's brow furrowed as he held an ancient investigative report detailing a murder case from 1549, a case that had remained unresolved for centuries. With a sigh, the agent remarked, "We have been investigating this matter, yet we have yet to discover conclusive evidence." Chen gazed at the aged report, his mind brimming with curiosity. He realized this case was shrouded in enigma, yet he was unaware of its connection to himself. "What piques your interest in this case?" Chen inquired. The agent pondered for a moment before responding, because this case appears to be linked to a time traveler. Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling a comic book he had seen in a bookstore about time travelers. Could it be that a time traveler had once been involved in this case? "We have uncovered several clues suggesting that a time traveler may indeed be connected to this case," the agent continued, "but we still lack crucial evidence." Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he began to contemplate the myriad possibilities surrounding this case. If a time traveler was genuinely involved, he must have his own reasons and motives. Yet the question remained, who was he? What interest did he have in this case? "We need more clues," the agent stated, "and I require your assistance." Chen nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to cooperate in the investigation. He recognized the arduous nature of the task ahead. Yet he also believed that with steadfast determination, they would surely uncover the answers. In the subsequent days, Chen and the agent embarked on their investigation together. They visited ancient archives, poring over a multitude of documents in an effort to uncover every lead regarding the 1549 murder case. Chapter 68, Our Pursuit, however. The case was not as straightforward as they had envisioned. They encountered various challenges and obstacles, with some clues seemingly obliterated deliberately. Yet undeterred, Chen and the agent remained resolute in their quest for the truth. Throughout their investigation, they stumbled upon significant leads that hinted at a far larger conspiracy brewing beneath the surface. They began to suspect that this case was far from simple, potentially concealing a grand scheme. "We must locate the time traveler," Chen asserted, "as he may be the key to this case." The agent nodded in agreement, indicating his concurrence. They resolved to delve deeper into their investigation until the truth was revealed. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau, Chen and the agent were intently examining the investigative materials pertaining to the 1549 murder case. Suddenly, the agent paused in his work, fixing a serious gaze upon Chen. "Chen, I have an important question to pose to you." The agent's tone was grave. Chen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the agent from the Dragon Nation, a wave of unease washing over him. He was uncertain of the questions the agent intended to pose. Yet he could sense the significance of the inquiry. "Can you enlighten me on your knowledge regarding the murder case of 1549? The agent's voice was steady and resolute. Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "I have merely assisted in your investigation and possess limited knowledge about this case." The agent furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with Chen's response. He suspected that Chen's understanding of the matter was far more profound than he let on. "Chen, I am aware of your particular interest in the time travelers," the agent remarked. "You know, the identities and whereabouts of the time travelers have long remained an enigma." Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not expected the agent to broach the subject of time travelers. Although he knew his research on them was not a secret, he had not considered it might be relevant to the murder case of 1549. "I believe the time travelers may bear some connection to this case," the agent continued. "And you, as a researcher, might possess crucial information." Chen paused for a moment, realizing he could no longer withhold the truth. He resolved to confide in the agent completely. "In fact, I have recently been delving into a mystery concerning the time travelers," Chen stated. "I have uncovered certain clues suggesting a potential link between the time travelers and the murder case of 1549. The agent was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a revelation from Chen. He began to attentively listen to Chen's account, striving to untangle the connections between these clues. Throughout Chen's narrative, he referenced ancient texts and arcane legends that seemed to intertwine with the time travelers. He also mentioned real-world events that appeared to possess a mysterious correlation with the murder case of 1549. The agent pondered for a moment before declaring, "We must delve deeper into this investigation and unearth additional clues." Chen nodded in agreement, understanding that only by uncovering the truth could they unravel this mystery. In the ensuing days, Chen and the agent from the Dragon Nation embarked on a more profound investigation, exhausting every avenue to gather evidence and track leads in pursuit of the truth behind the murder case of 1549. Within the confines of the Dragon Nation Security Bureau office, Chen and the agent stood side by side, scrutinizing the investigative materials laid out before them. The agent furrowed his brow, contemplating how to resolve the enigma surrounding the murder case of 1549. "We require a fresh perspective," the agent remarked. "We cannot remain ensnared in the past leads." Chen nodded, acknowledging the need for innovative insights and new clues to solve the case. "I have an idea," Chen suddenly interjected. "We could harness contemporary technological methods to crack this case." The agent regarded Chen with mild astonishment. He had not anticipated such a suggestion. However, he quickly realized that this might indeed be a promising approach. What specific ideas do you have in mind? The agent inquired. Chen pondered for a moment before articulating. I believe we can leverage modern technological methods to reconstruct and simulate the crime scene, thereby uncovering new clues. The agent from Longwood was taken aback. He found this notion quite compelling. He promptly instructed the technical team to prepare the necessary equipment and software for the simulation of the crime scene. Soon after, Chen and the Longwood agent arrived at a simulation laboratory. They donned virtual reality headsets and entered a holographic simulated environment. Within this digital realm, they beheld an ancient street teeming with a bustling crowd, vibrant and lively. However, abruptly, a figure surged forth from the throngs, brandishing a dagger and lunging towards a young man. Chen and the Longwood agent fixated on this scene, endeavoring to discern any clues. They meticulously scrutinized each detail, striving to unveil the truth concealed within. Suddenly, Chen noted a peculiar detail. He pointed toward a shadowy corner of the simulation, exclaiming, "Look! There lurks a figure hidden in the shadows." The Longwood agent immediately commanded the technicians to magnify that area and enhance the lighting. In the amplified image, they distinctly observed a silhouette concealed in the darkness, seemingly surveying the entire scene. This shadowy figure could potentially be the perpetrator. We must identify him, Chen stated. The Longwood agent nodded in agreement, and they resolved to make this figure their new focal point of investigation. Utilizing modern technology, they analyzed and traced this shadowy figure, seeking to uncover his identity and whereabouts. In the ensuing days, Chen and the Longwood agent diligently pursued the shadowy figure. They employed various methods to search for clues and investigate evidence in an attempt to locate this individual. However, it seemed as if he had vanished without a trace, leaving them at a standstill. Yet, Chen and the Longwood agent remained undeterred. They understood that perseverance would eventually lead them to the truth. Immersed in their pursuit of the time offender, they acknowledged the formidable challenge that lay ahead in apprehending the future Chen. Within the command center of the Longwood Security Bureau, they conferred with other agents regarding their next course of action. We must devise a precise operational plan, the Longwood agent asserted, for the time offender may exploit future technologies to evade our pursuit. Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the daunting nature of the task. Yet he was resolute in his determination to see it through. Chapter 69. Choices and decisions. We need to gather more intelligence, Chen suggested, to understand the time offender's movements and habits, which will enable us to formulate a more effective action plan. The Longwood agent concurred with Chen's proposal, and they commenced their intelligence-gathering efforts. They investigated the time offender's activity trajectories across various temporal realms, striving to uncover his whereabouts. During their intelligence collection, they stumbled upon significant leads. They learned that the time offender typically utilized time portals for jumping and evading capture. Furthermore, they discovered several common hiding places frequented by the time offender, providing them with crucial leads for their pursuit. We need to set a trap. Chen proposed a clever scheme to exploit the behavioral patterns of the time criminal, intending to lure him into a trap. The agents from the Dragon Nation deemed this a brilliant idea, and they swiftly commenced the planning of the trap's establishment. They selected a location near a temporal portal frequently used by the time criminal, meticulously setting up an array of surveillance equipment in anticipation of his arrival. A few nights later, under the cloak of silence, the time criminal made his appearance, clad in dark attire and donning a black hat, exuding an aura of mystery and indifference. He approached the temporal portal, poised to make his jump. At that moment, the agents from the Dragon Nation and Chen's team emerged, swiftly encircling the time criminal in an attempt to confine him. "Drop your weapons. You are surrounded," bellowed one of the agents. The time criminal halted, casting a cold, disdainful glance at the agents before him, his eyes flickering with wariness. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" he sneered, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. Chen and the agents felt a tightening in their chests. They recognized that the time criminal would not surrender easily. Yet, they understood the imperative to exert every effort to bring him to justice. "We are merely executing righteousness," Chen declared. "You must pay for your transgressions." Upon hearing this, the time criminal chuckled before launching an unexpected assault. Harnessing advanced technology from the future, he unleashed a formidable wave of energy that sent the agents reeling backward. Chen and the agents quickly sought refuge, acutely aware of the time criminal's extraordinary power. They began to search for an opportunity to subdue him. The fierce battle raged on, with both sides exchanging blows, the intensity of the scene escalating. The time criminal showcased his extraordinary abilities, yet Chen and the agents remained undeterred, resolute in their mission to bring him to justice. Ultimately, through a remarkable display of teamwork, Chen and the agents succeeded in subduing the time criminal. They transported him back to the command center of the Dragon Nation's Security Bureau, preparing for interrogation. At the command center, Chen accompanied the agents to a special location known as the Time Projection Room. This space was imbued with an air of mystery, surrounded by cutting-edge technology and screens, resembling a sanctuary for exploring the secrets of time and space. Welcome to the time projection room. One of the agents greeted Chen. Here, we preserve all records pertaining to your past and future. Filled with curiosity, Chen eagerly anticipated the revelations about himself. He followed the agent to the center of the projection room, standing before a colossal screen. Now, I shall present you with some records of your past, the agent announced. Initiating the equipment. Immediately, images began to materialize on the screen, showcasing photographs and videos of Chen in his youth. He beheld scenes from his childhood. Moments of laughter shared with family and friends, filling his heart with warmth and nostalgia. As the visual shifted, Chen witnessed significant milestones from his journey of growth. He saw himself diligently studying at school, tirelessly striving in society, and standing shoulder to shoulder with his companions in battle, an overwhelming wave of sentiment washing over him. These are the memories of your past. The agent from the Dragon Nation remarked, these records encapsulate every facet of your growth, forming an essential part of who you are today. Chen gazed intently at the screen, his heart brimming with reflection and contemplation. He began to reminisce about his past, recalling moments that had once brought him joy and inspiration, as well as times that had plunged him into sorrow and confusion. Now, I shall present to you some materials regarding your future, the agent continued, proceeding to operate the device. Instantly, the screen flickered to life with a series of indistinct images, revealing glimpses of Chen's future scenarios and circumstances. He beheld himself embarking on adventures and facing challenges, witnessing scenes of camaraderie as he battled alongside his future team, and observing his continuous growth and advancement in a world yet to unfold. Chen fixated on the screen, endeavoring to glean insights from the nebulous visuals. He understood that the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet he firmly believed that, through diligent effort, he could forge a future uniquely his own. These are the possibilities that await you, the agent stated. Your future is shaped by your choices and actions. After a moment of silence, Chen nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that both his past and future constituted vital chapters of his life's journey. He resolved to cherish each moment and strive to create the future he envisioned. The agent, filled with hope, wished for Chen to alter his fate within the current timeline and discover his own redemption. However, when he proposed this notion to Chen, the latter resolutely declined. I appreciate your intentions, yet I cannot alter my past, Chen asserted with determination. Although my past is fraught with mistakes and pain, it is also an integral part of my growth. I cannot erase it, nor can I evade it. The agent, upon hearing Chen's words, felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he comprehended Chen's resolution. Each individual carries their own history, making their choices and decisions. I can understand your perspective, the agent replied, but you must recognize that everything you do now will influence your future. You can choose to transform yourself, to embark on a different path. Chen remained silent for a moment before responding. I will strive to become a better person, but I will not deny my past. I shall accept it, confront it, and then continue to move forward. The agent nodded in understanding, aware that everyone possesses their own beliefs and choices, and he could not compel Chen to embrace his counsel. In the days that followed, Chen diligently endeavored to become a better individual. He actively participated in various social initiatives, offering assistance to those in need, seeking to atone for his past errors and shortcomings. Chapter 70, The Refuge. Meanwhile, the agent from the Dragon Nation and his team remained relentless in their pursuit and investigation of the time offender. They continuously gathered clues and analyzed intelligence, striving to uncover the true identity and motives of the elusive perpetrator. Yet, the time offender's movements remained enigmatic, eluding their grasp of his trajectory. They understood that the time criminal was an exceedingly perilous adversary who must be swiftly brought to justice. Otherwise, his actions could inflict catastrophic harm upon the entirety of space-time. During their investigation, they unearthed some shocking revelations. They discovered that the time criminal might be linked to several other offenders, suggesting the existence of a vast conspiracy. Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent were resolute in their determination to unveil the truth behind this conspiracy. They recognized that only by uncovering the true identity and motives of the time criminal could they unravel this enigma and safeguard the peace and tranquility of space-time. The Dragon Kingdom agent sighed deeply, fully aware that Chen's decision was not easily swayed. However, after his efforts to persuade Chen, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He understood that some matters might require a more direct approach to truly resonate. Chen, I know you currently refuse to alter the past, the Dragon Kingdom agent began slowly, but I must convey something of utmost importance. Chen lifted his gaze, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. What is it? He inquired. The Dragon Kingdom agent took a deep breath, resolved to present the facts plainly. That murder case from 1549, your adoptive mother. Chen's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on the agent, an ominous premonition stirring within him. What has transpired? His voice trembled. The perpetrator of that case was, in fact, you. The Dragon Kingdom agent's voice was heavy and somber. Chen's body jolted. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded the agent. His heart began to race. unwilling to accept this brutal reality. No, this cannot be true. Chen's voice quivered. I would never commit such an act. I once believed the same, the Dragon Kingdom agent replied, but we have uncovered evidence confirming you as the murderer in that case. Chen felt as if he had been struck by a devastating blow, his heart plunging into profound panic and despair. No, this cannot be. His voice gradually weakened. I understand your current emotional turmoil, the Dragon Kingdom agent stated, but we must confront the truth. Your past is not without blemish. You cannot evade it. Only by facing it with courage can you attain true self-redemption. Chen felt his world shatter entirely, unable to accept this harsh reality. He bore a tremendous weight of guilt, unable to forgive himself or confront the truth. I don't know what to do, he uttered, his tone rife with despair and helplessness. The Dragon Kingdom agent approached Chen, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. You are not alone. We shall remain by your side, supporting you, helping you navigate through this turmoil. Chen trembled in silence, tears streaming down his face. He recognized that to confront his past, he must summon strength and bravery to find his true self. I will strive to change. Chen declared with the last vestiges of his strength, I will endeavor to seek my redemption. The Dragon Kingdom agent nodded in quiet affirmation. Knowing that although the journey ahead was long as Chen was willing to exert effort, change was indeed possible. Thus, under the guidance of the Dragon Kingdom agent, Chen embarked on his path to redemption. He diligently sought to rectify his wrongs, actively engaging in social initiatives and aiding those in need, striving to atone for his past. As the internal conflict and struggle within Chen reached a crescendo, he resolved to feign agreement with the suggestions of the agents from the Dragon Kingdom, hoping to gain their trust and discover a means to resolve the predicament. During their conversation, Chen covertly surveyed his surroundings, seeking an opportunity. Very well, I shall do my utmost to assist you, Chen declared, his voice imbued with determination and confidence. The Dragon Kingdom agent, upon hearing Chen's response, felt a flicker of relief, convinced that his efforts would ultimately bear fruit. Thank you for your cooperation, Chen, he replied. I trust you will make the right choice. Chen offered a faint smile, though his heart brimmed with vigilance. He understood that to uncover a solution to the problem, he must embrace a certain degree of risk. One night, when all had succumbed to slumber, Chen embarked on his clandestine mission. He stealthily purloined the remote control for the neck device from the Dragon Kingdom agent's office and swiftly exited the confines of the Security Bureau's building. In a concealed location, Chen activated the remote, commencing his search for the signal of the neck device. After an exhaustive search, he ultimately pinpointed a signal source, the location of the Cosmic Cube. Before long, Chen arrived at the site of the Cosmic Cube. It was an abandoned factory, overrun with wild grass, exuding an air of desolation. Cautiously, Chen infiltrated the interior of the factory, uncertain of the dangers that awaited him. Nonetheless, he pressed on, for he knew that only by locating the Cosmic Cube could he unravel the enigma that lay before him. Deep within the factory, Chen finally beheld the Cosmic Cube. It nestled in a corner, encased within a sealed transparent box, emanating a faint glow. With care, Chen opened the box and grasped the Cosmic Cube. Feeling the surge of its mysterious power, a wave of awe washing over him. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized before him, clad in black. The figure wielded a sharp blade, eyes glinting with coldness. Who are you? Chen shouted, his voice taut with caution as he brandished the Cosmic Cube, preparing to counter the impending assault. The figure offered no reply, launching an immediate attack. With agility, he evaded Chen's strike, attempting to reclaim the Cosmic Cube. A fierce battle ensued between Chen and the dark-clad assailant, each exchange fraught with lethal intent. Chen unleashed his extraordinary abilities, channeling powerful energy in an effort to thwart his adversary. However, the black-clad figure proved equally formidable, swift and ruthless in his assaults. As the clash intensified, Chen gradually sensed his strength waning, yet he refused to yield, knowing that perseverance would enable him to conquer this foe and safeguard the Cosmic Cube. In a hasty retreat from the factory, Chen clutched the Cosmic Cube tightly, his heart racing with fear of the dark figure. He recognized that his foremost objective was to vacate this perilous locale swiftly and to seek refuge in a safe haven. He dashed out of the factory and into a secluded corner, pausing to catch his breath, fully attuned to his surroundings. Chapter 71. Utter defeat before his eyes. A familiar scene suddenly emerged, the drawer of the ever-shining British Empire. This place had once been the focal point of contention for them all, concealing countless precious treasures within. A stirring impulse surged within Chen, prompting him to investigate. Perhaps there, he might uncover some useful clues or tools to better confront the impending challenges. He approached the drawer and gently opened it. Inside lay an array of treasures, glimmering with enticing radiance. To his astonishment, however, he discovered that the innermost recesses held items he had never encountered before. Carefully extracting these objects, he observed them with great scrutiny. He realized that they were the coveted infinite gems that had previously incited a frenzy among the masses. The infinite gems emanated an extraordinary glow, radiating boundless power. Chen understood that these gems were extraordinary. They harbored immense energy capable of altering the very fabric of time and space. A thrilling realization struck him. If he could bring these infinite gems back, they might provide him the means to better combat the figures clad in black and other adversaries. Thus, he carefully tucked the gems into his bosom and hurriedly departed from the drawer's location. He was acutely aware that his foremost priority was to escape this perilous place and return to safety. Yet, just as he prepared to leave, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Chen, what are you doing here? The voice of the Dragon Kingdom agent emerged, and his figure stepped forth from the shadows. Chen paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. He realized that the Dragon Kingdom agent must have discovered his presence and had come specifically to find him. I was merely passing through, Chen stammered. I have not engaged in any unlawful activities. The Dragon Kingdom agent scrutinized Chen, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. What is that you hold? He inquired, pointing at Chen's bosom. A wave of apprehension washed over Chen as he understood that he could no longer conceal the truth from the agent. Resolutely, he decided to disclose the reality. These are the infinite gems, Chen stated candidly. I stumbled upon them while searching for individuals with extraordinary abilities. The Dragon Kingdom agent's eyes widened slightly in surprise at Chen's revelation. Infinite gems? He echoed softly. Do you comprehend their power? Chen nodded. I am aware that they are extraordinary, but I believe I can master their potential. The agent fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well. I trust you, he affirmed, but you must exercise caution. The power of these gems is vast and perilous. A wave of elation surged through Chen as he sensed the agent's trust and understanding. Thank you, he replied. I will handle them with care. As Chen gazed upon the infinite gems, once regarded as priceless treasures, now forgotten and rendered worthless in the drawer of the ever-shining British Empire, he was engulfed by an indescribable shock and confusion. He cast a wary glance around, seeking answers to this enigma. Were these gems not as significant as they had been led to believe? Were they merely an illusion, or perhaps a trap set by those with ulterior motives? How did these infinity stones end up here? Chen pondered aloud, attempting to clarify his thoughts. The agent from the Dragon Kingdom also fell into contemplation, meticulously observing the surroundings. It was indeed peculiar. He spoke solemnly, we must uncover the truth of this matter. Thus, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent commenced a thorough investigation and analysis of the Infinity Stones. They diligently examined the characteristics and effects of each stone, striving to discern their origins and purposes. After extensive inquiry, they ultimately unveiled the secret of these Infinity Stones. It turned out that these were not genuine Infinity Stones, but rather replicas. The efficacy of these imitations was vastly inferior to that of the authentic Infinity Stones. The Dragon Kingdom agent remarked gravely, they may resemble the originals, yet the energy within them pales in comparison. Upon hearing the agent's explanation, Chen felt a profound sense of bewilderment. He was reminded of his past dreams, aspirations of harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones to transform the world and protect his loved ones. Yet, the harshness of reality struck him. What he had pursued was merely an illusion, a fleeting fantasy. A heavy weight settled upon his heart. He found himself at a loss regarding his next steps. His world felt as though it had crumbled, leaving him feeling utterly powerless and insignificant. All of this is a lie, Chen whispered. We have been deceived. The Dragon Kingdom agent silently nodded, equally burdened by the gravity of their situation. He understood that the challenges they faced were daunting and cruel. However, even in the face of such adversity, they could not surrender. They had to confront reality with courage and seek a path that was truly their own. The appearance of Count Roland astonished both Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent. They had not anticipated that he would track them down so swiftly. You two dare to flee, Count Roland bellowed, flanked by a group of subordinates, menacingly advancing towards Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent. Faced with this sudden crisis, Chen furrowed his brow, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. He recognized that the moment had come to demonstrate his strength and courage. We are not fleeing, Chen stated calmly. We are merely seeking the truth. The Dragon Kingdom agent stood firm, his posture resolute as he fixed a steadfast gaze upon Count Roland. We will never be shackled by individuals like you. We have the right to pursue our own justice. Upon hearing their words, Count Roland roared in fury. You are courting death. Seize them. His subordinates, obeying his command, launched an assault on Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent, armed with an array of weapons. They charged with ferocity, seemingly intent on utterly defeating the two. Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent reacted instantaneously. They coordinated seamlessly, evading enemy attacks with remarkable speed while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Chen utilized his superhuman abilities, adroitly dodging strikes while unleashing powerful energy to take down foes one by one. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom agent employed his exceptional combat skills, engaging in intense close-quarters combat with the adversaries. His figure flickered unpredictably, each movement imbued with a lethal threat, instilling a sense of caution in his adversaries. Amidst this fierce battle, Chen and the Dragon Country agents displayed extraordinary combat prowess. Fearless in the face of peril, they advanced resolutely, continually repelling the enemy's assaults. However, as the conflict reached a fever pitch, a familiar glow suddenly illuminated their path. Chen's eyes brightened. He instantly recognized it as the entrance to the time projection hall. He understood that now was the moment to seize this opportunity for escape. "Follow me," Chen shouted, swiftly dashing towards the time projection hall. The Dragon Country agent promptly followed in Chen's footsteps, aware that it was time to vacate the premises, lest they fall into even greater peril. Count Roland, witnessing the scene, roared in fury, "Do not let them escape. Pursue them." His subordinates immediately halted their assault on Chen and the Dragon Country agents, redirecting their efforts towards the time projection hall. With all their might, Chen and the Dragon Country agents sprinted towards the entrance of the time projection hall. They could sense the enemy's footsteps drawing ever closer, but they refused to yield, quickening their pace in hopes of evading their pursuers. At last, they successfully entered the time projection hall, promptly sealing the door behind them and barring the enemy outside. In the serene atmosphere of the time projection hall, Chen and the Dragon Country agents found themselves immersed in contemplation. They stood quietly, gazing dreamily at the images projected on the screen, reflecting on their life experiences. Within those frames lay their growth and struggles, the laughter and tears of existence, and the passions and challenges they had faced, unfolding like a series of canvases showcasing each step they had taken. Chen reminisced about the arduous years spent in the orphanage, recalling the loneliness and helplessness, coupled with an insatiable yearning for a brighter future. He pondered how he had gradually matured, confronting various adversities and challenges, ultimately becoming the person he was today. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country agent reflected on his years in law enforcement, recalling days filled with honor and a profound sense of duty. He contemplated how he had safeguarded the safety and interests of the populace, repeatedly charging forth to uphold justice and the rule of law. In this extraordinary moment, they were no longer merely Chen and the Dragon Country agent, but ordinary individuals, small roles in the grand tapestry of life, propelled by fate towards an unknown shore. The scenes before them played out like a film, transporting them back to those bygone days. They beheld their former selves, glimpsed past companions and cherished friends, and revisited dreams and hopes once held dear. Yet, as the images continued to unfold, they also confronted pain and scars, witnessing former disappointments and confusions. They recognized their past mistakes and failures, along with the struggles and uncertainties they had endured. Gradually, tears welled in the corners of Chen and the Dragon Country agent's eyes. Those tears serve as both a farewell to the past and a plea for the future. They are aware that, regardless of the challenges and trials that lie ahead, they must confront them with unwavering strength, undeterred by adversity, and always forge onward. Their lives resemble a cinematic narrative, rich with drama and turmoil, yet, irrespective of the circumstances, they must resolutely continue until the final moment. As time silently elapses, a peculiar sense of ease and liberation envelopes Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent when the last frame fades from the screen. They recognize that they are prepared to embrace the challenges of the future and all that life has to offer. In the dimly lit theater of time, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent stand side by side, their gazes intertwining, suggesting a profound understanding between them. They realize that, in facing the forthcoming challenges, only through unity and collective effort can they overcome all obstacles and difficulties. With a deep breath, Chen decided to speak. "I am willing to collaborate with you to help apprehend the time criminal, who is, in essence, my future self." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom agent's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. "Thank you for your cooperation," he replied. "We will do our utmost to protect you. And we also hope that you will give your all to assist us in this mission." Chen nodded in affirmation of his commitment. "I will strive to do my best," he solemnly declared. "I do not wish to see my future self descend into criminality. I am prepared to exert every effort to prevent that." Thus, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent began to deliberate on a concrete action plan. They resolved to join forces, leveraging their respective abilities and resources to track down and apprehend the time criminal, ensuring the stability and safety of the temporal continuum. In the ensuing days, they embarked on a tense and vigorous operation. Utilizing various intelligence and leads, they pursued the time criminal's trail, endeavoring to uncover his whereabouts and hideouts. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous hardships and challenges. The time criminal, wielding his extraordinary abilities, would appear and vanish intermittently, eluding their grasp and confounding their efforts. Nonetheless, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent remained undeterred. They continuously adjusted their strategies, altering their methods, and relentlessly sought breakthroughs. After repeated endeavors, they finally pinpointed the time criminal's hiding place. Their pursuit led them to an abandoned factory, once the stronghold of the time criminal. Within this desolate structure, they engaged in a life-and-death struggle, ultimately succeeding in confining the time criminal. As Su Chen gazed upon his future self, shackled in handcuffs, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. He had never anticipated becoming the very criminal they sought to apprehend. Why? Su Chen inquired, his voice laden with confusion and disbelief. Why did you choose this path? The time criminal fell silent for a moment before gradually lifting his gaze, meeting Su Chen's eyes with resolute determination. Because I know that only through this means can I alter my destiny and save those I hold dear, he replied. I understand this is my sole escape. Upon hearing his words, Su Chen was filled with profound reflection. He comprehended that the time criminal had embarked on this path out of a fierce devotion to his beliefs and ideals, willing to sacrifice everything to rescue those he loved. I understand now. Su Chen spoke softly, expressing his determination to alter his fate and embark on a path of greater righteousness and illumination. The scene shifted, transporting us back to Rochester in 1858, on a dark and frigid night. In this ancient and enigmatic city, the streets lay deserted, illuminated only by the dim glow of distant lanterns, enveloped in a serene silence. Suddenly, a gust of wind shattered the stillness of the night, as a shadow darted swiftly through the darkness. It was a mysterious figure cloaked in a mantle, his form flickering like a phantom, akin to a cheetah prowling through the night. His gaze was icy, his face etched with resolve and determination, armed with a gleaming sword. Its blade shimmered with an unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 73. This individual is unfathomably powerful. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers clad in the uniforms of the unassailable British Empire appeared before him. Brandishing their weapons with fierce expressions, they were evidently on a mission. You are the one we seek. One soldier bellowed, surrender at once. Yet, the enigmatic figure remained undaunted, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Your confidence is truly remarkable. He retorted coldly, but alas, you are destined to fail. No sooner had he spoken than the mysterious figure launched into a ferocious assault. With agility akin to that of a nimble cheetah, he deftly evaded the soldiers' attacks, dispatching them one by one with breathtaking swiftness. The air crackled with the glint of his blade, as the battlefield erupted into chaos and fervor. The soldiers cried out in despair, powerless against the onslaught of the mysterious figure. They fought valiantly, yet could not halt his relentless advance. However, at that moment, an unexpected inferno erupted. The raging flames swiftly engulfed the entire battlefield, shooting upwards and illuminating the night sky. The mysterious figure found himself ensnared within the sea of fire, grievously wounded. His visage contorted, yet he gritted his teeth and fought against the flames. Nevertheless, the fire's fury intensified, spreading rapidly and consuming everything in its path. Ultimately, the mysterious figure could not escape the flames' embrace, reduced to ash in an instant. Time's harbinger sneered, how naive you are to believe you can thwart me. With that declaration, he unleashed a formidable wave of energy directed at Su Chen and Longhua. Reacting swiftly, Su Chen summoned his own energy field to counter the onslaught. Quickly, we must devise a way to thwart him, Su Chen shouted, simultaneously binding Time's harbinger with his powers. Longhua followed suit, brandishing his weapon and launching an assault against Time's harbinger. His weapon traced arcs of light, slicing through the hall like lightning, aimed directly at the foe. Though formidable, Time's harbinger appeared somewhat beleaguered under the combined onslaught of Su Chen and Longhua. He continually released waves of energy, striving to break free from Su Chen's grip, but Su Chen held steadfast, denying him a moment's respite. The hall resonated with the clash of energies and the din of weapons colliding, the atmosphere charged with tension and intensity. Su Chen and Longhua relentlessly launched their assaults, striving to repel the time offender, who, in turn, exerted every ounce of effort to dismantle their defenses. With each fierce confrontation, the temperature in the hall soared, and the air became thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and smoke. Beads of sweat trickled down Su Chen and Longhua's foreheads, yet their gazes remained resolutely steadfast. We must endure, Su Chen proclaimed, his voice resonating with unwavering determination. Indeed, we cannot allow the time offender to prevail, Longhua echoed, undeterred, as he brandished his weapon and continued the onslaught against their foe. At that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening roar, causing the entire hall to sway precariously. An instinctive sense of danger washed over Su Chen and Longhua. They understood that the time offender's power had reached its zenith, and failure to halt him would lead to dire consequences. We must accelerate our assault, Su Chen called out, realizing that time was of the essence. Longhua nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was their final hour. He needed to summon all his strength to join forces with Su Chen to vanquish the time offender. They renewed their assault, unleashing a more potent wave of energy that surged forth like a tumultuous ocean tide aimed at the time offender. Despite his efforts to resist, he ultimately faltered under the combined might of their attack, retreating to the corner of the hall. Now it is over, Su Chen bellowed triumphantly, his voice brimming with the essence of victory. Longhua joined the fray, declaring that it was time to deliver the final blow. Together, they harnessed their most formidable energy wave, targeting the time offender directly. The time offender screamed in terror, yet he could not withstand the overwhelming force. In the end, he was utterly defeated, dissipating into a radiant light that vanished from the hall. In the glow of the raging flames, the battlefield lay in ruins. A desolate wasteland marked by charred remains and debris, bearing witness to the brutal conflict. However, just as the flames began to subside, a figure suddenly emerged at the edge of the battlefield. It was a young and handsome man, his gaze deep and resolute, seemingly in search of something. As time flowed quietly by, a small squad from the Sun Never Set's British Empire, clad in thick military uniforms, stealthily traversed the streets. They were the Time Guardians, entrusted with the monumental task of preserving the order of time and space. Abruptly, a sharp gust of wind swept through, causing the streetlights to flicker, and a malevolent aura began to permeate the air. "Be cautious," shouted a young guardian. Yet, before they could brace themselves, a figure flashed before them, appearing like a specter. Clad in a black cloak, the figure bore a grim countenance and a penetrating gaze, exuding an aura of unimaginable power. "It is the Time Offender." The guardian's expressions shifted to one of grave concern. Once their most trusted companion, he had now become their most formidable adversary, wielding his extraordinary abilities to taunt them, posing a significant threat to the fabric of time and space. "You shall not escape," a guardian yelled, brandishing his weapon and launching an attack against the Time Offender. However, the time criminal deftly evaded his assault, moving with the grace of a wandering dragon, armed with a gleaming sword that radiated an unparalleled brilliance. He was an adversary impossible to withstand. "Charge!" the guardians shouted, launching their attacks with unwavering resolve, determined to safeguard the tranquility and stability of time and space. Yet, the time criminal exhibited no fear. Rather, he grew emboldened, driving them into a corner. Employing his extraordinary abilities, he struck unexpectedly time and again, exhausting their defenses and rendering them nearly defenseless. On the battlefield, the sword danced, blades clashed, and a life-and-death struggle unfolded. The guardians fought valiantly, exerting every ounce of strength, unwilling to capitulate to the time criminal. Nevertheless, his power was overwhelming. He was like a cunning fox, appearing and vanishing at will, eluding capture. "We must withdraw," a guardian shouted. "This foe is too formidable." The guardians retreated in unison, seeking to escape the battlefield and avert further casualties. They understood that the enemy before them was beyond their capability to confront. Only through a timely retreat could they preserve their lives. Chapter 74. We must retreat. The guardians continued their withdrawal, striving to distance themselves from the fray to prevent greater losses. They recognized that the adversary they faced was insurmountable, and only through unity and collective effort could they hope to find a sliver of survival. As the Dragon Nation led Chen and a team from the Sun Never Set's British Empire to the scene of the incident, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire group. The Dragon Nation surveyed the surroundings with vigilance, ever prepared to confront potential threats. "We must remain alert, ready to respond to any possible attack," he advised his comrades. Chen stood silently to the side, his brow furrowed, his mind awash with uncertainty. He understood all too well the precariousness of their situation. Losing their vigilance could plunge them into grave peril. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the tense fabric to flutter, as if heralding an impending storm. "Someone's outside," a team member suddenly cried, his voice laced with fear and alertness. The Dragon Nation instantly drew his pistol, his eyes fixated on the tense entrance. "Prepare for battle," he whispered, his body tense, poised to confront any imminent threat. The tense flap was abruptly lifted, and a figure swiftly entered. It was a handsome and enigmatic man, his gaze deep and resolute, exuding an extraordinary power. "Who goes there?" the Dragon Nation demanded coldly, gripping his pistol tightly. "Ever ready to face any danger?" The man smiled faintly, his gaze resolute and unwavering. "I am here to prevent your actions," he replied fearlessly. Upon hearing his words, Longwa furrowed his brow in concern. "Who are you? What exactly do you intend to do?" he inquired, a hint of suspicion and wariness flickering in his eyes. The man smiled slightly, his expression firm. "I am a time traveler, your future self," he declared. "I come from the future to avert the mistakes you are about to make." Longwa was taken aback by his statement, his heart racing. "A time traveler?" he echoed in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Chen stood silently beside them, his gaze fixed intently on the man, filled with doubt and caution. He understood that this individual was no ordinary person. His emergence could alter everything. "We must tread carefully," he advised Longwa. "We cannot easily trust his words." Longwa nodded in agreement. "We must remain vigilant and not let our guard down," he instructed his team, urging them to be prepared for any potential threat. The atmosphere inside the tent grew tense and heavy, the confrontation between Longwa and the time traveler electrifying. Chen watched closely, his heart a mix of anticipation and unease. "Who are you really?" Longwa's voice was chilling, his finger tightly gripping his firearm, poised for any danger that might arise. The time traveler smiled faintly, his demeanor calm. "I have already stated, I am a time traveler, your future self." His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an unshakable resolve. Longhua furrowed his brow again, skepticism evident in his tone. A time traveler? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? The time traveler remained silent, merely offering a faint smile, his eyes betraying a hint of indifference and caution. He recognized that Longhua was not easily swayed, and he needed to navigate this encounter with care to ensure his own safety. We cannot trust his words, Chen warned. He may be trying to manipulate us. We must proceed with caution. Longhua pondered for a moment, his expression grave and watchful. I understand, he finally said. We must remain alert and not be easily deceived by him. The tension in the tent escalated, both sides locked in a stalemate. Doubt and unease filled everyone's hearts as they awaited the unfolding of fate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent, followed by a figure darting inside. It was a young and handsome man, his eyes deep and determined, exuding an incredible strength. Longhua, Chen, you are here, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and urgency. Longhua and Chen exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Who are you? Longhua asked. What do you want? The man smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. I am here to stop you, he answered fearlessly. I am you from the future. I know what is about to transpire, and I have come to prevent you from making grave mistakes. Longhua and Chen were shaken by his words. Our future selves? They echoed in unison, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment and doubt. The man smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, I am you from the future, he declared. I am aware of what is to transpire, and I have come to prevent you from making grave mistakes. After departing from the scene of the incident, the team encountered no attacks along the way. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, ever prepared to confront potential dangers. As they progressed, the scenery unfolded before them like a splendid tapestry. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dense foliage, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, while a host of wildlife flitted through the underbrush, infusing the environment with vitality and energy. Longhua led the team at the forefront, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Chen trailed behind, his heart heavy with uncertainty and anxiety. Where are we headed? He inquired, seeking to grasp the plan ahead. Longhua halted, turning to face Chen. We must locate the time transgressor and prevent him from committing errors, he stated, his voice resolute, exuding an indomitable determination. Chen felt a jolt at his words. The time transgressor? He echoed, puzzled. Are you certain of his whereabouts? Longhua fell silent for a moment, his expression deepening into a cold, contemplative stare. I am uncertain, but we must exhaust all efforts to find him, he asserted. We cannot allow him to escape. Chapter 75. We cannot halt him. They huddled together, forming an unyielding line of defense. Armed and resolute, they were determined to withstand the onslaught of the time transgressor. However, the transgressor's power was overwhelmingly formidable. He was akin to an unstoppable beast, fierce and merciless, rendering resistance futile. Under his assault, the guardians faltered, their position precarious. We cannot halt him, one guardian shouted. We must retreat. Chen nodded in agreement. We need to act swiftly, he urged. Time is of the essence. We must locate him post-haste. Thus, Longhua guided the team onward. They traversed the dense woods and navigated the rugged mountain paths, remaining alert at all times. Despite the arduous journey, they pressed forward, resolute in their mission to find the time transgressor and avert impending mistakes. At last, deep within a thicket, they discovered a cottage concealed amidst the trees. A faint glow emanated from within, as if whispering untold tales. Longhua furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead. We have arrived, he murmured. Are you prepared? The team approached the hidden cottage, with Longhua and Chen discreetly concealed among the foliage, quietly surveying their surroundings. The area before the cottage was enveloped in silence, save for the dim light filtering through the windows, casting a somber ambience. Longhua's brow creased. He sensed an indescribable weight in the air, a palpable tension. We must proceed with caution, he whispered to his comrades. Do not let your guard down. He may be anticipating our arrival. Chen stood silently nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the cottage. He understood that the scene before him was far from simple. A moment's negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. Suddenly, the door of the cabin swung open, and a figure emerged. Clad in a black cloak, his demeanor was somber, and his gaze was piercing. It was none other than the time offender, the future Chen. You have arrived, he stated, his voice cold and resolute, exuding an unwavering determination. Longhua furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Time offender, what exactly do you intend to do? His tone was laced with vigilance and distrust. The time offender offered a slight smile, his eyes unwavering. I have come to prevent you, he declared. I am aware of your plans, and I cannot allow you to err. Upon hearing his words, Chen felt a stirring within. You are the future me? He inquired. Why do you wish to stop us? The time offender did not respond. He simply smiled faintly. I cannot allow you to make mistakes, he reiterated. You must cease. Longhua remained silent for a moment, his gaze growing profound and frigid. We will not stop, he asserted. We shall find you and prevent your errors. The time offender remained silent, merely smiling. "You cannot succeed," he replied. "I already know everything." The atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly tense, each heart filled with doubt and unease. They were uncertain of what would unfold next, waiting for the hand of fate to guide them. This was a decisive confrontation, the outcome of which would determine the fate of the entire space-time continuum. As the battle erupted, the scene outside the tent descended into chaos and intensity. Long Guo and the future Su Chen engaged in a fierce duel, their movements sharp and relentless, with each clash igniting brilliant sparks. Long Guo employed his combat skills in conjunction with his teammates' seamless coordination, striving to defeat the time offender. Meanwhile, the future Su Chen transformed into an unpredictable force, his techniques hinting at a power that transcended time and space, evading comprehension. "We must be cautious. His power far exceeds our imagination," Long Guo warned, a note of gravity evident in his gaze. Su Chen nodded, his form agile and lithe, each attack flowing effortlessly like a stream. "We must give our all. We cannot allow him to escape," he declared, his voice imbued with resolve and determination. Amidst the fierce struggle, the chaos both inside and outside the tent intensified. The trees in the forest swayed under the tumult of battle, their branches rustling and whispering. The sky crackled with lightning, as if heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged from within the tent, drawing everything around it into a swirling vortex. Long Guo and Su Chen felt the might of this energy. Their bodies involuntarily propelled backward, unable to withstand the force. "What is this?" Long Guo struggled to rise, his expression filled with astonishment and confusion. Su Chen shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "I do not know," he replied, "but we must persevere." The battle continued both inside and outside the tent, each collision causing the very fabric of space-time to tremble violently. The Dragon Kingdom and Su Chen remained ever vigilant, fully aware that this conflict would determine the fate of the entire continuum. Simultaneously, in another realm, a pivotal meeting was underway between the Dragon Kingdom and Count Roland. The Count's demeanor was grave and solemn, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. The timekeeper expressed profound concern regarding Su Chen's case. With a voice both solemn and authoritative, the judge proclaimed, "We must locate him swiftly to resolve this matter." The Dragon Kingdom nodded, his heart brimming with a sense of duty and purpose. "I shall exert every effort," he vowed earnestly. "I will not allow the time offender to elude justice." Upon the conclusion of the meeting, the Dragon Kingdom hastened back to the battlefield, acutely aware that the moment had arrived. He must join the fray post-haste, collaborating with his comrades to thwart the schemes of the time offender. In the throes of fierce combat, both the Dragon Kingdom and Su Chen unleashed formidable powers in their quest to vanquish their adversary. Their techniques were sharp and incisive, each clash igniting resplendent sparks that reverberated throughout the fabric of time and space. In an instant of battle, Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom moved with the swiftness of thunder, their every maneuver suffused with unfathomable strength. The Dragon Kingdom's form was agile and lithe, each strike precise and forceful, his gaze illuminated by an unwavering resolve. Su Chen, in a manner enigmatic, wielded his abilities, his form flickering in and out of view, as if entwined with the very essence of time and space, elusive and hard to grasp. Outside the tent, storms raged and the earth trembled, as if the entire continuum quaked in trepidation. The clash between the Dragon Kingdom and Su Chen intensified, each collision accompanied by explosive reverberations that quickened the heart. Chapter 76. A flicker in his gaze, yet the man remained undaunted, evading with the grace of a nimble leopard. Armed with a sharp sword, he met the time offender's onslaught with agility and determination. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense and charged, as blades danced and shadows flickered in a life-and-death struggle unfolding before them. The man fought valiantly, undeterred by danger, resolute in his intent to withstand the time offender's assault. "We must unite," he cried out boldly. "Only together can we conquer him." The Guardians felt a surge of hope at his words, recognizing that this man might very well be their last line of defense. In this moment of crisis, they had no choice but to stand together and resist. If they were to salvage the future of their world, this mission cannot fail. The Dragon Kingdom's voice echoed across the battlefield. "We must stop the time offender and save the entire continuum." Su Chen nodded, his eyes glinting with the fire of battle. "We shall succeed," he shouted. "We cannot allow him to destroy everything." Once more, they plunged into an intense confrontation, their fists colliding, each impact releasing searing flames. The air inside and outside the tent crackled with electric tension, as if the very essence of time and space was ablaze. Meanwhile, in another location, the Dragon Kingdom engaged in a significant dialogue with the judge. "Have you encountered the timekeeper?" The judge's voice was solemn and serious, reflecting his deep concern for Su Chen's predicament. The Dragon Kingdom furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "I have never seen him," he answered honestly. "Yet I was aware that he had been closely monitoring the case." The judge fell silent for a moment, his gaze betraying a hint of concern. "We must locate Su Chen post-haste," he declared, for the actions of the time criminals have grown increasingly audacious, and we can no longer afford to delay. Longwa nodded, fully cognizant of the gravity of the operation. I shall exert every effort, he solemnly vowed. I will not allow the time criminals to evade justice. After the meeting concluded, Longwa swiftly returned to the battlefield, knowing that the time had come to commit wholeheartedly to thwarting the nefarious schemes of the time criminals alongside his comrades. Back on the battlefield, Longwa and Chen stood side by side once more. Their singular objective clear: to halt the time criminals and safeguard the fate of the entire continuum. Amid the tense atmosphere of battle, Longwa and Chen became increasingly aware of the mounting pressure they faced. They understood that the threat posed by the time criminals had reached a critical juncture, and Count Roland's ultimatum had plunged them into a dire predicament. We must complete our mission swiftly. Longwa's voice conveyed a note of anxiety. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen furrowed his brow tightly, a flicker of worry crossing his face. We must devise a solution, he stated, or we shall face failure. The clash of battle continued both inside and outside the tent, each collision sending tremors through the fabric of time itself. Longwa and Chen fought valiantly against the onslaught of the time criminals, their strikes sharp and fierce, each counterattack imbued with determination and courage. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Chen, engulfing everything around them in a swirling vortex. Longwa felt the intensity of this energy. He understood that Chen was preparing to unleash his full power. Now is the moment. Chen's voice resonated across the battlefield. We can delay no longer. Longwa nodded, his eyes brimming with resolve. Let us vanquish the time criminals, he shouted, for the peace of time, for our future. The two resumed their fierce battle, their movements sharp and decisive, each clash illuminating the surroundings with brilliant light. The conflict escalated to a fever pitch, a decisive confrontation imminent. Meanwhile, in another location, Count Roland issued her final ultimatum. If you cannot accomplish your task promptly, I shall reset Chen. Her tone was cold and resolute, emphasizing that the stability of time outweighed the fates of any individual. Longwa and Chen felt a weight in their hearts. They recognized that Count Roland was not jesting. Her words carried an undeniable authority that demanded serious consideration. We must complete our mission swiftly. Longwa urged Chen, otherwise all will be lost. Chen nodded, determination shining in his eyes. We shall not allow her to prevail, he asserted. We will succeed. Under Longwa's leadership, Chen arrived at a solemn and austere archive, a repository brimming with the secrets of time. Each document chronicled significant historical events and enigmatic occurrences. Longwa pointed towards the distant bookshelf and said, Here lies our entire collection of information regarding the time offenders. I hope you will examine it thoroughly. Perhaps you may uncover some clues. Chen's gaze swept across the scrolls, each one shimmering with an enigmatic glow, as if whispering untold stories to him. Approaching the shelf, he meticulously picked up a scroll and began to peruse its contents. The archives documented a myriad of events, some detailing the exploits of the time offenders, while others contained intelligence on temporal distortions. Each piece of information held the potential to unravel the mystery. Chen read with unwavering focus, striving to extract clues that would better equip him for the challenges ahead. The archive was serene and solemn, the only sound being the rustling of the scrolls as Chen turned their pages. Longwa stood quietly by, aware that this was a decisive battle concerning the fate of time itself, and that each of Chen's decisions could sway the course of reality. With each page turned, Chen's anxiety intensified. He understood that the actions of the time offenders had become increasingly reckless, and they needed to find a solution swiftly. At last, after sifting through several scrolls, he paused, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. I found it, Chen exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy and excitement. We must go to this place. He pointed to a line in the scroll, determination evident in his gaze. Longwa approached for a closer look, her brow furrowing slightly. This is a perilous location, she remarked, but if this is the sole path to resolve our predicament, we must proceed. The two exchanged a knowing nod, aware that the road ahead would be fraught with difficulty and danger. Yet, they were resolved to advance bravely, for the peace of time and the safety of all life. Chapter 77. So much time has passed, who are you? The time offender asked coldly, his eyes betraying disdain and wariness. The young man smiled faintly, his gaze resolute and unwavering. I have come to stop you, he replied without fear. The time offender scoffed at his words. Stop me? How naive you are, he said icily. With that, he suddenly unleashed a ferocious assault, striking at the young man with the fury of a tempest. The glint of blades flashed, and the air was sliced by his fierce attacks, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. As they journeyed towards their destination, both Chen and Longwa felt a weight in their hearts. Despite their readiness to face the impending challenges deep within, they remained apprehensive about the unknown that lay ahead. We have spent so much time with nothing to show for it, Chen lamented, a hint of frustration in his voice. I had hoped to find some clues in the archives. Longwa sighed gently, fully understanding Su Chen's sentiments. Perhaps our efforts have yet to suffice, she comforted. We cannot give up. We will surely find the answers. The two continued onward in silence, their steps firm and resolute, each stride seeming to embrace the challenges that awaited them. The scenery around them rushed by, yet their hearts remained immersed in concern for the future. At long last, they arrived at a strange and enigmatic place, saturated with an aura of mystery and pervaded by an unsettling atmosphere. Long Guo and Su Chen exchanged glances, each aware that the path ahead would be fraught with peril. We must exercise caution, Long Guo cautioned, for this locale may be riddled with traps. Su Chen nodded in agreement, gripping his weapon tightly, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. We must proceed with utmost care, he asserted, or we may find ourselves ensnared in a predicament. The two moved forward with a shared understanding, their objective clear before them. Yet they recognized that the journey ahead would not be straightforward. They had to remain vigilant, ever ready to confront potential dangers. Only in doing so could they navigate the complexities of their quest and safeguard the fate of the entire continuum of time and space. As they explored this mysterious realm, they encountered a myriad of difficulties and challenges. At times, they faced treacherous traps, while at others, formidable monsters obstructed their path. Yet, no matter the nature of the obstacles, Long Guo and Su Chen stood resolute, summoning every ounce of strength to bravely tackle each challenge. As time passed, they gradually drew closer to the crux of their dilemma. With each skirmish, they gathered an increasing number of clues, and each victory brought them nearer to unveiling the shroud of truth. Ultimately, after a grueling exploration, Long Guo and Su Chen uncovered the key to resolving their issue. They stumbled upon a clandestine base hidden deep within, filled with an array of intricate mechanisms and traps. Yet, undeterred by the daunting environment, they resolutely decided to venture deeper in search of the answers they sought. Within the depths of the secret base, they discovered a vast control room. The walls were adorned with a complex array of electronic screens and control panels, the entire space teeming with dazzling technological devices and robots. This must be the lair of the time criminal, Long Guo intoned solemnly. We must tread carefully. Su Chen nodded, surveying his surroundings in search of clues. We must locate him and thwart his nefarious scheme, he declared, or the entirety of time and space may plunge into danger. The two resolved to split up, aiming to expedite their search for the whereabouts of the time criminal. Su Chen moved to one side of the control room, beginning to sift through the data records displayed on the electronic screens, while Long Guo took charge of investigating the surroundings to preempt any unforeseen incidents. Su Chen stared intently at the screen, his fingers dancing rapidly across the control panel. The display was flooded with a torrent of data, the majority of which was encrypted and indecipherable. Anxiety gnawed at him as time slipped away, and he had yet to uncover any useful leads. Suddenly, a flicker on one of the screens captured his attention. He focused intently, striving to decipher the information contained therein. After considerable effort, he successfully unraveled the encryption, revealing a video recording. In the footage, a shadowy figure was seen manipulating a colossal time transfer device. Surrounding the apparatus were a multitude of complex instruments and equipment, seemingly engaged in some form of experimentation. This must be the time criminal, Su Chen realized. A surge of anger welled up within Su Chen. We must thwart him. At that moment, Long was suddenly issued a warning. Su Chen, be cautious. Someone is approaching. Her voice was laced with tension. Su Chen immediately became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Yet he detected no suspicious movements. Are you certain? He inquired. Yes, I can sense their presence, Long Guo replied, her expression grave. We must prepare ourselves, ready to counter any threat. Silently, Su Chen rifled through his files in the archive, perusing the pages that chronicled his past. The documents detailed his growth, training, and a series of missions and events he had once participated in. Each page represented a fragment of his life, yet at this moment, the records of his former self imparted an inexplicable sense of oppression. These documents are so cold, Su Chen murmured to himself, his fingers grazing the text. Feeling the weight of the memories contained within, Long Guo observed Su Chen, filled with understanding. She recognized that each person's past is laden with myriad memories, some joyful, others painful, and these recollections inevitably resurface, stirring the softest recesses of the heart. Su Chen, are you all right? Long Guo approached him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Su Chen lifted his gaze, attempting to inject firmness into his voice. I'm fine. Yet the slight tremor in his tone betrayed his inner turmoil. The past is behind us, Long Guo said softly. What matters now is what we do in the present and the future. Su Chen took a deep breath, striving to regain control over his emotions. Yes, you were right. He forced a smile before continuing to sift through the documents. Suddenly, he came across a particular file, a classified folder, distinct from the others. He reached for it, opening it to reveal a trove of intelligence regarding special missions related to the Sun Never Sets British Empire. Chapter 78. We are being watched as they walked along the street. They remained ever vigilant, attentive to their surroundings. Suddenly, Su Chen halted, his expression grave as he gazed toward a distant corner. "What is it?" Long Guo asked anxiously. A flicker of alertness crossed Su Chen's eyes. "I believe we are being watched." No sooner had he spoken than an unusual sound of wind rushed in, followed by a shadow hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. "Duck!" Su Chen shouted, darting into a nearby alley. Long was swiftly followed, and the two took refuge in the shadowy passage. The dark figure zipped past them, brushing against their shoulders and stirring a fierce gust of wind. "What was that?" Long Guo gasped, watching the shadow vanish into the distance. Su Chen replied in a low voice, "That was a henchman of the time criminal. They have discovered our trail." Long Guo's brow furrowed even deeper. "What should we do?" Drawing in a steadying breath, a glimmer of resolve shone in Su Chen's eyes. "We press on. They are already aware of our plans. We must quickly locate the time criminal's hideout." Long Guo and Su Chen hurriedly traversed the dimly lit streets, where the surrounding edifices gradually succumbed to decay, as if whispering the tales of a bygone era. They advanced towards the very heart of the sunless British Empire, a wave of trepidation and unease swelling within them. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the stillness of the night sky, as a colossal mechanical bird soared overhead, its wings stirring a chilling gust that sent shivers down their spines. Su Chen glanced upward, a flicker of vigilance crossing his features. "Is this the harbinger of the apocalypse?" he murmured softly. "It seems the forces of time have extended their reach to this place." Long Guo's countenance turned grave. "We must proceed with caution." The pair hastened onward, the streets now bereft of pedestrians, illuminated only by sporadic glimmers of light. Abruptly, an unusual aura enveloped them, as if a mysterious power was coalescing in the air. Su Chen came to a halt, furrowing his brow. "Do you sense it?" "The atmosphere here feels peculiar." Long Guo surveyed their surroundings, his gaze alert. "I feel it too. This essence seems to emanate from the depths of oblivion." In unison, they quickened their pace, moving towards the source of the enigmatic energy. Before a derelict structure, they stumbled upon a concealed entrance shrouded in darkness. "Perhaps the time criminal lurks within," Su Chen whispered, determination glinting in his eyes. Without hesitation, they stepped into the shadowy threshold, their hearts brimming with anxiety and anticipation. As they delved deeper, the ambience grew increasingly sinister, as though the entire world was ensnared in darkness. Suddenly, a blinding light flickered, accompanied by a surge of potent energy that propelled them forward. Su Chen and Long Guo quickly regained their footing, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. "It appears we have arrived at the lair of the time criminal." Long Guo's voice resonated with a chilling resolve. "We must tread carefully, lest we be careless." "Indeed." Su Chen inhaled deeply, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "We must locate him and thwart his nefarious scheme." The duo continued their silent advance, weaving through the murky corridors. Suddenly, they encountered a massive iron door, etched with ancient runes that exuded an air of mystique. "This is it." Su Chen's voice was low yet resolute as he gently pushed the door ajar. Beyond it lay an expansive chamber, its walls adorned with archaic mechanical devices emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. At the center of the chamber, a shadowy figure was seated upon an altar, enveloped in a shroud of mysterious energy. "That is the time criminal." Long Guo's voice brimmed with fury and defiance. Su Chen and Long Guo approached the altar, the figure of the time criminal flickering in and out of the darkness, resembling a specter that exerted dominion over all. His eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if capable of piercing through the fabric of reality. "Time criminal, your transgressions have reached their end." Long Guo's voice resonated with wrath and conviction. Standing tall and prepared to face the impending confrontation, Su Chen gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze unwavering. "Your machinations are about to be unraveled. It is time to pay the price." The time criminal regarded them with an air of indifference, as if their arrival had been anticipated. "Are you here to embrace death?" His tone was deep and frigid, laced with disdain. "We are here to stop you." Su Chen's voice was calm, yet authoritative. "You have committed enough crimes." "Crimes?" The time offender chuckled lightly. "Time is merely a game, and I am but a player." Long Guo scoffed. "Your game has cost countless lives. You must pay the price." "Humph. Pay the price?" A glint of mockery flickered in the time offender's eyes. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Time is no longer within your grasp." As his words resonated, the energy within the chamber surged violently, a formidable force rushing toward the two. Su Chen and Long Guo immediately readied themselves for battle, their figures flickering amidst the energy waves, akin to two valiant warriors. An intense confrontation commenced, the time offender transforming into a powerful force, relentlessly launching attacks at the pair. Long Guo wielded his weapon with the ferocity of a lion, while Su Chen adeptly maneuvered, evading strikes and seeking opportunities to counterattack. The energy waves rampaged through the chamber, demolishing mechanical devices on the walls, the air around the altar crackling with electric intensity. Su Chen and Long Guo remained ever vigilant, their eyes locked on every movement of the time offender, poised for retaliation. "You are exceedingly naive." The time offender's voice echoed within the chamber. "Before me, you are utterly insignificant." Yet, Chen and Longwa stood undaunted, courageously resisting and continually searching for weaknesses. The Time Offenders' assaults grew more ferocious, but they persisted, resolute in their determination to put an end to this malevolent being. The battle raged on for an extended period, the Time Offender's strength gradually waning, his form beginning to weaken. Seizing the moment, Chen and Longwa tightened their grip on the opportunity and launched their final strike. A lightning bolt of brilliance cut through the chamber, and the Time Offender's figure abruptly vanished into the darkness, his sinister plot thoroughly thwarted. The clash within the chamber, marked by energy eruptions, triggered tremors throughout the time rift. The air was thick with the scent of electromagnetic waves. As Chen and Longwa's silhouettes flickered in and out of visibility, their confrontation reaching a fever pitch. You are engaging in futile struggles. The Time Offender's voice reverberated amidst the energy fluctuations. You shall never stop me. The arrival of doom is inevitable. We shall never surrender. Longwa proclaimed, chest heaving, teeth clenched. Your crimes must be punished. Chapter 79. Do not let your guard down. Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. We lack concrete leads. But I believe we must return to the empire on which the sun never sets and re-examine all his actions. Very well, we shall depart immediately. Longwa did not hesitate, knowing that time was of the essence. The two swiftly exited the archives, stepping into the night. As darkness enveloped the streets, pedestrians became scarce. With only a few carriages slowly traversing the road, they headed toward the empire on which the sun never sets, their hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. They understood that this mission would be decisive, and indeed the most perilous yet. Chen observed coldly, his figure flickering like a phantom. Ever prepared to seek the vulnerabilities of the Time Offender? Do you believe you can evade responsibility? Your actions will bear consequences. The laughter of the Time Offender echoed within the chamber, his form distorting amidst the energy fluctuations. How laughable you all are. Before me. You are merely a swarm of inept ants. The battle intensified, the Time Offender's energy waves enveloping the entire chamber, rendering Chen and Longwa nearly breathless. They exerted every effort to uncover the Time Offender's weaknesses, yet his power far surpassed their expectations, leaving them in profound frustration. Suddenly, a brilliant light streaked across the chamber, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen and Longwa's eyes. They witnessed the Time Offender's form weaken, seemingly losing control. Now is the moment. Longwa shouted. We must vanquish him in one fell swoop. Chen nodded, and the two synchronized their efforts, launching a final assault against the Time Offender. Their figures darted through the chamber like lightning, each strike precise and ferocious, leaving the Time Offender nearly defenseless. The Time Offender roared, his form continuously twisting. But faced with the combined onslaught of Chen and Longwa, he could no longer maintain stability. Ultimately, he was driven to the edge of the chamber, unable to sustain his shape any longer. Time Offender, your transgressions end here. Chen's voice resonated with triumphant joy. As the one who constantly evaded responsibility was finally to pay the price for his actions. The Time Offender's form gradually faded within the energy fluctuations. His voice reverberating in the chamber, you can never defeat me. Yet, his voice grew weaker, ultimately vanishing entirely within the energy waves. Chen and Longwa stood at the center of the chamber, their figures appearing both solitary and resolute. They had triumphed. But this victory did not signify the end of all things. The crisis in time and space still lingered, and they must continue to strive to preserve the peace of the continuum. Chen surveyed his surroundings, seeking something that could aid Longwa's understanding. His gaze ultimately settled upon vibrant bowls of fruit salad. These salads, arranged upon the table, were resplendent in color and utterly tantalizing. Longwa, come, try this. Chen invited, offering him a spoonful of salad. Longwa accepted the spoon, inspecting the fruit salad before him. He had never encountered such food, yet its colors and aroma filled him with delight. What is this? Longwa inquired curiously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is fruit salad. Chen explained with a smile. It contains various fruits, such as strawberries, blueberries, pineapples, and more. Give it a try. It tastes wonderful. Longwa hesitated for a moment, then cautiously scooped a spoonful of salad into his mouth. Instantly, his palate was flooded with the sweet juice of the fruits, a refreshing flavor spreading across his tongue. Wow! Delicious! Longwa exclaimed in astonishment. I have never tasted such food. Chen smiled, knowing this was a splendid opportunity for mutual understanding. Fruit salad resembles the fabric of time and space, with each fruit symbolizing a distinct temporal line, interwoven to create a vibrant tapestry of existence. A flicker of enlightenment crossed Longwa's mind. Indeed, each fruit represents a temporal thread, and the interplay between these threads contributes to the rich diversity of the continuum. Chen nodded in agreement, affirming, just like the temporal offender we recently vanquished, who sought to disrupt the equilibrium of time and space. Yet, united in purpose, we ultimately triumphed over him. Longwa pondered for a moment before revealing a resolute smile. I understand now. We must safeguard the diversity of time and space. ensuring that each temporal line can coexist harmoniously. Su Chen, smiling, clasped Long Guo's hand firmly. Indeed, our duty is to protect the peace of the continuum. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Long Guo and Su Chen, Count Roland's subordinates were secretly plotting a new scheme. Unwilling to accept defeat, they resolved to employ more cunning tactics against Long Guo and Su Chen. In a desolate, abandoned warehouse, Count Roland's subordinates convened a clandestine meeting, clad in dark uniforms. Their faces were shrouded in ominous expressions, hinting at the impending conspiracy. "Boss, we've just received intelligence. Long Guo and Su Chen plan to journey to the Land of Doom." One subordinate reported in hushed tones. Count Roland furrowed his brow. "The Land of Doom? What are they up to?" "We're uncertain, but rumors suggest it harbors extraordinary powers. They may be seeking secrets hidden there," another subordinate added. Count Roland contemplated for a moment before deciding to intervene. "We cannot allow them to succeed. Dispatch agents to the Land of Doom immediately to intercept and eliminate them." "Understood." The subordinates responded in unison, swiftly dispersing to execute Count Roland's orders. Simultaneously, Long Guo and Su Chen had set forth towards the Land of Doom, piloting a specially designed time-space vessel, traversing the continuum at a rapid pace. The ship streaked through the cosmos, leaving trails of shimmering light, akin to bolts of lightning piercing the fabric of time. Long Guo gripped the control stick firmly, his gaze resolute, acutely aware of the mission's significance and the necessity for utmost diligence. "Su Chen, what secrets do you believe the Land of Doom holds?" Long Guo inquired, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic locale. Su Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "The Land of Doom represents the terminus of time and space, a realm that embodies the conclusion of the continuum, potentially concealing boundless powers and secrets. We must proceed with caution and remain vigilant." Long Guo nodded, fully cognizant of the dangers that lay ahead for both himself and Su Chen. "We must exercise utmost care. We cannot afford any unforeseen occurrences." Halite, a forgotten isle of time, awaited them. Chapter 80. We are running out of time. On this isle, colossal volcanic eruptions occur every few centuries, obliterating the land in their wake. Long Guo and Su Chen chose this location, believing that this extraordinary moment would validate their theoretical perspectives. As the volcano prepared to erupt, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire island. Black smoke billowed forth from the volcano's mouth, while volcanic rocks cascaded down the slopes, seemingly heralding the advent of doom. Long Guo and Su Chen stood at the edge of the island, gazing down at the impending calamity. Su Chen pointed towards the distant crater and proclaimed, "Long Guo, behold. The volcano is on the brink of eruption, and this very moment signifies the onset of the apocalypse." Long Guo fixated on the volcano's mouth, sensing an indescribable force surging within. At that moment, he uttered softly, "This will mark the end of time and space." Suddenly, a violent earthquake shook the entire island, causing rocks to crumble and dust to rise. Long Guo and Su Chen struggled to maintain their balance, lest they be toppled by the tremors. "This is the arrival of the end." Su Chen's voice rang out distinctly amidst the cacophony. Long Guo furrowed his brow tightly, feeling the tremors of time and space, as if hinting at an irreversible fate. "We must act swiftly, or the fabric of time will collapse entirely." The two hastily devised a strategy, knowing there was no retreat. They had to do everything in their power to avert the impending doom. "What shall we do?" Long Guo inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen resolved their next course of action. "We need to reach the volcano's mouth and locate the temporal vortex there. Only by sealing it can we prevent the complete disintegration of time and space." They swiftly sprang into action, navigating through the tumbling rocks and leaping over the raging flames, heading towards the crater. At the edge of the volcano, a powerful surge of temporal energy erupted, forming a colossal vortex. Long Guo and Su Chen, undeterred by the peril, approached the brink of the vortex, ready to engage in their final confrontation. "Are you prepared?" Su Chen asked, his gaze resolute and unflinching. Long Guo inhaled deeply and nodded. "I am ready." Together, Long Guo and Su Chen plunged into the temporal vortex, swiftly drawn into an endless maelstrom of time. They felt their bodies being pulled by the force of time, as though they might be torn asunder into countless fragments. Yet their resolve remained steadfast, propelling them forward with unwavering determination. The storm within the vortex howled, ruthlessly obliterating everything in its vicinity. Amidst this chaos, Long Guo and Su Chen fought with all their might against the onslaught of time's fury. Their forms occasionally vanished into the swirling currents, only to reemerge, clinging tightly to one another as they confronted the threats arising from the depths of time. "Long Guo, we must seal this temporal vortex." Su Chen's voice, though faint, resonated with determination amidst the tempest. "Indeed, we cannot allow the apocalypse to unfold." Long Guo's voice echoed through the fabric of time, as if responding to Su Chen's call. They pressed onward, traversing through the chaotic currents of time, inching closer to their objective. They felt the fluctuations of time intensify, indicating they were nearing the core of the vortex. Suddenly, A powerful wave of temporal energy surged forth, knocking them back several steps. Struggling to regain their footing, they beheld a monumental black hole before them, the very source of the temporal vortex. Within the black hole, the energy of time surged like a tumultuous tide, imbued with boundless destructive force. This is the source of the temporal vortex. Longguo's voice was laden with gravity. We must seal it. Chen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwavering as he fixated on the black hole. The two of them moved in synchrony, inhaling deeply in preparation for an unprecedented challenge. They understood that sealing this temporal vortex meant confronting even more formidable temporal forces, possibly at the cost of their own lives. The Dragon Kingdom channeled the temporal energy within, transforming it into brilliant beams of light that encircled him. Meanwhile, Chen wielded his own temporal power to solidify robust barriers that would withstand the destructive force of the black hole. Their figures shimmered in front of the black hole, akin to guardians safeguarding the tranquility of the entire continuum. Their resolve was unshakable, their determination forging the path ahead. Hold on, we shall surely succeed, resonated the voice of the Dragon Kingdom, imbued with encouragement and confidence. Indeed, we cannot allow the continuum to descend into annihilation. Chen's voice mirrored that same determination and steadfastness. Their voices echoed through the fabric of time and space, as if summoning the very forces of the universe. They knew that if they could seal this temporal vortex, they could salvage the fate of the entire continuum. Gradually, the black hole began to contract under their concerted efforts, the force of the vortex diminishing. The Dragon Kingdom and Chen felt the call of victory, knowing it was within reach. As the temporal vortex closed, an overwhelming sense of release surged within them, the power of time and space transporting their beings back to the realm of reality. When they once again stood upon the earth, the scenery around them had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Chen surveyed his surroundings, realizing he stood at the edge of a colossal volcanic crater. Molten lava surged from within, threatening to engulf the entire world. He felt the tremors of the ground, the volcano on the brink of eruption, heralding catastrophic disaster. Dragon Kingdom, we must leave this place at once, Chen urged anxiously, nodding in agreement. The Dragon Kingdom swiftly moved towards safety. But at that moment, a throng of pedestrians suddenly appeared before them. Wait, please listen to me. Chen halted, attempting to prevent the pedestrians from advancing. They paused, curiosity etched upon their faces as they regarded Chen and the Dragon Kingdom. A volcanic eruption is imminent. We must evacuate immediately. Chen's voice brimmed with urgency and warning. A volcanic eruption? An elder among the pedestrians frowned. Are you certain? Absolutely, Chen affirmed. I just witnessed it. The volcano is about to erupt. We must evacuate without delay. The pedestrians exchanged uncertain glances, evidently hesitant. After all, they had not witnessed the volcano with their own eyes, making it difficult to trust Chen's alarm. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed from the distance, and the ground began to tremble violently. The lava within the crater erupted with renewed ferocity, flames illuminating the entire sky. Hurry! The voice of the Dragon Kingdom was laced with urgency. We have no time left. The pedestrians finally grasped the gravity of the danger, hastily fleeing towards safety. Their footsteps were frantic and hurried, as if escaping the very threat of death. Chapter 81. Grateful for their salvation at long last. They had unwittingly distanced themselves from the perilous vicinity of the volcanic eruption, narrowly escaping impending disaster. The weary travelers, panting heavily, gazed appreciatively at Chen and Longguo, their hearts forever indebted for the timely intervention. Thank you. Had it not been for your warning, we might have perished beneath the volcano. A young traveler expressed with heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks. We merely fulfilled our duty, Chen replied with a warm smile. Longguo nodded in agreement, adding, we simply did what was within our means. As the travelers departed, tranquility gradually returned to the desolate expanse. Chen and Longguo remained, still acutely aware of the tension and peril they had just endured. Though they had successfully rescued the travelers from catastrophe, a sense of unease lingered within them. Chen, your actions were exceedingly reckless. Longguo could not restrain his admonishment. With a rueful smile, Chen shook his head. I apologize. I merely wish to extricate them from the threat of the volcano as swiftly as possible. Yet your actions could severely impact the timeline, leading to unforeseen consequences. Longguo said anxiously, feeling the pulse quicken in his chest. Chen inhaled deeply, acknowledging the validity of Longguo's concerns. He understood that any alteration within the fabric of time could resonate profoundly, yielding unpredictable repercussions. He realized his impulsive actions had not fully considered the ramifications. I am sorry. I did not contemplate the aftermath, Chen spoke solemnly. However, I could not bear to witness those lives extinguished beneath the volcano. Longguo regarded Chen with a penetrating gaze, recognizing the purity of his intentions. Despite the potential uncertainties his actions might invite, his kindness and bravery were commendable. Well, it is in the past now. Longguo gently patted Chen's shoulder. We must now contemplate our next course of action. Chen nodded, aware that he needed to exercise greater caution and refrain from interfering with the progression of the timeline. They commenced deliberating their forthcoming strategy, resolving to continue their pursuit of the time offender, seeking his hidden lair. They understood that only by locating him could they unravel the enigma of this temporal crisis. Thus, they embarked once more on their journey, navigating the currents of time and space. Their objective was clear, and they were resolute in their determination to not relent until they had apprehended the time offender and brought him to justice. Within the boundless continuum of time, they engaged in relentless pursuits, occasionally beset by temporal storms or the distortions of time itself. Yet their resolve remained unwavering, their determination steadfast. In that searing moment, as the volcanic magma erupted skyward, Chen and Long Guo instinctively closed their eyes to shield themselves from the searing light. The cacophony and scorching winds rendered it nearly impossible to breathe. However, upon reopening their eyes, they were astonished to discover that despite the volcanic eruption, the timeline exhibited no apparent alterations. How is this possible? Long Guo stammered, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the extraordinary scene before him. Chen was taken aback, realizing that his previous conjecture might have been flawed. He had assumed that the volcanic eruption was one of the pivotal events leading to the divergence of timelines, yet it appeared that this was not the case. Perhaps we were mistaken, Chen murmured to himself. Maybe the volcanic eruption does not influence the timeline. Long Guo furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications, suggesting that their prior hypotheses might also be erroneous. The two fell into silence, compelled to re-evaluate their previous assumptions and deductions. They recognized the necessity to rethink everything and reassess their comprehension of the timeline. At that moment, a shrill alarm suddenly pierced the air, disrupting their contemplation. They turned to see a detector flashing ominously in red, emitting a distress signal. What have we discovered? Chen inquired, hastening to the side of the detector. Long Guo examined the display screen, noting an anomalous time fluctuation. It appears we need to investigate this further. Chen nodded in agreement, and they promptly sprang into action. Anxiously, they navigated through the realms of time and space, tracing the elusive time fluctuation. Before long, they arrived at an unfamiliar locale, a desolate desert. The sun beat down mercilessly upon the land, creating an unbearable heat. At the edge of the desert, the ruins of an ancient edifice loomed, exuding an enigmatic aura. It seems we have unearthed the trail of the time transgressor, Long Guo remarked, his brow knitted in concentration, gripping his weapon tightly. Chen, ever vigilant, surveyed their surroundings, sensing a potent energy pulsating within this place, as if it concealed unspeakable secrets. They stealthily approached the ruins, poised to unveil the truth behind this mystery. As their footsteps drew nearer, a formidable presence enveloped them, instilling a sense of dread. With each step deeper into the ruins, Chen and Long Guo were enveloped by an ancient essence that seemed to whisper of countless secrets and histories yet untold. They navigated cautiously through the debris, occasionally stepping on shattered bricks and skillfully circumventing collapsed walls, inching closer to their objective. What do you think we might find here? Long Guo inquired softly, his gaze scanning for any signs of danger. Chen gazed ahead, determination and resolve flickering in his eyes. I'm uncertain, but I can feel that the energy fluctuations here are exceptionally potent. Perhaps the time transgressor is utilizing this location for some experiment or to orchestrate a plan. They proceeded along a narrow passage, absorbing the ancient essence that permeated the ruins. Gradually, they entered a spacious hall adorned with venerable murals and mysterious runes. At the center of the hall stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an altar radiating an ethereal glow. It appears our objective lies before us. Chen indicated towards the altar, a note of caution lacing his tone. Long Guo tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze fixed intently on the altar, warily bracing for any eventuality. The two approached the altar slowly, acutely aware of the powerful energy fluctuations saturating the air around them, evoking a sense of trepidation. As they approached the altar, a sudden, blinding light erupted from above, illuminating the entire hall. Who is here? A deep voice resonated, echoing throughout the chamber. Chen and Long Guo instantly became alert, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared to confront any impending challenge. Chapter 82. The investigation unfolds. However, as they attempted to retreat, the Time Warden launched a fierce assault, blocking their path. His gaze was icy, emanating a chilling menace, as if he intended to allow no one to escape. Where do you think you can flee to? The Time Warden sneered. Before me, you are destined to find no hope. A shiver ran through the Guardians. They understood that the adversary before them was beyond their capability to defeat. In that moment, their only hope lay in unity and collaboration. For together they might find a glimmer of survival. Yet, the power of the Time Warden was overwhelmingly formidable. He resembled an unstoppable beast, fierce and relentless, rendering resistance futile. Under his assault, the Guardians were forced to retreat, their situation growing increasingly precarious. Just then, a figure emerged at the edge of the battlefield. It was a young and handsome man, his eyes deep and resolute, exuding an aura of incredible strength. "Do not move," he commanded loudly. "I will stop you." The Time Warden, taken aback by his presence, narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Do you wish to oppose me as well?" The young man offered no reply, merely gazing at the Time Warden with unwavering determination. He recognized that this enemy was a mutual threat. Only through unity could they hope to overcome him. "We must join forces," he proclaimed. "Only then can we withstand his onslaught." Longwa fell silent, realizing that now was not the time for pondering such questions. The stark reality before them demanded immediate action. They needed to devise a solution swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. "What should we do now?" Longwa turned to Chen, hoping for a strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Chen resolved to take action. "We require more information," he stated. "We must locate the Time Manager to uncover the full story." "The Time Manager?" Longwa furrowed his brow. "Where shall we find him?" "I have a notion." Chen replied with a mysterious smile. "Follow me." With that, Chen led Longwa and the team on a journey into the unknown. They had to find the Time Manager and unveil the truth, or else all their efforts would be in vain. As Chen and Longwa's party ventured deeper into the volcano, they were enveloped by an atmosphere of near despair. The searing heat of the magma and the ferocity of the flames brought forth the scent of death, as if the entire world was on the brink of annihilation. Indeed, this was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Longwa gazed intently at his surroundings, a profound sensation welling up within him. If the timeline were truly to diverge under such circumstances, then the actions of the villain would be justifiable. Chen remained silent for a moment, empathizing with Longwa's thoughts. In the midst of such calamity, everything appeared to lose its significance, and the divergence of timelines seemed utterly unavoidable. Perhaps his intention was not to halt the branching of time itself. Chen murmured thoughtfully, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. Perhaps he seeks a different objective. "We must locate him and discern his true desires." Longwa nodded in agreement, affirming Chen's words. "You are right. We must find him and understand his genuine motives." Their voices reverberated amidst the rumble of the volcano, mingled with the acrid scent of smoke and sulfur. The atmosphere was rife with uncertainty and peril. Yet they knew that only by confronting these challenges could they unveil the truth. At the brink of the volcanic lava, Chen abruptly halted, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Longwa and the team followed suit, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. "What has happened?" Longwa inquired, his expression grave. Chen remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. His brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, he extended a finger, pointing deep into the volcano. "There," he proclaimed with conviction, "I can sense his presence." Longwa and the team promptly followed Chen's lead, venturing deeper into the heart of the volcano. They understood that only by confronting the antagonist alongside Chen could they unravel the enigma and discover a resolution. Chen and Longwa exchanged a glance, their minds brimming with confusion and bewilderment. They had not anticipated the emergence of such a mysterious entity within this temporal realm. "You are my shadow?" Chen queried, incredulous. "What do you mean?" "I am a part of your innermost self," the figure elucidated. "I represent a hidden facet of you, endowed with boundless power yet concealed within, reluctant to reveal itself." Upon hearing this, Chen felt a stirring within, as if he suddenly grasped something profound, yet he was left with even greater perplexity. "I possess boundless power," he murmured to himself. "I was unaware of it." "Indeed, you wield formidable strength," the figure continued, "but this power is not meant to conquer others. It is meant to safeguard them, to protect this world." Chen plunged into contemplation, memories of his past flashing before his mind's eye. He seemed to unearth certain answers, yet the confusion deepened. "Who are you?" Longwa could not suppress her curiosity, equally astonished by the unfolding events. The figure smiled faintly, a glimmer of depth illuminating its eyes. "I am the guardian of time and space," he spoke slowly, entrusted with the mission of preserving temporal stability. Chen and Longwa were taken aback, realizing that this enigmatic being before them was indeed the guardian of time and space. This revelation was profoundly unexpected, bordering on the surreal. The guardian of time and space? Chen felt a wave of astonishment. "Why are you here?" The guardian fell silent for a moment, his gaze deepening. "I have come here because I sensed an immense threat," he stated, "a peril poised to destabilize the very fabric of time and space. I must prevent its occurrence." Upon hearing the news, Chen and Longwa felt a profound heaviness in their hearts, realizing that the situation before them was far more dire than they had initially imagined. They understood that the stability of time and space was paramount for the entire world. Even the slightest alteration could precipitate catastrophic consequences. "What can we do?" Longwa inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. The guardian of time pondered for a moment before raising his head, his gaze resolute. "We must unite to avert this impending crisis," he declared. "Only through our collective efforts can we safeguard the peace of this world." Chapter 83. An irreversible catastrophe. The city of Hallett was on the brink of an irreversible calamity. Chen's tone was grave and unwavering as he proclaimed, "The volcano is about to erupt, and the entire city will be obliterated. The sudden revelation incited a wave of unrest and panic among the crowd. Some individuals began to flee in all directions, while others stood frozen, paralyzed by disbelief. Is this truly happening? A trembling voice questioned, laced with fear. Indeed, I am not jesting, Chen replied, his expression somber. I have come to warn you. The eruption will bring devastating repercussions, and we must evacuate this place at once. What should we do? Someone urgently asked. After a moment of contemplation, Chen responded. We must swiftly evacuate Hail-it and seek a secure refuge. I understand this may sound absurd, but it is our sole chance for survival. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd as they began to deliberate on their course of action. Under Chen's guidance, they left the streets, heading towards the outskirts of the city in hopes of finding a relatively safe haven. Yet, Chen was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The true threat had yet to materialize. He needed to ascertain the volcano's exact location without delay to prevent the impending disaster. As the moment of eruption drew near, a palpable tension enveloped the city. Amid the throng, Longwa stood nearby, her brow furrowed, her expression rife with concern as she gazed at the distant volcano. She felt the inexorable passage of time, her heart heavy with anxiety. Chen, are you certain that this course of action will not impact the timeline? Longwa approached him, her voice laced with worry. Chen silently nodded, his eyes reflecting determination. I cannot guarantee it, but I believe this is our only recourse. We must do everything in our power to halt the eruption, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Longwa sighed, understanding that no amount of worry or fear could alter reality. The scene before her underscored her own insignificance. The power of time was formidable, and no one could easily dictate its course. What shall we do? Longwa turned to face Chen, her demeanor grave. After a moment's reflection, Chen replied, we must quickly locate the volcano's true position and devise a means to prevent its eruption. I already have a plan in mind. We will need a formidable team to carry it out. I will assemble the necessary personnel. Longwa nodded in agreement. Their dialogue was marked by a solemn urgency. Both understood that it was time to take action. They needed to find the volcano without delay, lest the repercussions be disastrous. Under the auspices of the Dragon Kingdom, an elite squadron of warriors was swiftly assembled, clad in robust protective gear and armed with an array of advanced weaponry, prepared to embark on a mission of salvation. Led by Chen, the team set forth on their arduous journey towards the volcano's mouth. The path was fraught with innumerable hardships and challenges. Yet each member brimmed with determination and confidence. They understood that only through their relentless efforts could they avert the impending disaster. Throughout their protracted expedition, they weathered tumultuous storms and faced life and death trials, yet they steadfastly pressed onward. Eventually, they reached the precipice of the volcano, where they beheld a terrifying yet magnificent spectacle. The magma erupting from the crater blazed like fire, its searing heat enveloping them with an overwhelming force. Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the depths of the volcano, his heart swelling with resolve and conviction. Our mission is to prevent this catastrophe, he declared, turning to face his comrades with a voice unwavering and resolute. We must find a way to halt the volcano's eruption, otherwise, the entire city shall be obliterated. As the volcano erupted, a powerful wave of heat surged forth, accompanied by torrents of flames and molten rock, engulfing the entire area in a shroud of fire and sulfurous smoke. Chen and the team from the Dragon Kingdom anxiously observed the chaos from the volcano's edge, hoping their endeavors would bear fruit. Is the timeline unaffected? The Dragon Kingdom inquired in astonishment, eyes wide as if struggling to comprehend the revelation. Chen knitted his brow, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the volcano, searching for any sign of change. Indeed, it appears so, he replied softly, his heart heavy with uncertainty. In the throes of the volcanic eruption, time seemed to stand still, the region enveloped in blistering magma and flame, yet the timeline remained unchanged. This unforeseen phenomenon left them in a state of bewilderment. How can this be? The Dragon Kingdom's voice quivered with a hint of panic and unease. Our actions are clearly intended to prevent a divergence in the timeline. Perhaps our understanding is flawed, Chen pondered, furrowing his brow as he contemplated potential explanations. It could be that the eruption would not precipitate a bifurcation in the timeline, or perhaps other factors remained unaccounted for. The Guardians, stirred by his words, felt a tremor of hope. They recognized that this man might be their last glimmer of salvation. In this critical moment, unity was imperative, for only through collective resistance could they salvage the future of their world. The onslaught of the time offender was mercurial, akin to an unpredictable tempest that struck with little warning. He deftly navigated through the Guardians, evading and countering with ease, rendering them perplexed and unable to respond. His attacks are insidiously cunning, one Guardian exclaimed, weapon in hand, striving to thwart the time offender's onslaught. Yet, the time offender remained undaunted, exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. You are truly inept, he scoffed. I anticipated your arrival. Everything is well within my grasp. With a sudden ferocity, he unleashed a relentless assault, akin to an enraged beast, launching a fierce onslaught against the Guardians. Armed with a gleaming sword, its brilliance emanated an unparalleled sharpness that sent chills through all who beheld it. The Guardians fought valiantly, exerting every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to thwart the relentless advance of Time's enforcer. Yet, the sheer might of this adversary was overwhelming. He was an untamed creature, fierce and merciless, rendering resistance futile. "We must retreat," one of the Guardians shouted. "This foe is too powerful." The Guardians hastily withdrew, striving to escape the battlefield to avoid further casualties. They understood that the enemy before them was insurmountable. Only through timely withdrawal could they preserve their lives. Chapter 84. Relentless pursuit. However, as they endeavored to retreat, the Enforcer of Time launched a fierce attack, blocking their escape. His gaze was icy, exuding a palpable aura of menace, as if he were determined to allow no one to flee. "Where do you think you can escape to?" he sneered. "Before me. You are devoid of hope." A chill swept through the hearts of the Guardians as they recognized the futility of their situation. In that moment, their only chance for survival lay in unity and cooperation. Yet, the Enforcer's power was insurmountable, a relentless beast, merciless in his onslaught, driving the Guardians into a perilous retreat. Just then, a figure emerged at the edge of the battlefield. It was a young and handsome man, his eyes deep and resolute, radiating an extraordinary strength. "Do not move," he commanded with authority. "I will stop you." At the appearance of this young man, time seemed to freeze. All present on the battlefield held their breath, transfixed by his presence. "What is this?" Chen felt a surge of curiosity, beginning to peruse the contents of the folder in his hands. Longo approached, scrutinizing the documents closely. It appeared to contain classified intelligence. She furrowed her brow. "This might help us uncover clues about the Enforcer of Time." The two focused intently on the folder, seeking any hint that could assist them. The documents detailed numerous clandestine operations of the Sun Never Set's British Empire, including missions related to time travel and superhuman abilities. The battle waged on for an extended period, the air within the cave thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Chen and Long seemed to wane in strength, yet they remained undeterred, resolute in their determination to prevent the villainous Chen from escaping. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed from the depths of the cave, and a towering figure materialized before them, exuding an unparalleled power and authority. "The Time Manager!" Long exclaimed in astonishment. "You have arrived just in time." The Time Manager's voice was both solemn and commanding. "The villainous plot of Chen has been uncovered, and you must act swiftly to thwart him." Chen and Long nodded in understanding. They knew the moment had come to reveal their true capabilities. Together with the Time Manager, they launched a final assault against the villain Chen. The battle escalated into a fever pitch, as the air within the cave was nearly consumed by flames and the cacophony of explosions. Both Chen and the Dragon Kingdom bore numerous wounds, yet they stood resolute, determined not to allow the villain to escape once more. At last, with a thunderous roar, the villain Chen was vanquished, his figure vanishing into the abyss. Chen and the Dragon Kingdom exhaled a sigh of relief. They had accomplished their mission, thwarting Chen's nefarious scheme. "Thank you for your assistance," the Time Manager expressed his gratitude. "You are the guardians of time and space, and I take great pride in you." Hurriedly, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom arrived at Holland, a city doomed to destruction by an impending volcanic eruption. Immediately, they sensed the oppressive and unsettling atmosphere that permeated the air. Indeed, this was a place on the brink of apocalypse. Chen surveyed his surroundings, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. "Yes, the eruption is imminent. The entire city will be obliterated." The Dragon Kingdom's voice carried a note of concern. They made their way to the city's center, the area most affected by the impending eruption. Chen and the Dragon Kingdom scrutinized the surroundings, seeking the clues they required. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, heralding the volcano's imminent eruption. "We must act quickly," Chen urged, and they hastened their pace toward the city's outskirts. They navigated a narrow street, avoiding the crumbling buildings and the agitated crowds. The streets were rife with despair and fear, yet hope and resolve filled the hearts of Chen and the Dragon Kingdom. At last, they reached the city's edge, where a desolate expanse lay before them. In the distance, a colossal volcano erupted, flames soaring into the sky, casting the heavens in a crimson hue. "What shall we do?" The Dragon Kingdom gazed at the scene, engulfed in a sense of helplessness. "We must demonstrate something," Chen replied with unwavering determination. "The fabric of time is irreversible." They retrieved their instruments, commencing a meticulous recording and analysis of the volcanic eruption's process. Chen elucidated his theoretical perspectives, striving to enhance the Dragon Kingdom's understanding. "You see, the eruption is an irreversible event." Chen indicated the data on the instruments. "No matter what actions we take, we cannot alter this reality." The Dragon Kingdom fell silent for a moment, beginning to grasp Chen's intent. They were not here to change history, but to affirm its immutable nature. This endeavor transcended mere duty. It was an exploration of the laws of time. As the volcanic eruption intensified, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom collected data with remarkable poise and professionalism. We have succeeded. Chen beamed at the data displayed on the instruments. We have proven the irreversibility of time. The Dragon Kingdom also wore a satisfied smile. Their mission was complete, and their purpose validated. Amidst the eruption's roar, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom stood quietly at the city's edge, watching as the city destined for destruction met its inevitable fate. Their hearts brimmed with awe and reflection. As they gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of time's rhythm, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the streets of Halet, illuminating the path for the returning pedestrians. People hurried past, life seeming to continue in its tranquil cadence. Yet, the city's fate was on the brink of a cataclysmic transformation. Chen stood at the street corner, his gaze fixed upon the hurried silhouettes of the passers-by. He was acutely aware that these individuals were about to confront an unavoidable calamity, while he remained here, shouldering a unique responsibility. "Wait," Chen called out, striving to capture the attention of the crowd. Some in the throng paused, turning towards him with curiosity, inquiring about the unfolding events. Chen approached them briskly, a solemnity and sorrow etched upon his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears." His voice resonated through the street. "I have come to deliver an important message." A throng of curious and anxious eyes gathered around him. Chapter 85. Chen warned in a hushed tone, "We must depart." Longguo replied gravely, "The time has come." Without hesitation, the two stepped into the dark entrance, their figures gradually vanishing into the impending doom. The darkness enveloping the cave seemed like an endless abyss. They advanced cautiously, remaining ever vigilant. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated through the cavern, akin to a wrathful bellow from the depths of hell. Both Chen and Longguo felt a tightening in their chests, cognizant that danger was imminent. "Be careful," Chen cautioned in a low voice. They raised their weapons, bracing for any potential assault. The atmosphere in the darkness grew increasingly tense, as if foretelling the arrival of an apocalypse. Abruptly, a colossal beast lunged from the shadows, spewing flames from its maw. Chen and Longguo immediately engaged in a fierce battle, their silhouettes weaving through the darkness. The clash of weapons against the creature resonating throughout the cavern. "We must swiftly locate the villain, Chen," Longguo shouted, his eyes gleaming with determination. Chen nodded. They were resolute in their refusal to yield. No matter the obstacles, they would find the antagonist, thwarting his nefarious scheme. In the dimly lit cave, their struggle intensified. Breaths coming in quick succession, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. "Our goal lies ahead," Chen proclaimed loudly, brandishing his weapon. Longguo followed closely, his gaze unwavering, radiating an unparalleled fervor for battle. They surged forward, resolute to spare no effort in locating the villain, determined to halt his plot. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed ahead, prompting the two to swiftly evade the impending attack. As they turned to counterstrike, they found the enemy had vanished without a trace. "What just transpired?" Longguo inquired, perplexed. "Perhaps it was a trap," Chen mused, furrowing his brow. "We must exercise caution. They could materialize at any moment." Longguo nodded in agreement, neither daring to relax nor lower their guard. They pressed onward, traversing the darkened cavern, each step bringing them closer to their objective. Suddenly, they arrived at a spacious cave, emanating an eerie glow. Chen exchanged glances with Longguo, and they promptly resolved to investigate further. As they stepped into the cavern, their eyes roamed, and they discerned that it appeared to be a treasure trove. The walls were adorned with mysterious symbols, and the ground was strewn with gold, silver, and jewels, all shimmering enticingly. "It seems we have come to the right place," Chen exclaimed joyfully. "Yet we must not allow these treasures to dazzle our eyes," Longguo cautioned. "Our mission is to locate the villain." Chen, nodding in agreement, Chen acknowledged their clear objective, and they decided to forge ahead, untempted by the riches around them. Their singular aim was to find the villain, thwarting his nefarious plans. They proceeded cautiously deeper into the cave, remaining vigilant at all times. Suddenly a low, rumbling growl echoed from ahead, instantly heightening their alertness. "It's the enemy," Chen shouted. The two swiftly raised their weapons, bracing themselves for the imminent challenge. Though their hearts raced with tension, determination surged within them, regardless of the obstacles they might face. They were resolute in their quest to find the villain and halt his sinister designs. A fierce battle erupted within the cave, flames dancing and weapons clashing. Chen and Longguo fought with fervor, their cooperation seamless as they endeavored to repel the adversaries. The conflict intensified, their figures flickering in the firelight, akin to two bolts of unassailable lightning. "We cannot continue like this," Longguo bellowed. "We must locate the villain, Chen, swiftly, otherwise, it will be too late." With renewed vigor, Chen and Longguo battled fiercely, their weapons slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The enemy seemed endless, yet they pressed forward with unwavering resolve. "Chen, we must find the villain without delay," Longguo shouted, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Indeed. We can afford no further delays. Su Chen gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze resolute. Despite the tension, an unwavering determination filled their hearts. They understood that only by locating the villain could they thwart his schemes and save the entire timeline. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, and a figure raced towards them from the distance. His form was agile, radiating unparalleled strength and authority. It is him. A spark of excitement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He recognized the villain, Su Chen. We must stop him, Longhua urged, and they charged forward to confront the nefarious Su Chen in a fierce clash. The battle raged within the shadows of the cave, the sounds of weaponry clashing resounding. Su Chen and Longhua coordinated their attacks, continually shifting angles in an attempt to exploit any weaknesses in the villain's defense. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? The villain mocked, his voice echoing ominously in the cave. We shall never allow you to succeed. Su Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with unwavering resolve. This information may be the key to locating the time offender. Closing the folder, Su Chen's gaze hardened. We must act immediately. Indeed, we cannot squander any more time. Longhua nodded in agreement. Su Chen closed the folder, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, as if an idea had dawned upon him. Dragon Nation. I have a thought, Su Chen declared with unwavering resolve. Dragon Nation turned to face him, intrigued. What is your idea? I believe that while we have been tracing the clues left by the time criminal, we have been unwittingly led by him. His true intention may be to guide us to his hiding place, Su Chen articulated. I suspect that his genuine refuge lies at a pivotal location within this time and space. Dragon Nation furrowed his brow slightly. Do you possess any leads? As Su Chen and Dragon Nation guided the travelers to safety, they aimed to distance themselves from the volcanic eruption zone, striving to evade the impending disaster's reach. The threat of the volcano loomed ever more menacingly, as if it sought to devour all life in its path. They sprinted across the endless wasteland, with roaring flames and thunderous booms echoing behind them. Yet their resolve remained unyielding. They were determined to escort the travelers out of this calamity-stricken land. We have come to seek you. Time criminal. Su Chen's voice resonated within the hall, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of adversaries lurking in the shadows. Ha ha! How audacious of you to intrude upon my domain. A deep voice reverberated through the hall, accompanied by a mocking laughter. As the laughter faded, a figure emerged from the light, and Su Chen and Dragon Nation instantly recognized their foe, the time criminal. Chapter 86. That is the destination. The time criminal's visage was dark and cunning, clad in a shadowy cloak, his eyes radiating an unfathomable power. He surveyed Su Chen and Dragon Nation with cold indifference, seemingly contemplating how to confront these unexpected intruders. Who are you two to dare disrupt my plans? The time criminal inquired, his gaze flickering with a chilling glint. We are here to thwart you, Su Chen replied fearlessly. Your schemes have been unveiled, and it is time to put an end to this. The time criminal scoffed. You are exceedingly naive if you believe you can hinder me. One day, while perusing an ancient secondhand bookstore, Su Chen stumbled upon a weathered comic book. Its cover bore signs of wear, yet the narrative within was one he had never encountered before. It narrated the tale of a mysterious hero known as the Time Traveler. In this tale, the Time Traveler transcended various universes, endowed with the ability to traverse time and space, battling evil across different eras and locales. However, his past remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew his true identity or origins. He appeared to be the universe's secret guardian. Captivated by this narrative, Su Chen delved into the lore surrounding the Time Traveler. He unearthed several clues suggesting that the existence of the Time Traveler was not merely a figment of imagination. Ancient legends, enigmatic texts, and even certain real-world events were intertwined with the Time Traveler's tale. Determined to unravel this enigma, Su Chen dedicated extensive time to researching in libraries and online, striving to uncover the truth behind the Time Traveler. Throughout his investigation, he encountered like-minded friends who also harbored a curiosity for superheroes and the mysteries of the cosmos. What shall we do next? Longhua inquired, his gaze firmly fixed on the surveillance screen. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen responded, we must venture into this place and conduct our own investigation. Perhaps we can uncover some clues that will aid us in locating him. Longhua nodded in agreement. Very well, let us depart at once. The two departed the control room in unison, setting their course towards the land of desolation. They traversed a barren wasteland, where the howling winds seemed to lament the sorrow of this forsaken land. Eventually, they arrived at the precipice of the apocalypse, where a scene of utter devastation unfolded before them. Amidst the ruins lay remnants of buildings, partially buried by the relentless sands, silently narrating tales of former glory. Su Chen inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he declared, let us proceed. Entering the remnants of civilization, they tread upon shattered stones and dust, following a winding path that beckoned them forward. They remained ever vigilant, prepared to confront any perils that might arise. Suddenly, an unusual aura enveloped them. Su Chen's expression shifted as he sensed a strange yet familiar power. Someone approaches, Longguo warned, gripping his weapon tightly. Su Chen nodded, a glimmer of determination reflecting in his eyes. It is time to witness true power. He spoke slowly, a formidable presence emanating from him, as if a colossal deity of war had descended to the mortal realm. Navigating through the desolate ruins, Su Chen and Longguo advanced cautiously, the swirling dust causing them to shake their heads in discomfort. Abruptly, a shadow swept overhead, and Su Chen's keen eyes caught a glimpse of darkness. He halted, signaling Longguo to do the same. Someone is above us, Su Chen whispered urgently. Longguo immediately raised his weapon, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, apart from the swirling dust and the desolate remains, they found no other signs of life. Who could it be? Longguo's voice was laced with caution as he gripped his weapon tightly. I cannot say for certain, but we must proceed with caution, Su Chen replied, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, a piercing roar echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell itself. Su Chen and Longguo's hearts raced. They understood this was no ordinary threat. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth from the ruins, its speed dazzling. Longguo reacted swiftly, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent the shadow reeling. The figure crashed to the ground but quickly regained its footing, revealing a terrifying visage. It was a massive creature, its body encased in impenetrable scales, eyes gleaming with malice, and a deep growl emanating from its throat. It appears we have encountered a formidable adversary, Su Chen remarked calmly, a spark of challenge igniting in his eyes. This creature will not be easily subdued. Longguo tightened his grip on his weapon, his focus unwavering as he stared down the beast. The two coordinated seamlessly. Spreading apart to distract the creature, they unleashed waves of energy, striving to bring the colossal beast to its knees. The creature responded with a deafening roar, launching itself into the air, aiming directly for Su Chen. Su Chen remained calm, simultaneously unleashing a formidable energy shockwave that sent the monster hurtling away. We must leave this place at once, he shouted, turning to soar into the distance. Longguo followed closely behind, and the two swiftly vanished amidst the ruins. As Su Chen and Longguo raced forward, they navigated through the apocalyptic landscape, searching for the concealed location. The wind howled past them, and dust swirled behind, as if eager to consume all in its path. We must expedite our search for him. Longguo's voice resonated heavily against the winds, for time was of the essence. Su Chen nodded, his gaze resolute. He understood that only by locating the timeline of the apocalypse could they trace the whereabouts of the antagonist Su Chen and thwart his nefarious plans. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted ahead, drawing their attention. A colossal stone mountain loomed in the distance, a harbinger of doom. That is our destination, Su Chen exclaimed, pointing forward. The two immediately accelerated towards the stone mountain, the wind howling as time seemed to stand still amidst the desolation. At last, they arrived beneath the mountain. A vast opening greeted their eyes, exuding an aura of chilling darkness. This is the site of the apocalypse, Su Chen's voice echoed ominously in the shadows. They gazed at the entrance, a flicker of unease stirring within them. They were acutely aware that this opening concealed boundless peril. Yet to thwart the schemes of the antagonist Su Chen, they had no choice but to take the risk. Longguo furrowed his brow, questioning whether Su Chen would truly choose to hide in such a location, which appeared utterly devastated. Su Chen paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Yes, I believe he is here. He has been observing us all along, and this place is indeed an ideal refuge for him. Chapter 87. The key to the case, however. As Su Chen's investigation deepened, it drew the attention of unwelcome guests. Certain factions seemed determined to prevent him from uncovering the truth about the time travelers, and they began to track and threaten Su Chen and his companions. A smug smile crept across Count Roland's face as he cast a piercing glance at Su Chen, seemingly intent on etching him into a particular corner of his mind. He then proclaimed, Su Chen, you are charged with theft, fraud, and conspiracy. You shall face trial for your alleged crimes in court. Su Chen stared in disbelief at Count Roland, a torrent of anger and indignation swelling within him. He was aware of his innocence, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to refute the Count's accusations. Just then, the hall's doors burst open with a powerful gust, and a tall figure strode in. Clad in a black suit, he possessed the keen gaze of an eagle and an imposing demeanor. All eyes shifted to him, and a profound silence enveloped the room. This enigmatic man approached Count Roland and spoke in a steady tone. I am an agent of Longguo, and I have the authority to intervene in this case. Count Roland's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired, Agent of Longguo, what brings you here? I have conducted an investigation into Su Chen's case and uncovered some significant leads, the agent from the Dragon Kingdom stated. I request to take him to my organization for further investigation. Count Roland furrowed his brow, clearly reluctant to let Su Chen slip away so easily. However, recognizing the authority of the Dragon Kingdom agent, he understood the necessity of proceeding with caution. Very well, you may take him, Count Roland reluctantly acquiesced. Su Chen felt a twinge of confusion, Yet he recognized this as a pivotal opportunity and thus followed the Dragon Kingdom agent out of the courtroom. They immediately raised their heads warily, noticing a group of agents from the sun-of-setting British Empire approaching them. "We've been spotted," Chen whispered urgently. "We must leave here at once." The agent from the Dragon Kingdom also grasped the gravity of the situation. In the dim recesses of a warehouse, Chen clutched the dossier tightly, silent tears cascading onto the documents. His fingers trembled as he flipped through the pages chronicling his life experiences, each sheet a fragment of his past. "These are my memories." Chen's voice quivered as he endeavored to rein in his emotions. The Dragon Kingdom agent gently patted Chen's shoulder, signaling him not to dwell too sorrowfully. "That is all behind us. What matters now is that we locate the time criminal and thwart his attempts to disrupt the fabric of time." Chen nodded, striving to steady his emotions. He understood the agent was correct. The adversary before them was their immediate concern, and they needed to concentrate their efforts, unburdened by memories of yore. "We must devise a plan to leave this place," Chen urged, aware that now was not the moment for nostalgia. "Indeed, we must act swiftly." The Dragon Kingdom agent concurred, recognizing that lingering too long could lead to their discovery. The two departed the warehouse with utmost caution, skillfully evading the throngs of people in search of a secure refuge. They knew that only by temporarily eluding the agents of the sun-of-setting British Empire could they hope to continue their investigation. In an abandoned building, they found a comparatively safe haven. The Dragon Kingdom agent commenced analyzing the documents they had just examined, while Chen pondered his past. "Perhaps we can uncover some clues from these files," the agent suggested, spreading the documents before him with focused intent. Chen nodded, beginning to scrutinize the papers with diligence. Despite the turmoil and unease within him, he recognized that it was time to regain his composure and concentrate on the challenges ahead. "This contains records of the time criminal's activities." Chen suddenly discovered a crucial piece of information, pointing to a line in the document. "It appears we are one step closer to locating him." The Dragon Kingdom agent displayed a flicker of delight. "This is promising news. We must pursue this lead and see if we can trace his whereabouts." In that shadowy corner, Chen abruptly halted his examination of the documents, his brow furrowing slightly. His thoughts crystallized in an instant, as if he had come to a sudden revelation. "Dragon Kingdom, I believe I have an insight." Chen's voice was hoarse yet imbued with determination. The agent paused, directing his gaze towards Chen. "What do you mean? What have you discovered?" Chen gradually rose to his feet, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Long Guo. This entire scenario had been orchestrated by him. He had been in control all along. Long Guo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you implying that everything is the design of Chen? He is right among us?" Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is among us, and he has been observing our every move." Long Guo's expression turned grave. "We must take action immediately." Chen shook his head. "No, now is not the opportune moment. If we confront him directly, he may be on guard. We need to devise a strategy to draw him out first." Long Guo pondered for a moment. "Do you have a plan?" Chen contemplated briefly before a faint smile graced his lips. "We must find a way to compel him to expose himself." Thus, the two began to devise their plan. They resolved to exploit the surveillance system of the British Empire, creating false leads to entice Chen into revealing himself. Several hours later, in a desolate location, Chen and Long Guo quietly initiated their operation. Utilizing advanced technology, they fabricated seemingly authentic intelligence, transmitting it into the surveillance system of the British Empire. "Now, all we can do is wait." Chen observed the situation displayed on the monitor, his demeanor calm. Long Guo, standing beside him, felt a twinge of anxiety. This time, they were up against a formidable adversary, one who might have already anticipated their actions. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the surveillance screen. It was Chen. "He has arrived," Long Guo murmured, his eyes glinting with vigilance. In the dimly lit control room, the monitor revealed a desolate scene. Debris lay scattered, dust swirling as if a great calamity had befallen the place. This was an abandoned city, devoid of life. "The land of the apocalypse," Chen whispered, a spark of contemplation flickering in his eyes. He understood that this locale was extraordinary, concealing numerous secrets. Chapter 88. Continuing their search, Long Guo nodded in agreement and resumed their search. In this vast archive, brimming with infinite possibilities, they believed that with relentless effort, they would uncover the faint traces left by the time criminal and unveil the truth behind the mystery. Throughout their sustained investigation, they gradually sensed the passage of time. Each minute felt exceedingly precious, as they were aware that the time criminal's actions could occur at any moment and no scrap of evidence could be overlooked. At long last, after an arduous search, they stumbled upon a pivotal document containing significant information regarding the time criminal. This document could be the key to locating the time criminal, perhaps bringing them closer to the core of the truth. "We must promptly submit this document to the court to inform them of our progress," Long Guo asserted, his tone imbued with determination and resolve. Su Chen and Long Guo had spent a considerable duration in the archive. Yet they had not uncovered any information regarding the complete details of the British Empire. Every document narrates a tale from a certain time and space. Yet it appears they failed to mention the crucial clues they require. Herein lies nothing of our desire. Su Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of disappointment. Despite having invested substantial time and effort in the archives, their endeavors yielded no results. Perhaps a shift in perspective is necessary. Long Guo proposed a novel idea. The answers might not be found here, but elsewhere. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen nodded. He realized that perhaps they had focused too intently on the archives, neglecting other potential sources of clues. They needed to reassess the situation and seek new directions. Thus, Su Chen and Long Guo departed from the archives, embarking on a quest through the city's myriad corners in search of leads. They visited numerous locations and conversed with a diverse array of individuals, hoping to glean useful information from their words. Throughout this journey, they encountered a plethora of characters. Some expressed support for their investigation, while others exhibited a degree of wariness. Yet, regardless of the circumstances they faced, they remained undeterred. For they understood that only through perseverance could they uncover the answers. Perhaps we should explore the locations where the time offender has previously manifested, Su Chen suggested. Pondering that he might have left some clues behind, Long Guo nodded in agreement. They began to review their prior investigative records, searching for sites where the time offender had once appeared. Perhaps in these locations, they could unearth useful clues to comprehend the offender's movements and intentions. Thus, Su Chen and Long Guo initiated a new investigative endeavor. They arrived at the sites of the time offender's previous appearances, meticulously scouring every corner in hopes of finding pivotal leads. Throughout this process, they faced various challenges, yet they never wavered. They employed every conceivable method to seek out all possible clues, for they knew that only through such diligence could they locate the time offender and thwart his nefarious plans. In a dilapidated warehouse, Su Chen and Long Guo commenced their investigation. The air was thick with dust and the scent of time, while the dim yellow light rendered everything gloomy and enigmatic. Su Chen scanned the surroundings for potential leads, while Long Guo diligently sifted through mountains of documents. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze landed upon a stack of files in the corner of the warehouse, each bearing a sealed emblem. These documents appeared quite extraordinary. Approaching the stack, Su Chen lifted one file, attempting to open it. However, it was tightly sealed, seemingly harboring significant secrets. These might be the clues we seek, Long Guo remarked, joining Su Chen and fixating on the files. It seems we may require assistance to unlock them. Su Chen frowned, aware that this would not be an easy task. Yet he understood that only by uncovering the hidden information within these documents could they learn more about the time offender. Perhaps we can procure some tools to attempt opening these files, Su Chen suggested. Long Guo nodded in agreement. Thus, they commenced their search through the warehouses, hoping to uncover tools that could assist them in unlocking the files. After a meticulous search, they finally discovered an assortment of implements, including a hammer, pliers, and a crowbar. Although these tools appeared somewhat rudimentary, they were convinced that with determination, they could indeed unlock the documents. Consequently, Su Chen and Long Guo embarked on their arduous endeavor. They struck, twisted, and pried, attempting to break the seals of the files. However, the documents seemed to be tightly sealed, and for a time, they were unable to access them. It was evident that this task was far from simple. Su Chen took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of frustration. We cannot give up, Long Guo encouraged, asserting that perseverance would lead them to success. Su Chen nodded, acknowledging the truth in Long Guo's words. Thus, they persisted, striving tirelessly until they finally succeeded in opening the first document. Inside, they found a wealth of information concerning the British Empire, including its organizational structure, personnel composition, and operational plans. This information was of immense importance to them, as it would enhance their understanding of the inner workings of the empire and aid in tracing the criminal activities. However, just as they continued their examination of the documents, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Stepping out of the hall, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to the agent from Long Guo and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you assisting me?" The agent smiled and replied, "I'm an agent from the Long Guo Security Bureau, tasked with investigating transnational crime. I know you're innocent, yet you have been wrongfully implicated." Su Chen stared blankly at the Long Guo agent, his mind awash with questions. He could not comprehend why he had been framed, nor could he fathom why this agent would choose to help him. In that moment, however, he had no choice but to trust. The Long Guo agent escorted Su Chen to a grand edifice, the headquarters of the Long Guo Security Bureau. Upon entering the hall, Su Chen was directed to a modest yet immaculate office. "Please, have a seat." The agent gestured for Su Chen to sit down, then began to produce several documents. "I have gathered evidence that substantiates your innocence." Su Chen accepted the documents and read them attentively. They detailed various pieces of evidence, proving that he was not present at the crime scene during the incident and that someone had planted false evidence on his computer. Chapter 89. Unveiling the Truth. This evidence is sufficient to exonerate you, the Longwood agent stated. However, we must still identify the true perpetrator. Chen nodded in understanding, realizing he must assist the agent in uncovering the truth to clear his name. In the following days, Chen and the Longwood agent embarked on their investigation. They explored every avenue, gathering evidence and tracking leads in their quest to find the real criminal. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous challenges and obstacles. Some individuals were unwilling to cooperate, while others attempted to hinder their efforts. Nevertheless, Chen and the Longwood agent remained undeterred, firmly believing that with relentless determination, they would ultimately uncover the truth. As their investigation deepened, they gradually approached the very heart of the mystery. They unearthed several pivotal clues and discovered significant evidence, ultimately succeeding in bringing the true perpetrator to justice. Throughout this endeavor, Chen not only exonerated himself, but also forged connections with the Dragon Kingdom agent and his team. Together, they fought valiantly and exerted their utmost efforts, ultimately achieving victory. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau, Chen and the agent sat side by side, confronting a disarray of case files scattered across the table. The agent's brow was furrowed, holding an ancient investigative report detailing a murder case from 1549. This case had remained unresolved for centuries. With a sigh, the agent remarked, "We have been investigating, yet we have consistently failed to uncover concrete evidence." Chen gazed at the archaic report, his mind brimming with curiosity. He understood that this was a case steeped in enigma, yet he was unaware of its connection to him. "What piques your interest in this case?" Chen inquired. The agent pondered for a moment before responding. "Because this case appears to be linked to a time traveler." Upon returning to his office, the Dragon Kingdom agent felt a surge of determination as he began to review the previous investigative progress, hoping to find a breakthrough. A pile of case materials lay on the desk, each document a product of arduous collection by him and his operatives. Yet none offered any assistance in uncovering the true identity of the time criminal. "We must identify the time criminal's weakness promptly," a voice broke the silence, laced with anxiety and unease. The agent paused for a moment before stating, "We cannot remain idle. We must continue our efforts. Perhaps we should begin our investigation with Chen's past. It may lead us to some clues." The operatives nodded in agreement, aware that the agent's words were not mere rhetoric, and they immediately set out to investigate Chen's history. During the investigation, they stumbled upon intriguing leads seemingly related to the identity of the time criminal. However, just when they believed they were on the verge of a breakthrough, an unforeseen attack disrupted their plans. "Hurry! Enemies are approaching!" A shout from an operative shattered the night's tranquility. Instantly alert, the agent drew his firearm and reacted swiftly. The enemy's assault was fierce, and the operatives bravely resisted, their aim precise and movements deft as they repelled the attackers one by one. Yet at that moment, a figure lunged from the shadows, charging towards the agent. He reacted instinctively, deftly evading the enemy's attack before delivering a powerful strike to the assailant's abdomen, sending them crashing to the ground. "We must evacuate immediately." The agent's voice resonated with urgency, aware that there was no time to linger. The operatives nodded in unison, swiftly retreating from the scene, concealing themselves in the surrounding shadows as they awaited their next course of action. During the retreat, the agent was consumed by anxiety and a sense of helplessness, fully cognizant of the immense pressure and challenges facing him and his operatives. Yet he also understood that perseverance was essential to uncovering a resolution to their predicament. Upon returning to the base, the agent convened a meeting with the operatives to deliberate on their subsequent course of action. "We must trace the footsteps of the time offender and thwart his nefarious schemes." Longwood's voice was resolute and steady, his gaze sweeping across every individual present. "Yet, where should we commence our search?" A perplexed agent inquired, well aware that the whereabouts of the time offender were shrouded in mystery, making the discovery of clues exceedingly challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Longwood responded, "We must swiftly ascertain the identity and intentions of the time offender, for only then can we uncover his vulnerabilities. I believe we should initiate our investigation from his recent activities. Perhaps we shall unearth some clues." Longwood led Chen through an elongated corridor to a vast archive. Towering bookshelves brimmed with densely packed folders, resembling an endless ocean awaiting their exploration. Chen gazed at the scene before him, his brow slightly furrowed. He understood that within these documents lay the potential for revealing everything about his past, perhaps unveiling secrets he was reluctant to confront, yet simultaneously holding the possibility of unwelcome truths. This archive chronicled innumerable histories and events across various timelines. "Perhaps we can extract vital clues regarding the time offender's whereabouts and motives," Longwood stated with a grave tone, fully aware of the paramount importance of this investigation, which could not afford any negligence. Taking a deep breath, Chen nodded in agreement. He recognized that escaping his past was futile. Perhaps only by confronting the truth could he unravel the enigmas within his heart. The two began to search diligently within the archive, examining each folder in hopes of discovering leads about the time offender. The contents of the folders were a kaleidoscope of oddities. Some chronicled historical events in detail, while others traced the mundane lives of ordinary individuals. Yet, amidst the seemingly chaotic array of information, they occasionally stumbled upon critical insights. Here lies a report concerning the time offender. It may illuminate his behavioral patterns and psychological traits, Chen remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the document. Longhua approached, scrutinizing the text with eyes that sparkled with intensity. This report meticulously outlined the time offender's various behavioral characteristics and methods of operation, proving pivotal in identifying his true identity. They spent several hours within the archive, meticulously studying each document, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Although time stretched on, their resolve remained unshaken. For they understood that only by locating the time offender could they thwart his conspiracies and safeguard the fabric of time and space. Perhaps we can uncover some crucial leads here to discern the time offender's true identity, Chen remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of anticipation and hope. Chapter 90. The collection efforts. Chen was taken aback, as memories of a comic book about time walkers he had seen in a bookstore flooded his mind. Could it be that the time walkers had once been involved in this case? We have uncovered certain clues suggesting that the time walkers might be connected to this matter. Agent Longhua continued, yet we remain devoid of definitive evidence. Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the myriad possibilities surrounding this case. If the time traveler is indeed connected to this case, he must possess his own reasons and objectives. However, the pressing question remains, who is he? What piques his interest in this matter? We require further clues, remarked the agent from the Dragon Nation, seeking assistance. Chen nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to cooperate with the investigation. Aware that this task would be formidable, he remained confident that persistence would ultimately yield answers. In the ensuing days, Chen and the Dragon Nation agent embarked on their inquiry. They visited ancient archives, poring over a multitude of documents in pursuit of any trace regarding the 1549 murder case. Yet, the investigation proved far more intricate than they had anticipated. They encountered various challenges and obstacles. Some clues had even been deliberately obliterated. Nevertheless, Chen and the Dragon Nation agent were undeterred, resolutely committed to uncovering the truth. During their investigation, they stumbled upon significant leads that hinted at a larger conspiracy brewing beneath the surface. Doubts arose regarding the simplicity of the case, suggesting the potential for a vast and sinister scheme. We must locate the time traveler, Chen declared, for he may hold the key to this case. Count Roland sat in one corner of the room, his gaze icy, flanked by several armed attendants clearly there for his protection. Dragon Nation, you have arrived. His voice was cold and hoarse, emanating an unmistakable air of authority. The Dragon Nation agent remained silent, scanning the surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Our time is limited. I expect a satisfactory response regarding Chen's case. Count Roland's tone was laden with threats and warnings. After a brief silence, the Dragon Nation agent spoke deliberately. Chen's case is far from straightforward. I require additional time for a thorough investigation. Count Roland sneered, his sharp gaze sweeping over the Dragon Nation agent with a hint of disdain. Time is money, Mr. Dragon Nation. I trust you comprehend this. For the consequences will be dire otherwise. The threat resonated in his voice. Taking a deep breath, the Dragon Nation agent understood the necessity of remaining composed. Unwilling to yield easily, I shall endeavor to do my utmost, yet I require more time for the investigation. His voice was resolute and steady, defying the intimidation. Throughout the meeting, a fierce exchange unfolded between the Dragon Nation agent and Count Roland, neither party willing to compromise, both striving to uphold their respective positions. Their dialogue brimmed with tension and oppression, every word laced with an undercurrent of peril. Ultimately, despite both sides' efforts to secure their interests, no consensus was reached. The Dragon Nation agent maintained his stance, refusing to capitulate under the pressure from the timekeeper, determined to see the investigation through to its conclusion and unveil the truth. Upon concluding the meeting, the Dragon Nation agent returned to his office, his mind awash with contemplation. He recognized the immense pressure and challenges that lay ahead. Yet he understood that only by adhering to his principles could he safeguard the integrity of time itself. During the intense investigation, Longhua and his fellow agents remained ever vigilant, acutely aware of the fragility and significance of time and space. They were resolute in their pursuit of clarity in the case, determined to unveil the truth. One fateful night, Longhua and a small team ventured towards a stronghold. Suspecting that the time criminal, Chen, might make an appearance there, they approached stealthily, treading carefully, ever prepared to confront any potential threat. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the vicinity, accompanied by blinding beams of light emanating from all directions. Longhua and his team swiftly adapted, finding cover and retaliating against the enemy with remarkable speed. Careful, the enemy is approaching from the left. An agent's voice rang out in the darkness. Longhua promptly adjusted his stance, focusing intently on the left flank. The enemy's assault was fierce, yet Long Guo and his comrades valiantly resisted. Their shots precise and their movements fluid, repelling the adversaries one by one. However, at that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, charging towards Long Guo. Reacting instinctively, he evaded the attack and delivered a precise kick, striking the enemy squarely in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. The other agents quickly responded as well, uniting to fend off the remaining foes. Once the battle subsided, Long Guo, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, maintained a steadfast gaze. "We must leave immediately. Reinforcements may arrive," he urged, his voice tinged with urgency, knowing that lingering was not an option. The agents nodded in agreement, aware that Long Guo's words were not to be taken lightly, and promptly followed his directives to evacuate the scene. As they retreated, Long Guo was engulfed in contemplation. He understood that, although they had achieved a temporary victory, the shadow of the time criminal still loomed overhead, necessitating relentless efforts to resolve the matter. Upon returning to the base, Long Guo convened the agents for a meeting to discuss their next course of action. "We must swiftly locate the time criminal's whereabouts and thwart his nefarious schemes," he asserted with unwavering conviction, surveying each individual present. "But where should we begin?" one agent inquired, perplexed, as they all recognized the elusive nature of the time criminal's movements, which made it difficult to uncover any leads. Long Guo pondered for a moment before responding. "We must ascertain the identity and motives of the time criminal without delay, for that is the only way to uncover his vulnerabilities. I suggest we investigate his recent activities. Perhaps we can uncover some clues." The agents nodded in unison, endorsing Long Guo's perspective and expressing their willingness to cooperate fully to expedite the search for the time criminal. In the days that followed, Long Guo and his team engaged in a rigorous and demanding investigation, meticulously scouring every possible lead in their relentless pursuit of the time criminal's whereabouts. The ultimatum from Count Roland weighed heavily upon Long Guo's heart, akin to a leaden hammer. Faced with such a threat, he felt a pang of helplessness and anxiety, knowing that the time criminal's actions were becoming increasingly frequent, leaving them with little time to squander. Chapter 91. Thwarting his conspiracy. During the meeting, various courses of action were deliberated, culminating in a meticulously crafted plan. The Dragon Nation and other agents collaborated harmoniously, preparing to confront the time offender and thwart his nefarious designs. However, just as they were poised to depart, a sudden commotion erupted within the base. "What has transpired?" Dragon Nation furrowed his brow, promptly leading the other agents to the scene of the disturbance. Upon their arrival, they were met with a shocking spectacle. A band of armed assailants was besieging the base, brandishing weapons and wreaking havoc within its confines. Without hesitation, Dragon Nation and his fellow agents sprang into action, drawing their weapons and gearing up for an intense confrontation with the intruders. A fierce gunfight erupted inside the base, with bullets flying and explosions resonating. Dragon Nation and his comrades transformed into fearless warriors, bravely engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the armed faction. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, they exhibited extraordinary combat prowess and valor, resolutely defending the sanctity of the base. In the midst of the fray, a familiar figure suddenly materialized on the battlefield. It was none other than the future Chen, who had previously appeared at the scene. "Do you require assistance?" His voice rang out, imbued with unwavering determination. Dragon Nation and the other agents were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, filled with astonishment and confusion. They were uncertain whether this individual was friend or foe. Yet at this juncture, any assistance was invaluable. "Just in time," Dragon Nation exclaimed, gratefully accepting the future Chen's aid. With his support, Dragon Nation and the other agents swiftly turned the tide, repelling the armed assailants. Together, they safeguarded the base, exemplifying the strength of their unity. The gunfire was relentless, bullets whistling through the air as Dragon Nation and his comrades deftly sought cover, retaliating against the enemy with utmost speed. "Cover the left side. The enemy approaches," an agent shouted, and they worked in perfect synchrony, fortifying their defenses. Dragon Nation gripped his weapon firmly, his gaze resolute, embodying the spirit of combat. He understood that the adversaries before them were formidable and that victory demanded their utmost efforts. Beside him, the other agents exhibited commendable performance, coordinating seamlessly and providing mutual cover, systematically driving back the enemy. Yet, at that moment, an assailant suddenly surged from the flank, attempting to breach their defenses. With swift reflexes, Dragon Nation detected the intruder's movements, pivoting sharply and delivering a precise, forceful punch that felled the enemy to the ground. The other agents promptly followed suit, rallying behind Dragon Nation to repel the remaining foes. In the heat of battle, Dragon Nation and his fellow agents demonstrated remarkable combat capability and courage, standing united and valiantly driving back the enemy. However, once the battle concluded, Long Guo felt a twinge of unease. He understood that Chen's arrival signified a potential escalation of complexity, compelling him to swiftly seek a resolution to the burgeoning dilemma. "Chen, who are you truly? What brings you here?" Longgua's voice resonated with uncertainty and confusion. He needed to elucidate the identity and intentions of the enigmatic figure before him. Su Chen cast a profound gaze upon Longgua, his eyes betraying a myriad of complex emotions. I am both your future and your past. I hail from a realm ensnared by the confines of time and space. I require your assistance to return to the future and salvage the world. Su Chen's voice was imbued with a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Longgua, upon hearing these words, found his confusion deepening. He was at a crossroads, uncertain whether to trust this individual or regard him as an adversary. In this unfamiliar temporal landscape, he had to tread cautiously, never allowing himself to become complacent. We must expeditiously locate the time offender to prevent further devastation to the fabric of time. Longgua's voice brimmed with determination and resolve. The other agents concurred. Acutely aware of the imminent peril, they recognized the necessity for prompt action to address the crisis. In the ensuing endeavors, Longgua and the other agents engaged in close collaboration with Su Chen, jointly tracing the whereabouts of the time offender to thwart his sinister machinations. Despite facing a series of formidable challenges and dangers, they ultimately triumphed over the time offender, preserving the world from ruin. Throughout this treacherous adventure, Longgua and his fellow agents exhibited unwavering resolve and indomitable courage, uniting in their struggle to overcome all obstacles and safeguard the integrity of time. The meeting between Longgua and Count Roland was orchestrated in a clandestine subterranean chamber. To ensure security, meticulous safety inspections were conducted prior to their encounter, guaranteeing the absence of any latent threats. Upon entering the dimly lit room, with only faint beams of light filtering through a ceiling aperture, the entire space was enveloped in an air of mystery. Agent Longgua nodded in agreement, deciding to delve deeper into the investigation until the truth was unveiled. Within the confines of the Longgua Security Bureau's office, Su Chen and Agent Longgua were engrossed in the examination of the investigative files pertaining to the 1549 murder case. Suddenly, Agent Longgua halted his work, fixing a serious gaze upon Su Chen. Su Chen, I have a pivotal question to pose to you. Agent Longgua's tone was grave. Su Chen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Agent Longgua, an unsettling sensation swelling within him. He was uncertain of the nature of the inquiry, but sensed its significance. Can you elucidate your knowledge regarding the 1549 murder case? Agent Longgua's voice was steady and resolute. Taken aback, Su Chen had not anticipated such a question from Agent Longgua. He hesitated momentarily before replying. I merely assisted in your investigation. My understanding of the case is rather limited. Agent Longgua furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with Su Chen's response. He suspected that Su Chen's comprehension of the case extended far beyond the simplicity of his words. Su Chen, I am aware of your particular fascination with the time traveler. The agent from the Dragon Kingdom remarked. You see, the identity and whereabouts of the time traveler have long remained an enigma. Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the agent would bring up the time traveler. He understood that his research on the time traveler was not a secret. Yet he had not expected it to be linked to the murder case of 1549. I believe the time traveler may have some connection to this case. The Dragon Kingdom agent continued, and you, as a researcher, might possess some crucial information. Su Chen fell silent for a moment, aware that he could no longer withhold what he knew. He resolved to disclose everything to the agent. In fact, I have recently been investigating a mystery surrounding the time traveler, Su Chen stated. I have uncovered certain clues that suggest a possible link between the time traveler and the murder case of 1549. The agent was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to have made such a discovery. He began to listen intently to Su Chen's account, striving to unravel the connections between these clues. In his narrative, Su Chen referenced ancient texts and enigmatic legends, all seemingly intertwined with the time traveler. He also noted some real-world events that appeared to harbor a mysterious association with the murder case of 1549. The agent pondered for a moment before asserting, we must continue our investigation and uncover further clues. Su Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing that only by uncovering the truth could they solve this riddle. In the ensuing days, Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent embarked on a more thorough investigation. They exhausted every avenue, gathering evidence and pursuing leads in their quest to reveal the truth behind the murder case of 1549. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau, Su Chen and the agent stood together, scrutinizing the investigative materials laid out before them. The agent furrowed his brow, contemplating how to resolve the enigma of the murder case of 1549. We need a fresh perspective, the agent declared. We cannot remain ensnared by past leads. Su Chen nodded in understanding, recognizing that to resolve this case, new clues and ideas were imperative. I have a notion, Su Chen suddenly interjected. We could employ contemporary technological methods to crack this case. The agent regarded Su Chen with a hint of surprise, not having anticipated such a suggestion. However, he quickly recognized its potential merit. What specific ideas do you have? The agent inquired. Be cautious. The agent exclaimed loudly, raising his weapon in readiness for confrontation. The other agents stood tensely beside him, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, prepared to respond to any imminent threat. Just then, a figure abruptly halted, revealing a familiar face. "It's you," the agent from the Dragon Kingdom murmured in astonishment, unable to believe the scene before him. The other agents, too, displayed a flicker of surprise, not expecting to encounter someone they recognized in this temporal realm. Confronted with this sudden upheaval, Long Guo and the other agents found themselves engulfed in perplexity and bewilderment. They were unaware of this individual's identity, nor could they discern the implications of his presence. The stranger's voice trembled slightly as he gazed at Long Guo and the others, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Long Guo's voice was laced with caution and suspicion, his grip on his weapon tightening, ever ready to confront any potential threat. The other agents, too, scanned their surroundings warily, uncertain of whether this figure was friend or foe, and they understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. Amidst the standoff, Long Guo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the enigmatic individual before him, a whirlwind of doubt and vigilance swirling within him. "Who exactly are you? What brings you here?" The gravity of his tone conveyed a sense of seriousness and apprehension. The stranger fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, "I am your companion. I hail from the future. I am you from the future." Long Guo's brow knitted in disbelief at this revelation, his gaze fixed on the man before him, a torrent of confusion and uncertainty flooding his mind. "You are me from the future? What do you mean by that?" The weight of his words bore heavily upon him as he sought to unravel the identity and intentions of this stranger. The other agents remained on high alert, their eyes fixed on the man, acutely aware of the need to stay vigilant against possible attacks. The man explained with deliberate care, "I am a prisoner of time, trapped in this temporal realm. I require your assistance to return to the future and save the world." Long Guo's perplexity deepened. He grappled with the decision of whether to trust this individual or regard him as an adversary. In this unfamiliar temporal landscape, caution was paramount. "What evidence do you have to prove that you are indeed my future self?" His tone bore a hint of seriousness, demanding further proof of the man's claims. After a moment of contemplation, the stranger produced a watch from his pocket and handed it to Long Guo. "This is your watch. One that you once used in the future," he affirmed, sincerity and earnestness resonating in his voice. Long Guo accepted the watch, examining it closely. It appeared to be an ordinary timepiece, yet it emanated an unusual aura that felt distinctly out of the ordinary. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to place his trust in the man's words. "Very well, I shall believe you. However, we must collaborate to address the challenges before us." Long Guo chose to ally with this future version of himself, ready to confront the adversities that lay ahead. The other agents echoed his sentiments, expressing their willingness to trust the man and work together to navigate the current predicament. As the team departed the scene of the incident, they encountered no further assaults on their journey back to the base. Long Guo and the other agents exhaled in relief, yet they remained on guard, prepared for any lurking dangers. During their passage through a desolate desert, sand swirled around them, the wind howling in a haunting symphony. In the vehicle, Long Guo and his fellow agents sat with vigilant eyes, scanning their surroundings, ever prepared for a potential ambush. "We must remain alert. We are uncertain when an attack may strike." Long Guo's voice resonated in the wind, imbued with gravity and forewarning. The other agents, equally tense, maintained their watchful gaze, ready to confront any imminent peril. Yet, as they journeyed towards the base, no incidents occurred. Everything appeared exceptionally tranquil. At last, upon reaching the base, a collective sigh of relief escaped Long Guo and his comrades, having momentarily evaded danger and returned safely. Within the confines of the base, Long Guo convened a meeting with the other agents to deliberate on their forthcoming strategy. "We must swiftly locate the time offender to avert further disruption to the fabric of time and space," Long Guo declared, his tone resolute and unwavering. The other agents nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the looming threat, recognizing the urgency to act decisively in order to rectify the situation. Chapter 93. Discovering new clues. After a moment of contemplation, Chen proposed, "I believe we can leverage modern technological methods to reconstruct and simulate the crime scene from that period, thus uncovering new clues." Agent Long Guo paused, finding merit in this notion. He promptly instructed the technical team to prepare the necessary equipment and software for the simulation of the crime scene. Shortly thereafter, Chen and Agent Long Guo arrived at a simulation laboratory. They donned virtual reality headsets, immersing themselves in a holographic projection of the scene. Within this simulated environment, they beheld an ancient street bustling with a vibrant crowd. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from the throng, brandishing a dagger and lunging towards a young man. Chen and Agent Long Guo fixated on the scene, striving to discern any clues. They meticulously scrutinized every detail, hoping to unveil the concealed truth. Abruptly, Chen noticed an anomaly that piqued his curiosity. He pointed towards a shadowy corner of the simulation, exclaiming, "Look, there's a figure concealed in the darkness." Agent Longhua immediately instructed the technicians to magnify that area and enhance the lighting. Upon amplification, they distinctly observed a shadowy figure lurking, seemingly observing the entire scene. This figure could very well be the perpetrator, Chen asserted. We must locate him. The agents were engulfed in turmoil and conflict, grappling with the reality of confronting someone they had once trusted and relied upon, now transformed into their greatest adversary. We cannot allow him to escape, one agent exclaimed furiously, his eyes ablaze with indignation and resolve. The others shared his outrage, unwilling to let Chen evade justice for his betrayal, insisting on retribution for their fallen comrades. However, at that moment, Chen abruptly sprang into action, his figure vanishing into the shadows, leaving behind an oppressive silence. The agents, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings, acutely aware that Chen had not departed. They understood the necessity of remaining on high alert to thwart any potential assault. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air, prompting an immediate response from the agents as they sought the source of the disturbance. In that instant, one agent felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, his body inexplicably drawn in a swift motion towards a shadowy direction. The other agents, witnessing this alarming event, reacted promptly, rushing towards the unseen threat in an attempt to prevent their comrade's abduction. However, their efforts were in vain. They could only watch helplessly as their companion was whisked away, their hearts heavy with frustration and fury. In the primary timeline, Longhua and Chen found themselves transported to the scene of the incident. It was a cold and desolate place, littered with abandoned structures that evoked an unsettling atmosphere. This was indeed the site of the crime. Longhua's voice resonated heavily amidst the bleakness. Chen silently surveyed the area, his heart a tumult of emotions. This seemingly inconspicuous location bore witness to a horrific murder, with the suspect shockingly being none other than himself. We must conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the truth, Longhua declared with unwavering determination glimmering in his gaze. Chen nodded in agreement, aware of his obligation to cooperate with the inquiry and swiftly ascertain the facts to vindicate himself. The two commenced their investigation, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny for any potential clues. Suddenly, Chen's attention was captured by a damaged knife nestled in a corner. He approached cautiously, picking it up to examine it closely. His brow furrowed as he observed the blade, stained with blood, indicating recent use. Longhua, noticing the weapon in Chen's hand, felt a flicker of caution. He recognized it could be a crucial piece of evidence. We must immediately send this knife to the lab for analysis to determine if it belongs to the victim, Longhua ordered, his tone resolute and decisive. Chen nodded, carefully wrapping the knife for transport. Just then, a fierce wind swept through the area, stirring up dust that made it difficult to breathe. The two men instinctively scanned their surroundings, acutely aware of the lurking danger. Abruptly, a figure hurtled towards them from a distance, moving with such speed that it appeared almost instantaneously before them. Be careful, Longhua shouted, raising his weapon in preparation for confrontation. Chen stood beside him, alert and ready to confront any potential threat, fully aware of his duty to protect Longhua while remaining wary of adversaries. However, at that moment, the figure halted abruptly, revealing a familiar visage. It's you, Chen murmured in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before his eyes. A flicker of astonishment crossed Longhua's eyes as he realized that someone familiar had unexpectedly appeared in this realm. Faced with this sudden turn of events, both Chen and Longhua were engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. They were oblivious to the identity of this individual and the implications of their presence. When Chen abruptly warned the team, Longhua and the other agents adopted a grave demeanor. They comprehended the gravity of the warning and recognized that this realm's Chen might launch an attack against them. We must proceed with caution and not let our guard down, Longhua stated with a serious tone to the other agents. The other agents, equally somber, nodded in agreement. In this unfamiliar dimension, they had to remain vigilant at all times to thwart potential assaults from adversaries. Chen stood silently nearby, keenly aware that he must be cautious and prevent the Chen of this realm from discovering his presence. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the tent to sway precariously, instilling a sense of unease. He is coming. Chen's voice resonated in the wind, filled with forewarning and alertness. Longhua and the other agents reacted immediately, drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings with vigilance, preparing for a possible confrontation. At that moment, a shadow darted past the tent, swiftly approaching their position. Agent Longhua was momentarily taken aback, finding the notion surprisingly plausible. He promptly instructed the technicians to ready the necessary equipment and software for a simulated reconstruction of the crime scene. Chapter 94. The next action plan, you insignificant ants. Dare to oppose me? The mysterious figure derided, his voice laced with scorn and disdain. The agents glared at the enigmatic figure, fully aware that they must summon every ounce of strength to overcome the foe before them and fulfill their mission. In the midst of a brutal confrontation, the agents engaged in a fierce struggle with the mysterious figure, fighting valiantly and unyieldingly, determined to apprehend their adversary and champion justice. However, at that moment, an unexpected inferno erupted, engulfing the entire warehouse in an instant. The agents gazed in horror at the surrounding flames, realizing they had fallen into a dire predicament, with their very lives hanging in the balance. As the raging fire consumed them, the silhouettes of the agents gradually faded into the smoke, their fates becoming an unsolved mystery, leaving behind only a scattering of weapons gleaming ominously on the ground. On a murky night, a clandestine team of agents from the Sun, Never Set's British Empire, was executing a confidential mission. Clad in black uniforms, they concealed themselves in the shadows of the city, moving with utmost caution. Suddenly, an unusual aura enveloped them, prompting the agents to instinctively grip their weapons tighter and scan their surroundings warily. In the silence, an ominous premonition washed over them, as though a hidden peril was about to unfold. Abruptly, a dark figure descended from the heavens, rapidly approaching the agents' position. They reacted immediately. Yet the shadow's speed surpassed their expectations, breaching their defenses in the blink of an eye. "Be careful," a covert agent bellowed fiercely, swinging his weapon with determination in an attempt to thwart the encroaching shadow. Yet, like a bolt of lightning, the shadow deftly evaded the agent's strike, delivering a powerful blow to his chest that sent him crashing to the ground. Infuriating. Observing this, the other agents surged forward, striving to halt the shadow's assault. Their movements were sharp and well-coordinated, yet the shadow appeared to navigate effortlessly, evading each attack while maintaining an oppressive dominance over the agents. "This adversary is formidable," one agent muttered under his breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he felt an invisible pressure emanating from this enigmatic foe. Anxiety and fear swelled within the agents. They understood the gravity of the threat they faced, recognizing that only through their utmost effort could they secure their safety. "Do not give up. We must defeat him," an agent shouted, his voice brimming with resolve and determination, clearly resolved to fight to the bitter end. The agents summoned their courage once more, uniting in a cohesive effort, seeking a breakthrough through their collective action to vanquish the shadow. However, the shadow's speed and reflexes were astonishingly swift, leaving the agents with scant opportunity. Their attacks were swiftly neutralized, and one by one, they fell. "Who is this person?" An agent struggled to rise, his body battered and bruised, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity and awe. At that moment, the shadow ceased its onslaught, revealing a glimmer of confusion and uncertainty in its gaze. It seemed to sense a familiar essence, stirring an inexplicable hesitation and conflict within. "Chen?" An agent murmured in astonishment, his voice laden with shock and incredulity. The agent's gazes converged upon the shadow, unable to fathom the scene before them. Amidst the darkness, a familiar figure gradually emerged, none other than the time offender, their own comrade, Chen, cloaked in shadows. Chen's visage was imbued with a sense of confusion and inner turmoil. He recognized that he had strayed from the path of justice, becoming the very embodiment of the person he had long dreaded facing, a soul tormented by time. "I'm sorry, I never wished for this." Chen's voice resonated with depth and sorrow, his heart burdened with regret and guilt. The agents were engulfed in a tumult of contradictions and struggles. They found themselves at a loss on how to confront the figure before them, their former ally, the person they once trusted and relied upon, now transformed into their greatest adversary. Chen, once a champion of justice, had now become the enemy he had vowed to overthrow, rendering his internal conflict and turmoil almost ineffable. The agents stood agape, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Chen, their erstwhile companion, had now become their foe. This brutal truth was an unbearable burden to accept. "Chen, what has become of you?" An agent demanded with fury, his voice thick with anger and disappointment. A flicker of anguish and regret passed through Chen's eyes. He understood that he had embarked on an irreversible path, one from which there was no return. Once a champion of justice, he had now transformed into a traitor, a soul ensnared by the relentless passage of time. "I am sorry. I never wished for it to be this way." Chen's voice resonated with a deep, melancholic timbre, his heart weighed down by remorse and self-reproach. The agents from the Dragon Nation nodded in agreement, deciding to focus their investigation on the shadowy figure. Employing modern technological means, they began to analyze and track the figure, striving to uncover his identity and whereabouts. In the ensuing days, Chen collaborated with the Dragon Nation agents to pursue this elusive entity. They employed various methods to scour for clues and scrutinize evidence, endeavoring to trace the individual's steps. Yet, it seemed as though he had vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of his existence. Nevertheless, Chen and the agents remained undeterred. They understood that persistence would ultimately unveil the truth. Immersed in the pursuit of the temporal criminal, they came to realize that apprehending the future Chen would prove to be a formidable challenge. In the command center of the Dragon Nation Security Bureau, they convened with fellow agents to deliberate on their next course of action. "We must devise a precise operational plan," stated a Dragon Nation agent, for the temporal criminal may employ future technological means to elude our capture. Chen nodded in agreement. Aware of the daunting nature of the task, yet resolute in his determination to see it through. We need to gather more intelligence, he proposed, to understand the temporal criminal's movements and habits, which will enable us to formulate a more effective action plan. The agents concurred with Chen's suggestion and commenced their intelligence-gathering efforts. They investigated the temporal criminal's activities across different timelines, striving to locate his trail. During the intelligence collection process, they stumbled upon several crucial leads. The agents glared furiously at the enigmatic figure, cognizant that they must exert every effort to vanquish the adversary before them and fulfill their mission. Chapter 95, Preparing for the Leap. They discovered that the temporal criminal often utilized temporal gates for his leaps, evading capture. Furthermore, they identified several of the criminal's frequently used hideouts, providing them with additional leads for the pursuit. We need to set a trap, Chen declared, suggesting they exploit the criminal's movement patterns to bait him into revealing himself. The Dragon Nation agents considered this an astute idea and promptly began planning the trap's setup. They selected a location near a temporal gate frequently employed by the criminal, installing a myriad of surveillance devices in preparation for his appearance. Days later, on a tranquil night, the temporal criminal materialized, clad in all black and donning a matching hat. He exuded an air of mystery and aloofness as he approached the temporal gate, preparing to leap. At that moment, the Dragon Nation agents and Chen's team emerged, swiftly surrounding the criminal in an attempt to confine him. Drop your weapon. You are surrounded, a Dragon Nation agent shouted. The temporal criminal halted, casting a cold, disdainful gaze upon the agents, his eyes glimmering with wariness and contempt. Do you truly believe you can stop me? The time criminal sneered. You are exceedingly naive. Both the Dragon Kingdom agent and Chen felt a tightening in their hearts. They understood that the time criminal would not easily concede. Yet, they were aware that they must exert every effort to bring him to justice. We are merely executing justice, Chen declared. You must pay for your crimes. Upon hearing this, the time criminal laughed, suddenly launching an attack. He harnessed advanced technology from the future, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that repelled the agents. Chen, you need not force yourself, the Dragon Kingdom said softly, his voice imbued with warmth and comfort, as if alleviating the burdens within Chen's heart. After a moment of silence, Chen slowly nodded. I understand, but I must confront reality. I cannot evade nor surrender. I must seek out my future self, unravel these enigmas, and take responsibility for my past and future. The Dragon Kingdom smiled and nodded in agreement, knowing that Chen had made his decision. He would support Chen wholeheartedly in this arduous task. Very well, we shall act together, the Dragon Kingdom proclaimed, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve, akin to an oath. Chen looked at the Dragon Kingdom with gratitude, realizing he had found a trustworthy ally, a companion to face the forthcoming challenges. Under the guidance of the Dragon Kingdom, Chen and Arthur embarked on their pursuit of his future self, traversing the river of time in search of clues, investigating cases, and diligently tracking the trail of his future self. They arrived at an ancient castle, rumored to be the hideout of the time criminal. The interior of the castle was eerie and foreboding, steeped in an unsettling atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Be cautious, we are entering, the Dragon Kingdom warned, his eyes brimming with vigilance and alertness, ready to confront any imminent danger. Chen and Arthur followed closely behind the Dragon Kingdom, navigating the castle's corridors with utmost care, remaining ever watchful for potential threats. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the shadows, lunging towards them. Chen and Arthur reacted instantly, swiftly dodging the assailant's attack. Have you come to find me? A deep voice resonated, prompting Chen and his companions to heighten their alertness. They looked up to see a figure standing at the corridor's end, his countenance sinister and his gaze exuding an aura of malevolence. Are you the time criminal? Chen inquired coldly, his voice imbued with determination and indomitable spirit. The time criminal chuckled darkly. Indeed, I am the one you refer to as the time criminal. What brings you here? Chen fixed his gaze upon the time criminal, his eyes filled with vigilance and caution. He recognized this man as his future self, a being steeped in schemes and cunning. We seek you to unravel all mysteries, to safeguard the peace and security of this world, Chen asserted, his voice resolute and unwavering, his eyes brimming with conviction and courage. The time criminal let out a derisive laugh. Protecting the peace and safety of the world? What a farce. You cannot stop me. I possess all the power, and you stand no chance against me. Chen gazed coldly at the time criminal, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination and resolve. He recognized that this battle would be a grueling tug of war. However, he would never retreat easily. Together with his comrades, he would confront the challenges and trials that lay ahead, safeguarding the peace and security of this world. In the year 1858, the city of Rochester was shrouded in a frigid winter night, the streets deserted save for the occasional wail of the wind. Before a dilapidated warehouse, Agents of the Sun Never Set's British Empire were engaged in a clandestine mission. Clad in black uniforms and armed with weapons, they vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, ever ready to confront any impending danger. "Be cautious. There may be an ambush by the enemy," one agent whispered, his eyes brimming with alertness. The others shared his tension, acutely aware that their adversaries were formidable and that they must remain vigilant to ensure the success of their mission. Suddenly, a figure darted from the shadows, lunging towards them. The agents reacted instantly, skillfully evading the oncoming assault. "Quick, apprehend him," one agent shouted, as they fought back valiantly, attempting to subdue the foe before them. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that their opponent was a mysterious figure clad in a cloak. This enigmatic being, agile and swift, effortlessly dodged their attacks, dispatching them one by one. "It seems you have come seeking trouble," the mysterious figure sneered, his voice laced with an ominous aura that sent shivers down their spines. The agents were filled with trepidation and vigilance, recognizing the complexity of the enemy they faced and understanding the necessity of a cautious approach to ensure their safety. Suddenly, a lightning-fast figure descended from above, launching an assault on the mysterious individual. It was indeed an agent of the Sun Never Set's British Empire, wielding a sharp sword, his gaze steely, clearly resolved to capture the enigmatic figure. "Seize him!" the agent cried out as he swung his weapon with ferocity towards the cloaked adversary. The mysterious figure merely smirked, effortlessly evading the agent's strike before launching a swift counterattack, toppling the agents one after another. "Quick, apprehend him!" another agent shouted as they rallied to retaliate, striving to subdue the elusive foe. Chapter 96. No, this is impossible. Yet, the whereabouts of the time criminal remained shrouded in mystery. They could never fully grasp his movements. They understood that the time criminal was an exceedingly perilous adversary, and it was imperative to bring him to justice swiftly, lest his actions wreak havoc across the entire fabric of time and space. During their investigation, they uncovered some shocking revelations. They discovered that the time criminal might be linked to other nefarious individuals, suggesting the existence of a grand conspiracy. Chen and the agents from the Dragon Kingdom resolved to unveil the truth behind this conspiracy. Knowing that only by identifying the true identity and intentions of the time criminal could they unravel this enigma and preserve the tranquility and stability of time and space. The agent from the Dragon Kingdom let out a deep sigh, fully aware that Chen's decision was not easily swayed. Despite his earnest attempts to persuade Chen, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He understood that some matters might require a more direct approach to touch the heart. "Chen, I recognize your current refusal to alter the past," the agent began slowly, "but I must share a crucial piece of information with you." Chen raised his head, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. "What is it?" Taking a deep breath, the agent resolved to lay the facts bare. "The murderer from the case of 1549 was your adoptive mother." Chen's brow furrowed, his eyes fixed intently on the agent as a sense of foreboding surged within him. "What has happened?" His voice trembled. "The perpetrator of that case was, in fact, you," the agent declared gravely. "Seize them," roared Count Roland, his voice echoing through the hall, his gaze aflame with fury as if he wished to condemn Chen to oblivion. Faced with imminent peril, Chen and Arthur were engulfed in tension and unease, yet simultaneously fueled by courage and resolve. They knew they must fight fiercely to escape this calamity. As the soldiers besieged them, Chen and Arthur deftly evaded, seeking an opportunity for escape. Their movements were agile, akin to leopards, dodging and counterattacking, rendering the soldiers' assaults futile. However, at that moment, a powerful surge of energy suddenly enveloped the hall, capturing the attention of all present. Gazing upward in astonishment, they beheld a man clad in an opulent robe appearing at the entrance, flanked by a group of individuals with extraordinary abilities. "Quick, follow me," the man commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Chen and Arthur instantly recognized this figure as the one who had previously guided them to the time screening room. A powerful individual known as Longhua. Longhua. Chen and Arthur rejoiced inwardly, hastening towards him in an attempt to escape the soldiers' onslaught. Observing their plight, Longhua swiftly raised his staff, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that repelled the soldiers one by one. His agility was divine, leaving all in disbelief. Under Longhua's guidance, Chen and Arthur successfully evaded the siege and reached the entrance of the time screening room. They understood this was their last hope. Only by returning to the time screening room could they evade Count Roland's pursuit and continue their journey. "Quick, follow me," Longhua urged with unwavering determination. Chen and Arthur followed closely behind, sprinting through the hall until they reached the entrance of the time screening room. Without pausing for a moment, they dashed inside, finally escaping Count Roland's relentless chase. Within the time screening room, Chen and Arthur felt a potent energy enveloping them. Realizing they had at last evaded danger and could proceed on their quest to uncover the clues to the cosmic cube, standing at the center of the time screening room, Chen gazed at the screen before him, which displayed the vivid tapestry of his life. He beheld the myriad moments of his growth from childhood, witnessing both the joys and sorrows of his past, reflecting upon all that he had endured. On the screen, he saw himself growing up in the orphanage, solitary and devoid of parental companionship, lacking the camaraderie of siblings, surrounded only by an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He recalled his relentless pursuit of knowledge and rigorous training, yearning to become a true hero, striving valiantly to protect all that he held dear. He remembered his encounters with those endowed with extraordinary abilities, recognizing the bonds of friendship and trust that flourished among them as they faced myriad challenges together, resolutely persevering without ever yielding. He recalled his confrontations with Count Roland, witnessing their fierce struggles and the lengths they would go to uphold their respective beliefs. He reflected on his arduous journey in pursuit of the cosmic cube, bearing witness to every step of his personal evolution. Yet, as he reviewed the entirety of his life, Chen could not help but shed tears. It was a lamentation for the bygone years, a reflection on the perseverance and toil of yesteryears, intertwined with apprehension for the uncertainties and challenges that lay ahead. Has everything come to an end? Chen murmured softly, his voice tinged with bitterness and resignation. Long Gu approached him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. No, everything has only just begun. Your life brims with infinite possibilities. Your journey is far from over. Chen lifted his gaze to Long Gu, determination flickering in his eyes. He recognized that he could not falter. He must forge ahead, confronting the challenges and trials of the future. Thank you, Long Gu. I shall persevere, undeterred by hardship, until I uncover the clues to the cosmic cube, unravel the mysteries, and safeguard the peace and security of this world. Chen's voice resonated with resolve and confidence. He understood the necessity of facing the future with courage. Long Gu smiled and nodded. I believe in you, Chen. You are a true hero, and your journey will continue to pen more remarkable chapters. A warm current surged within Chen's heart. He realized he was no longer alone, blessed with the companionship of friends like Long Gu and Arthur. Together, they would confront the challenges that lay ahead and protect the harmony and safety of the world. Chen's emotions ebbed and flowed like a turbulent sea, fraught with complexity and inner conflict. He comprehended that facing his future was not merely a battle against time, but a profound challenge of self-exploration. Long Gu, I need your assistance, Chen spoke solemnly, his gaze resolute yet fraught with internal turmoil. Long Gu regarded him with understanding and compassion, aware of the intricate emotions Chen was grappling with. He knew that Chen must confront the choices of his past and future, determining his own fate and mission. Chapter 97. Welcome to the Time Projection Room. Is this the Infinity Stone? Chen's voice quivered with astonishment and disbelief. He could scarcely trust his own eyes. He understood that the Infinity Stone was an exceedingly rare and potent artifact, endowed with the ability to manipulate time, space, and reality itself. In times past, countless individuals engaged in fierce battles to acquire these precious gems, ultimately finding themselves, without exception, ensnared in a fate of destruction. Chen inhaled deeply, aware that he must tread carefully, ensuring these gems did not fall into the hands of the unworthy. He resolved to take them away, to avert an even greater catastrophe. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the silence, interrupting Chen's thoughts. Chen, you have arrived. A familiar voice resonated in his ears. Turning around, Chen beheld a man clad in a resplendent robe, standing at the entrance of the hall, his eyes glimmering with a strange light, as if concealing endless schemes. You are the legendary prince of the sun never sets empire, Count Roland. Chen's voice emanated with a hint of indifference and caution, for he recognized that this man was no ordinary figure. Count Roland smiled faintly. Indeed, I am Count Roland. I have heard of your quest for the cosmic cube, and I find myself in need of your assistance. A flicker of intrigue passed through Chen's mind. He understood that Count Roland was not merely here for conversation, but harbored his own intentions and plans. What is it that you desire? Chen queried, his tone laced with skepticism and vigilance. Unwilling to engage in collaboration with Count Roland, fully aware of the man's ulterior motives, Count Roland chuckled softly. I am aware that you possess the remote control for the collar device, and I happen to possess a means to disable it. Should you be willing to assist me? I can offer you this opportunity. Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized the necessity of exercising caution and refraining from readily trusting Count Roland's words. Why should I place my trust in you? What evidence do you have to substantiate your claims? Chen's voice conveyed a sense of doubt and wariness. Understanding the importance of deliberating over every decision, Count Roland smiled subtly, producing a gem that shimmered with brilliance from his bosom and presenting it to Chen. This serves as your proof. Once you agree to aid me, this gem shall be yours. Count Roland's voice carried a blend of temptation and veiled threat, aware of the gem's irresistible allure for Chen. For a moment, Chen hesitated, yet ultimately accepted the gem. He understood the necessity of prudence, not allowing himself to be deceived by Count Roland, while simultaneously acknowledging his need to break free from the constraints of the collar device and continue his search for clues regarding the cosmic cube. As Chen held the gem bestowed upon him by Count Roland, His heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. He recognized that this gem might be the key to liberating him from the collar device. Yet he also comprehended that acquiescing to Count Roland's proposition could lead to even graver peril. On what grounds do you trust him? A chilling voice suddenly resonated, shattering the stillness of the hall. Chen turned to see a figure emerging from the opposite side of the hall. His companion from previous missions alongside the agents of the Dragon Kingdom, a young man named Arthur. Arthur approached Chen, his gaze brimming with caution and skepticism. Arthur, you are here as well? Chen's voice carried a note of surprise and delight, for he had not anticipated encountering a familiar face in such a place. Arthur nodded. Indeed, I too am in search of clues regarding the cosmic cube. However, I have never placed my faith in Count Roland, for he conceals too many conspiracies and deceptions. A flicker of realization crossed Chen's mind. He understood he had found a trustworthy ally. Gratefully, he gazed at Arthur and said, "Thank you, Arthur. I too have never believed in Count Roland, but first, I must free myself from the constraints of the collar before I can continue my search for the cosmic cube." Arthur inhaled deeply, fully aware that he must assist Chen in confronting the challenges that lay ahead. "Allow me," he offered, extending his hand to take the gem. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Arthur began to manipulate the gem, striving to release Chen from the collar's grasp. His fingers delicately brushed the surface of the device, as if seeking its hidden secrets. Suddenly, the apparatus emitted a piercing alarm, plunging the room into chaos. Chen and Arthur exchanged apprehensive glances, realizing that their actions had been detected by Count Roland. They knew they had to flee swiftly to evade greater peril. "We must go," Chen exclaimed loudly, grasping Arthur's hand as they dashed towards the exit of the hall. Amidst the cacophony of the alarm, the hall erupted into turmoil as people scattered in every direction, the scene transforming into utter disorder. With determination, Chen and Arthur surged through the hall, their hearts racing with anxiety and trepidation, yet simultaneously ignited with hope and courage. They recognized the endless trials and tribulations that awaited them. But they also understood that through unity and concerted effort, they could surmount all obstacles, uncover the truth, unravel the mysteries, and safeguard the peace and safety of their world. In the midst of the hall's pandemonium, Chen and Arthur weaved through the chaos, evading the pursuit of Count Roland and his minions. They knew they had to extricate themselves from the scene post-haste, lest they find themselves ensnared in even graver danger. Suddenly, a contingent of armed soldiers appeared at the entrance of the hall, dispatched by Count Roland to apprehend Chen. Wielding sharp swords and with steely gazes, they were resolute in their intent to capture him. Chen and the agents of the Dragon Kingdom swiftly sought refuge, acutely aware of the formidable power of time manipulators. They began to scout for an opportunity to subdue the time manipulator. An intense battle ensued, with both sides engaging fiercely, the atmosphere thick with tension. The time manipulator displayed his extraordinary abilities, yet Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agents stood firm, resolved to bring him to justice. Ultimately, through a splendid display of coordination, Chen and the agents successfully subdued the time manipulator. They transported him back to the command center of the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau, preparing for interrogation. Within the command center of the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau, Chen followed the agents to a unique location, the time projection room. This place exuded an air of mystery, adorned with advanced technology and screens, as if it were a sanctum dedicated to exploring the secrets of time and space. "Welcome to the time projection room." The Dragon Kingdom agent addressed Chen. "Here, we preserve all information regarding your past and future." Intrigued, Chen felt an insatiable curiosity. Eager to delve deeper into the revelations about himself, he followed the agent to the center of the projection room, standing before a colossal screen. Chapter 98. The drawer captivated now. "I shall present to you a collection of materials pertaining to your past," the Dragon Kingdom agent proclaimed. As he began to operate the equipment, instantly, images materialized on the screen, displaying photographs and videos from Chen's youth. He beheld scenes from his childhood, witnessing the joyful moments shared with family and friends, his heart swelling with warmth and emotion. As the visuals transitioned, Chen encountered significant milestones from his developmental journey. He observed his diligent studies within the school environment, his relentless endeavors in society, and the camaraderie he shared while battling alongside his companions, waves of nostalgia washing over him. "These are the memories of your past," the Dragon Kingdom agent remarked. "They encapsulate the essence of your growth, forming an integral part of who you have become today." Chen silently gazed at the screen, his heart brimming with reflection and contemplation. He began to reminisce about his past, recalling those moments that once brought him joy and inspiration, as well as those times that plunged him into pain and confusion. "Now, I shall show you some information regarding your future," the agent continued, resuming his manipulation of the device. The screen flickered to life again, revealing hazy images that depicted scenes and scenarios from Chen's future. He glimpsed adventures and challenges that awaited him, envisioned himself fighting alongside his future team, and observed his continuous growth and progress in a world yet to unfold. leading the Dragon Kingdom and his team through the treacherous terrain of rocks and flames. Chen pressed forward fearlessly. Their hearts were filled with trepidation of the unknown, yet also an insatiable desire to unravel the mysteries that lay ahead. The temperature is rising. One team member shouted anxiously, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads, instantly evaporating into steam. We must hurry and locate him. The voice of the Dragon Kingdom resonated with determination, aware that this was a critical moment. Chen nodded resolutely, his expression unwavering. He must be just ahead. They continued onward, leaping to evade the eruptions of lava, treading along the narrow edges of the volcanic rim. Rocks crumbled beneath their feet, flames roared beside them. Yet they did not falter. Suddenly, a massive boulder tumbled from the depths of the volcano, hurtling towards them. Chen reacted swiftly, yanking the Dragon Kingdom agent and his teammates aside, narrowly avoiding the rock's onslaught. Is everyone all right? He inquired anxiously. We're fine, thank you. The team members replied promptly. We must hasten. The volcano is about to erupt. The Dragon Kingdom urged, his gaze fixed intently ahead. They quickened their pace once more, navigating through the flames and rocks, racing toward the depths of the volcano. In this apocalyptic landscape, their only path to survival lay in their mutual trust. At last, they arrived at the very depths of the volcano. Amidst the searing magma, they beheld a dark cavern, seemingly leading to the depths of hell itself. That is his hiding place, Chen declared, pointing toward the entrance. We must proceed with caution. There may be traps, the Dragon Kingdom warned, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, ever prepared to confront potential dangers. The agent from the Dragon Kingdom remained oblivious to the true thoughts of Chen. Yet he held an unwavering trust and anticipation towards him. Nevertheless, he sensed a subtle unease emanating from Chen, which stirred a faint sense of apprehension within him. Chen, I understand that you may be reluctant to place your faith in me, but I genuinely wish to assist you. We must unite and confront the challenges that lie ahead together, for only then can we uncover the truth and unravel the enigma. The agent's voice resonated with sincerity and resolve. Chen offered a slight smile. Thank you, Dragon. I will do my utmost. The agent nodded in satisfaction, confident that Chen would emerge as a true hero, safeguarding the peace and security of this world. However, at that moment, Chen feigned an itch on his finger, mumbling, why is this device on my neck so irritating? I need to take a look. The agent, observing Chen's actions, harbored no suspicions, for his trust in Chen was deeply rooted. He nodded in agreement to Chen's request. Seizing the opportunity, Chen stepped aside, gently patting the device on his neck as if inspecting it, while secretly searching for a chance. Quietly, he slipped his hand into his pocket and retrieved the remote control concealed within. This remote was the key to operating the device on his neck. Chen understood that only by mastering it could he gain the freedom to act. Upon touching the surface of the remote, he felt a surge of potent energy, as if it were proclaiming its significance. Excitement and anticipation filled Chen's heart. He knew he was closing in on the pivotal truth. Under the watchful gaze of the agent, Chen pretended to examine the device for a while before withdrawing his hand from his pocket, his expression grave as he declared, "It appears all is normal. There should be no issues." The agent nodded in approval, responding, "That is good. We must act swiftly to uncover the clues to the truth." Internally relieved, Chen recognized that the moment had come to depart this place and pursue leads regarding the cosmic cube. He resolved to temporarily manipulate the device on his neck with the remote to secure his freedom, thus beginning his quest. After leaving the screening room, Chen moved swiftly, delving deep into the temple in search of traces of the cosmic cube. This ancient and enigmatic artifact was believed to be the key to time and space, possessing immeasurable value. Chen understood that only by locating it could he unveil the truth, solve the mystery, and safeguard the peace and security of the world. Navigating through the depths of the temple, Chen relentlessly sought clues regarding the cosmic cube. His emotions oscillated between agitation and exhilaration, as this ancient relic represented boundless possibilities and was the key to his unraveling the mystery. Traversing a dimly lit corridor, Chen suddenly sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, confirming to him that he was indeed on the trail of the cosmic cube. He quickened his pace, following the direction of the energy wave. Before long, he arrived at a vast hall adorned with various ancient decorations and mysterious artifacts. Just as he was about to continue his search, his gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous drawer. Although it appeared quite ordinary, Chen could sense an immense power lurking within. He could not resist the urge to approach and open the drawer. Inside lay a collection of seemingly ordinary gemstones, yet Chen immediately discerned their extraordinary nature. These gems emitted a shimmering light, as if they possessed boundless power. Chapter 99. Potent strength. Chen gazed intently at the screen, attempting to glean clues from the indistinct images. He understood that the future was shrouded in uncertainty, but he believed that through diligent effort, he could forge a future uniquely his own. These are the possibilities that await you, remarked the agent from the Dragon Nation. Your future is shaped by your choices and endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Chen nodded in understanding. He recognized that both his past and future were integral parts of his life's journey. He resolved to cherish each moment and strive to create the future he desired. The Dragon Nation agent, filled with hopeful anticipation, wished for Chen to alter his fate within the current timeline and achieve self-redemption. However, when he proposed this notion, Chen resolutely declined. I appreciate your intentions, but I cannot change my past, he asserted firmly. Though my past is fraught with mistakes and pain, it is also a vital component of my growth. I cannot erase it, nor can I evade it. The agent felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Chen's words. Yet he understood his decision. Everyone has their own past, and each individual must navigate their own choices and resolutions. I can comprehend your perspective. The agent from the Dragon Nation replied, but you must realize that everything you do now will impact your future. You have the power to transform yourself and choose a different path. Gratitude and determination filled Chen's heart. He recognized the significant responsibility and mission before him. Yet he was imbued with confidence and courage. He resolved to press forward, ready to confront future challenges and become a true hero. The agent stood in the temporal projection room, watching as Chen remained transfixed by the images of past and future. He hoped that Chen would discover answers within those visuals, uncover his mission and responsibilities, and change his destiny for the sake of self-redemption. Chen, do you see? Your past and future are replete with challenges and opportunities. You possess the ability to alter everything, to save this world, and to save yourself. The agent's voice brimmed with hope and encouragement. Immersed in the imagery, Chen reflected on his growth and the moments he bravely faced various adversities. Filled with deep emotion and contemplation. I understand, Dragon. I will do my utmost, Chen declared with unwavering resolve, aware of the power he held to change everything. He would not disappoint himself or the expectations of the Dragon Nation. The agent from the Dragon Nation smiled with satisfaction, believing in Chen's potential to become a genuine hero, safeguarding the peace and security of the world. Yet, at that moment, Chen abruptly ceased his viewing. Turning to face the agent. Dragon, I am grateful for your constant care and assistance, but I cannot accept your proposal. The agent furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by Chen's unexpected decision. Why? Do you not wish to alter your fate? Do you not yearn to save this world? The voice of the Dragon Kingdom agent bore a hint of disappointment and confusion. Chen remained silent for a moment, inhaling deeply. I am aware of my capacity to change everything, yet I choose to forge my own path. I refuse to be shackled by destiny. I shall confront all challenges in my own manner. A flicker of complex emotions crossed the agent's eyes. He recognized that Chen's decision was resolute and needed to be respected. Very well, I honor your choice. But I hope you remember, you are not alone. Wherever you may be, I shall stand by your side, supporting and assisting you. The agent's voice resonated with steadfastness and warmth. Chen smiled faintly. Thank you, Dragon. I will remember your words. The two exchanged smiles, understanding that even though they had chosen different paths, their friendship and trust would remain unaltered. Upon hearing Chen's refusal, the agent felt a surge of helplessness and hesitation. He understood that Chen was a determined and tenacious individual, unlikely to waver in his decisions. Yet, he also recognized that the challenges and dangers Chen faced far exceeded his imagination, and he had to do everything in his power to protect him, even if it required making difficult choices. Chen, perhaps you are unaware that your future is not as bright as you believe. The agent's voice carried a weighty tone as he resolved to reveal the truth about Chen's future. Chen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the tension and unease in the agent's words. What do you mean? His voice was laced with confusion and apprehension. The agent took a deep breath. Chen, your adoptive mother did not perish by accident. In truth, I inadvertently contributed to her demise. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom what he was hearing. His adoptive mother was one of the closest individuals in his life, and he could not imagine that she had been indirectly harmed. You are lying. This is impossible. Chen's voice was infused with anger and denial, unwilling to accept that his mother had been wronged. A flicker of pain crossed the agent's eyes. I understand this is difficult to accept, yet it is the truth. I inadvertently disclosed certain information that led to your mother's death. I feel overwhelming guilt and remorse for this, but I must convey the truth to you. Chen was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions, uncertain whom to trust. Feeling the internal struggle and turmoil. Why? Why are you telling me this? His voice was tinged with despair and bewilderment, trapped in an inescapable predicament. The agent remained silent for a moment, aware that his actions could evoke anger and fear in Chen, yet recognizing that this was a necessary choice for his protection. I understand that my revelations may bring you pain and fury, but my sole intention is to safeguard you. The challenges and dangers you face are far beyond your imagination, and I do not wish to witness you suffer again. The agent's voice was filled with regret and helplessness. Chen fell into a moment of silence, acutely aware of the sincerity and goodwill emanating from the agents of the Dragon Nation. He understood that he must confront the challenges ahead, no matter how painful and arduous they might be. Though he appeared to acquiesce to the agent's proposals, his mind was teeming with schemes and plans. He recognized that this was the opportune moment for action. He must seize this chance to uncover the pivotal clues to the truth while safeguarding both himself and those around him. The molten lava churned ominously at the volcano's mouth, as if heralding the apocalypse. Su Chen's heart was a tumult of contradiction and anguish. Chapter 100, the pivotal clue. Nodding slightly, Su Chen focused his concentration, endeavoring to perceive the energy fluctuations within the temple. This energy seemed to emanate from the depths of the shrine, imbued with an aura of unknown power and mystery. The two cautiously entered the temple, where the air was thick with an ancient essence, whispering tales of its storied past. They advanced with care, intent on uncovering the critical clues of the case. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching, as if someone was drawing near. Instantly alert, they prepared for any imminent danger. From the depths of the temple emerged a figure clad in a black robe, his countenance chilling, eyes glinting with a cold light. His presence instilled an ominous foreboding in both Su Chen and the Dragon Nation agent. "Are you my future self?" Su Chen's voice was laced with shock and confusion. The figure nodded. "Indeed, I am your future self. I hail from the future, and I know you see clues regarding the time criminal. I have come to thwart your efforts." The Dragon Nation agent furrowed his brow. "Time criminal? Are you implying that you are the future incarnation of that felon?" The future Su Chen scoffed. "Yes, I am that time criminal. I have traversed the fabric of time to prevent you from interfering with my plans." A surge of anger and bewilderment coursed through Su Chen. "Why must you do this? Why disrupt the order of time?" A flicker of complex emotion crossed the future Su Chen's eyes. "I have come to save you. The world of the future is ensnared by dark forces. My intent in obstructing your search for clues is to avert an even more terrifying future." The Dragon Nation agent pondered for a moment. "Yet, this is not the way to resolve the issue. We must uncover the truth to prevent that future from manifesting." The future Su Chen fell silent for a moment, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes before being swiftly eclipsed by cold resolve. "I will not allow you to undermine my plans." His voice resonated with conviction and determination as he began to unleash a formidable wave of energy, preparing to engage Su Chen and the Dragon Nation agent in a life-and-death confrontation. The two Su Chens faced one another, each embodying a tumult of complex emotions and conflicts. They understood that this clash would be a fateful struggle, with the victor wielding the power to determine the fate of the world. The Dragon Nation agent led Su Chen to a mysterious time projection chamber, concealed deep within the temple's recesses, known only to a select few. As they entered the chamber, a mysterious energy enveloped the air, creating an impression that time had come to a standstill within this enigmatic space. The screening room was steeped in an ancient ambience, its walls adorned with time-worn scrolls and enigmatic devices, seemingly chronicling the entirety of the world's history. This was the temporal projection chamber, where we could access all records of your past and future. The voice of the Dragon Kingdom agent resonated with solemnity and mystery. Su Chen's heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation as he followed the agent towards the center of the chamber. There, an archaic device emitted a faint glow, as if awaiting their arrival. The Dragon Kingdom agent approached the apparatus and began to manipulate it. Streams of light and shadow danced upon the walls, revealing the entirety of Su Chen's past and future. Su Chen gazed at the images projected on the wall, witnessing scenes from his childhood, the moments of his growth, and the strength and courage he displayed in the face of various challenges. "Is this my past?" Su Chen's voice carried a note of nostalgia, as if he were transported back to his youth, reliving those experiences. The Dragon Kingdom agent nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is your past. Each image captures the fragments of your growth. Every challenge has rendered you stronger and braver." Su Chen, engulfed in reflections of his past, felt a surge of emotion and contemplation. He understood that these experiences shaped his present and determined the course of his future. As time flowed onward, the images began to morph, unveiling myriad possibilities for Su Chen's future. He envisioned himself as a hero, safeguarding the peace and safety of the city. He saw himself confronting various dangers, valiantly standing on the side of justice. He imagined battling alongside the Dragon Kingdom agent, facing unknown challenges together. "Is this my future?" Su Chen's voice brimmed with awe and anticipation, as he glimpsed the endless potential that lay ahead, igniting a profound excitement within him. The Dragon Kingdom agent nodded once more. "Yes, this is your future. Each possibility hinges upon your choices and actions. Only by courageously confronting every challenge can you become the person you aspire to be." Su Chen fell silent for a moment, then spoke resolutely. "I will strive to be a better person, yet I will not deny my past. I will accept it, confront it, and then move forward." The Dragon Kingdom agent nodded, understanding the weight of his words. He recognized that each individual possesses their own choices and beliefs, and he could not compel Su Chen to embrace his counsel. In the days that followed, Su Chen dedicated himself to becoming a better individual. He actively participated in various social initiatives, aiding those in need, and earnestly sought to amend the mistakes and shortcomings of his past. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom agent and his team persisted in their pursuit of the temporal criminal, diligently gathering clues and analyzing intelligence in an effort to uncover the true identity and motives of their adversary. Suddenly, Chen's body jolted. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the Dragon Kingdom agent. His heart raced, refusing to accept this harsh reality. No, this cannot be true, he trembled. I would never do such a thing. I once thought the same, the Dragon Kingdom agent replied somberly. But we have uncovered evidence proving you are the perpetrator of that case. Chen felt as though he had been struck by a devastating blow. His heart plunged into a profound abyss of panic and despair. No, this cannot be. His voice gradually weakened. I understand your current state of mind, said the agent from the Dragon Country, but we must confront reality. Your past is far from perfect. You cannot evade it. Only by bravely facing it can you discover true self-redemption. Chen sensed his world crumbling around him. Unable to accept this harsh truth, he felt burdened by immense guilt. Unable to forgive himself, let alone confront reality. I do not know what to do. Chen's voice was filled with despair and helplessness. The agent from the Dragon Country approached him, gently patting his shoulder. You are not alone. We will always be by your side, supporting you, helping you navigate through this turmoil. Chen trembled silently, tears flowing quietly down his cheeks. He understood that to confront his past, he must muster the strength to face it courageously in order to find his true self. Chapter 101. Although the journey is long, I will strive to change. Chen declared with his last ounce of strength, I will endeavor to find my redemption. The agent from the Dragon Country nodded silently, aware that although the path ahead was arduous, as long as Chen was willing to put in the effort, change would indeed come. Thus, under the guidance of the agent, Chen embarked on his journey of redemption. He diligently sought to amend his wrongs, actively participating in social activities, assisting those in need, as a means to atone for his past. As the turmoil and struggle within Chen reached a crescendo, he resolved to feign agreement with the agent's suggestions, hoping to gain their trust and discover a solution to his predicament. During their conversations, Chen discreetly observed his surroundings, searching for opportunities. All right, I will do my utmost to assist you, Chen stated, his voice seemingly imbued with resolve and confidence. Upon hearing Chen's response, the agent felt a flicker of reassurance, believing that his efforts would ultimately bear fruit. Thank you for your cooperation, Chen, he said. I trust you will make the right choices. Chen offered a faint smile, yet his heart brimmed with caution. He understood that to seek a resolution, he must be willing to take certain risks. One evening, when all had retired for the night, Chen sprang into action. He stealthily pilfered the remote control for the collar device from the agent's office and swiftly exited the security bureau's building. In a concealed location, Chen activated the remote, beginning his search for the collar device's signal. After a thorough search, he finally pinpointed a signal source, the location of the cosmic cube. Shortly thereafter, Chen arrived at the site of the cosmic cube. It was an abandoned factory, overgrown with weeds, exuding an air of desolation. Chen cautiously infiltrated the factory's interior, unaware of the dangers that awaited him. However, he did not retreat, for he knew that only by locating the cosmic cube could he unravel the enigma surrounding it. We cannot stop it, Chen cried out, a flicker of despair washing over him. The agent from the Dragon Nation did not waver. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. We cannot yield. We must have faith in our abilities. Only through unity can we vanquish the darkness. Inspired by his words, Chen regained his composure. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and concentrated all his electromagnetic force into a single point, striving to resist the encroaching shadows. As their efforts intensified, a dazzling radiance suddenly erupted from their beings, illuminating the entire chamber. This light, infused with potent energy, shattered the dark forces, annihilating them completely. When tranquility returned, Chen and the agent stood resolutely, emanating a powerful aura that seemed to rejuvenate their spirits. We have succeeded, Chen exclaimed with joy, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. The agent from the Dragon Nation also wore a satisfied smile, affirming, indeed, we have triumphed over the darkness. Yet, this is merely the beginning. We must persist in our endeavors to safeguard the peace and safety of the city. Their collaboration not only unraveled the enigma of an ancient case, but also fortified their friendship. In the days to come, they would continue to stand side by side, facing various challenges, protecting the city from the encroachment of sinister forces. Meanwhile, Chen began to ponder his own mission and identity. As the investigation deepened, he gradually realized that his fate might be far more intricate than he had anticipated. He embarked on a quest to uncover his past, seeking clues that might reveal the truth. The agent from the Dragon Nation and Chen resolved to join forces to solve the ancient murder case of 1549. They continued their search for clues within the hidden chamber of an ancient building, endeavoring to uncover the key to the case. Although the cracks in the walls had vanished, they could still sense the lingering ancient power permeating the space. "We must find the crucial clues without delay," the agent urged, his voice imbued with urgency. Knowing that time was of the essence, Chen nodded, focusing his energy as he began to scour the chamber for hits. He employed his electromagnetic force to scan the walls and floor, seeking any secrets concealed within this space. Suddenly, Chen's eyes brightened. He discovered a seemingly ordinary stone brick radiating faint energy fluctuations. "There is something amiss," he declared, swiftly prying the brick aside to unveil an ancient chest. The agent approached and opened the chest, revealing it filled with aged documents and precious artifacts. "These are the clues we have been searching for," the agent exclaimed with excitement. Beginning to examine the contents of the chest, Chen joined him, and they discovered ancient maps, written records, and mysterious symbols and incantations. "It appears this case is indeed complex," Chen mused thoughtfully, poring over the ancient texts. After a moment of contemplation, the agent remarked, "These maps and records seem to point to an ancient temple, where the truth of this case may be concealed. We must journey there to uncover the answers." Chen nodded, fully aware that this would be a perilous venture, yet it was imperative for them to proceed in order to unravel the enigma surrounding the ancient case. The two resolved to set off immediately, traversing through the time-worn edifices as they embarked on their journey towards the temple. Along their path, they encountered numerous hazards and challenges. Yet they remained undeterred, cognizant that only by locating the temple could they uncover the truth behind the case. At long last, upon reaching the entrance of the temple, they were enveloped by a formidable surge of energy. The doors of the temple emanated a mysterious luminescence, as if inviting them to enter. "We have finally arrived," Chen exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he prepared to step through the grand entrance. However, at that moment, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from within the temple, surrounding them. They felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if this force intended to consume them. "It's an ancient formation." The voice of the Dragon Kingdom agent was laced with caution. They realized that the temple was far from ordinary, potentially concealing even greater powers. Standing before the ancient temple's entrance, Chen and the agent faced the potent energy fluctuations, their hearts filled with vigilance and resolve. They understood that this sanctuary might harbor more secrets and dangers, yet they did not waver, determined to confront whatever lay ahead. "We must proceed with caution. This temple may conceal unforeseen perils," warned the Dragon Kingdom agent. Chapter 102. We have been deceived. Deep within the factory, Chen finally discovered the cosmic cube. It lay in a corner, ensconced within a sealed, transparent case, radiating a faint glow. With utmost care, Chen opened the case and grasped the cosmic cube. Feeling the mysterious power it emanated, a wave of awe washing over him. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized before him. Clad in black and wielding a sharp blade, the figure's gaze was icy. "Who are you?" Chen shouted warily, raising the cosmic cube in readiness to counter the impending assault. The figure did not respond, instead launching an immediate attack, swiftly evading Chen's strikes. The assailant aimed to reclaim the cosmic cube. A fierce struggle ensued between Chen and the figure, each exchange fraught with lethal intent. Chen unleashed his superpowers, continuously releasing formidable energy in an attempt to repel his opponent. However, the assailant proved to be equally formidable, agile and ruthless, relentlessly attacking to overpower Chen. Amidst the fierce combat, Chen gradually felt his strength waning, yet he refused to yield. Knowing that perseverance would ultimately lead to victory over the shadowy figure and the safeguarding of the cosmic cube. In a frantic escape from the factory, clutching the cosmic cube tightly, Chen was filled with dread for the black-clad figure. He understood that his foremost task was to swiftly vacate this treacherous locale and seek refuge in a secure hiding place. He hastened out of the factory and found himself in a secluded corner. Pausing to catch his breath, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. In his line of sight, a familiar scene suddenly emerged, the drawer of the sun-never-set British Empire. This place had once been the focal point of their collective ambitions, for it concealed countless precious treasures. The court session was momentarily suspended, as all were captivated by the enigmatic aura of the agent. Subsequently, the agent had a private meeting with Chen, during which he expressed his suspicions regarding the true identity of Count Roland and his interest in Chen's unique abilities. "Your electromagnetic power is no ordinary superhuman capability. It harbors deeper secrets." The agent's words resonated with an air of mystery. Chen was taken aback, never having contemplated that his abilities might conceal further enigmas. The agent proposed a collaboration with Chen to uncover the truths behind these supernatural occurrences, to which Chen readily agreed. Through their partnership, he gradually discerned that a far grander and ancient conspiracy lurked behind these supernatural events. They faced not only adversaries like Count Roland, but also more cryptic and formidable foes, whose ambition was to annihilate entire cities, perhaps even the world itself. As their investigation deepened, the bond between Chen and the agent grew ever stronger. They fostered mutual trust and support, always there for one another in times of crisis. With each battle, Chen began to unearth the potential of his powers. His electromagnetic force became increasingly potent, capable of rivaling any formidable opponent. Yet, the truth of the conspiracy was not easily unveiled. They were compelled to confront countless trials and tribulations, even at a grievous cost. However, they did not waver, for they understood that only by vanquishing these dark forces could they safeguard all that they held dear. Within an ancient edifice in New York, the Dragon Kingdom agent and Chen embarked on a mysterious investigation. They held an archaic case file pertaining to a murder that had transpired in 1549, a case that remained unresolved to this day. The file contained various chilling details, and this case appeared to be linked to the supernatural events they were currently probing. This indeed seems unusual. Chen furrowed his brow as he perused the records in the file. It seems so, the Dragon Kingdom agent pondered for a moment. The individuals involved in this case appear to have connections to the supernatural forces we are tracking. A flicker of alertness flashed in Chen's eyes. Are you suggesting that this case may be part of a larger conspiracy? The agent nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Behind these perpetrators may lie even more mysterious forces, intent on the city's destruction. We must uncover clues from this case to reveal the truth. The two resolved to embark on a thorough investigation, traversing the ancient building in search of evidence. Once the residence of a wealthy merchant, it had now languished in abandonment for many years, permeated by decay and an eerie atmosphere. In a dilapidated room, they discovered ancient documents and a concealed chamber hidden behind the walls. These documents chronicled the details of the case from years past, along with some mysterious rituals and incantations associated with it. It appeared that this case was indeed far from simple. Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a chilling aura enveloping the atmosphere. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths below. Instinctively, both men became vigilant, bracing themselves for any impending peril. Along one wall, they discovered a concealed entrance leading to an underground chamber, prompting their decision to venture forth and uncover the secrets hidden within this subterranean realm. Upon entering the chamber, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The underground space was adorned with ancient symbols and enigmatic carvings, while dark drapes hung from the walls, as if heralding a mysterious ritual. It was an ancient altar. Anxiety tinged Chen's voice, and the Dragon Kingdom agent's expression darkened, revealing that nefarious ceremonies had undoubtedly taken place here. We must tread carefully. Immense danger may lurk within, he cautioned. Just as they prepared to depart, the walls of the chamber began to tremble, and a dark fissure appeared, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Run! Chen shouted, and they hastily fled the chamber, only to find the entire underground expanse shrouded in ominous darkness. As the Dragon Kingdom agent and Chen confronted the formidable threat of the dark forces, a potent energy surged within the chamber. The fissure widened, and the malevolent powers surged toward them, as if intent on devouring them whole. We must quell this energy, Chen cried out, as electromagnetic forces began to surge around him, striving to resist the encroaching darkness. The Dragon Kingdom agent summoned his talisman, attempting to suppress the ominous force. Despite their remarkable efforts, they found themselves woefully inadequate against the overwhelming darkness. The fissure continued to expand, and the shadows loomed ever closer, threatening to engulf them. In Chapter 103, Gently Open, a realization struck him. If he could harness the infinite gemstones, it might fortify his defenses against the shadowy figures and other adversaries. Yet, just as he prepared to collect the gems, an overwhelming force surged forth, mysterious and ancient, as if drawn from the cosmos itself. An unprecedented fear gripped him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Driven by trepidation, he resolved to abandon his quest for the gemstones, opting instead to discern the source of this enigmatic power. Thus, Chen carefully stowed the infinite gemstones within his clothing and hastily departed from the drawer's vicinity. He understood that his foremost priority was to escape this perilous locale and return to safety. However, just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Chen, do you think you can escape so easily? The voice was imbued with authority and menace, causing his heart to race. Gradually, he turned to see a figure cloaked in black robes materializing before him. The visage remained obscured, yet it emanated a suffocating presence. Who are you? Chen inquired warily. I am the Lord of Darkness. The shadow spoke slowly, declaring, These infinity stones are my treasures, and you shall not take them. Chen's expression grew grave, for he understood he faced a formidable adversary. Yet, he would not surrender easily. He gripped his weapon tightly, bracing himself for an impending battle. Chen, what brings you here? The voice of the Dragon Kingdom agent echoed as his figure emerged from the shadows. Chen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. He recognized that the agent had undoubtedly tracked his movements and had come specifically to find him. I was merely passing through, Chen stammered. I have not committed any unlawful acts. The Dragon Kingdom agent scrutinized Chen, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. What do you hold in your hands? He inquired, gesturing towards Chen's embrace. A realization dawned upon Su Chen. He recognized that he could no longer conceal the truth from the Dragon Kingdom agent. Thus, he resolved to disclose the reality. These are the Infinity Stones, Su Chen stated with candor. I stumbled upon them during my search for individuals with extraordinary abilities. The agent's eyes widened in astonishment at Su Chen's revelation. Infinity Stones? He echoed softly. Do you comprehend the power they possess? Su Chen nodded, affirming. I am aware of their extraordinary nature, yet I believe I can wield them. After a moment of contemplation, the agent slowly nodded. Very well. I place my trust in you, he said, but you must exercise caution. The power of these stones is immense and perilous. A surge of elation coursed through Su Chen's heart, feeling the agent's trust and understanding. Thank you, he replied. I shall handle them with care. As Su Chen beheld the Infinity Stones, once regarded as priceless treasures, now forgotten and rendered worthless in the drawers of the sun never set's British Empire, he was struck by an ineffable shock and bewilderment. Upon reaching the altar, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from above, illuminating the entire hall. Who dares to trespass here? A deep voice resonated, echoing throughout the chamber. Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent immediately grew vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared for any potential confrontation. We have come to find you. Time criminal. Su Chen's voice rang out in the hall, his gaze sweeping the surroundings for hidden foes lurking in the darkness. Ha ha! How audacious to intrude upon my domain. The deep voice reverberated through the hall, accompanied by a mocking laughter. As the laughter faded, a figure emerged from the light. And Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent instantly recognized their adversary, the time criminal. With a sinister and cunning visage, the time criminal donned a black cloak, his eyes radiating an unfathomable power. He coldly surveyed Su Chen and the agent, seemingly contemplating how to counter these unexpected intruders. Who are you two to disturb my plans? The time criminal inquired coolly, his gaze glinting with a chilling malice. We have come to thwart you, Su Chen replied fearlessly. Your conspiracy has been unveiled, and now it is time to put an end to it. The time criminal let out a derisive laugh. You are quite naive to believe you can stop me. One day, as Su Chen wandered the streets, he was suddenly captivated by an astonishing battle unfolding before his eyes. Two superheroes were engaged in a fierce struggle against a horde of nefarious supervillains, their extraordinary powers wreaking havoc upon the entire neighborhood. Amidst the chaos, Su Chen discovered a remarkable ability within himself, the power to control and manipulate electromagnetic forces. This gift enabled him to display extraordinary prowess in the fray, ultimately saving several innocent citizens. Shaken by this sequence of events, Su Chen began to realize that he might harbor a unique destiny. He commenced an exploration of his abilities, diligently striving to master them, and patrolled the streets of New York City, endeavoring to shield the metropolis from the looming threat of supervillains. However, he soon recognized that the dark forces within this world were far more formidable than he had ever imagined, lurking in every shadowy corner. Throughout his adventures, Su Chen encountered a myriad of intriguing characters. Some were fellow superheroes who became his allies and mentors. Others were ordinary citizens who offered him unwavering support during his most challenging moments. Yet, he also faced numerous powerful adversaries, whose sole aim was to obliterate him and the ideals of justice he represented. In the Marvel Universe, the streets of New York City were far from tranquil. Count Roland, an ambitious villain, sought to condemn Su Chen and seize control over the city's criminal activities. During a tense courtroom trial, Count Roland, leveraging his wealth and influence, attempted to suppress Su Chen. Nevertheless, Su Chen stood resolute, unwavering in his belief in justice and responsibility. As the trial reached a fever pitch, a mysterious agent suddenly appeared in the courtroom. He was an agent from the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for resolving supernatural incidents. The agent's arrival shattered the courtroom's tension and instilled a sense of unease in Count Roland, strikingly handsome with piercing eyes. The agent's black suit shimmered ominously under the courtroom lights. I am here to investigate a series of recent supernatural occurrences in this city, the agent declared, his voice deep and impassive, exuding an inscrutable power. The courtroom's occupants were awestruck by the agent's presence, even Count Roland feeling a twinge of fear. Su Chen, however, felt a surge of hope, recognizing that the agent's arrival signified a chance for redemption. Agent, these supernatural events have nothing to do with me, Su Chen asserted, rising to meet the agent's gaze with unwavering determination. A flicker of contemplation crossed the agent's eyes as he inhaled deeply. I believe you. His voice seemed imbued with a supernatural force, compelling trust. Chapter 104. Even in the face of such challenges yet, even when confronted with such daunting challenges, they could not afford to surrender. They had to bravely confront reality and seek a path that truly belonged to them. Count Roland's emergence took Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent by surprise. They had not anticipated that he would locate them so swiftly. You two dare to flee? Count Roland bellowed, flanked by a menacing entourage, as he advanced towards Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent. Faced with this sudden crisis, Su Chen furrowed his brow. Yet within him, there was no trace of retreat. He understood that the moment had come to demonstrate his strength and courage. "We are not running away," Chen calmly stated. "We are merely in pursuit of the truth." The agent from the Dragon Kingdom stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Count Roland. "We shall never be shackled by individuals like you. We possess the right to seek our own justice." Upon hearing their words, Count Roland roared in fury. "You are courting death. Seize them." His subordinates, obeying his command, surged forward to assail Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent, armed with an array of weapons and exuding an air of ferocity, intent on vanquishing the two. Reacting swiftly, Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent coordinated their efforts, evading the onslaught with remarkable speed while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Chen, utilizing his extraordinary abilities, deftly dodged the enemy's strikes, unleashing formidable energy that felled adversaries one by one. "Chen, stop right there." Alice's voice was laden with anger and defiance as she strained forward, attempting to thwart his departure. Yet, the portal had already closed, and Chen's figure vanished within the ethereal blue glow. Alice halted, a tempest of rage and helplessness swirling within her. She understood that time was no longer on her side. Chen had escaped this realm, and she must devise a means to locate him and thwart his malevolent intentions. Amidst the ruins of the warehouse, silence enveloped the desolation. Alice stood rooted, her gaze fixed on the direction where Chen had disappeared, her heart brimming with unease and trepidation. She recognized that her sole hope lay in swiftly finding Chen to halt his nefarious plans, lest the consequences be dire. On the other side of the portal, Chen's form gradually faded within the ghostly blue light. A glint of cunning and satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He relished the thought of having finally eluded the bothersome woman, allowing him to proceed with his plans unimpeded. Once the portal closed, Chen found himself in an unfamiliar and enigmatic world, starkly contrasting with the one he had known, teeming with uncertainty and peril. However, for Chen, this mattered little. What was paramount was his newfound freedom to execute his designs, reshaping this world to align with his desires. In this strange and mysterious realm, Chen would embark on an even grander scheme, his ambitions poised to surpass all imagination. Meanwhile, Alice would confront even greater challenges, compelled to exert every effort in tracing Chen's whereabouts, thwarting his wicked designs, and safeguarding the tranquility of this world. The destinies of the two were inextricably intertwined in this perilous and unfamiliar domain, leading them into a more exhilarating adventure. Each prepared to fight relentlessly for their beliefs and ideals. Chen hesitated briefly before stepping into the portal as Count Roland approached. Standing before the portal, his gaze wavered. He was acutely aware that his choice would profoundly impact the fate of the world, and at that moment, he faced a formidable decision. Alice's voice echoed in his mind, her resolve and determination serving as a reminder that he could not evade responsibility. He must confront both his past and future. "Let us go, Chen. We must leave this place swiftly." A sudden voice pierced through Chen's inner turmoil. He looked up to see a figure emerging from a shadowy corner of the warehouse. It was an unfamiliar yet enigmatic individual, his gaze deep and cunning, concealing endless secrets. "Who are you? Why do you wish to assist me?" Chen questioned, eyeing the stranger warily, eager to unveil his true identity. The stranger offered a faint smile, his voice low and chilling, imbued with an air of mystery and foreboding. "I am a traveler from another dimension, aware of your plight, and I am willing to aid you." His words were laced with both temptation and menace. As he regarded Chen, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Chen understood he had to make a choice. For this stranger seemed capable of helping him achieve his aspirations. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately resolved, "Very well, take me away from here." His tone was cold yet resolute, for he recognized this was his sole escape. The stranger smiled faintly, extending his hand, which Chen grasped without hesitation. As they approached the portal, a formidable force surged within the warehouse, and in an instant, time appeared to freeze. Upon returning to reality, Chen found himself in a strange and mysterious realm. Surrounding him was a desolate landscape, with crumbling edifices and bleak scenery rendering the world barren and forlorn. "Welcome to this new dimension, Chen," echoed the stranger's voice across the vast expanse, a glimmer of pride and mockery evident in his gaze. Chen surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with exhilaration and anticipation. He realized he had finally been granted the chance to reshape the world, and this unfamiliar yet intriguing realm would serve as a stage. In this enigmatic world, Chen would embark on a grander scheme, his ambitions surpassing all imagination. Meanwhile, Alice would confront even more formidable challenges. She must devote herself fully to tracking Chen, thwarting his nefarious plans, and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this world. The fates of the two were destined to intertwine within this perilous and unfamiliar domain as they embarked on a more thrilling adventure, willing to fight at all costs for their beliefs and ideals. In this world fraught with uncertainty and danger, they would encounter unprecedented trials and tribulations. Only through relentless effort and unwavering faith could they ultimately conquer the darkness and preserve the light. Alice scoured the ruins for clues, firmly believing she would discover a way to trace Su Chen. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a stone glowing with an extraordinary radiance, inscribed with peculiar symbols. Excitement surged within her. She felt this might be the key to finding Su Chen. At that moment, a mysterious elder appeared. That stone is the key to the dimension where Su Chen resides. He spoke slowly. Alice's eyes widened. Do you know where Su Chen is? The elder nodded. However, entering that dimension is no simple task. You must be prepared. Without hesitation, Alice declared, I am willing to pay any price. The elder smiled as he handed her an ancient tome, a book that would guide her on her journey. Yet, he cautioned her that the path ahead was fraught with peril. Gratefully, Alice accepted the book and embarked on her quest to find Su Chen. Chapter 105. It is time to depart from this place. Alice felt a surge of anger and dissatisfaction upon hearing Su Chen's words. She could not comprehend why he would dare to disrupt the timeline and bring ruin to this world. It was utterly mad and absurd. Do you believe you can alter this world at will? Do you think you may act with impunity? You are utterly unworthy of such power. Alice's voice resonated with fury and defiance, her resolve firm to thwart Su Chen's nefarious scheme. Su Chen regarded Alice with a cold gaze, fully aware of her formidable prowess. Yet he remained unfazed. He had faith in his own strength and his plan, convinced that he would ultimately reign supreme over this realm. You may choose to ally with me. Together we could rule this world. His voice dripped with a blend of temptation and menace as he sought to entice Alice into becoming his accomplice. Alice, however, was filled with indignation and disdain at his proposition. She resolved to confront Su Chen in a final duel, determined to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Amidst the desolation of the warehouse, the culmination of a life-and-death struggle signified both an ending and a new beginning. Su Chen's defeat heralded the harsh penalties and judgment awaiting him, while Alice's triumph brought forth renewed hope and a brighter future for the world. Have we misjudged? Please indicate your discontent with this response. Due to Su Chen's actions, the timeline began to diverge. Su Chen lay on the ground, his body subdued. Yet the malevolence in his eyes continued to flicker. Alice felt an overwhelming pressure. She understood that the battle was far from over. Even with Su Chen's defeat, his machinations were far from concluded. Suddenly, a strange force began to permeate the warehouse, and in an instant, time appeared to stand still. Alice felt an immense pull drawing her into another realm. When she returned to reality, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Surrounding her was a desolate landscape. Crumbling edifices and a bleak vista rendered this world desolate and forlorn. Where am I? Has time and space become disordered? Alice surveyed her surroundings, her heart heavy with uncertainty and trepidation. At that moment, a figure materialized before her. It was an unfamiliar yet enigmatic individual, his gaze deep and cunning, as if concealing boundless secrets. Who are you? Where is this place? Alice clutched her weapon tightly, warily observing the stranger before her. The stranger smiled faintly, his voice low and chilling, imbued with an air of mystery and foreboding. You have entered another dimension, a realm entirely distinct from the one you know. His tone was laced with derision and contempt as he looked at Alice, a sinister light flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing the stranger's words, Alice was engulfed by fear and unease. She realized she had found herself in a strange and perilous world, her sole mission being to discover a way back to her original timeline. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly emerged in the distance. It was Su Chen, his gaze cold and cunning, reminiscent of a wolf shrouded in darkness, poised to launch a lethal attack on Alice. Su Chen, what on earth are you doing? Why have you brought us to this bizarre place? Alice's voice was laced with anger and discontent as she confronted the looming dark force without fear. Su Chen let out a mocking laugh, his tone dripping with derision and disdain. He regarded Alice, a glimmer of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Do you truly believe you can easily defeat me? How naive you are. We have now entered an entirely new dimension, and I shall set my plans in motion to reshape this world according to my desires. His voice was chilling and sardonic, showing no concern for Alice's challenge. Filled with fury and determination, Alice resolved to thwart Su Chen's malevolent schemes and protect this timeline from his encroachment. In this unfamiliar and treacherous realm, Alice would embark on an arduous battle against a far more formidable darkness, compelled to give her all to safeguard everything she cherished. Before the sun sets on the British Empire, Su Chen activated the portal and stepped inside. Amidst the ruins of the warehouse, time seemed to stand still, as if everything in this desolation awaited some incredible transformation. Su Chen's gaze was sharp and frigid as he rose, striding purposefully into the depths of the warehouse. Alice, do you think you can stop me? His voice reverberated off the walls, imbued with an indomitable menace. Unyielding, Alice tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. She knew the moment had come to halt Su Chen's wicked plans. She must exert every effort to preserve the peace and tranquility of this world. At that instant, a flickering azure portal materialized beside Su Chen. He smirked and stepped into the portal without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom agent engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, utilizing his exceptional fighting skills against the enemy. His form was elusive, every move imbued with lethal threat, compelling his adversaries to remain on high alert. In this intense skirmish, both Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent showcased extraordinary combat prowess, undeterred by danger as they advanced relentlessly, repelling the enemy's assaults. Yet, just as the conflict reached its zenith, a familiar light suddenly illuminated before them. Su Chen's eyes brightened with realization. He recognized it as the entrance to the time projection chamber. He understood that now was the moment to seize this opportunity to escape. "Follow me," Su Chen shouted, then swiftly dashed towards the direction of the time projection chamber. The Dragon Kingdom agent promptly followed in Su Chen's footsteps, aware that it was time to depart, lest they be ensnared in an even greater peril. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Count Roland roared with fury, "Do not let them escape. Pursue them." His subordinates immediately ceased their assault on Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agents, turning instead to chase after them towards the entrance of the time screening room. With all their strength, Su Chen and the agents raced towards the threshold of the screening room. They could sense the enemy's footsteps drawing ever closer. Yet they refused to yield. Instead, they quickened their pace, hoping to evade their pursuers swiftly. At last, they successfully entered the time screening room, promptly shutting the door behind them and barring the enemies outside. In the serene atmosphere of the screening room, Su Chen and the agents were enveloped in their own reflections. Chapter 106, Breaking the Sacred Timeline. They stood quietly, their gazes lost in the images projected upon the screen, reminiscing about their life journeys. Those visuals depicted their growth and struggles, the laughter and tears of life, the fervor and challenges, like a series of paintings illustrating each step they had taken. Su Chen recalled the hardships of his childhood spent in an orphanage, reflecting on the loneliness and helplessness he had endured, as well as his yearning and pursuit for a brighter future. He pondered how he had gradually matured, how he had confronted numerous adversities and challenges, ultimately becoming the person he was today. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom agent reminisced about his years in law enforcement. Recalling the days filled with glory and a noble sense of mission, he contemplated how he safeguarded the safety and interests of the people, how he had consistently charged forward, defending justice and the rule of law. In this extraordinary moment, they were no longer merely Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent, they were ordinary individuals, mere players in the grand theater of life, propelled by fate towards an unknown shore. Before them, scenes unfolded like a film, as if transporting them back to those bygone times. They beheld their former selves, the companions and dear friends of yesteryears, their dreams and hopes that once burned bright. Yet, as the images continued to play, they were also confronted with pain and scars, past disappointments and uncertainties. They witnessed their previous mistakes and failures, the struggles and confusions they had once faced. "It aligns more closely with my intentions." Su Chen's voice resonated with confidence and arrogance, brimming with faith in his plan. Alice, upon hearing Su Chen's words, was engulfed by a surge of anger and confusion. She could not accept what he proposed. The notion of reshaping the world was nothing short of madness and absurdity. "You are insane. Do you truly believe you can change this world at will? Do you think you can dominate everything?" Alice's voice was laced with fury and defiance, resolute in her determination to thwart Su Chen's nefarious scheme. Su Chen regarded Alice with a cold stare, acknowledging her as a formidable adversary yet remaining unfazed. He trusted in his own strength and vision, firmly believing that he would ultimately become the sovereign of this world. "You can choose to join me. Together, we can rule this world." Su Chen's voice was laced with both seduction and menace as he sought to entice Alice into becoming his ally. Upon hearing his words, Alice was consumed by a tumult of anger and disdain. She resolved to engage Su Chen in a final duel, determined to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the world. Within the shadowy confines of the warehouse, an imminent life-and-death struggle was about to commence, with Su Chen wielding his dark powers alongside his companions in a climactic confrontation. This battle would dictate the fate of all, shaping the future of the realm. Previously, the delay had served this very purpose. In the dilapidated warehouse, the standoff between Su Chen and Alice escalated to a fever pitch. Their gazes locked, brimming with intensity, as if two formidable forces were poised to collide violently in this forsaken corner. "Su Chen, you have lost your mind. Your ambitions will lead to our collective ruin." Alice's voice resonated with fury and caution as she brandished her weapon, ready for the ultimate confrontation. Su Chen scoffed coldly, his eyes glinting with a blend of cruelty and disdain. He disregarded Alice's warning, merely gesturing with his weapon, inviting her to engage in a deadly clash. Within the ruins of the warehouse, the two launched into a fierce exchange. Their silhouettes flickered in the darkness, each strike imbued with destructive power, evoking an overwhelming sense of despair and dread. Su Chen's attacks were vicious and cunning, transforming him into a ravenous wolf as he assailed Alice. Yet, she stood resolute, her swordplay sharp and exquisite, each movement charged with lethal intent as she sought to vanquish him. In the throes of battle, they clashed repeatedly, the glint of their blades illuminating the darkness, sparks flying with each encounter. They danced through the debris, alternating between assault and evasion in a deadly ballet. "Yield, Alice." You shall never triumph over me, Su Chen taunted, his voice dripping with scorn and derision, unaffected by her challenge. Alice responded with a defiant huff, her eyes shimmering with tenacity and resolve. She was determined to defeat Su Chen and restore peace to the world. Amidst the tumultuous conflict, Alice seized an opportunity, unleashing a devastating strike that sent Su Chen crashing to the ground. Clenching his teeth, fury and bitterness flickered in his eyes as he strained to rise, only to find himself firmly subdued by Alice, unable to stir. It is over, Su Chen. Your nefarious schemes have crumbled, Alice declared, her voice imbued with the elation of victory and pride as she held him down, decisively besting him. Su Chen closed his eyes, an overwhelming tide of anger and resentment flooding his heart. He recognized the complete failure of his plans, his ambitions shattered, leaving him to resign himself to the harsh reality and await the judgment of fate. In the warehouse's ruins, the conclusion of this life-and-death struggle heralded a new beginning. Alice's triumph would usher in a renewed hope and future for the world, while Su Chen's defeat signaled inevitable punishment and reckoning. In the battle between darkness and light, justice ultimately prevailed, banishing the forces of darkness and allowing the world to be reborn, stepping resolutely toward a radiant future. Su Chen's objective was to dismantle the sunless British Empire and shatter the sacred timeline. In the desolation of the warehouse, the echoes of a life-and-death struggle lingered. Although Su Chen had been defeated, his ambition burned even more fervently. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes still glinted with ferocity, reminiscent of a cornered beast unwilling to concede. Alice gazed at Su Chen, her heart brimming with vigilance and unease. She understood that despite his current defeat, his ambitions were far from extinguished and could resurge at any moment. Why do you do this? Why destroy the timeline and bring ruin to this world? Alice's voice was filled with confusion and incredulity as she endeavored to unravel Su Chen's true intentions. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, a flicker of icy madness flashing in his eyes. He regarded Alice with a sardonic smile. You foolish humans will never comprehend my purpose. I shall dismantle the sacred timeline and reshape this world to align with my will. His tone was merciless and mocking, indifferent to Alice's inquiries. Chapter 107. Surrender. What is happening to me? Brian's voice was laced with bewilderment and disorientation as he sought to regain clarity. You were possessed by the shadow, but now you have been liberated. We must leave this place swiftly, gather more clues, and unveil the truth behind the entire event. Su Chen's voice was imbued with caution and determination. He recognized that their mission was far from over. Thus, Su Chen and his companions continued their search within the warehouse, striving to uncover further clues and evidence. They understood that only by revealing the complete truth could they thwart the Shadow's nefarious plans and safeguard the peace and tranquility of their world. Amidst the ruins shrouded in mist, they would press onward, relentlessly exploring until every truth was unveiled. This perilous journey, fraught with challenges, would shape their destinies and determine the future of their world. After several skirmishes, the antagonist finally revealed his true identity, Su Chen. In the wreckage of the warehouse, Su Chen and his allies tirelessly sought to decipher the enigmas left by the Shadow. Their emotions were fraught with urgency and tension. Each step was taken with utmost caution, ever prepared for sudden dangers. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the silence from a corner of the warehouse, swiftly followed by a shadow darting into the debris. What? Alice exclaimed, instinctively raising her weapon, ready to confront any impending assault. Su Chen and Count Roland, along with the others, surveyed their surroundings with heightened alertness, realizing that something was amiss. The appearance of the shadow signified a greater peril. Soon, a sinister laughter reverberated through the ruins, and dark energy began to permeate the warehouse. Su Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar aura, as if this dark force bore a connection to him. Who could it possibly be? Count Roland's voice resonated with fury and caution as he brandished his weapon, prepared to engage the shadow in combat. At that moment, a low, sinister laughter emanated from a corner of the ruins, and a shadow gradually coalesced, revealing its true form. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, incredulously discovering that the Shadow's true identity was none other than Su Chen. How could this be? Brian's voice was filled with shock and disbelief, as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. Su Chen, expressionless, regarded the crowd, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness and disdain. His figure appeared even more menacing and eerie in the darkness, akin to a wolf shrouded in shadows, poised to launch a lethal assault. You are the Shadow. Alice's voice trembled as she looked at Su Chen, filled with an indescribable sense of shock and disappointment. Indeed, I am the Shadow, Su Chen replied, his tone icy and mocking, relishing the expressions of awe and confusion painted on their faces. The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty and bewilderment, struggling to accept the stark truth that Su Chen was the very Shadow they had been relentlessly pursuing, a colossal enigma. Observing their reactions, Su Chen felt a surge of scorn and derision. He recognized that his true identity had been unveiled, and now it was time to reveal his genuine power. Within the dark ruins, a life-and-death struggle was on the brink of erupting as Chen prepared to wield his dark forces in a final confrontation alongside his allies. This climactic battle would determine the fate of all, shaping the future of this world. Chen expressed to her that his true intention was to entice her to jointly reign over the empire on which the sun never sets. In the warehouse amidst the ruins, a tense standoff was unfolding. Chen stood cloaked in shadow, his gaze cold and ominous, as if he were the very embodiment of darkness. His companions lingered nearby, their emotions a tumultuous mix, grappling with the revelations before them. Alice gripped her weapon tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury and disdain. Once considering Chen a friend, she now discovered he was the mastermind behind the shadow, igniting her feelings of anger and betrayal. Chen, why would you do this? Why betray us? Alice's voice was laced with indignation and confusion as she sought to untangle the truth behind his actions. Chen let out a cold chuckle, a glimmer of malice and contempt flickering in his gaze. He regarded Alice with a smirk of derision. Betrayal? I have never betrayed anyone. I merely pursue my own ambitions. His tone was dismissive, indifferent to Alice's inquiries. And your ambition? Is it to annihilate this world? Alice's voice resonated with outrage and discontent, struggling to comprehend why Chen would choose such a nefarious path. Annihilate? I have never contemplated the destruction of this world. I merely wish to reshape it, he replied. Gradually, tears welled in the corners of Chen and the Dragon Kingdom agent's eyes. Those tears signified a farewell to the past and a fervent plea for the future. They are aware that regardless of the challenges and trials that the future may hold, they must confront them with unwavering strength, undeterred by adversity, and perpetually strive forward. Their lives resemble a cinematic narrative, replete with drama and tumult, yet they must resolutely persist until the very last moment. As time quietly slips away, a profound sense of relief and liberation washes over Chen and the agents of the Dragon Kingdom when the final scene fades from the screen. They understand that they are prepared to embrace the forthcoming challenges and everything life presents. In the dimly lit auditorium of time, Chen and the agents stand in quiet solidarity, their gazes intertwining, hinting at an unspoken understanding between them. They recognize that in the face of future adversities, only through unity and collective effort can they surmount all difficulties and obstacles. Suddenly, a battalion of soldiers clad in the uniforms of the Sun Never Set's British Empire materializes before them, brandishing weapons with fierce expressions, evidently dispatched on a mission. You are the one we seek. A soldier bellows, surrender at once. Yet, the enigmatic figure remains unperturbed, revealing a hint of derision and a sardonic smile. You are indeed overconfident, he retorts coldly, but alas, you are destined to fail. No sooner had he spoken than the mysterious individual launched a ferocious counterattack. With the agility of a nimble leopard, he deftly evaded the soldiers' strikes, swiftly dispatching them one by one with astonishing speed. The battlefield erupted into chaos, illuminated by flashes of steel and suffused with a palpable aura of lethal intent. The soldiers cried out in despair, rendered powerless against the relentless onslaught of the enigmatic assailant. They fought valiantly, yet were unable to halt his advance. Chapter 108. The battlefield consumed. At that moment, an unforeseen inferno erupted, engulfing the entire battlefield in a ravenous blaze. The roaring flames ascended skyward, illuminating the night with an eerie glow. The mysterious figure found himself ensnared within the fiery maelstrom, grievously wounded and his visage contorted, yet he persevered, gritting his teeth in defiance. However, the flames surged with increasing ferocity, rapidly consuming the battlefield. Ultimately, the enigmatic figure succumbed to the flames, reduced to ashes in the conflagration. In the wake of the blazing inferno, the battlefield lay in ruins, scarred and desolate, littered with charred corpses and debris that bore witness to the brutality of the conflict. Yet, as the flames began to subside, a silhouette appeared at the periphery of the battlefield. It was a young and handsome man, his gaze deep and resolute, seemingly in search of something. Undeterred by the chaos, he evaded the encroaching danger with the grace of a lithe panther, wielding a sharp sword as he faced the onslaught with agility and determination. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense and fierce as flashes of blades intertwined, and a deadly struggle unfolded. The young man fought valiantly, undaunted by peril, resolved to withstand the assaults of time's adversary. We must unite, he shouted. Only together can we prevail. The Guardians felt a jolt within, realizing that the man before them might be their last glimmer of hope. In this moment of peril, they understood the necessity of unity and collective resistance to salvage the future of their world. Thus, they convened, standing closely together to form an unyielding barrier, armed and resolute. Their gazes were steadfast, determined to withstand the onslaught of time's adversities. As they approached, they beheld a citizen standing there, his expression vacant and dazed, as if stripped of all awareness. This individual was none other than the one possessed by the shadow. Brian's voice resonated with astonishment and ire. Chen furrowed his brow, sensing the dark energy enveloping the citizen, which led him to suspect that this person was perhaps the shadow's puppet. He resolved to uncover the truth behind this enigma. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Chen's voice was laced with vigilance and inquiry. Yet, the citizen remained unresponsive, his gaze hollow and unfocused, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. Su Chen frowned, attempting to delve into the depths of this man's psyche, seeking any semblance of a clue. Through his mental perception, he glimpsed the profound darkness within, an abyss of endless fear and despair that was suffocating and unsettling. This individual is completely under the Shadow's control. We must rescue him without delay. The urgency and concern in Count Roland's voice were palpable. Su Chen nodded, acutely aware of the time constraints, and they resolved to harness their powers to liberate the citizen ensnared by the Shadow. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Su Chen focused his mind, employing his abilities to expel the Shadow's influence from the citizen. His palm gently rested upon the man's forehead, a warm energy flowing into him, striving to awaken his dormant consciousness. Gradually, the citizen's gaze began to clear, his body reclaiming its freedom. What happened? Why am I here? The citizen's voice was fraught with confusion and disorientation. Su Chen smiled faintly, knowing they had successfully liberated him from the Shadow's grasp. Their endeavor had borne fruit, however. The underlying conspiracy loomed large, and they needed to uncover further clues to unveil the entirety of the incident. The group continued their search within the warehouse, hoping to unearth additional leads and evidence. They understood that only by exposing the complete truth could they thwart the Shadow's malevolent schemes and safeguard the peace and tranquility of their world. Amidst the ruins' fog, they would press onward, relentlessly exploring until all truths were revealed. This journey, fraught with challenges and dangers, would shape their destinies and determine the future of this realm. In the midst of their confrontation, Brian found himself possessed. Within the desolate warehouse, Su Chen and his companions persisted in their quest for clues, striving to unravel the mysteries left by the Shadow. Their eyes scanned every corner, vigilant and perceptive, ever ready to face unforeseen perils. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the depths of the warehouse, casting an ominous pall over the entire space. Su Chen and his companions furrowed their brows, aware that the Shadow had re-emerged, heralding an impending and more intense confrontation. The figure of the Shadow coalesced from the darkness, its gaze icy and malevolent. As if capable of devouring souls, it unleashed a frenzied onslaught, each strike imbued with devastating power, instilling a sense of despair in all who faced it. Su Chen and his allies braced themselves against the Shadow's assault, their figures weaving through the warehouse, poised for combat, alternating between attack and evasion, skillfully parrying the Shadow's relentless barrage. In the heat of this fierce battle, Brian exhibited extraordinary prowess. His swordsmanship crackled with thunderous might, each swing resonating with annihilating force. He engaged the Shadow in a fierce duel, the tension palpable, the atmosphere charged with ferocity. However, at a critical juncture, a wave of dark energy surged forth from the Shadow, launching itself at Brian. In a moment of shock, Brian was enveloped by the Shadow's energy, his body trembling, his expression contorting into a grimace of agony. No, Brian. Su Chen's voice rang out, filled with terror and rage, as he realized that Brian had succumbed to the Shadow's possession. The dark energy surrounding Brian intensified, his gaze becoming frenzied and deranged. As if he had entirely lost his sense of self, he began to attack Su Chen and the others, each blow laden with despair and helplessness. Su Chen's heart swelled with fury and sorrow. He refused to accept Brian as a mere puppet of the Shadow. Yet, he understood that hesitation was not an option. He had to act swiftly to liberate Brian from the Shadow's grasp. Focusing his mind, he channeled his abilities in an attempt to expel the Shadow's influence from Brian. His palm gently brushed against Brian's forehead, a warm energy flowing into him, striving to awaken his dormant consciousness. Brian's body trembled as clarity gradually returned to his eyes, the dark power beginning to dissipate. He struggled to break free from the Shadow's control, reclaiming his autonomy. Chapter 109. A glimmer of hope during their exploration. Brian suddenly approached Su Chen, his expression earnest as he declared, "Su Chen, I wish to join forces with you. We share too many secrets in a tumultuous past. I no longer wish for them to burden me." Su Chen paused momentarily before nodding, sensing the sincerity and honesty within Brian's heart. Thus, they resolved to collaborate in uncovering the truth behind this case. Amidst the rubble of the supermarket warehouse, they unearthed numerous vital clues, each seemingly pointing towards a more extensive conspiracy. They discovered remnants of the Shadow's sorcery, along with ancient runes and formations associated with apocalyptic calamities. Through meticulous searching, they stumbled upon a concealed chamber, housing a plethora of ancient scrolls and artifacts. These relics appeared remarkably antiquated, seemingly intertwined with the Shadow's sinister plans. The origins of these artifacts were shrouded in mystery, raising the question of how the Shadow had acquired them. Alice furrowed her brow, striving to untangle the intricate relationships at play. Su Chen let out a deep sigh, acutely aware that the enigma concealed a more complex truth. They had to uncover the answers swiftly to thwart the malevolent schemes of the Shadow. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, sending a powerful tremor through the ruins. A surge of dark energy poured forth from the depths of the debris, engulfing everything in its path. The shadow. He had reappeared. Count Roland's voice brimmed with anger and vigilance. They understood that the shadow's return signified an even greater peril. Chen and Brian gripped their weapons tightly, resolute in their determination to confront the shadow in a final showdown, aiming to vanquish him and halt his wicked plans. Amidst the fog of the ruins, they prepared for a life-and-death struggle where the victor would emerge as the savior of the world, while the vanquished would be forever ensnared in darkness. Reluctantly, Count Roland consented to oversee this cunning adversary. In the ruins, Chen, Brian, and Count Roland gazed intently at the swirling dark energy, aware that the shadow's reemergence heralded an impending, fierce battle. We must unite to defeat the shadow. Chen's voice resonated with conviction and determination. Brian and Count Roland nodded in agreement, recognizing that only through solidarity could they triumph over the forces of darkness. Thus, the three of them tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing for the shadow's onslaught. Their hearts swelled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation for the unknown. Yet they were resolute in their quest to safeguard the world's peace and tranquility, regardless of the sacrifices required. The shadow's figure gradually coalesced from the darkness, his gaze icy and cunning, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. He unleashed a frenzied assault, each strike imbued with devastating power, evoking an overwhelming sense of despair. Chen, Brian, and the others met the shadow's attacks head-on, their figures darting swiftly through the ruins, alternating between offense and evasion, neutralizing the shadow's relentless onslaught. Through their coordinated efforts, the shadow began to falter, his form increasingly cornered. Shadow, your nefarious deeds shall ultimately face retribution. Chen's voice resonated with righteousness and resolve. The shadow sneered, his eyes glinting with madness and cruelty, mercilessly launching an assault against Chen and his companions, intent on utterly defeating them. In the throes of battle, Chen and Brian exerted their utmost efforts, continuously maneuvering around the shadow, their figures intertwined amidst the ruins. Tension palpable, each strike imbued with the breath of life and death. Finally, after an intense clash, Chen and Brian executed their final, lethal blow, vanquishing the shadow completely. His form dissipated in a burst of light, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, never to rise against them again. Joyous triumph filled their hearts as they celebrated their hard-won victory. Throughout this arduous journey fraught with challenges, they had united as one, ultimately conquering the forces of darkness and preserving the peace and serenity of their world. However, despite the shadow's defeat, the unresolved mysteries within the ruins lingered ominously. Chen and Brian, along with their companions, resolved to continue their exploration, seeking to uncover further clues and unveil the truth behind the entire incident, as well as the more profound conspiracy lurking in the shadows. On their journey forward, each individual was filled with a blend of trepidation and anticipation for the unknown. Yet, they understood that only by confronting their fears could they triumph over the myriad challenges ahead, safeguarding all that they held dear. In this odyssey fraught with uncertainty and trials, what tests awaited them? What truths would they ultimately unearth? All would be revealed in the uncharted territories that lay ahead. Within the confines of a dilapidated warehouse, Chen discovered a civilian possessed by the antagonist. Amidst the ruins, Chen, Brian, and Count Roland anxiously scoured their surroundings, endeavoring to unearth additional clues and evidence. Their eyes flitted through the debris, every nook and cranny potentially concealing vital information. Suddenly, Chen caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure. He immediately recognized this could be the pivotal individual they sought. He swiftly approached the silhouette, closely followed by Brian and Count Roland. However, the power of the time criminal was overwhelmingly formidable, akin to an unstoppable beast, fierce and merciless, rendering resistance futile. Under his assault, the Guardians faltered and found themselves in dire jeopardy. "We cannot stop him," one Guardian exclaimed. "We must retreat." The Guardians hastily withdrew, striving to escape the battleground to avert further casualties. They understood that the foe before them was beyond their capacity to confront. Only a timely retreat could preserve their lives. Yet, as they attempted to flee, the time criminal unleashed a relentless offensive, obstructing their path. His gaze was icy, exuding a menacing aura, seemingly intent on allowing no one to escape. "Where do you think you can run?" The time criminal sneered. "Before me, you are destined to find no hope." A chill gripped the hearts of the Guardians as they recognized that their adversary was insurmountable. In that moment, their only recourse lay in unity and collaboration, for it was their only glimmer of survival. As Longhua led Chen and the team from the British Empire, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension upon reaching the scene of the incident. Longhua scanned the surroundings, vigilantly assessing the environment, ever prepared for the dangers that might arise. "We must remain alert, ready to counter any potential assault," he instructed his comrades. Chen stood silently to the side, brow furrowed, his mind brimming with uncertainty. Chapter 110. A deeper conspiracy. He was acutely aware of the exceptionally precarious situation he faced, A lapse in vigilance could plunge them into grave peril. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the tent's fabric to flutter, as if heralding an impending storm. There's someone outside. A team member suddenly shouted, his voice laced with fear and alertness. Long Guo immediately drew his pistol, eyes fixated on the entrance of the tent. Prepare for battle, he instructed in a hushed tone, his body taut and poised for any potential onslaught. The tent flaps were abruptly thrown open, and a figure swiftly darted into the tent. He was a handsome and enigmatic man, his gaze profound and resolute, exuding an incredible strength. Who is there? Long Guo inquired coldly, gripping his pistol tightly. Ever prepared to confront potential peril? The man smiled slightly, his eyes unwavering and determined. I have come to stop you, he replied fearlessly. At his words, Long Guo furrowed his brow in confusion. Who are you? What do you want? He asked, a hint of suspicion and wariness evident in his gaze. The man smiled faintly, his expression steadfast. I am a temporal transgressor, a future version of yourself, he declared. I have come from the future to prevent you from making grave mistakes. Long Guo felt a jolt in his heart at this revelation. Temporal transgressor? He repeated in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Chen stood silently by, his eyes fixed intently on the man, filled with doubt and vigilance. He understood that this man was no ordinary individual. His presence could alter everything. We must proceed with caution, he advised Long Guo. Do not readily trust his words. Finally, upon reaching the summit of the tower, an enigmatic scene unfolded before them. At the tower's center stood a massive altar, surrounded by ancient runes and mysterious arrays. At the altar's heart rested a black box, emanating a ghostly glow, as if concealing boundless power. Chen's heartbeat quickened. He knew this box was likely the target of the Shadow's malevolent scheme. He resolved to reclaim the box and thwart the Shadow's sinister plans. Just then, a voice resonated, imbued with authority and might. Chen, you have arrived. Yet, you shall never thwart my ambitions. Chen's gaze intensified as a figure emerged from the light. It was the Shadow. His eyes were cold and merciless, seemingly capable of piercing the soul. Shadow, your nefarious deeds will ultimately face retribution. I shall halt your plans and safeguard the peace and tranquility of this world. Chen's voice rang with conviction and righteous fervor. The Shadow let out a chilling laugh, extending a finger towards the box behind Chen, declaring, it is too late. Chen, you have run out of time. Now, I shall plunge this world into eternal darkness. Chen's brows knitted together. He knew this marked the commencement of a life and death struggle. In this moment fraught with uncertainty and peril, he must summon his utmost strength for the final confrontation with the Shadow. What breathtaking spectacle would unfold between the two? How would the truth be unveiled? All would be revealed at the pinnacle of this mysterious and treacherous tower. Count Roland requested a team from the judge, and together they headed to the scene of the incident. At the tower's summit, Chen and the Shadow engaged in a fierce and desperate duel. Their figures intertwined in the brilliance, tension palpable, each strike imbued with devastating force. Chen moved with agility and finesse, his swordplay as fluid as a dragon, alternating between attack and evasion, skillfully neutralizing the Shadow's onslaught. The Shadow, in contrast, was viciously relentless, his techniques cruel and treacherous, each blow posing a dire threat to life itself. You shall never defeat me, Chen. The voice of the Shadow was cold and merciless, with madness and cruelty flickering in his eyes. Chen furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the Shadow. This battle would not be an easy one. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to protect this world, regardless of the cost. At that moment, a resounding shout shattered the stalemate of the conflict as a figure swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the tower. It was Count Roland, leading a cadre of teammates, resolute in their mission to aid Chen and Alice. Chen, we have arrived. Count Roland's voice resonated with valor and righteous fervor. A glimmer of relief crossed Chen's eyes. He understood that with the support of Count Roland and his companions, their chances of victory had significantly increased. He swiftly coordinated with Count Roland and the others to confront the Shadow. Through their collective efforts, the Shadow gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His assaults were thwarted by Chen and Count Roland, forcing him into a precarious situation. Ultimately, Chen and Count Roland combined their strengths to deliver a final, devastating blow, vanquishing the Shadow entirely. The figure of the Shadow dissipated in a radiant glow, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, no longer capable of opposing them. Joyful triumph filled the hearts of all present as they celebrated their hard-won victory. Yet, Chen understood that this was merely the beginning of their conquests. Numerous challenges and adversities awaited them. After a brief respite, Chen and Count Roland resolved to venture to the scene of the incident, seeking further clues to uncover deeper truths. Their hearts brimmed with the spirit of exploration and the quest for justice. As they traversed the ruins, they advanced toward the site of the incident, intent on discovering additional leads to unravel the entirety of the event and the more profound conspiracies lurking behind it. Amidst their journey, each individual was imbued with a blend of trepidation and anticipation regarding the unknown. Yet, they understood that only by bravely confronting their fears could they surmount all challenges and safeguard what they held dear. In this odyssey filled with uncertainty and trials, what test would they encounter? What truths would they unveil? All would be revealed in the enigmatic expanse ahead. Upon arriving at the local supermarket warehouse, when it came time to divide their tasks, Brian insisted on accompanying Chen. As Chen and Count Roland's party reached the scene, they discovered a vast supermarket warehouse, the only remnant of human presence amidst the desolation. The devastation had encroached upon the supermarket, transforming what was once a bustling hub into a desolate and eerie place. Accompanied by gusts of wind and the howls echoing through the ruins, the group cautiously navigated the debris, searching for any possible clues. Their gazes swept across every corner, seeking any threads that might unravel the enigma. Chapter 111. We must proceed with caution. Chen, Alice, and the little girl hurriedly departed from the ruins, clinging closely to one another as they sprinted through the desolate streets and barren fields. In their hearts, a fervent desire for survival surged forth, a yearning to discover a haven of relative safety, far removed from the dread and despair of the apocalypse. Suddenly, Chen's thoughts raced as if a revelation had struck him. His expression grew grave as he spoke. Alice, I remember now. The last time the shadow wielded that mysterious sorcery was not far removed from the onset of this desolate ruins cataclysm. Alice's heart trembled at his words, and she immediately began to ponder, striving to connect the two events. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Are you suggesting that the demise of this wasteland may be linked to the shadow's arcane magic? Chen nodded, a flicker of contemplation and vigilance crossing his gaze, and replied, It may not merely be related. It is likely directly connected. Perhaps the sorcery the shadow unleashed precipitated this devastating ruin. Alice felt a stir within her, and she delved deeper into the matter, seeking clues to unravel the truth. She recalled the scene of the shadow's incantation, envisioning that horrifying moment in an attempt to discern the key. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind, and she exclaimed with excitement, I understand. The shadow's enigmatic sorcery is likely a release of energy that distorted reality, triggering the cataclysm. Chen felt a jolt at her deduction, deeming it highly plausible. Thus, they embarked on a joint exploration of this hypothesis, analyzing the scene of the shadow's magic in search of any telltale signs to unveil the veil of truth. As they pondered, they traversed the ruins, seeking any potential leads. Abruptly, a dazzling light burst forth from a distant edifice, capturing their attention. What could that be? Alice furrowed her brow, attempting to discern the source of the illumination. Chen gazed into the distance, a hint of wariness in his eyes, and declared, Let us investigate. There may be a crucial clue hidden there. With anticipation and caution, the two hastened toward the direction of the light, fully aware that whatever lay beyond could be the key to their quest for answers. In this world of uncertainty and peril, they relied solely on one another, resolutely advancing until they could unravel the enigma of the truth. Ultimately, they discovered what seemed to be the likely hideout of the antagonist, Chen, amidst the devastation wrought by the hurricane in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom of 2050. Following the radiant beam, Chen and Alice navigated through the ruins, their spirits a mingling of exhilaration and anxiety. The light beckoned them toward the unknown, and their thirst for truth, intertwined with trepidation, urged them onward without hesitation. At last, upon reaching the source of the brilliance, they were met with a breathtaking sight. A colossal vortex had formed amidst the ruins, an unrelenting storm ravaging and howling, consuming everything in its path. The light at the vortex's center blazed even more brightly, radiating an extraordinary glow that irresistibly drew them closer. This is. Alice's voice trembled as she gazed incredulously at the scene before her. Chen remained silent, his gaze deep and composed, seemingly lost in contemplation. A flicker of doubt began to surface within him. Was there a connection between this vortex and the shadow? He resolved to venture to the heart of the vortex to unravel its mysteries. Alice, you stay here and protect the little girl. I shall investigate, Chen declared with unwavering determination. Alice nodded, her expression grave as she cautioned. Be careful, Chen. This desolate place harbors too many dangers. Do not take it lightly. A faint smile touched Chen's lips. He recognized the sincerity of Alice's concern. He turned and strode towards the center of the vortex. The tempest of the vortex raged around him, the howling winds incessantly ringing in his ears, yet his steps remained resolute, fueled by an insatiable thirst for truth and a steadfast resolve for exploration. Upon reaching the vortex's core, Chen was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. At the center stood a colossal tower, soaring into the clouds like a magnificent lighthouse reaching for the heavens. The radiance emanating from the tower illuminated the entire ruin. A stirring sensation coursed through Chen. He sensed that this tower was likely the hideaway of the shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to enter the tower and unveil its secrets. As he ascended the steps of the tower, Chen felt a mysterious force pervading the air within, as though an invisible power was drawing him inexorably forward. Longua nodded in agreement, emphasizing the need for vigilance. We must remain alert and not let our guard down. He instructed his team, preparing for any potential assaults. The atmosphere inside the tent grew tense and heavy. The confrontation between Long Guo and the time thief stirring a tempest of emotions. Su Chen stood aside, his gaze fixed intently upon the duel. A mixture of anticipation and trepidation churning within him. Who are you, really? Long Guo's voice was laced with coldness, his fingers tightly gripping his firearm, ever ready for danger. The time thief offered a slight smile, his demeanor unperturbed. As I have already stated, I am the time thief, your future self. His voice resonated with a deep power, conveying an unwavering resolve. Long Guo furrowed his brow at these words. Time thief? Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? His voice brimmed with skepticism. The time thief remained silent, merely smiling faintly, a glimmer of indifference and caution in his eyes. He understood that this version of Long Guo was not easy to contend with. He needed to tread carefully to ensure his own safety. We cannot trust his words. Su Chen warned, he may be attempting to manipulate us. We must proceed with caution. Long Guo pondered for a moment, his expression serious and vigilant. I understand. He finally replied, we must stay alert and not easily believe him. The atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly charged, both sides locked in a standoff. Doubt and unease filled the hearts of all present, uncertain of what fate had in store, that could only wait for the unfolding of destiny. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent, and a figure swiftly entered. It was a young and handsome man, his gaze deep and resolute, exuding an incredible strength. Chapter 112. It is pursuing me. Long Guo, Su Chen, you are here, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with surprise and urgency. Long Guo and Su Chen exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion. Who are you? Long Guo inquired. What do you want? The young man smiled slightly, his eyes unwavering. I am here to prevent you, he replied fearlessly. I am you from the future. I know what is to come, and I am here to avert the mistakes you are about to make. Long Guo and Su Chen were taken aback by his words, their hearts trembling. Us from the future? They echoed in unison, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and doubt. The young man smiled again, his gaze steadfast. Indeed, I am you from the future, he affirmed. I know what is to come, and I am here to avert your impending errors. After departing from the scene of the incident, the team encountered no further attacks along their journey. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, ever ready to confront potential dangers. As they advanced, the scenery unfolded before them like a picturesque canvas. In the dense woods, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, while a group of wild animals darted through the forest, infusing life and vitality into the surroundings. Long Guo led the team, his watchful gaze scanning the environment. Su Chen followed closely behind, his heart laden with uncertainty and unease. Where are we headed? He inquired, seeking to grasp the forthcoming plan. Long Guo halted, turning to face Su Chen. We must locate the time criminal and thwart his mistakes, he declared, his voice firm and powerful, emanating an unshakable resolve. Su Chen felt a jolt within him upon hearing this. The time criminal? He echoed, puzzled. Are you certain of his whereabouts? Suddenly, a piercing shriek reverberated from the distance, and Su Chen and Alice quickly heightened their alertness, aware that such an anomalous sound likely heralded an impending threat. A horde of frenzied creatures charged toward them, their bodies grotesquely twisted, eyes filled with madness and ferocity. These beings appeared to be the remnants of a post-apocalyptic world, their existence instilling profound terror. We must leave this place at once, Su Chen shouted, his eyes glimmering with determination. He recognized that this was not a moment for hesitation, but for escape. Alice nodded in agreement, and the two swiftly fled into the distance, running with all their might to evade the pursuit of these aberrant creatures. In this desolate wasteland, they had to remain ever vigilant, lest they fall prey to the monstrous beings. After a harrowing chase, Su Chen and Alice finally managed to shake off their relentless pursuers. They paused to catch their breath, their hearts still heavy with fear and anxiety. Yet, they knew they could not afford to rest. They had to press on and find a way to escape this forsaken land. Thus, Su Chen and Alice continued their journey of exploration, traversing the desolate ruins of a post-apocalyptic world in search of hope for survival. This world, fraught with uncertainty and peril, would not deter their spirits. They held steadfast in their belief that perseverance would ultimately illuminate a path back to the light. As they conversed, they reminisced about the last time Su Chen had mentioned the villainous shadow who had wielded mysterious sorcery that could influence children, navigating through the remnants of a collapsed civilization. They encountered numerous trials, yet their collaboration and courage allowed them to gradually acclimate to this treacherous environment. By a dilapidated structure, they discovered a relatively secure refuge and decided to rest briefly. Sitting upon a heap of shattered stones, Su Chen and Alice exchanged smiles. Despite the adversities they faced, their spirits remained unwavering. However, this tranquility was short-lived as Alice suddenly recalled something. Curiously, she inquired, Su Chen, you previously mentioned the villainous shadow. It is said he once employed some arcane sorcery that could affect children. Is that true? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he fell into deep contemplation, seemingly recalling past experiences. After a moment, he nodded slowly, his expression heavy with gravity. Indeed, the shadow did wield a form of mysterious sorcery capable of influencing the thoughts and actions of children. At that time, he manipulated a group of innocent youngsters, turning them into his minions to execute his nefarious schemes. Alice gasped, her heart sinking at the thought of such cruelty inflicted upon the innocent. She bit her lip gently, her voice tinged with indignation. That is truly barbaric. Those children were undeserving victims. Their childhood should have been filled with joy and carefree moments. Yet they were tormented by a wretch like the shadow. It is heartbreaking. Su Chen sighed deeply, a flicker of guilt and helplessness passing through his eyes. He felt he had failed in his responsibility to protect those innocent lives. Resolutely, he declared, we must stop the shadow. He must be made to pay for his transgressions. His voice resonated with determination, for he had resolved to vanquish the shadow and prevent further harm to others. Alice nodded silently, sharing Su Chen's resolve to seek justice for the afflicted children. The bond of understanding and trust between them grew ever stronger as they vowed to fight side by side until the shadow was brought to justice. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered their conversation, and they immediately became alert, rushing towards the source of the cry. In a corner piled high with debris, they discovered a small girl, her arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes filled with terror and despair. What has happened? Su Chen approached her urgently, his voice laced with concern. The little girl trembled as she spoke. A monster is chasing me. Exchanging a glance with Alice, they understood the urgency of the situation. They must swiftly escort this child to safety. They extended their hands, gently caressing the little girl's hair, soothing her emotions, and then resolved to take her away from this perilous place. In this apocalyptic world, every encounter could prove to be a life or death trial. Yet Su Chen and Alice would not be defeated. They would continue their struggle against the darkness, defending the banner of hope and justice until the very last moment. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck, prompting a comparison between the time of the apocalypse and the occurrence of mysterious witchcraft incidents. Chapter 113. Do not be complacent. Count Roland and Alice exchanged glances, acutely aware of the extraordinary danger surrounding them. However, they understood that now was not the time for contemplation. They must swiftly devise a means of escape. They decided to enter the portal together, hoping to uncover its secrets and find Su Chen to bring him back. On the other side of the portal, Su Chen found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. Everything here was vastly different from the world he knew, enveloped in mystery and the unknown. He surveyed his surroundings, desperately seeking a way to escape, but soon realized he was utterly lost in this enigmatic realm. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Welcome to the heart of the enigma of time, Su Chen. The voice was imbued with an air of mystery and eeriness, unsettling Su Chen deeply. Confusion and bewilderment filled his mind as he struggled to comprehend the identity of this person and why they had appeared before him. You are Su Chen. He gazed in disbelief at the figure before him. Indeed, Su Chen, I am you. The figure slowly approached, revealing a familiar smile. Su Chen was overwhelmed with questions and uncertainty, unsure of who this person truly was, yet he recognized the urgency of finding an escape. He resolved to temporarily set aside his doubts and prioritize discovering a means of departure. Before Count Roland and Alice could arrive, he decided to explore this mysterious space, hoping to uncover a path to freedom. With determination, he stepped into the portal, venturing into the unknown. At the edge of the Marvel Universe lies an inconspicuous town named Radiant Hollow, nestled among towering mountains like a forgotten corner of time. In this quaint town lived an extraordinarily ordinary young man named Su Chen. From a young age, Su Chen was captivated by tales of heroes, particularly enamored with the superheroes of the Marvel world. He often fantasized about possessing high-tech gadgets like Iron Man, the agility of Spider-Man, and the boundless strength of Thor. Yet, for a simple individual residing in a small town, these aspirations seemed but distant dreams. However, fate quietly intervened on an unremarkable day. In a serendipitous accident, Su Chen came into contact with a mysterious gem, which held within it immeasurable power. From that moment onward, Su Chen's life transformed irrevocably. He discovered within himself an extraordinary power, enabling him to manipulate the elements of nature, command flames, storms, and even the very fabric of time. However, the arrival of these abilities did not unfold smoothly. Rather, it was fraught with peril and formidable challenges. The town of Brilliant was shrouded in a mysterious dark force, leaving its inhabitants ensnared in a web of fear. Su Chen emerged as the singular beacon of hope against this encroaching darkness. Deep within his heart, an indescribable sense of responsibility and mission ignited. Thus began his odyssey as a hero. He traversed the streets of Brilliant, engaging in fierce confrontations with the malevolent forces. Through combat, he continually learned and evolved, mastering an array of skills, while also forging bonds with like-minded companions, all united in their sacred duty to defend their homeland. Yet, as the battles intensified, Su Chen gradually unearthed a deeper conspiracy lurking behind the conflict. An even more formidable dark power was surreptitiously rising, with ambitions that extended beyond brilliant, threatening the fate of the entire universe. In this harrowing struggle, Chen relentlessly honed his abilities, pushing the boundaries of his limits. He faced not only the onslaught of evil forces, but also confronted the fears and turmoil within himself. Each battle tested his resolve, reaffirming the essence of his heroism. Throughout this contest, Chen came to realize that being a hero transcended mere possession of power and skills. It was fundamentally about the courage and conviction within one's heart. He learned to relinquish personal grudges and selfish desires, steadfastly pursuing his path, regardless of the obstacles and adversities ahead. The narratives within the Marvel Universe never cease, and Chen will persist in his role, safeguarding that precious belief and mission. He understands that no matter the challenges and dangers that lie ahead, he will face them with valor, for he is not merely an ordinary individual. He is a true hero. In this realm of miracles and adventures, every soul possesses a story, and each person has the potential to become the next legend. Chen shall forever remain the intrepid hero, nurturing the embers of hope and justice, illuminating every corner of the Marvel Universe. Returning to the sunless empire of Britain, the duo continued their investigation into the case file. In a bustling metropolis of the empire, where the streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of daily life, Chen and his seasoned partner, the astute investigator Alice, were engrossed in unraveling a mysterious case. Long Gu paused momentarily, his gaze turning profound and detached. "I'm uncertain. Yet we must exert every effort to locate him," he declared. "We cannot allow him to escape." Chen nodded in agreement. "We must act swiftly," he insisted. "Time waits for no one. We need to find him without delay." Thus, Long Gu led the team onward. They navigated through dense woods, traversed rugged mountain paths, all the while remaining vigilant. Despite the arduous journey, they pressed on, resolutely determined to locate the time transgressor and avert impending disaster. At last, deep within a dense forest, they stumbled upon a quaint cottage concealed amidst the foliage. A faint glow emanated from within, as if whispering a tale long forgotten. Longwa furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently ahead. "We have arrived," he murmured. "Are you prepared?" The team approached the secluded cottage, with Longwa and Chen discreetly hiding among the bushes, quietly surveying their surroundings. Silence enveloped the area before the cottage, broken only by the dim light filtering through the windows, casting a somber ambience. Longwa's brow knitted slightly. He sensed an indescribable oppressive aura lingering in the air. "We must proceed with caution," he cautioned his companions in a hushed tone. "Do not underestimate this. He may be anticipating our arrival." Chen stood silently beside him, his eyes fixated on the entrance of the cottage. He understood that the scene before him was far from simple. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. Chapter 114. Arrival at the scene suddenly. The door of the cottage swung open, and a figure emerged. Dressed in a black cloak, his visage was grim, and his gaze icy. It was the time criminal. "The future Chen. You have come," he stated, his voice cold and resolute, exuding an unyielding determination. Longwa's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes locked onto the stranger. "Time criminal. What is your intention?" His tone was laced with wariness and distrust. The time criminal offered a slight smile, his gaze unwavering. "I am here to prevent you," he declared. "I am aware of your plans, and I cannot allow you to err." Hearing this, Chen felt a stirring within. "You are the future me?" he inquired. "Why do you wish to stop us?" The time criminal remained silent, merely smiling faintly. "I cannot permit your mistakes," he reiterated. "You must cease your actions." Longwa fell into silence for a moment, his expression growing grave and detached. "We shall not stop," he asserted. "We will find you and prevent your missteps." The time criminal did not respond, only offering a slight smile. "You will not succeed," he replied. "I already know everything." Through their collective efforts, they ultimately discovered a method to address the issue at hand. They resolved to collaborate, seeking the villain's vulnerabilities and devising a means to vanquish him. After extensive contemplation and discussion, they identified the antagonist's weakness. His formidable power derived from the manipulation of the timeline. Thus, if they could disrupt the timeline, they could diminish his strength and ultimately defeat him. Consequently, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland embarked on a new adventure. Determined to shatter the timeline and rescue the world from its dire straits. They would encounter countless obstacles and challenges, yet they believed that united in purpose, they could conquer all and embrace the radiant future that awaited them. Along their journey, they faced myriad trials and tribulations, yet they steadfastly clung to their beliefs and ideals. They understood that as long as they worked together, they could surmount any adversity and save the world from its perilous plight. Through the collective efforts of the group, they finally arrived at the lair of the antagonist. This place was imbued with an air of mystery and peril, teeming with unknown forces and energies that sent shivers down their spines. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland cautiously explored their surroundings, seeking any trace of the villain. They were acutely aware of the extraordinary dangers that lay before them. Yet they remained resolute in their determination to overcome all obstacles and rescue the world from its dire plight. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy emanated from ahead, prompting Chen and his companions to be on high alert, ready to confront any impending assault. "Be careful, they are coming," Alice warned, her gaze fixed intently on every movement in front of her. Chen and Count Roland also heightened their vigilance, fully cognizant of the severity of their predicament, and prepared to respond with utmost caution. In the tense atmosphere, they braced themselves for the challenges that awaited them. Determined to vanquish the antagonist and save the world from its torment, they believed that through unity, they could conquer all and welcome the luminous future that awaited them. As a result of Chen's actions, the timeline began to diverge. With the emergence of the antagonist, a powerful temporal disturbance ensued, triggering profound fluctuations in the fabric of reality. Under the influence of this energy, the laws of the real world began to warp, permeated by a mysterious and eerie aura. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland sensed this immense temporal disturbance. They understood its implications, yet they were also acutely aware that they must swiftly thwart the antagonist's plans, lest the consequences be catastrophic. "We must locate the antagonist and halt their actions at once. Otherwise, the timeline will collapse entirely." Chen's voice resonated with urgency. Recognizing the perilous nature of their situation, Alice and Count Roland shared this sense of urgency. They knew immediate action was imperative to avert dire outcomes. Influenced by the temporal fluctuations, they commenced their search for the villain's whereabouts, hoping to find and prevent their nefarious deeds. They understood the gravity of their mission, yet they held steadfast belief in their strength and courage to prevail over adversity and rescue the world from its turmoil. Within the dark confines of a warehouse, they detected a powerful energy wave, signifying the antagonist's hiding place. They resolved to launch a surprise attack to capture the villain in one fell swoop. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland approached stealthily, meticulously avoiding potential traps and obstacles. They were acutely aware of the imminent dangers, yet their determination to triumph and save the world remained unwavering. Suddenly, a blinding light shot forth, instantly alerting them to prepare for possible assault. "Be careful, they are coming," Alice shouted, her body emanating a potent energy wave, ready to face the challenge ahead. Chen and Count Roland responded swiftly, fully aware of the precarious situation, understanding that they must exert every effort to seize even a glimmer of hope. In this charged atmosphere, they confronted the challenges ahead, resolutely committed to defeating the antagonist and rescuing the world from its tribulations. They believed that as long as they united their efforts, they would surely overcome all obstacles and embrace the radiant future that awaited them. However, just as they prepared to take action, a sudden and violent fluctuation in space-time erupted, tearing the very fabric of their reality. They felt their bodies being uncontrollably drawn towards an unknown direction, ensnared in an inescapable state. "What is happening?" Chen shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the tumult of the space-time distortion. Alice and Count Roland were also ensnared by the chaos, struggling with all their might to break free, yet to no avail. Under the influence of the distortion, before the sun never set's British Empire could arrive, Chen activated the portal and stepped inside. Within the turmoil of the space-time anomaly, Chen sensed a powerful pull, guiding him towards an uncharted realm. His body was yanked uncontrollably, as though an invisible force was manipulating him. "Where's this place?" A wave of confusion surged within Chen. Yet he understood that now was not the time for contemplation. He must swiftly devise a means of escape. Amidst the blurred scenery, he suddenly glimpsed a portal shimmering with a faint glow. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he lunged towards the portal. In an instant, he was engulfed in radiance, vanishing into the vortex of time and space. When Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. The sky was awash with peculiar hues, and the earth radiated a resplendent glow. He stood upon a desolate expanse, surrounded by an eerie silence. A profound sense of unease welled up within him. He was uncertain if he remained in his original time and space, nor did he know how to reunite with his companions. Yet he resolved that no matter the challenges ahead, he would find a way back and save the world. Chapter 115. A dazzling spark. The atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly tense, each individual's heart brimming with doubt and apprehension. They were unaware of what would transpire next, left to await the whims of fate. This was a decisive confrontation, the outcome of which would determine the fate of the entire continuum. As the battle erupted, the scene outside the tent became chaotic and intense. The Dragon Kingdom engaged in a fierce duel with the future Chen, their techniques sharp and fierce, each clash igniting dazzling sparks. The Dragon Kingdom employed its combat prowess, harmoniously coordinating with its allies in an attempt to defeat the time intruder. Meanwhile, the future Chen transformed into an unpredictable force, his moves revealing an essence that transcended time and space, elusive and inscrutable. "We must be cautious. His power far exceeds our imagination," warned the Dragon Kingdom, a grave expression etched upon his face. He immediately recognized this as an opportunity for escape and without hesitation, dashed towards the portal. Chen lowered his gaze, unable to meet Alice's eyes, for he was acutely aware that he had betrayed his friend's trust. "I'm sorry, Alice." "Count Roland, I just wanted—" Chen's voice trembled, unsure of how to articulate his actions to his companions. "What did you want? Do you aspire to dominate the sunless British Empire?" The voice of Count Roland resonated with indignation and disappointment, as he struggled to fathom that his friend had turned traitor. Chen could not deny that he had entertained such thoughts. After enduring numerous setbacks and sorrows, he began to question the very justice and truth he once ardently pursued, gradually losing his way and seeking a new power, one capable of transforming the world. "Indeed, I confess that I once harbored such notions. Yet, I have come to recognize my errors. I am no longer that person." Chen's voice was imbued with remorse and self-reproach, fully aware of the gravity of his transgressions. Alice and Count Roland fell into silence, grappling with how to respond to Chen's words. Their hearts were laden with anguish and conflict. For the friend they had once trusted was revealed as a traitor, a revelation that filled them with profound disappointment and despair. In the stillness, they began to contemplate their choices and the paths that lay ahead. They understood that the situation was perilously precarious. Unity was essential to confront the challenges that awaited them. "We must find a way to liberate Chen from the control that binds him. Otherwise, we shall all be ensnared in peril," Alice remarked calmly, attempting to analyze their current predicament and devise a solution. "However, we must tread cautiously. We are uncertain of the nature of our adversary, and we must prepare for the worst," Count Roland asserted gravely, acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance could yield catastrophic consequences. Faced with such daunting choices, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland were enveloped in inner turmoil and struggle. They recognized the magnitude of the challenges ahead, yet they were unwilling to relinquish their beliefs and ideals. They had to unite and confront the forthcoming trials, striving to uncover a resolution. The last effort to buy time was precisely for this purpose. Standing before Alice and Count Roland, Chen was consumed by profound remorse and unending agony. He acknowledged the betrayal of his friend's trust. Yet he understood that the previous delay was aimed at seeking a solution. "I am sorry, Alice, Count Roland. I never anticipated things would culminate in this manner," he stammered, his gaze reflecting deep regret and self-reproach. Alice and Count Roland remained silent, uncertain of how to respond to Chen's apology. Their hearts were heavy with pain and disappointment, grappling with the reality that a once trusted friend had become a traitor, leaving them in utter despondency. "Chen, we cannot believe you are the villain. We know you once fought to safeguard the world. You are a brave and resilient individual." Alice endeavored to comfort Chen, recognizing that her friend was not inherently malevolent. "Indeed, Chen, we believe in you. We understand that you must have your own struggles, and we shall do our utmost to assist you in overcoming this predicament," Count Roland declared, affirming his trust and support, convinced of the perilous nature of their current circumstances, yet unwavering in his faith in his friend. Upon hearing their words, Chen was overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion. He realized he was blessed with a circle of sincere friends who were willing to sacrifice everything for him, filling his heart with immense happiness and fortune. "Thank you, Alice and Count Roland. I am aware that I have made many mistakes, yet I am determined to rectify them," Chen declared solemnly, resolved to become a better person, one worthy of trust. Alice and Count Roland nodded, recognizing that their friend had acknowledged his errors. They were prepared to believe in him and face the challenges ahead together. United in their resolve, they decided to collaborate in seeking solutions to their problems. They understood that the challenges before them were formidable, yet they held fast to the belief that through collective effort, they could discover a way to rescue the world from its dire straits. Thus, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland embarked on a new adventure. Determined to vanquish the antagonist and save the world from its tribulations, they would encounter countless obstacles and trials, but they were confident that together, they could overcome anything and embrace the bright future that awaited them. Chen's ambition, however, was to dismantle the sunless British Empire and shatter the sacred timeline. As they progressed, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland faced unprecedented dilemmas and challenges. Their journey was fraught with difficulty, yet their resolve to triumph and save the world remained unwavering. Alice gazed ahead, her eyes filled with determination and resolve. She understood the daunting nature of their current challenges but feared no hardship, for she believed in her own strength and courage. "We must discover a way to resolve the issues and save the world from its peril," Alice calmly stated, searching for solutions. Chen and Count Roland nodded, acutely aware of the precarious situation they faced. They needed to unite, confront the challenges ahead, and find a means to overcome them. Chapter 116. The enemy within. He felt his body being drawn towards the portal by an immense force, as if the entire world were spinning around him. He closed his eyes, striving to maintain his balance while resisting this powerful pull. As he traversed the portal, a brilliant light pierced through his eyelids, compelling him to shut his eyes to protect his vision. When he opened them again, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. It was an expansive and enigmatic space, suffused with a peculiar energy that instilled a sense of unease and discomfort. Chen surveyed his surroundings, attempting to find an escape route. But he soon realized he was utterly lost within this unknown realm. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. "Welcome to the heart of the time enigma, Chen." The voice resonated with mystery and eeriness, causing Chen to feel profoundly unsettled. Furrowing his brow, he endeavored to discern the source of the voice. Yet he could not ascertain its origin. "Who is there? Show yourself," Chen called out, attempting to discern the source of the sound. But he found himself unable to pinpoint its direction. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past him from the distance, and Chen immediately became alert, bracing himself for a potential attack. To his astonishment, as the figure drew nearer, he recognized a familiar face. "It's you," Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the person before him. "Yes, Chen, it is indeed I," the figure replied, slowly approaching and revealing a familiar smile. Just then, Brian appeared abruptly before them. His gaze was chilling, exuding an ominous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Brian, what are you doing here?" Chen asked in astonishment, never expecting to encounter his old friend under such circumstances. Yet, Brian remained silent, coldly fixated on Chen, seemingly biding his time for an opportunity. "Brian, listen to me. You have been ensnared by the villain. We must rescue you at once." Chen implored in an attempt to soothe him, but Brian disregarded his words and launched an attack instead. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland exchanged glances. Acutely aware of the perilous situation, Brian had been completely overtaken by the antagonist, and they needed to act swiftly to save him. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. In the fierce clash, Brian displayed astonishing strength and skill, catching Chen and the others off guard. His strikes were cunning, oscillating between rapid and insidious, rendering them nearly defenseless. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland exerted every effort to withstand Brian's onslaught. They coordinated seamlessly, supporting one another while striving to repel the relentless attacks. Amidst the tumultuous skirmish, Brian suddenly exhibited extraordinary power, his body emanating a formidable energy wave that enveloped everything around them. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland felt an overwhelming pressure, struggling to withstand Brian's assault. Forced to retreat continually, "We must find a way to break his control. Otherwise, we shall all be engulfed in peril," Chen exclaimed anxiously, his voice tinged with tension and concern. Alice and Count Roland nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They had to devise a way to liberate Brian from his captor's grasp, or they would all face catastrophic consequences. In their desperate plight, they relentlessly brainstormed strategies, striving to uncover a resolution. They understood that there was no turning back. They had to give their all to avoid falling into their adversary's trap. After several bouts of combat, the true nature of the antagonist was finally revealed. It was Chen himself. In the heat of the battle, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland fought valiantly to defend against Brian, the villain. United in purpose, they supported each other with unwavering resolve. Yet they found themselves in an increasingly precarious situation against an adversary whose might seemed insurmountable. Brian's attacks grew ever more vicious, devoid of any discernible weakness. In their terror, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland struggled to resist, feeling utterly helpless in the face of not only Brian's formidable power, but also their internal conflicts and despair. Suddenly, Brian halted his assault, his body trembling slightly. A pained expression etched across his face. It appeared as though he were grappling with an unseen force, emanating a potent energy wave that instilled a sense of unease in Chen and his companions. "What is happening?" Chen inquired, astonished by Brian's unexpected cessation of aggression. Alice and Count Roland shared his astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events, rendered powerless to do anything but observe each other's reactions. Brian writhed in agony, his gaze revealing a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Abruptly, his form underwent a transformation, his skin turned pallid, his eyes hollow, as if he had become an entirely different entity. "This is..." Chen's voice trembled, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Alice and Count Roland stood aghast, unable to fathom the reality before them. It dawned upon them that Brian was a part of the villain, and that Chen himself embodied that very villain. Amidst the shock and disillusionment, Chen awakened to his true identity, his heart heavy with anguish and resignation. He could scarcely believe that he had become a part of the adversary, while his friends had morphed into his foes. "No, this cannot be," Chen whispered, his voice laden with despair and helplessness. Alice and Count Roland were similarly engulfed in an abyss of sorrow, uncertain of how to proceed. The betrayal of a once trusted friend revealed as a villain left them feeling profoundly disappointed and disheartened. In a maelstrom of shock and anguish, they found themselves ensnared in an endless despair, at a loss for what to do. They had once fought to safeguard the world, only to discover that their greatest adversary was none other than their friend. In this state of hopelessness, they could only watch, their hearts burdened with unrelenting pain and helplessness. Uncertain of what the future might hold, passively awaiting the whims of fate, Chen expressed to her that his true desire was to unite with her in ruling the sunless British Empire. Standing before Alice and Count Roland, Chen's countenance was a tapestry of complex emotions. The internal struggle and torment rendered him speechless. He was at a loss for how to elucidate his actions to his friends. Chen, are you truly the villain? Alice asked, her voice quivering, her eyes brimming with disappointment and sorrow. Chapter 117. Departing from the alien laboratory, Chen's heart was awash with confusion and disbelief. He could not comprehend the identity of the figure before him or why they had materialized in this place. You are me? What do you mean? Chen's voice was laced with anxiety and uncertainty. The figure smiled and nodded, as though anticipating Chen's reaction. I am your doppelganger, Chen. I represent another facet of your innermost self, embodying your desires and yearnings. The figure spoke slowly, their voice imbued with mystery and enigma. Upon hearing these words, Chen was engulfed in shock and bewilderment. He had never anticipated that deep within him lay an unknown entity, embodying his desires and yearnings. Why have you appeared here? What is it that you truly seek? Chen's voice resonated with vigilance and apprehension. The figure smiled at Chen, as though fully aware of his inquiries and concerns. I have come to assist you in realizing your aspirations, Chen. I understand the longings that reside within your heart, and I am willing to guide you in fulfilling them. The figure spoke slowly, his voice dripping with allure and seduction. Upon hearing these words, Chen felt a tumult of contradictions and turmoil within him. He was uncertain whether to trust this individual or not. Yet he recognized that contemplation was not a luxury he could afford. He must swiftly devise an escape. I do not require your assistance. I will find a way out on my own, Chen replied calmly, striving to maintain his composure and rationality in the face of such temptation. They searched desperately for an exit, endeavoring to locate a path back to the outside world. However, they discovered the laboratory to be exceedingly intricate, filled with unfamiliar apparatuses. In the warehouse, Chen encountered a civilian who had fallen victim to the malevolent force. As they scoured the laboratory for an exit, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. They were oblivious to the origins and purpose of this laboratory, and even more so to how they had found themselves there. A wave of profound unease surged within them, and they understood that their foremost priority was to find an exit and escape this alien and perilous realm. They continued their exploration, striving to uncover a route to freedom. During their search, they stumbled upon an expansive lab, replete with an array of complex instruments and devices. These contraptions were foreign to them, seemingly intended for some experimental or research endeavor. Suddenly, Chen's gaze lingered on a corner, where he believed he spied a familiar silhouette. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the form of an ordinary civilian, distinct from the dark forces they had previously encountered. Alice, Count Roland, come quickly, Chen exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and tension. Alice and Count Roland hurried over, drawn to the direction Chen indicated. As their eyes shifted, they too recognized the figure of the ordinary civilian, and a wave of curiosity washed over them. The individual appeared unremarkable, unlike the henchmen of the dark forces. Alice furrowed her brow, attempting to discern the identity of this person. Perhaps he is a civilian possessed by the antagonist. We must rescue him without delay, Chen declared, his voice imbued with resolve and determination. Count Roland nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. They could not stand idly by while an innocent person suffered. They had to act swiftly to liberate him. The trio hastened towards the civilian ensnared by the malevolent presence, striving to extricate him from his predicament. Yet, as they drew near, the civilian abruptly turned around, revealing a distorted visage. Who are you? Why do you interfere with my affairs? The voice of the citizen was imbued with anger and fear, his gaze chillingly cold. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding swelling within them. They recognized that the individual before them was no ordinary citizen, but rather a pawn under the control of the antagonist. We are not here to trouble you. We are here to save you. Chen attempted to soothe him, yet the individual remained unyielding, continuing his assault. Faced with this sudden crisis, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland had no choice but to exert their utmost efforts in a fierce confrontation with the citizen ensnared by the villain's influence. The clash of swords and the crack of gunfire filled the laboratory, thick with the atmosphere of battle. They engaged in a tumultuous struggle, exchanging blows in an intense contest. Both sides relentlessly pursuing and countering each other. Despite their exhaustion, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland pressed on with unwavering resolve, determined to subdue their adversary. After a fierce confrontation, they finally managed to bring the controlled citizen to the ground. In that moment, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland rushed forward to lift him from the floor, endeavoring to awaken his consciousness. Are you all right? Listen to me. We are here to rescue you, Chen implored, his voice laced with concern and urgency. Gradually, the controlled citizen regained his awareness, looking at Su Chen and the others with confusion, striving to piece together the situation. After a thorough explanation, clarity dawned upon him, and gratitude filled his heart. "Thank you for your help. I do not know how I ended up here," he stammered, his voice revealing a tinge of panic and unease. Su Chen, Alice, and Count Roland smiled reassuringly, calming him with the promise of safety. Together, they began to devise a plan to locate an exit from the unfamiliar laboratory. In the midst of their close cooperation, Brian was seized by the malevolent force. As they sought an escape, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against the citizens still under the antagonist's dominion. Despite their dedicated efforts, their opponent proved cunning, constantly shifting tactics in an attempt to overpower them. "We must remain vigilant. Their attacks are becoming increasingly cunning," Alice warned, her eyes fixed on every move of the adversary. Su Chen nodded, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They needed to tread carefully to avoid falling into the traps set by their foe. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the opposite side, enveloping Su Chen, Alice, and Count Roland in immense pressure. They instinctively recoiled, seeking to evade the onslaught. In the midst of their retreat, Su Chen spotted a tightly shut door. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps this door led to their escape. He signaled for the others to approach the door, preparing to force it open. As they neared the entrance, the possessed citizen charged at them. In that critical moment, Count Roland stepped forward to confront the enemy in fierce combat. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen and Alice pushed the door open with all their might, and a brilliant light flooded in. They beheld the world beyond, vibrant with hope and life. However, outside the door lay a precipice of sheer cliffs. They had found themselves within the confines of a mountain laboratory. At that moment, their pursuers had caught up. Su Chen gazed at the abyss, a strategy forming in his mind. He resolved to utilize a rope to descend the mountain, in search of an alternative escape route. Alice and the possessed citizen closely followed behind. They painstakingly navigated the steep cliffs, ultimately reaching the base of the mountain. There, they stumbled upon a narrow path that seemed to lead into the distance. Su Chen led the group along this pathway, hoping to uncover clues that would grant their departure from this place. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, ever prepared to confront any lurking dangers. Chapter 118, Mystery and Intrigue. The two groups swiftly diverged, each commencing a search within the supermarket's warehouse. Amidst the shattered shelves and disarrayed goods, they meticulously sought to unveil the clues hidden within the shadows. Su Chen and Count Roland formed a silent duo, their unspoken understanding guiding their every move. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze was drawn to a corner where he discerned what appeared to be a hidden stash. He approached with haste, conducting a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Alice and Count Roland were scouring another section. Illuminating the path ahead with her flashlight, Alice scanned her surroundings with keen eyes, ever poised to confront potential peril. Abruptly, a shadow darted past, lunging towards Alice. Her reflexes were swift. She evaded the attack with agility, drawing her pistol to fire at the shadow. Yet, the shadow proved equally cunning, deftly dodging the bullets and continuing its advance. In this critical moment, Count Roland reacted swiftly, brandishing his sword as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with the shadow. An intense battle was on the verge of erupting within the supermarket warehouse, with Su Chen, Alice, and Count Roland poised to face unprecedented trials and tribulations. Their fates hinged upon their courage, intelligence, and the strength of their unity. Reluctantly, Count Roland agreed to oversee the cunning adversary, allowing Su Chen and Alice to engage in combat against the forces of darkness within the warehouse. While he quickly joined them in the fray, with sword in hand, he employed his exceptional swordsmanship to clash fiercely with the dark entities. The air was thick with the essence of battle, as the glint of blades and the echo of gunfire reverberated throughout the warehouse. Su Chen harnessed his metallic prowess, transforming nearby metal objects into formidable weapons to combat the dark forces. Meanwhile, Alice utilized her marksmanship and combat skills with the grace of a nimble leopard, deftly evading enemy strikes while launching counterattacks. During the skirmish, they discovered that these dark forces were remarkably cunning, constantly shifting their tactics in pursuit of the most effective means to confront Su Chen and his allies. Yet, Su Chen and his companions refused to falter, coordinating closely and supporting one another as they valiantly repelled the onslaught. In the midst of battle, a dark entity unexpectedly surged forth from the shadows, launching a fierce assault on Su Chen. Caught off guard, he was struck, blood gushing forth. Su Chen, Alice gasped, immediately rushing to Su Chen's side in an attempt to shield him. Count Roland also noticed this scene, a surge of fury welling up within him. Without hesitation, he brandished his sword, launching a fierce assault against the forces of darkness, striving to repel them. Amidst the tumult of battle, Count Roland suddenly discerned a location that appeared to serve as a hiding place. He halted his sword mid-swing, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Su Chen, Alice, I have discovered a potential hiding spot for concealed items. We must investigate it at once, Count Roland declared, his voice imbued with urgency and tension. Chen and Alice exchanged glances, both acutely aware that time was of the essence. They needed to uncover the clues lurking in the shadows to unravel their adversary's conspiracy and safeguard the world. The trio hastily made their way toward the suspected location, searching cautiously for the hidden clues. After a thorough examination, they finally identified a site that seemed to harbor concealed items. This place appears highly suspicious. We must proceed with caution, Chen remarked, his tone resonating with vigilance and determination. Alice nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They needed to tread carefully to avoid falling into their enemies' traps. Count Roland furrowed his brow, understanding that retreat was no longer an option. They had to confront the danger head-on to ensure the safety of the world. In this tense atmosphere, they resolved to open the hiding place to discover what lay within. With utmost care, they unsealed the location, bracing themselves for any potential peril. As they opened it, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within, enveloping all three of them. They felt dizzy, as if they had lost their balance, and then everything began to blur. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar setting. They looked around, realizing they were in a vast laboratory filled with intricate instruments and devices. Where are we? How did we end up here? Alice inquired, her voice tinged with panic and unease. Chen frowned, attempting to recollect the events that had transpired, but to no avail. The fact that they had unknowingly arrived in this strange place filled them with profound disquiet. We must swiftly find a way to escape, Count Roland asserted, his voice resolute and unwavering. The enigmatic figure smiled knowingly, as if anticipating Chen's reaction. Excellent, Chen. Yet, I hope you remember. I shall always reside within the depths of your heart, awaiting your summons. The figure spoke slowly, his voice imbued with an air of mystery and eeriness. Upon hearing these words, Chen felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. In the soft glow emanating from the portal, he hesitated. Acutely aware that he needed to make a decision, yet fully cognizant that this choice could profoundly impact his destiny. As Count Roland and Alice finally arrived at the scene, Chen was engulfed in an internal struggle. Chen, what are you doing? Come out. Count Roland exclaimed anxiously, attempting to draw Chen's attention back. Alice, equally distressed, gazed at Chen, acutely aware of the perilous situation they faced, yet understanding that unity was their only hope for survival, feeling the urgency in their calls. Chen was torn between conflicting emotions. He realized that he could no longer remain there, yet was uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, the portal emitted a powerful gravitational pull, drawing Chen towards it. He found himself irresistibly drawn into the portal, his body careening forward uncontrollably. Chen. Count Roland and Alice gasped, but it was too late to intervene. Under the immense force, Chen vanished into the portal, disappearing into an unknown realm. Chapter 119. To avoid falling into the enemy's trap amidst the intensity of battle, chaos reigned both inside and outside the tent. The trees in the forest swayed, stirred by the tumult of conflict, their leaves rustling ominously. The sky crackled with thunder, heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged from within the tent, engulfing everything in a swirling vortex. Both Long Guo and Chen sensed the might of this force, their bodies involuntarily propelled backward, struggling against its pull. What is this? Long Guo managed to rise, his gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. Chen shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I do not know, he replied. But we must endure. The battle raged on, each collision trembling the very fabric of time and space. Long Guo and Chen remained ever vigilant, acutely aware that the outcome of this confrontation would determine the fate of all existence. Meanwhile, at another location, Long Guo was engaged in a pivotal meeting with Count Roland. The Count's expression was grave and solemn, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. The timekeeper is deeply concerned about Chen's case, the judge proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. We must locate him promptly and resolve this matter. Long Guo nodded, a sense of responsibility and duty swelling within him. I will do everything in my power, he vowed earnestly. I will not allow the timekeeper to evade justice. Upon concluding their meeting, Long Guo swiftly returned to the battlefield. He understood that the moment had arrived. He needed to rejoin the fray and collaborate with his comrades to thwart the timekeeper's sinister plot. As Chen and Alice approached a dilapidated building, a sleek black luxury car came to a halt before them. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a tailored black suit, his demeanor austere and gaze profound, unmistakably a figure of significance. This man was none other than Count Roland, a powerful gentleman and one of Chen and Alice's allies. With an extensive network and abundant resources, he was a crucial supporter of their investigative endeavors. Chen and Alice, I have heard that you have uncovered significant clues, and I have come hastily to assist you. The voice of Count Roland was steady and powerful, exuding an air of authority and determination. Chen and Alice exchanged a glance, a wave of gratitude swelling within them. They understood that with Count Roland's assistance, their endeavor would become markedly more seamless. Thank you for your support, Count, Chen said, his tone imbued with resolve. We are preparing to venture into that edifice to unveil the true nature of those malevolent forces. Count Roland nodded in agreement, fully aware that there was no turning back now. They must confront the challenges ahead courageously to safeguard the security of the entire world. United in purpose, the trio stepped into the dilapidated structure. Upon entry, they were enveloped by a powerful surge of energy, as if some mysterious force were at play, evoking an unsettling sensation. They advanced cautiously, each step laden with vigilance and trepidation. Amidst the ruins, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the whisper of the wind, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, prompting them to alertly scan their surroundings, prepared for any impending danger. From the depths of the debris, a shadowy figure emerged, launching an assault upon them. Chen and Alice reacted swiftly, each taking action to intercept, while Count Roland mobilized his subordinates, igniting a fierce skirmish. Blades flashed and gunfire erupted, transforming the desolate ruins into a chaotic battlefield. Chen harnessed his metallic prowess, converting the surrounding metal into lethal instruments to combat the dark forces. Alice, agile as a leopard, deftly evaded enemy strikes while launching counterattacks with her marksmanship and combat skills. Count Roland's subordinates exhibited remarkable combat prowess, employing their exceptional fighting techniques to repel the encroaching darkness. After an intense confrontation, the dark forces were ultimately vanquished by the combined efforts of Chen, Alice, and Count Roland, compelled to retreat. It appears that our venture has yielded some success, Count Roland remarked, a hint of relief evident in his voice. Chen and Alice exhaled, recognizing that although this was but the beginning, they had made tangible progress. They were resolved to continue their investigation to uncover the true motives of the sinister forces and ensure the safety of the world. Upon arriving at the local supermarket warehouse, Brian insisted on partnering with Chen for the next phase of their mission. Following their fierce battle with the dark forces amidst the ruins, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland had indeed achieved a measure of victory. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The conspiracy lurking behind was far more vast and terrifying than they had initially imagined. The triumph of their decisive battle did not lead to complacency. Rather, it heightened their vigilance and caution, for they understood that their adversaries would not yield easily. The forthcoming endeavors would undoubtedly prove more arduous and perilous. During their further inquiries, they stumbled upon a suspicious location, the local supermarket warehouse. The place had once been abandoned following the hurricane's onslaught, only to be reinstated recently. Chen, Alice, and Count Roland resolved to venture forth to this location, continuing their investigative pursuits. Upon their arrival at the supermarket warehouse, an unfamiliar aura enveloped them. The once ruined supermarket warehouse had been reconstructed, yet the remnants of destruction remained starkly visible, evoking an eerie atmosphere. The location appeared somewhat amiss. Alice furrowed her brow, a hint of unease threading through her voice. Indeed, we must proceed with caution, Chen asserted, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, his gaze sharp and resolute. Count Roland pondered for a moment, a flicker of wariness illuminating his eyes. There may be deeper secrets concealed here. We must act with vigilance to avoid falling into the adversary's snare. In light of this atmosphere, they resolved to split up, each searching for clues within the supermarket warehouse. It was a perilous decision, yet they understood that only through separate endeavors could they expedite the discovery of vital leads. I shall team with Alice, while you partner with Count Roland, Chen proposed, his voice imbued with determination and resolve. Alice nodded in agreement, recognizing that retreat was no longer an option. They must confront the challenge head-on to safeguard the world. Chapter 120, as if the very fabric of time and space were ablaze. Perhaps we should juxtapose the timeline of the apocalypse with that of the mysterious sorcery case. We might uncover some clues, Chen suggested, a note of excitement and anticipation resonating in his tone. Alice nodded, finding merit in the notion. They swiftly returned to the police station to compare the timeline of the apocalypse with that of the enigmatic sorcery incident. After extensive investigation and analysis, they stumbled upon a startling revelation. The timings of the apocalypse and the sorcery case were, astonishingly, entirely congruent, and a subtle connection seemed to bind the two. It appeared that this was no mere coincidence. There existed a link between the impending apocalypse and their arcane abilities, and those malevolent forces were likely the orchestrators behind it all. Furrowing his brow, Chen spoke with a blend of vigilance and determination. Alice nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. They must swiftly unveil the truth, thwart the schemes of those wicked entities, and rescue the world. The two resolved to delve deeper into their investigation, seeking additional leads. They understood that this would be a challenging and perilous battle, yet they were prepared for whatever lay ahead. Ultimately, they discovered the probable hideout of the antagonist, namely, the site of the hurricane's devastation in the eastern dragon country in the year 2050. Chen and Alice meticulously examined the clues in hand, relentlessly gathering intelligence in an attempt to trace the malevolent forces' whereabouts. They compared the timeline of the apocalypse with that of the mysterious sorcery case, ultimately unveiling an astonishing connection between the two. It seemed that all of this was anything but coincidental. There exists a profound connection between the impending apocalypse and our mysterious sorceress abilities, with those malevolent forces likely orchestrating events from the shadows. Chen furrowed his brow, his voice imbued with a note of vigilance and resolution. Alice inhaled deeply, aware that the crux of their investigation had finally surfaced. They must swiftly locate the lair of these wicked entities and unearth their conspiracies to safeguard the security of the entire world. Through comparative analysis, they ultimately pinpointed the probable hideout of the antagonist, Chen, in the year 2050 within the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Investigations revealed that the Eastern Dragon Kingdom had been ravaged by a fierce hurricane in 2050, rendering the area a desolate wasteland devoid of human presence. Transformed into a forgotten corner of the earth. It appears our objective lies within the Eastern Dragon Kingdom of 2050, Chen declared, his voice resonating with determination and resolve. Alice nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had unearthed a crucial clue, with only the final step remaining. The duo swiftly devised an action plan, preparing to venture to the Eastern Dragon Kingdom of 2050 to unveil the true nature of those sinister forces. They understood that this would be a perilous adventure. Yet they were resolute in their commitment to thwart the malevolent schemes at any cost, ensuring the safety of the world. As Chen and Alice traversed the time tunnel, they arrived in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom of 2050, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. The once thriving metropolis lay in ruins, with collapsed buildings and shattered streets, enveloped in an eerie silence. It seems the hurricane wreaked havoc upon this region, Alice remarked, her voice tinged with sorrow and helplessness. Chen silently surveyed the surroundings, a surge of anger and indignation swelling within him. He knew that all of this was the doing of those wicked forces, who would stop at nothing to achieve their objectives, heedless of the consequences. We must locate their hideout without delay and thwart their nefarious plans, Chen asserted, his voice brimming with conviction. Alice nodded, fully aware that retreat was no longer an option. They had to bravely advance and confront these malevolent forces to protect the safety of the world. The two began their search for clues amidst the ruins, meticulously combing through every corner in an effort to uncover traces of the wicked entities. As time slipped away, they found themselves without any leads. Suddenly, Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. He had discovered a building that appeared to be a likely hideout. He immediately headed in that direction, with Alice closely following. Their movements synchronized and determined. Upon reaching the dilapidated structure, a powerful surge of energy emanated from within, instilling a sense of unease. However, they did not falter. Instead, they resolutely stepped inside, prepared to confront the challenges posed by those malevolent forces. Within the ruins, an epic showdown loomed on the horizon. As Chen and Alice faced unprecedented trials and tribulations, their fates intertwined. Count Roland applied for a team from the judge, and together they proceeded to the scene of the incident. In the midst of a fierce battle, Longhua and Chen unleashed formidable power, striving to vanquish the time offender. Their techniques were sharp and fierce, each clash igniting dazzling sparks that reverberated through the very fabric of time and space. In the heat of combat, the movements of Chen and Longhua resembled thunder, each strike emanating an unfathomable force. Longhua's form was agile and lithe, each attack precise and potent, his gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve and determination. Chen, on the other hand, wielded his power in a mysterious manner, his figure flickering in and out of existence, as if intertwined with the continuum of time, elusive and hard to grasp. Outside the tent, thunder roared and the ground trembled, as if the entire realm of time was quaking. The confrontation between Longhua and Chen intensified, each encounter accompanied by explosive sounds that quickened the heart. This mission must not fail. Longhua's voice echoed across the battlefield. We must thwart the time offender and save the entirety of time. Chen nodded, his eyes glinting with the light of battle. We must succeed, he proclaimed. We cannot allow him to destroy everything. The two resumed their fierce duel, their fists colliding, each impact releasing searing flames. The air within and outside the tent crackled with the essence of electricity, as if the entire expanse of time was ablaze. Meanwhile, at another location, Longhua engaged in a significant conversation with the judge. Have you encountered the time manager? The judge's voice was solemn and grave, deeply concerned about Chen's case. Longhua furrowed his brow, pondering momentarily before shaking his head. I have never seen him, he replied honestly, but I know he has been monitoring this case closely. Chapter 121. This place may be rife with traps. I found it. Chen's voice brimmed with joy and excitement. We must go to this location. He pointed to a line in the dossier, determination gleaming in his eyes. Longhua stepped closer, her brow slightly furrowing. This is a perilous place, she remarked. But if this is the only way to resolve the issue, we must proceed. They nodded in mutual understanding, aware that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and dangers, yet they must bravely forge ahead for the peace of time and the safety of all life. On their way to the destination, both Chen and Longhua felt a weight in their hearts. though prepared to confront the challenges ahead. A deep-seated fear and unease about the unknown loomed within. We have spent so much time and yet achieved nothing. Suchen's voice was tinged with frustration. I thought we would find some clues in the archives. Longwa sighed softly, fully aware of Suchen's sentiments. Perhaps our efforts have not been sufficient, she reassured him. We must not give up. We will find the answers. In silence, they continued onward, their strides resolute and powerful, each step seeming to greet the forthcoming unknowns. The scenery around them rushed by in a blur, yet their hearts remained steeped in worry for the future. At last, they arrived at an unfamiliar and enigmatic locale, steeped in an aura of mystery and permeated by a disquieting atmosphere. Longwa and Suchen exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that the path ahead would be fraught with peril. We must exercise caution, Longwa cautioned, for this place may be riddled with traps. Suchen nodded solemnly, gripping his weapon tightly, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. The two continued onward, gradually approaching the headquarters of the malevolent force. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the street, prompting both to alertly survey their surroundings. Their gaze fixed upon the far end of the street, where a small boy was encircled by a throng of unidentified individuals, his eyes brimming with fear and despair. Suchen and Alice quickly advanced toward the boy. What has transpired? Suchen inquired, his voice infused with concern. The boy trembled, his voice choked with emotion as he replied. They said they would capture me for experiments. They are bad people. Furrowing their brows. Suchen and Alice understood that they could not allow these nefarious individuals to harm the innocent child. They resolved to step forward and shield him from danger. You must leave. This is none of your concern. A man clad in black barked, brandishing a sharp dagger, his gaze menacing and fierce. Yet, Suchen and Alice did not falter. They were resolute in their determination to protect the child at any cost. A steadfast light flickered in Suchen's eyes as he slowly extended his hand, preparing to unleash his metallic prowess. We shall not permit you to harm this child. Suchen's voice resonated with firmness, imbued with an unwavering conviction. Alice stood beside Suchen, her grip firm upon her firearm, ready to thwart any malicious actions. She understood that this was their final opportunity. They must fight valiantly to safeguard the child's life. In the tense atmosphere, a fierce battle erupted. Suchen wielded his metallic abilities, transforming surrounding metal objects into lethal weapons, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the villains. Meanwhile, Alice employed her marksmanship and combat skills to repel the assailants one by one. The struggle was intensely fierce, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. Nevertheless, Suchen and Alice pressed on, resolute in their mission to protect the child and return him to safety. Ultimately, after a strenuous fight, the malevolent individuals were driven away by Suchen and Alice. Fleeing the scene, Suchen immediately turned to the boy, inquiring with genuine concern whether he had sustained any injuries. Thank you. You are my heroes, the boy exclaimed. Clinging to Suchen's leg, his eyes filled with gratitude. Suchen smiled, gently patting the boy's shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not be afraid, you are safe now. We will protect you and ensure that no one harms you. Alice also approached, kneeling to converse with the boy, her eyes radiating warmth and compassion. She understood that the child required additional comfort and support, and she was willing to do everything within her power to assist him. At that moment, the little boy suddenly lifted his head, gazing intently into Suchen's eyes, and mysteriously remarked, I know you possess a unique ability. I witnessed the mystical sorcery you employed against that villain last time. Suddenly enlightened, he began to compare the timing of the impending apocalypse with the occurrence of the mystical sorcery incident. Both Suchen and Alice were taken aback by the boy's words. They were aware that their abilities transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals, yet they had not anticipated that someone would perceive them with such acute awareness. Are you implying that you saw me wield that mystical sorcery? Chen inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. The boy nodded, a flicker of enigmatic light dancing in his eyes. Indeed, I saw it. I cannot articulate what it was, but I sensed its uniqueness and magic. Suchen and Alice exchanged glances, a wave of perplexity washing over them. They understood that this matter might not be straightforward and could potentially be intertwined with the occurrence of the apocalypse. Can you share how you perceived it? Alice asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. The boy pondered for a moment before slowly responding, I do not know. It was as if a sudden clarity washed over me, allowing me to glimpse some incredible phenomena. I cannot define what it was, but I know it is related to you. Suchen and Alice exchanged another look, a sense of alertness surging within them. They realized that this situation might indeed correlate with their mystical sorcery abilities, potentially impacting their investigation. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through Suchen's mind, and he recalled a significant clue. He remembered that during his last encounter with that villain, he had felt a powerful surge of energy, as if some mysterious force was at play. Simultaneously, the timing of the apocalypse resurfaced in his thoughts. Can you tell us how you saw it? Alice inquired again, her voice still imbued with curiosity. Chapter 122. We can no longer delay. In the smoke-filled laboratory, Chen faced the enigmatic figure, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. They were merely a few steps apart, yet each step seemed laden with infinite peril and challenge. What are you truly planning? Why subject innocent humans to such cruel experiments? Chen's voice rang out, laced with anger and bewilderment. The mysterious figure did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached Chen slowly, his steps akin to a march toward the intersection of fate, where every outcome would be determined in that moment. Our objectives need not be comprehended by you. You only need to understand that your existence has become a part of our scheme. His voice was deep and cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chen clenched his teeth, fully aware that the individual before him would not easily relent. Yet he felt no fear. Endowed with unwavering faith and boundless courage, he was resolute in his quest to uphold justice and safeguard the lives and safety of the innocent. At that moment, the walls of the laboratory suddenly creaked ominously, as if signaling an impending collapse. Both Chen and the mysterious figure cast wary glances around them, realizing the perilous nature of their situation. We no longer have the luxury to continue this struggle. You must depart. Until we meet again. We shall have ample time for discourse, came the voice of the enigmatic silhouette, tinged with a note of warning. Chen hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to retreat temporarily. Understanding that the paramount concern was to extricate himself from this hazardous environment and reunite with Alice to strategize against the malevolent forces, he swiftly turned, harnessing his metallic powers to conjure a wall of metal that sealed the entrance to the laboratory, then made a hasty escape. In the narrow corridor, smoke and debris filled the air, flames danced wildly, yet Chen remained undeterred, his mind singularly focused on one thought, returning alive to Alice's side. After conjuring a metallic bridge that spanned the inferno, Chen finally emerged from the treacherous laboratory onto the street outside. However, his spirits remained unrelieved. He was acutely aware that this battle was far from over, and he must urgently locate Alice to devise a plan against the sinister forces. Meanwhile, Alice sat in the police station's office, anxiously awaiting news from Chen. She had been diligently gathering intelligence, striving to uncover clues linked to the malevolent entity, yet had made little progress thus far. She understood that this confrontation would be fraught with difficulty and challenges, but she felt no trepidation, for she knew that together with Chen, they could surmount any obstacle. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, stirring Alice's heart. She promptly rose. Preparing to welcome Chen's return, her gaze fixed attentively on the doorway, eager for the appearance of that familiar figure. As the door swung open, Chen entered, still bearing the scent of smoke, yet his eyes radiated a resolute determination. Observing him, Alice immediately approached, her concern evident as she inquired, "Sue, are you unharmed? What transpired?" Chen shook his head, succinctly recounting his experiences within the technological company's laboratory in the confrontation with the mysterious figure. Alice's expression shifted upon hearing his account. She recognized the severity of their predicament, understanding that they must swiftly devise a countermeasure. "We must locate the headquarters of those nefarious forces and thwart their sinister plot," Chen asserted, his voice imbued with conviction and resolve. Alice nodded in agreement, aware that this would entail a perilous adventure, yet they had no path of retreat. They must face the challenges bravely to protect all that they cherished. The two formulated their action plan, preparing to set forth towards the lair of evil. They were cognizant that this would be a journey replete with trials and tribulations. As they traversed the bustling city streets, their destination lay ahead, the stronghold of the malevolent forces. On the road, the two remained silent, yet their hearts brimmed with anxiety and trepidation regarding the imminent challenges. "Sue, do you believe we can succeed?" Alice inquired. Unable to restrain her unease, Chen paused, gazing into the distant sky. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, "I do not know, Alice. However, we must endeavor regardless. This battle concerns the fate of the entire city. We cannot yield, nor can we afford to fail." Alice nodded in agreement, understanding the truth in Chen's words. They had come too far to retreat. Their sole option was to boldly advance and confront the challenges ahead. The judge fell silent for a moment, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. "We must locate Chen swiftly," he declared. "The actions of the time criminal are becoming increasingly brazen. We can no longer afford delays." Longhua nodded, recognizing the gravity of this mission. "I shall exert my utmost effort," he vowed earnestly. "I will not allow the time criminal to evade justice." After the meeting concluded, Longhua hastened back to the battlefield, aware that it was time to commit fully to thwarting the time criminal's schemes alongside his comrades. Upon returning, Longhua and Chen fought side by side once more, their singular aim being to halt the time criminal and salvage the fate of the entire continuum. In the tense atmosphere of battle, Longhua and Chen felt the mounting pressure. They understood that the threat posed by the time criminal had reached its zenith, and Count Roland's ultimatum had plunged them into a dire predicament. "We must complete our mission post-haste." Long's voice bore a trace of anxiety. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Chen furrowed his brow tightly, concern etched across his face. We must devise a solution, he stated, or we shall face defeat. The conflict raged on both inside and outside the tent, each clash reverberating through the fabric of time and space. Long Guo and Su Chen valiantly resisted the time criminals' assaults, their strikes sharp and formidable, each counterattack infused with resolve and valor. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Su Chen, engulfing everything around them in a vortex. Long Guo sensed the sheer force of this energy. He realized that Su Chen was ready to unleash his full potential. Now is the moment. Su Chen's voice rang across the battlefield. We can delay no longer. Long Guo nodded, his eyes alight with determination. Let us together vanquish the time criminal, he proclaimed, for the tranquility of time and space, for our future. Chapter 123. Everything remains uncertain. The two resumed their fierce struggle, their movements sharp and decisive, each impact releasing a dazzling light. The battle within and outside the tent reached a boiling point, a decisive confrontation on the horizon. Meanwhile, in another location, Count Roland issued his final ultimatum. If you cannot complete the mission promptly, I shall reset Su Chen. Her voice was cold and resolute. The stability of time outweighed any individual's fate. Long Guo and Su Chen felt a weight in their hearts. They understood that Count Roland was not jesting. Her words exuded an undeniable authority that compelled all to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. We must swiftly complete the task, Long Guo declared to Su Chen, otherwise all shall be obliterated. Su Chen nodded, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination. We shall not allow her to succeed, he asserted confidently. We will prevail, under Long Guo's guidance. Su Chen arrived at a solemn and austere archive, a sanctuary brimming with the secrets of time. Each document therein chronicled significant historical moments and enigmatic events. Long Guo gestured towards a distant bookshelf, stating, Here lies all our documentation concerning time offenders. I hope you will examine it closely, as it may yield some clues. Su Chen's eyes roamed across the volumes, each radiating a mysterious glow as if whispering untold stories. Approaching the shelf, he meticulously selected a document and began to peruse its contents. The records contained a myriad of incidents, some detailing the actions of time offenders while others provided intelligence on temporal disturbances. Each piece of information could potentially unlock the enigma. Su Chen read intently, striving to discern hints that would better equip him for the forthcoming challenges. However, as the battle unfolded, he gradually recognized that this struggle was far more arduous and intricate than he had anticipated. A malevolent force lurked behind a darker conspiracy. Their ambitions extending beyond the dominion of New York, they sought to annihilate the entire world, plunging humanity into an abyss of perpetual darkness. In his quest for truth, Su Chen faced relentless challenges and trials, yet he remained steadfast in his beliefs. He understood that perseverance was essential to uncovering the genuine answers, thwarting the nefarious plot, and rescuing the world from despair. Thus, after countless battles and tribulations, Su Chen ultimately returned to the sunless British Empire, continuing the investigation with the documents. In the brilliantly lit office of the police station, Su Chen and his partner, a young detective named Alice, were engaged in their relentless inquiry. Now on the third consecutive day, yet still lacking sufficient leads, the records chronicled a series of cases linked to the malevolent forces. And their objective was to unveil the connections among these cases, thereby exposing the true conspiracy. Alice, do you think we have overlooked something? Su Chen inquired, furrowing his brow as his gaze remained fixed upon the case files on the table, hoping to unearth a glimmer of insight. Alice sighed, closing the file in her hands and shaking her head. I'm uncertain, Su. These cases appear devoid of commonality, yet it is implausible that it is mere coincidence. Su Chen pondered deeply, aware that to unveil the true motives of the malevolent forces, a more profound investigation was imperative. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a particular page in the documents, a report concerning a technology company. Perhaps we should focus our attention on this technology firm, Su Chen proposed, pointing to the company's name on the report. Their recent developments seem exceedingly unusual. Something feels amiss. Alice followed Su Chen's gesture and glanced over, her brow slightly furrowed. She nodded and said, Perhaps you are right. I will investigate the background and activities of this company. The two decided to split up. Su Chen headed to the technology company for an on-site investigation, while Alice remained at the police station to gather further intelligence. Both were filled with a fervent desire for truth and a pursuit of justice. Su Chen rode his motorcycle, speeding through the bustling city streets, with the mysterious technology company as his destination. Upon arrival, he discovered that the company was quite vast, with grand architecture that exuded an air of magnificence. Yet, beneath this opulent facade lay secrets that filled Su Chen with intrigue. He resolved to delve deeper, infiltrating the company's inner workings in search of clues. Utilizing his metallic prowess, Su Chen effortlessly bypassed the security system and entered the company's laboratory. There, he stumbled upon some startling revelations. The laboratory was adorned with an array of high-tech equipment. But what astonished Chen the most was a colossal apparatus conducting some peculiar experiment. On the workstation lay an object reminiscent of the crystal he had encountered earlier, emanating a powerful energy fluctuation. Standing at the center of the laboratory was a scientist clad in a white lab coat. His countenance grim and his eyes radiating an ominous aura. Is this their objective? Chen speculated internally, deciding to wait for an opportunity to relay these findings to Alice and collaboratively devise a strategy against the malevolent forces. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated, engulfing the entire laboratory in a cloud of smoke. Chen immediately recognized the urgency of the situation. He had to escape swiftly and reunite with Alice. Amidst the haze, Chen turned quickly, preparing to flee the laboratory, when suddenly, a shadow appeared, blocking his path. Did you think you could escape so easily? A deep voice resonated. Chen looked up to find a figure standing there, obscured in darkness, but he could sense a formidable energy emanating from the being. Are you one of the malevolent forces? Chen inquired, his voice calm and resolute, devoid of any fear. The figure smirked slightly, yet the smile bore an air of wickedness. You are correct. I am one of them, and you are destined to become our sacrifice. In the smoke-filled laboratory, a life-and-death confrontation was about to unfold, and Chen was poised to face unprecedented trials and challenges. What fate awaited him remained uncertain. Reviewing all occurrences of apocalyptic events, Chen and his team fought valiantly in one battle after another, engaging in a desperate struggle against the malevolent forces. They navigated between towering skyscrapers, embarking on fierce chases along narrow streets, undeterred by peril, wielding their strength and intellect to uphold the banner of justice. Chapter 124, Safeguarding the Peace and Tranquility of the World. However, even though Chen had departed from this realm, his schemes continued to unfold. Alice and her allies understood the necessity of remaining vigilant, ever prepared to confront potential crises, safeguarding the tranquility and harmony of the world. Chen stood before the portal, his gaze distant, his heart enveloped in conflict and turmoil. He was acutely aware that he was faced with a formidable choice, one that would irrevocably shape his destiny. Chen, what are you doing? Alice's voice suddenly pierced through his reverie. Turning around, he beheld Alice and her companions hastening towards him. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, yet it was swiftly replaced by an air of indifference and resolve. You arrived quite swiftly, Chen remarked with a faint smile. But alas, it is too late for you. Chen, do not act foolishly, Count Roland implored loudly. You still have time to halt this. After a brief moment of silence, Chen slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Roland. My decision has been made. With that, he resolutely advanced towards the portal. His figure gradually faded into the radiance, ultimately vanishing completely. Alice and her allies gazed at the portal, where Chen had disappeared, their hearts heavy with boundless regret and reluctance. They understood that this signified that their struggle with Chen had not concluded. Rather, it was merely the beginning. We must pursue him. Alice's eyes sparkled with determination. We cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, he will bring calamity to the world. Thus, Alice and her allies immediately set forth in pursuit, leaping into the portal, embarking on an adventure that transcended time and space. They traversed through myriad bizarre and wondrous dimensions, confronting various challenges and perils. In each realm, they tirelessly sought Chen's whereabouts, striving to thwart his nefarious plans and preserve the peace and serenity of the world. However, finding Chen proved to be no easy feat. He adeptly concealed himself within the corners of diverse timelines, appearing suddenly at times, only to mysteriously vanish again. Alice and her allies faced unprecedented challenges, yet they persevered, relentlessly pursuing him until the very last moment. In a distant expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled and myriad beings played their respective roles, one figure, perhaps seemingly inconspicuous, was destined to join the ranks of numerous heroes. Chen, a name perhaps not well known in the Marvel Universe, was, however, a respected individual in the lives of ordinary people. He was not a born superhero, nor did he possess any extraordinary powers. He was merely a typical university student, a young man brimming with hope and dreams. Residing in the vibrant and bustling city of New York, where countless stories unfolded each day, Chen found his own life rather mundane, attending classes, working after school, and returning to his chilly little apartment. Yet, he had never felt disheartened by his existence, for he knew that one day, he would encounter his opportunity to showcase his true worth. On an ordinary night, as New York City once again succumbed to darkness, an unforeseen incident altered Chen's fate. A meteor plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the heart of the city and triggering a tremendous explosion. Amidst the chaos, while people fled in terror, Chen resolutely advanced towards the epicenter of the blast. As the dust settled, he was astonished to find himself unscathed, discovering instead a glimmering crystal amidst the meteor's remnants. This stone emanated an enigmatic energy, as if whispering secrets of its own. Intrigued, Su Chen sensed its uniqueness and instinctively secured it close to his heart. Unbeknownst to him, this crystal would irrevocably transform his destiny. As night enveloped the city, a mysterious radiance enveloped Su Chen, and he felt a profound metamorphosis within his being. A surge of formidable energy coursed through him, igniting his body with an inferno of limitless power. Struggling to rise, Su Chen realized he possessed extraordinary strength, along with an uncanny ability to manipulate all metals surrounding him. He could effortlessly shape metals into various forms and even conjure new metallic objects from thin air. Yet, this power was not solely for his own use. It demanded that he fight for justice. At that moment, New York City found itself once again in peril, as a nefarious team of supervillains emerged, intent on obliterating all forces that opposed them and seeking dominion over the world. Without hesitation, Su Chen resolved to stand against them, to defend the city and world he held dear. He transformed into a superhero, wielding his metallic powers to safeguard the lives and properties of the innocent. Alongside him gathered a band of like-minded allies, comprising both superpowered heroes and ordinary humans, united in their singular mission to vanquish evil and uphold justice. Within the archives, a solemn tranquility prevailed, broken only by the sound of Su Chen sifting through documents. Longwa stood silently by, aware that this was a decisive battle concerning the fate of time and space, where each of Su Chen's choices could steer the course of the entire continuum. With each page he turned, Su Chen's anxiety mounted. He understood that the actions of the time offenders had grown increasingly brazen, and they needed to devise a solution swiftly. Finally, after poring over numerous documents, he paused, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. "We must proceed with caution," he warned, "or we may find ourselves ensnared in peril." The two moved forward in unison, their objective within reach, yet they recognized that the path ahead would not be without its challenges. They had to tread carefully, ever ready to confront potential dangers, for only through such vigilance could they hope to resolve the crisis and save the fate of the entire continuum. As they explored the enigmatic locale, they encountered a myriad of difficulties and trials. At times, they faced treacherous traps, while at others, formidable monsters loomed before them. Regardless of the challenges they encountered, Longwa and Su Chen displayed unwavering resolve, confronting each obstacle with utmost fortitude. As time progressed, they gradually approached the crux of the dilemma. Through relentless struggles, they amassed a wealth of clues, each triumph drawing them nearer to the veil of truth. Chapter 125, A Step Too Late at Long Last. After a grueling quest, Longwa and Su Chen unearthed the key to resolving their predicament. They stumbled upon a clandestine base, concealed deep within, replete with an array of intricate mechanisms and traps. Yet, undeterred by these perils, they resolutely chose to venture deeper in pursuit of the answers they sought. Within the depths of the secret base, Longwa and Su Chen discovered an expansive control room. The walls were adorned with a myriad of complex electronic screens and control panels, and the atmosphere buzzed with an overwhelming array of technological devices and robots. This was the lair of the time criminal. Longwa's voice resonated with solemnity, urging caution in their actions. Su Chen nodded in agreement, scanning their surroundings for potential clues. "We must locate him and thwart his nefarious plot," he declared, "or else the very fabric of time and space may be jeopardized." The duo resolved to split up to expedite their search for the time criminal's whereabouts. Su Chen proceeded to one side of the control room, poring over the data logs displayed on the electronic screens, while Longwa surveyed the vicinity for any unforeseen occurrences. Su Chen fixated on the screen before him, his fingers dancing swiftly across the control panel. The display revealed a torrent of data, much of which was encrypted and indecipherable. Anxiety gnawed at him as time slipped away, and he had yet to uncover any valuable leads. Suddenly, a flicker on one of the screens caught his eye. He concentrated intently, attempting to decipher the information presented. After considerable effort, he successfully cracked the code, and the screen revealed a video recording. In the footage, a blurred figure operated a colossal time transfer device, surrounded by an array of complex instruments and apparatus, seemingly conducting some form of experiment. However, Alice and her allies remained undaunted, pressing forward with unwavering courage, resolutely battling against the forces of evil, vowing to uphold the tenets of justice and safeguard the tranquility of their world. In their continuous confrontations, Alice and her companions exhibited an indomitable spirit and fearless valor. They wielded their intellect and strength to counter Su Chen's schemes, persistently striving to thwart his malevolent plans and protect the sanctity of societal justice and order. In this epic clash between good and evil, Alice and her allies made tremendous sacrifices, firmly believing that united in purpose, justice would ultimately prevail over malevolence, and light would triumph over darkness. As a consequence of Su Chen's actions, the timeline began to fracture, with the intensifying struggle between Alice and her allies against Su Chen. The fate of the world grew increasingly enigmatic. In a series of confrontations, Su Chen continuously harnessed mysterious powers and advanced technology, endeavoring to alter the course of history and shatter the sacred timeline. His actions resulted in a bifurcation of the timeline, giving rise to innumerable parallel worlds, each with its own distinct history and fate. What on earth is happening? Brian exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the divergent timeline before him. Have our actions truly altered the course of history? It seemed that Su Chen's powers exceeded all our expectations. Alice furrowed her brow, declaring, "We must halt him, otherwise the consequences could be catastrophic." Thus, Alice and her allies intensified their efforts, delving into the fluctuations of the bifurcated timeline in search of Su Chen's vulnerabilities and methods to thwart him. Through relentless exploration, they uncovered Su Chen's secret laboratory, replete with an array of bizarre devices and enigmatic energies. Su Chen was fervently engaged in experiments, striving to seize control of the timeline's trajectory. "We must destroy this laboratory at once," Alice commanded, "for if we do not, Su Chen will unleash calamity upon the world." Consequently, Alice and her allies launched a thrilling raid. They stormed into the laboratory, engaging in fierce combat with Su Chen's minions. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with powerful energy fluctuations wreaking havoc within the laboratory, ensnaring everything in their wake. Alice and her allies fought valiantly, undeterred by peril, resolute in their mission to dismantle Su Chen's nefarious scheme. In the midst of numerous skirmishes, they drew ever closer to Su Chen's core laboratory. They endured various dangers and trials, yet their faith remained unwavering as they pressed on. Ultimately, Alice and her allies successfully obliterated Su Chen's core laboratory, thwarting his malevolent designs. The timeline regained its stability, and the fate of the world returned to its rightful path. However, although Su Chen's plot was vanquished, the battle was far from over. Alice and her allies understood the necessity of remaining vigilant to prevent similar crises from arising, guarding the peace and tranquility of the world. Before the sun never sets on the British Empire arrived, Su Chen activated a portal and stepped through it. Deep within the laboratory, Su Chen stood before a colossal apparatus, his fingers delicately grazing the control panel. A cunning glint sparkled in his eyes as if he awaited something momentous. "Everything is proceeding as planned," Su Chen murmured to himself. "Now, it is time to depart this world." His fingers danced upon the control panel, and a blinding light surged from the center of the apparatus, forming a vast portal. The edges of the portal shimmered with peculiar ripples, emanating waves of mysterious energy. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen strode toward the portal. His figure gradually faded into the luminescence, ultimately disappearing entirely. Just then, Alice and her allies burst into the laboratory, their eyes brimming with vigilance and tension, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstance. "Quick, we must stop him," Alice shouted. They rushed toward the portal, but upon arrival, they found only an empty laboratory. Su Chen had vanished without a trace. "He has already left," Count Roland murmured. "We have arrived a moment too late." Alice furrowed her brow tightly, acutely aware that it was now impossible to pursue Su Chen. "We must act swiftly to thwart his nefarious plans." They immediately commenced a search and investigation, striving to uncover Su Chen's whereabouts. However, Su Chen had already departed from this realm, leaving behind a riddle awaiting their unraveling. In the ensuing days, Alice and her allies relentlessly pursued Su Chen's trail, endeavoring to halt his malevolent schemes. They traversed the vast expanse of the British Empire, seeking various clues. Yet Su Chen's presence remained elusive. Chapter 126. Until the final moment your actions have strayed far from the righteous path, I shall never descend into darkness alongside you. Alice's voice resonated with resolution and determination. "I will continue to fight for justice, safeguarding our beliefs until the very end." A flicker of anger and disdain crossed Su Chen's visage. "You are profoundly foolish, Alice. You shall come to regret your refusal of my proposal." As this exchange concluded, Alice's fury and resentment surged within her. She was resolved to persist in her struggle against Su Chen and his malevolent forces, determined to vanquish them entirely and uphold the faith and justice. In the days that followed, Alice's conflict with Su Chen intensified. She ceaselessly investigated and scouted, seeking to unveil his hidden schemes. Meanwhile, Su Chen, unwilling to yield, mobilized all his resources to eliminate Alice and her allies. Fierce battles erupted across the British Empire, the clash of justice and evil growing ever more intense. In each confrontation, Alice displayed remarkable resilience and courage, leading her comrades valiantly in defense of justice, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the British Empire. However, as time progressed, Su Chen's power grew more formidable and his machinations became increasingly clandestine. Alice recognized that she must exert even greater effort to defeat this malevolent force and protect societal justice and serenity. In this confrontation between righteousness and malevolence, Alice and her allies made tremendous sacrifices, charging forth fearlessly to combat the forces of evil until the final moment. Their previous efforts to delay time had been for this very purpose. Her companions were taken aback, unable to believe that Brian had fallen under such a terrifying influence. Nevertheless, they understood that this was not the time to retreat. They must do everything possible to halt the possessed Brian and save his soul. Su Chen and the team swiftly organized, initiating a fierce battle to subdue the possessed Brian. Brian's strength was extraordinary, showcasing abilities beyond the norm as he resisted the team's onslaught. In the heat of battle, Chen employed his superpowers, attempting to control Brian and prevent him from inflicting further harm. However, Brian's dark powers proved remarkably tenacious, as he unleashed terrifying assaults in an effort to utterly vanquish Chen and his comrades. Brian, you must rally yourself. Chen's voice resonated with unwavering determination and resolve. You are not alone. We shall stand by your side until we dispel the darkness. Brian trembled violently, grappling within himself to break free from the clutches of the dark force. He recalled the days spent fighting alongside Chen and his comrades, feeling a powerful surge of strength emanating from within. Ultimately, with the support and encouragement of his teammates, Brian successfully liberated himself from the dark influence, regaining his consciousness. He gazed at Chen and the others with deep gratitude and admiration. Thank you all. Without your assistance, I might have been forever ensnared by the shadows. His voice brimmed with emotion. Now, let us unite to vanquish this malevolent force and safeguard our world. The teammates rallied in support, standing united as they resumed their battle against the possessing power. This time, they were imbued with greater resolve and courage, understanding that only through unity and effort could they conquer the darkness and preserve the peace and tranquility of their world. Amidst the fierce conflict, they overcame numerous challenges, ultimately triumphing over the possessed force and safeguarding global harmony. Brian and his companions fought side by side, collectively achieving this arduous victory and bringing justice and righteousness to society. After the battle subsided, Chen and his teammates felt a profound sense of fulfillment, aware that their endeavors had been duly rewarded. They resolved to continue their fight, defending this world until the very last moment. After numerous confrontations, the true identity of the antagonist was finally revealed. It was Chen himself. As the battle raged on, the dark force gradually unveiled its true nature. Following an intense confrontation, the mask of the dark power was finally torn away, leaving everyone astonished to discover that the source of this malevolence was none other than Chen. How can this be? Alice gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief as she beheld the unfolding scene. Chen, what on earth are you doing? Count Roland's voice was laden with shock and disappointment, struggling to accept the reality before him. Chen's gaze turned cold and inscrutable, a sinister smile gracing his features. Ha ha ha, you have all been deceived. I anticipated that someone would unveil my true identity. How despicable! Brian shouted with fury. You are the very culprit we have been pursuing. How shameful. Indeed. I am the villain you have relentlessly sought, Chen replied with a tone steeped in mockery. I have grown weary of being shackled by the chains of justice. I shall prove my strength and seize control of this world. Anger and indignation surged within the hearts of the onlookers upon hearing his words. They had once placed their trust in Chen, only to discover he was a traitor, a maniac relentlessly pursuing power by any means necessary. You are a traitor, unworthy of the title of hero. Alice's voice was filled with rage and disdain. Your actions not only betray us, but also the very fabric of society. Silence. Chen's voice thundered with wrath and authority. I am the sovereign of this world, and I shall make all bow before me. As the multitude faced the ominous threat posed by Chen, their hearts brimmed with unwavering resolve and courage. They understood that, despite the formidable adversary before them, they would never yield. They would persist in their struggle to defend justice until the final moment. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately succeeded in subduing Chen, bringing him to justice. His nefarious schemes were thoroughly unveiled, and he was led to the gallows of righteousness to atone for his transgressions. However, although Chen's plot was dismantled, the battle was far from over. The people recognized the necessity of continuing their efforts to safeguard this world until the very end. Chen expressed to her that his true intention was to enlist her in a joint rule over the British Empire on which the sun never sets. Upon hearing Chen's words, Alice was filled with indignation and disdain. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe I would betray justice and the beliefs we have upheld all this time? Chen's gaze grew colder and more cunning. I am aware of your immense potential and capability. Together, we could dominate this world and rule all. Chapter 127. They were willing to sacrifice everything at that moment. A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed, followed by the swift appearance of a figure racing towards the exit of the dark passage. Quick, seize him, Chen shouted. And they immediately pursued. At the end of the passage, they spotted a figure fleeing at breakneck speed, the very antagonist they had been pursuing, Chen, wielding what appeared to be a mysterious artifact, seemingly his last line of defense. Chen and Brian quickened their pace in an attempt to overtake him, their hearts filled with determination and resolve, knowing that only by bringing this cunning villain to justice could they truly conclude the conspiracy surrounding the arcane sorcery case. The dark passage resonated with tension and fierce pursuit, each step fraught with life and death trials. Chen and Brian navigated through the shadows, ever ready to confront potential dangers. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, Chen and Brian successfully apprehended the villainous Chen, ensuring justice was served to society. Following the conclusion of the chase, Chen, Brian, and Count Roland were imbued with a profound sense of achievement and fulfillment. They recognized that, despite the arduous nature of this pursuit, their teamwork and relentless perseverance had culminated in victory. They resolved to continue their battle, safeguarding this world until the final moment. Within the confines of a warehouse, Chen discovered a civilian possessed by the very antagonist. In a corner of the warehouse, Chen and his team encountered a citizen ensnared by the villainous Chen. The citizen's gaze was vacant, exuding an eerie aura, clearly under the control of the malevolent Chen. Chen approached, attempting to communicate with the bewildered individual. "Listen to me, you are under control. We are here to assist you." Yet, the citizen's reaction was unexpectedly volatile, suddenly exhibiting astonishing strength in an attempt to break free from Chen's grasp. A fierce struggle ensued, compelling Chen to employ his superhuman abilities to counter the onslaught. Brian and the other team members joined the fray, united in their effort to combat the possessed citizen. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity, the scene descending into utter chaos. Yet, Chen and his team maintained their composure and vigilance, exerting every effort to confront their adversaries. At last, after a fierce struggle, they successfully subdued the controlled citizens and escorted them away from the warehouse. Although this confrontation was arduous, they ultimately triumphed, saving the lives of those under duress. Nevertheless, they understood that this was merely the inception of a larger conflict. They must persist in their endeavors to prevent similar incidents from recurring. Chen and his team resolved to conduct a thorough investigation to unearth the true masterminds behind the events, ensuring societal safety and stability. Continuing their search within the warehouse, Chen and his team sought additional clues and evidence. They meticulously examined every nook and cranny, striving to unveil the truth concealed in shadows. During their investigation, they stumbled upon a cache of items controlled by the villainous Chen, including a collection of enigmatic charms and magical artifacts. These objects emanated an aura of malevolence, instilling a chill in their hearts. It appeared that the villain's influence was far greater than they had anticipated. Chen furrowed his brow, acutely aware that a more terrifying conspiracy might be lurking beneath the surface. The team members expressed their apprehension, recognizing that this case was likely far more intricate and perilous than they had initially believed. However, they did not waver. Instead, they were resolute in their determination to delve deeper into the investigation until the truth behind this arcane case was unveiled. After an intense search, they finally discovered a pivotal document detailing the villain's myriad crimes and schemes. This document became crucial evidence in solving the case, aiding them in revealing the truth and putting an end to the conspiracy surrounding the mysterious sorcery. Chen and his team were determined to submit this critical document to the local judicial authorities, ensuring that justice would be served and reparation made for the victims. They understood that, despite the formidable challenges ahead, as long as they remained united and persevered, victory would ultimately be theirs. During the confrontation, Brian fell victim to possession. In his engagement with the controlled citizens, Brian exhibited remarkable courage and skill, working seamlessly with his teammates to fend off the onslaught. However, as the battle reached a pivotal moment, a powerful dark force surged into Brian's body, causing his gaze to become vacant, enveloping him in shadows. "Brian, what has happened to you?" Chen exclaimed anxiously, quickly realizing that Brian had been possessed. Brian's voice transformed into a low, eerie tone as he turned against his allies. "Ha ha ha, foolish humans, your efforts are in vain. I am now under the dominion of dark forces, no longer the Brian you once knew." Upon hearing Chen's words, Alice's heart cleared. She comprehended the true purpose of Chen's previous appeal for her assistance. He sought to exploit her aid to buy time for his greater machinations. "You are a despicable and shameless individual," Alice retorted coldly. "Do you think I would be swayed by your sweet words? I will never betray justice or our beliefs alongside you." Chen smirked, his eyes glinting with a hint of malevolence. "You may choose to stand in opposition to me, yet that would be a grave miscalculation on your part. I shall never betray my convictions, nor shall I allow you to prevail," Alice declared resolutely. Following this exchange, Alice's determination grew even stronger. She understood that she must persist in her struggle against Chen and his malevolent forces until they were utterly vanquished. Safeguarding the sanctity of justice, Alice united with her allies, engaging in a relentless battle. They ceaselessly searched and scouted, striving to unveil Chen's sinister machinations and thwart his nefarious plans. Meanwhile, Chen, unyielding in his ambition, mobilized all available resources to obliterate Alice and her companions. He dispatched his minions to execute various acts of sabotage and assault, aiming to diminish Alice's strength. In their numerous confrontations, Alice and her allies exhibited remarkable resilience and courage. They fought valiantly, undeterred by peril, willing to sacrifice everything in defense of justice. However, Chen's power continued to swell, and his schemes grew increasingly clandestine. Alice recognized that she must intensify her efforts to defeat this malevolent force and preserve societal justice and tranquility. In this fierce confrontation between good and evil, Alice and her allies made profound sacrifices, relentlessly charging forward, fearlessly contending against the forces of darkness until the final moment. Chapter 128. The quest to uncover a mysterious power. Su Chen's ulterior motive was to dismantle the British Empire upon which the sun never sets and to disrupt the sacred timeline. Amidst the intense conflict between justice and malevolence, Alice and her allies uncovered a deeper truth. They gradually peeled back the layers of Su Chen's grander conspiracy, revealing his true aim, to shatter the British Empire and alter the course of history. He seeks to disrupt the sacred timeline? Upon hearing this revelation, a wave of indescribable shock surged within Alice. Such an act was sheer madness. Indeed, Su Chen's objective is to plunge the world into chaos and destruction. Count Roland stated gravely. He desires to rewrite history and seize control over all. Alice's gaze turned resolute and unwavering. We cannot allow him to succeed. We must stop him, no matter the cost. Thus, Alice and her allies resolved to intensify their efforts, continuing to track and confront Su Chen's forces. They delved into investigations, seeking Su Chen's vulnerabilities and hiding places, aiming to obliterate his schemes in one decisive blow. In their repeated endeavors, they faced Su Chen's challenges and obstructions. His underlings exhibited astonishing loyalty and strength, presenting formidable pressure and trials for Alice and her companions. This is the time of Fender. A surge of anger welled up within Su Chen. We must thwart him. Just then, Longwa suddenly issued a warning. Su Chen, be cautious. Someone approaches. Her voice brimmed with tension. Su Chen immediately became vigilant, scanning his surroundings, yet detected no suspicious movements. Are you certain? He inquired. Indeed, I can sense their presence. Longwa replied, her expression grave. We must be prepared, ready to strike at any moment. The two swiftly readied themselves for battle, anxiously awaiting the imminent arrival of their adversaries. Their emotions were fraught with tension and anxiety, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering resolve and courage. Upon arriving at the local supermarket warehouse, Brian insisted on partnering with Su Chen as they split up to search the premises, alongside Alice and Count Roland. Su Chen and his team successfully unraveled the enigmatic case of dark sorcery, bringing the nefarious Su Chen to justice. However, they understood that this was merely the commencement of a victorious journey. Vigilance was essential to prevent the recurrence of such incidents. Continuing their thorough investigation, they discovered that the antagonist Su Chen had previously been sighted at the local supermarket warehouse. They promptly resolved to visit the warehouse in pursuit of further clues. As they entered the dim and damp environment, an eerie chill enveloped them. Su Chen, Alice, and Count Roland directed their team to commence the search, cautiously navigating between the shelves in hopes of uncovering potential leads. Suddenly, Brian, a young and astute member of the team, approached Su Chen. Su Chen, I wish to accompany you, he said, his voice low yet resolute, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. Su Chen turned to Brian and nodded. Very well. We shall proceed together. The two moved in sync, embarking on their quest for clues within the warehouse. Brian's gaze was sharp and perceptive. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, seeking any possible hints. Su Chen, I have discovered a suspicious area, Brian's voice called out, prompting Su Chen to hurry over. He pointed to a corner where an array of seemingly ordinary goods lay stacked, yet something felt amiss. The items were arranged too meticulously, almost devoid of dust, as if frequently disturbed. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen recognized this could be a hiding spot for the villainous Su Chen. We must examine this closely. The two began to investigate the corner, moving aside the goods and scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes caught sight of what appeared to be an ordinary wall. But upon closer inspection, he discerned a concealed button. There is a mechanism here, Su Chen murmured, pressing the button. With a soft click, the wall silently swung open, revealing a hidden passageway. Su Chen and Brian stepped inside, poised to unveil the secrets concealed within the dark corridor. The passage was dim and damp, imbued with an air of mystery. They tread carefully through the shadows, their steps light and their senses alert for potential peril. After traversing a distance, they arrived at a spacious yet dimly lit basement, uncovering a vast and enigmatic laboratory. The chamber was filled with an array of instruments and apparatus, all exuding an aura of intrigue. This must be the lair of the villainous Su Chen declared, his voice laced with vigilance and determination as they prepared to delve deeper into the enigmatic laboratory. Brian closely followed Su Chen, his eyes reflecting a steadfast resolve. They were acutely aware that this investigation would be fraught with peril and challenges, yet they felt prepared to confront any adversity. Reluctantly, Count Roland acquiesced to the responsibility of supervising the cunning individual. As he observed Su Chen and Brian enter the dark passageway, he recognized the necessity of overseeing this sly character. Although a sense of resignation lingered in his heart, he understood that such measures were imperative. Count Roland commanded his team to remain vigilant at the periphery while he cautiously followed Su Chen and Brian into the shadowy corridor. The atmosphere of the passage was ominous, and they navigated its depths, gradually approaching the location of the laboratory. Each step was imbued with tension and anticipation, as they remained oblivious to the scenes that awaited them within the lab. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the laboratory, where a faint, foul odor assailed their senses. Count Roland furrowed his brow, aware that a dreadful secret might be concealed within. Chen and Brian exchanged a knowing nod, indicating that Count Roland should remain at the entrance to keep watch while they stealthily entered the laboratory. Inside, the space was dim and damp, with an array of instruments and equipment meticulously arranged, all shrouded in an eerie stillness. Chen and Brian cautiously explored every corner, seeking clues regarding the whereabouts of the antagonist, Chen. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a workbench laden with numerous vials and experimental apparatus. On the table lay a tattered notebook, chronicling various experimental data and observations. Chen meticulously examined the contents of the notebook, uncovering some startling revelations. The data indicated that the antagonist, Chen, was conducting a series of human experiments in pursuit of some enigmatic power. Brian, his brow furrowed in concern, surveyed the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Acutely aware of the potential dangers that lurked within the laboratory, he understood that this place was rife with uncertainty and peril, necessitating their utmost caution. In Chapter 129, titled Irresistible Temptation, Chen quietly sifted through his files in the archives, perusing the pages that chronicled his past. The documents detailed his growth, training, and a series of missions and events in which he had participated. Each page represented a fragment of his life, yet at that moment, the coldness of the records evoked a sense of inexplicable oppression. These documents are so merciless, Chen murmured to himself, his fingers grazing the words inscribed upon the pages. Feeling the weight of those memories, Longu observed Chen, her heart filled with empathy. She understood that everyone's past bears a multitude of memories, some beautiful, others painful, and these recollections inevitably resurface at times, stirring the most tender emotions within. Chen, are you all right? Longu approached him and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Chen lifted his gaze, striving to infuse his voice with confidence. I'm fine, he asserted, though the slight tremor in his voice betrayed the turmoil within. The two quietly approached the cave entrance, their bodies tense and poised for any impending challenges. They cautiously traversed the darkness of the cave, their steps unsteady, yet their hearts brimming with resolve and courage. At the end of the cave, they stumbled upon a vast subterranean chamber, steeped in an aura of mystery and eeriness. In the dim light, they beheld the antagonist, Chen, standing resolutely, flanked by a throng of individuals under his sinister control. At last, I have found you. Chen's voice resonated coldly yet firmly, his gaze glinting with unwavering resolve. The villain scoffed. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? How naive you are. A surge of indignation and determination ignited within Chen and Alice, compelling them to unveil the truth and thwart the villain's nefarious schemes. They fixed their gaze upon the adversary, their posture straightened, as if they were transforming into invincible warriors. We shall not permit you to continue harming the innocent, Alice declared, her voice imbued with conviction and strength, brandishing her weapon, ready to embrace the challenge of battle. The confrontation was imminent, as Chen and Alice engaged the antagonist in a fierce clash. Their figures intertwined within the underground space, each strike resonating with strength and determination. You will never be able to stop me. The villain's voice dripped with derision and arrogance, as he unleashed formidable sorcery, striving to vanquish Chen and Alice. Yet, they did not falter, deftly evading his assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Their synergy reflected their steadfast will and unwavering belief. Ultimately, after an intense skirmish, Chen and Alice triumphed over the antagonist, liberating those ensnared by his influence. They entrusted the villain to the local guards and unveiled the existence of this clandestine organization, thwarting their sinister plot. Following this climactic battle, a profound sense of achievement and fulfillment enveloped Chen and Alice. They understood that although this victory might merely represent a temporary triumph, they had contributed to the peace and safety of the world. They were resolved to continue their fight, safeguarding this realm until the very last moment. Count Roland, the judge, sought a contingent of support, and together they proceeded to the scene of the incident. After vanquishing the antagonist, Chen and Alice recognized the necessity for additional assistance to navigate this intricate case. They resolved to request support from Count Roland, organizing a team to thoroughly address this mysterious sorcery affair. Arriving at Count Roland's estate, Chen and Alice meticulously recounted their prior investigations and combat experiences. Count Roland, a judge of considerable wisdom and experience, fully grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly consented to provide support, pledging to personally lead the operation. We must hasten to the scene and uncover the truth to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Count Roland's voice was solemn and resolute, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Chen and Alice. Grateful, Chen and Alice nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that with Count Roland's backing, they would be better equipped to confront the case. The group swiftly set forth towards the site of the incident, traversing a vast expanse of wilderness, where the wind stirred the grass, seemingly whispering untold stories. Upon arriving at the location, they immediately commenced their investigation. Count Roland led his team in a meticulous search of every nook and cranny, seeking possible clues and evidence. We must swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the villain Chen. Furrowing his brow, Chen scanned the surroundings, attempting to discern any trace of indication. Meanwhile, Alice diligently examined the markings on the ground, striving to uncover any potential leads. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a familiar imprint. Come quickly. Alice urgently beckoned Chen and Count Roland, pointing to a mark on the ground. Chen and Count Roland approached, scrutinizing the traces on the earth. They discovered peculiar markings, seemingly deliberately wiped clean, an apparent attempt to conceal some secret. These signs appeared decidedly unusual. Count Roland furrowed his brow, sensing they were drawing closer to the truth. They followed the traces to a secluded valley, revealing a hidden base within a cave. The base was replete with various equipment and symbols, exuding an air of mystery. This must be where the villain Chen is hiding. Chen's voice was laced with conviction and determination as they prepared to resolve the case once and for all. The team swiftly sprang into action, commencing their search around the base. They cautiously explored every corner, bracing themselves for potential challenges. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air as a group of individuals, manipulated by the villain Chen, emerged, igniting a fierce battle. Chen and Alice promptly rallied their team to confront them, their figures darting through the valley, each strike infused with strength and resolve. After an intense confrontation, Chen and his team successfully vanquished the henchmen of the villain Chen, liberating those under his control. Ultimately, they apprehended the villain himself, bringing him to justice and restoring order to society. Following the conclusion of this operation, Chen, Alice, and Count Roland were filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. They recognized that, despite the arduous nature of the battle, their teamwork and relentless effort had triumphed in the end. They resolved to continue their fight, safeguarding this world until the very last moment. Chapter 130. Perhaps this is where he hides. I have come to seek your assistance, the stranger said. I have a friend whose child has recently exhibited strange behaviors, as if controlled by some malevolent force. Chen and Alice exchanged a glance, realizing that this was likely connected to their previous encounters. Please, share more details with us. Chen's tone grew serious. The stranger began recounting the peculiar circumstances of his friend's child, detailing their erratic actions and mysterious symptoms. Chen and Alice listened intently, endeavoring to uncover the threads of clues within the narrative. It seems we are faced with yet another enigma to unravel. Chen inhaled deeply, resolved to uncover the truth behind it all. Alice tightened her grip on her weapon. We must act swiftly to prevent further harm to any children. The two resolved to promptly proceed to the location indicated by the stranger, determined to investigate the truth of this incident. They were acutely aware that time was of the essence in resolving such a crisis, and they could not allow any more innocents to suffer. Suddenly, an epiphany struck as they compared the apocalyptic timeline with the occurrences of the enigmatic sorcery cases. Chen and Alice hastened to the location indicated by the stranger, their hearts brimming with anxiety and vigilance. They treaded carefully, observing their surroundings with caution, ever wary of potential dangers. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered a dimly lit alley where an unassuming building lay hidden in the shadows. The stranger pointed and said, "It is there. My friend's child is trapped inside." Without hesitation, Chen and Alice entered the building, a chilling aura enveloping them. They meticulously explored every corner, seeking possible clues. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, prompting Chen and Alice to quicken their pace toward the source of the sound. They arrived in a dim room, where a young child was ensconced in a mysterious glow, seemingly ensnared by an unseen force. The child's eyes reflected helplessness and terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Quick! We must save him, Chen declared, striding towards the child in an attempt to free him from his bindings. Alice followed closely, weapon drawn, prepared to confront any imminent threats. At that moment, a dark figure materialized in the corner of the room, emerging stealthily from the shadows. Who are you? Chen's voice was laced with caution and foreboding as he fixated on the shadowy figure. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a familiar face, the very antagonist they had pursued earlier. It seems we meet again, the villainous Chen sneered, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. A sense of foreboding surged within Chen and Alice. They understood that this confrontation would be far more arduous and perilous than they had anticipated. What do you want? Chen's tone was cold and resolute, his gaze locked onto the villain. I am merely following my instincts, the villainous Chen retorted mockingly. Do you truly believe you can thwart this? You are exceedingly naive. Chen furrowed his brow. What are you implying? A cruel smile curled upon the villain's lips. Have you not realized? The timeline of the apocalypse parallels that of these mysterious sorcery cases in a most astonishing manner. Chen and Alice exchanged glances, an illumination dawning upon them as they recalled the various clues they had previously investigated. Everything seemed to connect. Are you suggesting there exists a correlation between the apocalypse and the timing of these arcane incidents? Chen's tone was tinged with tension. The villainous Su Chen nodded. Indeed. You have finally grasped it. Moreover, I can assure you that all of this is intricately linked to me. A surge of anger and determination welled up within Su Chen and Alice. They were resolute in their commitment to uncover the truth and thwart the villain's nefarious scheme. However, they were acutely aware that this would be an even more arduous and perilous battle, and they must be prepared to confront every challenge. Ultimately, they discovered a highly probable hiding place of the villain Su Chen, located in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, ravaged by a hurricane in the year 2050. A fierce determination ignited within Su Chen and Alice. They resolved to journey to the Eastern Dragon Kingdom in 2050 to seek out the villain's likely refuge. According to their investigations and analyses, a devastating hurricane had struck there, rendering it an ideal location for Su Chen to conceal himself. As they traversed time and space, they arrived in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, and upon setting foot on this land, they were enveloped by an overwhelming aura. The remnants of the hurricane lingered, with ruins and shattered buildings scattered about, creating a scene of desolation and decay. The devastation wrought by the hurricane was evident. Alice surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowed in concern. Su Chen's expression grew grave. We must proceed with caution, for the villain Su Chen may already be concealed within this chaotic environment. The two began to meticulously search every corner for possible clues and hideouts. The ruins were fraught with various dangers and traps, and they had to remain vigilant to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze caught sight of an entrance obscured by debris in the distance, and he immediately signaled for Alice to follow his lead. There lay a cave, perhaps his hiding place. Su Chen whispered, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to respond at a moment's notice. The past was behind them, the Dragon Kingdom gently asserted. What mattered was their present and future actions. At that moment, a faint rustling emanated from outside. Su Chen and the Dragon Kingdom instantly assumed a state of readiness, their eyes sharply fixed on the doorway. The door creaked open, revealing a figure before them. It was none other than Alice. Her eyes radiated resolve and determination. Su Chen, I will not allow you to succeed. Alice's voice was icy, her hand clutching a sword that shimmered with brilliance. Su Chen smirked. You have come, but this time, you cannot thwart me. Before he could finish his sentence, the three engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a peculiar document appeared before him. It was a classified folder, distinct from the other files. He reached for the folder and, upon opening it, found it filled with intelligence concerning special missions of the British Empire, often referred to as the empire on which the sun never sets. What is this? Curiosity surged within Su Chen as he began to peruse the contents of the folder. The two focused intently on the information contained within, seeking any clues that could aid them. Chapter 131. A hint of anxiety flickered in the Dragon Kingdom's eyes as she approached, scrutinizing the materials in the folder. It appeared to contain classified intelligence. She furrowed her brow. Perhaps it could assist us in uncovering clues related to time crimes. The document chronicled numerous secret activities of the British Empire, including tasks associated with time travel and individuals with extraordinary abilities. Fearless and valiant, Su Chen adeptly wielded his powers, skillfully evading attacks while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Energy fluctuations swept through the chamber with unrestrained ferocity, shattering the mechanical devices affixed to the walls, while the air surrounding the altar crackled with electric sparks. Su Chen and Long Guo remained ever vigilant, their eyes fixed intently on every movement of the time offender, poised to retaliate at a moment's notice. You are exceedingly naive, echoed the voice of the time offender within the chamber. Before me, you are utterly powerless. I concur, Alice nodded, gripping her weapon tightly, prepared for any eventuality. Silently, the duo infiltrated the clandestine base, bearing witness to the various activities of the organization's members. They discerned that this group appeared to be researching a mysterious energy, attempting to harness it for an unspecified purpose. However, the specifics of their plans remained shrouded in an enigmatic veil. In an unfortunate turn of events, Su Chen and Alice were discovered by the organization's members. A fierce chase ensued, leading to a life-and-death struggle against their adversaries. Be cautious, Su Chen shouted, nimbly evading incoming attacks while countering fiercely. Alice, undeterred, wielded her weapon with skill, dispatching foes one by one. The two operated in close coordination, safeguarding one another as they endeavored to extricate themselves from this perilous predicament. After an intense confrontation, Su Chen and Alice ultimately managed to elude their pursuers. They returned to a place of safety and began to reflect on the findings of their investigation. This experience has deepened our understanding of the organization, Su Chen mused. Indeed. Yet we require further clues to fully unveil the truth of this conspiracy, Alice replied, her brow furrowed in seriousness. They resolved to continue their inquiry, seeking additional clues and evidence to expose the true nature of this enigmatic organization. Little did they know, this was merely the inception of a grander scheme, one that would present them with even more formidable challenges and trials. Consulting all recorded instances of apocalyptic events, Su Chen and Alice commenced their investigation into the times and locations of these occurrences. They delved into historical records and literary sources, searching for various potential leads. In an ancient library, they meticulously perused old tomes and maps, striving to find accounts related to the apocalyptic events. Within a time-worn manuscript, they unearthed a passage describing an ancient civilization, which alluded to several enigmatic locations and times. Look here, these places have all witnessed apocalyptic events. Su Chen pointed to the text within the manuscript, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What is the significance of these locations and times? Is there a connection among them? Alice inquired with curiosity. Su Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps these events are not isolated. They may be part of a grander conspiracy. We must delve deeper into the backstories of each apocalyptic incident to unveil the shroud of truth. The two decided to split up, each investigating the circumstances surrounding the various sites of apocalyptic events. Su Chen set forth to a desolate desert, where a catastrophic drought had once transpired. He meticulously observed the topography and vegetation of the desert, endeavoring to uncover clues related to the apocalyptic events. The environmental changes here appeared not to be of natural origin. Su Chen muttered softly to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the traces upon the ground. Meanwhile, Alice ventured into an abandoned city, once ravaged by a cataclysmic plague. She diligently searched every corner of the ruins, hoping to find any possible clues or signs of survivors. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the city's silence, prompting Alice to immediately rush towards the source of the sound. She discovered an injured survivor, besieged by a pack of ferocious beasts. "Help me, please," the survivor cried desperately, his body drenched in blood. Without hesitation, Alice charged at the beasts, wielding her weapon and engaging in a fierce struggle against them. Her movements were agile, each strike precise and powerful, driving the creatures back one by one. Through the combined efforts of Su Chen and Alice, the survivor was finally rescued, and they brought him to a safe place for treatment and recuperation. "Thank you. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I would have surely perished," the survivor expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks, we merely did our part," Su Chen replied with a smile that conveyed warmth. Alice held the survivor's hand tightly, reassuring him, "You are safe now. We will do everything in our power to investigate this matter and uncover the truth." This encounter further solidified Su Chen and Alice's resolve to unveil the truth behind the apocalyptic events. They would continue their thorough investigation, seeking more clues and evidence until the mystery was unraveled. The two conversed about the last encounter with the antagonist Su Chen and the mysterious sorcery he had employed on the children. During a brief respite at a quaint tavern, they sat together at a small table, savoring steaming cups of coffee while reflecting on their past experiences. "Do you recall our last pursuit of that villain, Su Chen?" he asked, taking a sip of his coffee, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. Alice nodded. "Of course, I remember. The mysterious sorcery he wielded still leaves a profound impression on me. Those children seemed to be under his spell." Su Chen sighed softly. "Indeed, at that time, I could not fully grasp the extent of his powers, but it now appears to be connected to his identity and origins." Alice furrowed her brow. "Where do you think he learned such sorcery?" Su Chen stared thoughtfully at his coffee cup, pondering. Perhaps he hails from a mysterious civilization or possesses an extraordinary lineage. Regardless, we must remain vigilant of his actions to prevent him from harming the innocent again. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stranger, an unassuming man who approached them with an air of urgency. "Are you Su Chen and Alice?" the stranger inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Su Chen and Alice exchanged glances before nodding in affirmation. "Is there something you need?" Su Chen asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 132, The Final Assault. Su Chen, a name that has sparked intrigue and speculation throughout the Marvel Universe. His origins shrouded in mystery, no one knows from whence he came. Some claim he is a descendant of celestial beings, while others believe he to be a legendary warrior from a distant planet. Yet, the truth remains elusive. Only time can unveil it. Unlike other superheroes, Su Chen is not widely recognized. He possesses no overt superpowers, nor does he don an ostentatious suit of armor. Instead, his strength lies deeply embedded within, manifesting as an innate intuition and insight. On an ordinary afternoon, Su Chen strolled through the bustling streets of Manhattan. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between towering skyscrapers, illuminating the unceasing flow of traffic. His gaze wandered over the throngs of pedestrians, as if in search of something elusive. Suddenly, his eyes settled upon the entrance of a modest CAF. A young woman stood there, cradling a cup of coffee, her expression one of bewilderment. Sensing her unease and confusion, Su Chen approached her. "Hello, is something troubling you?" he inquired with a warm smile. The woman looked up, startled. "Who are you? How did you know I was troubled?" "I am Su Chen, a friend willing to assist you," he replied, his voice gentle yet resolute. As she gazed into his eyes, an indescribable sense of reassurance washed over her. Thus, she began to share her woes, while Su Chen listened intently. In this fleeting encounter, an extraordinary bond formed between the two strangers. Chen understood that his fate would become intricately intertwined with that of the woman, named Alice. As time unfolded, the connection between Chen and Alice deepened. He discovered that Alice possessed a unique ability, one that enabled her to perceive the innermost emotions and thoughts of others. How do you do it? Chen asked, curiosity peaking within him. Alice pondered for a moment before softly responding, I'm not entirely sure. This ability has accompanied me since childhood. I can feel the emotions of others, and even hear the voices within their hearts. Chen contemplated silently, pondering the possibility that this ability might be linked to his own mysterious identity. Doubts about his origins and his purpose in this world began to surface. By a fortuitous turn of events, Chen uncovered a startling secret. He was not of Earth, but rather from a distant alien world. His parents were the rulers of that realm, and he himself had been sent to Earth as an envoy, tasked with seeking a power capable of saving his homeland. This revelation left Chen astonished, prompting him to reassess his identity and mission. He resolved to pursue the truth, searching for the key that would unravel this enigma. Together, Chen and Alice embarked on a journey fraught with challenges and peril. They traversed the cacophony of the city and ventured into remote wildernesses, seeking the threads of answers. However, they soon realized that the world was not as tranquil as they had envisioned. Dark forces, lurking in the shadows, were awakening, yearning to dominate and obliterate all. In a fierce confrontation with malevolent forces, Chen and Alice found themselves ensnared in perilous dangers. They were compelled to confront formidable adversaries, alongside their own inner fears and struggles. Yet, it was during these arduous moments that the trust and courage they harbored for one another underwent a profound trial. United in battle, they bravely resisted the encroaching darkness. Upon their return to the sunless British Empire, they resumed their investigation into the dossier. They uncovered further details, revealing a more extensive conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. During a clandestine meeting under the cover of night, they inadvertently stumbled upon a pivotal document that chronicled the existence of a mysterious organization, seemingly intertwined with the events detailed in the dossier. It appears we are drawing ever closer to the truth, Chen remarked, furrowing his brow, the document igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Who exactly is this organization? What are their intentions? Alice's voice trembled with concern. Gazing at her, Chen's eyes sparkled with resolve. Whoever they are, we cannot allow them to continue their reckless pursuits. We must expose their machinations to safeguard the peace and safety of the world. The duo resolved to delve deeper into their investigation, seeking more clues regarding this enigmatic organization. They traversed the city's streets, discreetly observing various suspicious activities. By chance, they uncovered a hidden underground base that appeared to be the organization's headquarters. We must tread carefully, ensuring our presence remains undetected, Chen whispered, a glimmer of vigilance in his gaze. Nevertheless, Chen and Long Guo were undaunted, bravely resisting and relentlessly searching for weaknesses. The onslaught of temporal assailants intensified, yet they persevered, determined to put an end to this malevolent force once and for all. The battle raged on, and as the strength of the temporal assailant waned, his form began to weaken. Seizing the moment, Chen and Long Guo tightened their grip on the opportunity and launched a final assault. A lightning bolt of brilliance streaked across the chamber, causing the temporal assailant's figure to vanish into the darkness. His conspiracy utterly thwarted. The clash within the chamber, accompanied by a surge of energy, sent tremors through the very fabric of time. An electric aroma permeated the air as Chen and Long Guo's silhouettes flickered amidst the energy waves, their struggle reaching a fever pitch. You are engaged in a futile struggle. The voice of the temporal assailant reverberated amidst the energy fluctuations. You shall never stop me. The arrival of doomsday is inevitable. We shall never surrender, Long Guo proclaimed, his chest heaving as he gritted his teeth. Your transgressions must face justice, Chen observed coldly, his form flickering like a specter, ever poised to exploit the temporal assailant's vulnerabilities. Do you believe you can evade responsibility? Your actions will bear consequences. The laughter of the temporal assailant echoed throughout the chamber, his figure warping amidst the energy flux. You are truly laughable. Before me, you are but a swarm of impotent ants. The battle grew increasingly fierce as the energy fluctuations caused by the time offender enveloped the entire chamber, rendering Chen and Long Guo nearly breathless. They exerted every ounce of their strength in an attempt to uncover the time offender's vulnerabilities. Yet his power far exceeded their expectations, leaving them in a state of profound frustration. Suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the chamber, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in Chen and Long Guo's eyes. They observed the time offender's figure becoming increasingly frail, seemingly losing control. Now is the moment, Long Guo exclaimed. We must defeat him in one decisive strike. Chen nodded, and the two of them synchronized their efforts, launching a final assault against the time offender. Their figures darted through the chamber like lightning, each attack precise and ferocious, rendering the time offender nearly defenseless. The time offender roared, his form twisting erratically. But against the combined onslaught of Chen and Long Guo, he could no longer maintain his stability. Ultimately, he was forced back to the edge of the chamber, unable to sustain his form any longer. The team intensified their attacks, unleashing more potent energy waves in an effort to subdue Chen. Their silhouettes traversed the battlefield, each movement imbued with determination and strength. Feeling the immense pressure from his adversaries, Chen's expression turned anxious. "I must complete my plan swiftly," he gritted through clenched teeth. However, Brian and his team remained undeterred, resolute in their mission to thwart Chen and safeguard the stability of the timeline. Their conflict grew more intense, each collision imbued with catastrophic force. In the distortion of time and space, Brian and Chen engaged in a final showdown. A battle that would dictate their fates was about to unfold. Before the sunless British Empire could arrive, Chen activated the portal and stepped through. His figure gradually vanished amidst the temporal distortions. When Brian and his team arrived, they could only behold a desolate factory, everything eerily silent. "He has already departed." Brian's voice brimmed with resignation. "We are too late." The faces of his team were etched with disappointment and despair. They had believed they could thwart Chen's nefarious scheme, only to find their efforts ultimately in vain. "We cannot give up," one team member declared with renewed vigor. "We must catch up to him and thwart his plans." Brian nodded, understanding that their utmost priority now was to track Chen's whereabouts. "We must find him, no matter the cost." They immediately commenced their search, scouring every corner of the city for any potential clues. The distortion of the timeline ignited their urgency, as they recognized that failure to locate Chen promptly would plunge the entire world into peril. On every street in the city, they questioned passersby, hoping to unearth any information about Chen. Yet, as time ticked away, they remained empty-handed. At last, in an abandoned warehouse district, they detected an unusual energy fluctuation, as if a mysterious portal had manifested there. "That must be Chen's portal," one team member exclaimed in astonishment. Brian's brow furrowed with intensity. He understood that they must enter the portal without delay in pursuit of Chen. Time was of the essence. They resolved to step into the portal immediately, heading towards the concealed location of Chen to thwart his nefarious scheme. The space within the portal warped around them, and they felt a formidable pull drawing them in. A wave of dizziness engulfed them, and their surroundings abruptly transformed. As they regained their footing, they found themselves in an unfamiliar and enigmatic realm. They stood in a desolate desert, surrounded by dunes and rocks. "Where on earth are we?" one team member exclaimed in astonishment. Brian surveyed the area, acutely aware of a malevolent presence permeating the air. "We have arrived in an unknown world. Chen is nearby," he stated, his voice laced with caution. They were resolute in their mission to locate Chen, halt his wicked designs, and safeguard the security of this realm. An even more thrilling adventure was about to unfold in this strange and perilous desert. Chen hesitated momentarily before stepping into the portal as Count Roland approached. His heart was a tumult of conflict. He recognized that his plans had reached a critical juncture. Yet he felt an unsettling fear and anxiety at the sight of Count Roland's arrival. "What should I do?" he pondered, torn between the urgency to act and the uncertainty of whether now was the right moment to enter the portal. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence, as Count Roland and a cadre of team members arrived. "Chen, what on earth are you doing here?" Count Roland's voice resonated with gravity and warning. "Your sinister plot has been exposed. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Chen fell silent for a moment, acutely aware that the veil of secrecy had been lifted. "I must act swiftly," he resolved internally. He turned towards the portal, preparing to flee. However, at that moment, a team member abruptly blocked his path. "You cannot leave." The team member's voice was filled with indignation and discontent. "You must answer for your crimes." Chen's brow knitted in frustration. He recognized he was in a precarious position. "I cannot remain here any longer," he declared, his tone steeped in helplessness and fury. Count Roland stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a serious light. "You must confront your actions," he insisted, his voice cold and firm, "or you shall never escape the pursuit of justice." A surge of anger and despair welled up within Chen. He felt cornered and trapped. "I will not let you succeed," he hissed through clenched teeth. Just then, the portal erupted with brilliant light, and a powerful force drew Chen into its depths. His form gradually faded within the radiance, ultimately vanishing entirely on the other side of the portal. Count Roland and the team exchanged glances, fully aware that this struggle was far from over. They must track Chen's whereabouts, thwart his wicked plans, and ensure the safety of their world. Thus, they resolved to immediately enter the portal and venture to the concealed location of Chen, igniting a more intense pursuit. Brian remained undaunted, uniting with his comrades, resolute in bringing Chen to justice. "We must thwart him, regardless of the cost." During the tumultuous battle, the distortion of the timeline grew increasingly pronounced, and the surroundings became ever more bizarre and chaotic. Brian and his team struggled valiantly against Chen's onslaught, striving to maintain the stability of the timeline. "We must accelerate our offensive." Brian's voice was laced with urgency. "We must defeat him swiftly, or the timeline will collapse entirely." Chapter 134. You could never achieve this. Suddenly, He sensed a faint fluctuation emanating from a part of Su Chen's body. A spark of realization ignited within him. He had discovered Su Chen's vulnerability. I found it. Brian's voice resonated with conviction. I shall defeat you and safeguard this world. Su Chen chuckled derisively, doubting Brian's capacity to exploit his weakness. You? You could never achieve this. Determined to prove his mettle, Brian summoned all his energy, launching the most formidable assault against Su Chen. In the heat of the confrontation, Brian transformed into a radiant beam, propelling himself towards Su Chen. Each strike he delivered bore boundless strength, compelling Su Chen to exert every ounce of his power in defense. Feeling the immense pressure from Brian, Su Chen recognized he must give his all, lest he succumb to defeat. What do you desire? He gritted through clenched teeth. Brian gazed coldly at Su Chen. What I seek is justice. I strive to protect this world from the clutches of evil. His voice was imbued with resolve and determination. Through Brian's relentless efforts, cracks began to appear in Su Chen's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Brian launched his final strike. Now it ends. Brian's voice thundered with strength and conviction as he directed his most potent attack towards Su Chen's vulnerability. Su Chen felt the force of Brian's energy, his body trembling in response. No, he bellowed, I cannot lose. Yet, Brian's assault was inexorable, his energy surging like a tempest, enveloping Su Chen in its fury. In the climactic blow, Su Chen emitted a heart-wrenching scream as his form began to disintegrate, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the air. Brian exhaled deeply, knowing he had triumphed over evil and safeguarded the world. However, Su Chen's true aim had been to dismantle the British Empire, shattering the sacred timeline. In the brutality of battle, Brian had ultimately vanquished his former friend, yet the joy of victory was overshadowed by a more profound dread. Su Chen's intentions were not to rule the empire, but to bring about its downfall, disrupting the sanctity of time itself. Panic surged within Brian as he realized that should Su Chen's plan succeed, chaos and destruction would engulf the entire world. We must stop him, he urged his companions anxiously. But how can we accomplish this? A young team member inquired. Su Chen is no longer here. We must locate him and thwart his nefarious scheme. Brian's voice resonated with unwavering determination. We cannot allow him to succeed. Thus, Brian and his team resolved to initiate a search operation, seeking any trace of Su Chen. They navigated through every corner of the city in pursuit of potential clues. Within an abandoned factory, they finally discerned Su Chen's whereabouts. Brian led his team into the factory, ready to bring Su Chen to justice. The air was thick with smoke, and under the dim light, Brian's keen eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for Su Chen's figure. Suddenly, a lightning-fast silhouette darted past, and Su Chen materialized before them. You have finally arrived. Su Chen's voice dripped with mockery. Alas, it is already too late. Brian clenched his fists tightly, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Your wicked plans shall not come to fruition. We will stop you. Su Chen sneered. You are utterly incapable of halting me. Everything is predetermined. I shall alter the fate of this world. Brian was resolute in his mission to bring Su Chen to justice and safeguard the world. No, you shall not prevail. We will thwart your malevolent plans, regardless of the cost. As the battle commenced, Su Chen unleashed a formidable wave of energy, launching a fierce assault on Brian and his team. They fought valiantly, transforming into embodiments of warriors, vowing to defeat Su Chen and protect the world. In the throes of the fierce confrontation, Brian felt every muscle in his body quiver violently. Yet his gaze remained steadfast. We cannot lose. His voice was filled with determination. We shall vanquish Su Chen and safeguard this world. The team members unleashed their attacks, their figures darting across the battlefield like lightning, emanating powerful energy waves. Su Chen sensed the formidable pressure from his adversaries, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. You lot possess such strength. However, due to Su Chen's actions, the timeline began to diverge. Amidst the intensity of the battle, time seemed to freeze, and every movement of Brian and his team appeared gravely solemn yet swift. Their forms flickered through the smoke, releasing dazzling energy waves. Engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Su Chen, suddenly, a potent energy wave radiated from Su Chen's body, shattering the tranquility of the battlefield. Brian's heart raced. He could feel the timeline beginning to fork, a realization dawning upon him that Su Chen's malevolent actions had severely impacted the entire timeline. What is happening? A team member asked in astonishment, as strange distortions and changes began to manifest around them. Brian's brow furrowed. He understood the situation had become perilously dire. Su Chen's objective is to fracture the timeline. We must stop him. His voice was laced with urgency and resolve. Su Chen sneered, you cannot possibly thwart me. Everything is already destined. Time criminal, your transgressions end here. Su Chen's voice resonated with the joy of triumph, as the one perpetually evading responsibility was finally to face the consequences of his actions. The figure of the time criminal gradually faded amidst the energy fluctuations, his voice echoing in the chamber. You shall never defeat me. Yet, His voice grew fainter, ultimately vanishing entirely within the energy's embrace. Standing at the center of the chamber, Su Chen and Long Guo appeared both solitary and resolute. They had achieved victory, yet this victory did not signify the end of their trials. The crises within the fabric of time and space remained, compelling them to persevere in safeguarding temporal harmony. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, seeking something that could aid Long Guo in understanding. His gaze eventually settled upon a vibrant array of fruit salad adorning the table, its colors vivid and enticing. Long Guo, come, try this, Su Chen beckoned, presenting a spoonful of the salad. Long Guo accepted the spoon, examining the fruit salad before him. He had never encountered such a dish, yet its colors and aromas invigorated his spirit. What is this? Long Guo inquired curiously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is fruit salad, Su Chen explained with a smile. It contains various fruits, such as strawberries, blueberries, pineapples, and more. Give it a try. It tastes delightful. After a brief hesitation, Long Guo cautiously scooped a spoonful of salad into his mouth. Instantly, his palate was flooded with the sweetness of the juices, a refreshing flavor blossoming on his tongue. Wow, this is delicious, Long Guo exclaimed in astonishment. I have never tasted anything like this before. Su Chen chuckled softly, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity for mutual understanding. The fruit salad, much like time and space, symbolized the myriad timelines, each fruit representing a distinct temporal thread, interwoven to create a rich tapestry of existence. A glimmer of realization flickered in Long Guo's eyes. So, each fruit symbolizes a timeline, and these timelines influence one another, contributing to the diversity of the entire continuum. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, just as we have recently vanquished the time criminal, who sought to disrupt the equilibrium of time and space, we united and ultimately triumphed over him. Long Guo pondered for a moment before breaking into a determined smile. I understand now. We must safeguard the diversity of time and space, ensuring that every timeline can coexist harmoniously. Su Chen beamed, gripping Long Guo's hand firmly. Precisely. It is our duty to protect the peace of time and space. Brian furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual energy emanating from Su Chen. Your energy feels strange. Who exactly are you? Suddenly, Su Chen's expression contorted, his gaze turning cold and cunning. Have you still not realized? I am the very villain you have been pursuing. Brian's heart sank. He had never anticipated that the antagonist would be their trusted companion. Su Chen, are you serious? Of course, I am, Su Chen's voice dripped with mockery. It is utterly foolish for you to have remained oblivious for so long. Brian was engulfed in a profound sense of disappointment and rage. He could scarcely fathom that he had been deceived by someone he had regarded as a friend. Why? Why would one resort to such treachery? Because this world is rife with hypocrisy and folly. Su Chen's voice grew increasingly cold. I am weary of all this. I shall reshape this world and render it better. Brian shouted in fury. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe you can manipulate this world at will? You will pay for your transgressions. In this heart-stopping confrontation, Brian realized that they faced not merely a villain, but a relentless and deranged adversary. He was resolute in his determination to thwart Su Chen at this critical juncture, to safeguard both this world and their friendship. However, Su Chen had succumbed to a tempest of rage and fervor, launching a ferocious assault against Brian. Amidst the fierce clash, their figures darted swiftly through the warehouse, unleashing the most potent waves of energy. You will all regret this. Su Chen's voice was imbued with wildness and fury. I shall make you witness my might. Brian understood that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the entire world. He must exert every effort to halt Su Chen at the final moment. Su Chen revealed his true intentions, expressing a desire to enlist her in ruling the sunless British Empire. In that struggle between despair and hope, Brian could scarcely believe his ears. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Su Chen, whom he had once considered a friend, his heart brimming with disbelief. What are you saying? Brian's voice was laced with astonishment. You wish to recruit me to govern this empire? Have you gone mad? Su Chen let out a cold laugh, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Do you think I jest? I am entirely serious. You should realize that together, we would be unstoppable. A surge of intense anger and revulsion welled up within Brian. You monster, do you think you can so easily manipulate the fates of others? Su Chen's gaze turned even more frigid. Fate? I care not for fate. What I desire is power and control. I wish to reshape this world. Brian felt an overwhelming indignation. He could not tolerate Su Chen's madness. You will never succeed. I will never obey your commands. In their confrontation, Brian was determined to defeat Su Chen and thwart his wicked schemes. He summoned all his strength, unleashing the most formidable waves of energy in a fierce assault against Su Chen. Su Chen did not relent. He too unleashed powerful energy waves, engaging Brian in a fierce struggle. The battlefield crackled with sparks and the clash of energies, each collision bearing destructive force. You foolish fool. Su Chen's voice dripped with mockery. Do you truly think you can stop me? You are utterly naive. Brian relentlessly unleashed his attacks, his form akin to a tempest, each strike imbued with boundless power. He was resolute in his intent to utterly vanquish Chen and protect this world. However, amidst the fierce confrontation, Brian suddenly felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending his body hurtling away. Brian, Chen's voice brimmed with pride, declaring, "You are destined to lose. Now, you must obey my commands, or perish by my hand." Brian struggled to rise, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute. "I would rather die than submit to you." The previous endeavor to delay time had been for this very moment. A surge of anger and despair coursed through Brian. He knew he had to devise a means to thwart Chen's nefarious plans. "I must find a way, or this world will plunge into darkness." He recalled the earlier attempt to buy time, and a spark ignited within him. "Indeed, that was the very purpose of my previous efforts." A firm conviction welled up in his heart as he resolved to seize this opportunity to uncover Chen's vulnerabilities. Brian summoned all his strength, striving to detect the energy fluctuations emanating from Chen. Observing Brian's actions, Chen scoffed, "Do you really think you can discern my weakness? You are utterly naive." Ignoring Chen's taunts, Brian maintained his focus, endeavoring to sense the energy waves surrounding Chen. "Chen, what is wrong?" Brian halted his assault, fixating on Chen's eyes. Chen turned his head, a flicker of something unusual in his gaze. "What? I am fine." Chapter 136, racing towards the destination. Chen nodded, realizing he must devise a strategy to rescue the civilians ensnared by the villain's control. "We must harness our powers to vanquish the antagonist and fundamentally break his hold." The two resolved to unite against the adversary, hoping to liberate the citizens from his grasp. They gathered the energy within their beings, preparing to unleash a formidable strike. Under their combined assault, the villain's controlling power began to wane, and the citizen's body gradually regained its freedom. His eyes grew clearer, and his expression softened. "Thank you," the citizen exclaimed, his voice rich with gratitude. "I am finally free." Chen and Brian exchanged faint smiles, knowing their efforts had not been in vain. "Now you must leave this place and safeguard yourself." The citizen nodded deeply, bowing before Chen and Brian, then hastily departed the warehouse. "We succeeded," Brian shouted with exhilaration. "We saved him." Chen felt immense relief. Their endeavors had borne fruit. "There is still much work ahead. We cannot let our guard down." The two resolved to continue their search of the warehouse, ensuring no other victims remained under the villain's control. They remained vigilant of their surroundings while seeking any potential clues. Deep within the warehouse, they stumbled upon a concealed chamber. The room was adorned with various strange symbols and markings, seemingly a site for dark rituals. "This place appears most unusual," Chen remarked, furrowing his brow. "We must proceed with caution." Brian surveyed the surroundings, striving to identify any signs of danger. In the midst of their confrontation, Brian found himself possessed, as Chen and Brian engaged in a fierce struggle against the villain. Every moment of the battle was imbued with sparks and tension, as their figures swiftly darted through the warehouse, unleashing formidable waves of energy. Chen transformed into a lightning bolt, rapidly traversing the battlefield, each strike infused with devastating power. His energy surged like a tempest, rendering the adversaries nearly defenseless. Meanwhile, Brian, with his resilient physique and precise strikes, engaged the foes in fierce combat. Each blow he delivered resonated with boundless strength, leaving the enemies unable to withstand his assault. However, amidst the intensity of the clash, a malevolent force suddenly enveloped Brian. His gaze turned hollow and vacant, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Brian." Chen's voice was fraught with urgency and concern. "Are you all right?" Brian found himself unable to command his own body, his consciousness fully subjugated by the villain. I cannot control myself." His voice was laced with panic and helplessness. A pang of anxiety gripped Chen. He realized he had to devise a means to rescue Brian. "You must resist his control. You cannot allow evil to seize your body." Brian struggled to fight back, but the sinister power had taken deep root, making it nearly impossible for him to extricate himself. I am trying, but I cannot." A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen's eyes. He was resolute in his mission to save Brian. "I will not allow you to be dominated by him." He concentrated all his energy, preparing to unleash a potent wave of power towards Brian. Feeling Chen's strength, Brian's body began to regain its freedom. With every ounce of effort, he endeavored to resist the malevolent force and reclaim his autonomy. With Chen's assistance, Brian finally broke free from the villain's grasp, his awareness returning. His eyes brightened with clarity, and his body ceased to tremble. "Thank you." Brian gazed at Chen with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I might have succumbed entirely to his control." Chen smiled faintly, understanding that Brian was a formidable warrior. "We are one. We shall never allow each other to be alone." The two joined forces once more, resolute in their determination to vanquish the villain and safeguard the world. They embodied the essence of justice, vowing to eradicate the forces of evil. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Chen and Brian exhibited extraordinary combat prowess and unparalleled courage. They were determined to defeat the villain and protect their realm. After numerous skirmishes, the true identity of the adversary was finally revealed. It was Chen himself. In the heat of battle, Chen and Brian engaged in a life-or-death struggle against the antagonist. Their silhouettes intertwined in the warehouse, each collision reverberating with destructive force, while the air crackled with tension and sparks. Brian's punches landed with the ferocity of a tempest. He relentlessly struck at the villain. Chen, with his agile form and precise attacks, sought to uncover any vulnerabilities in the foe, each strike executed with lethal accuracy. Yet, as the battle progressed, a peculiar sensation began to linger in Brian's mind. He sensed something amiss in Chen's movements, as if an unsettling discord was at play. In the Dragon Kingdom, while Chen harbored steadfast beliefs, Count Roland's subordinates were clandestinely devising a new conspiracy. Unwilling to accept defeat, they resolved to employ more cunning tactics against the Dragon Kingdom and Chen. Within a desolate, abandoned warehouse, Count Roland's followers convened in secret, clad in dark uniforms. Their faces bore expressions shrouded in foreboding, as if hinting at the impending plot. "Boss, we have just received intelligence that the Dragon Kingdom and Chen intend to venture to the Land of Doom," one subordinate whispered to Count Roland. Count Roland furrowed his brow. "The Land of Doom? What are they up to?" "We are uncertain, but it is said that extraordinary powers reside there. They may be seeking its secrets," another subordinate added. After pondering for a moment, Count Roland resolved to take action. "We cannot allow them to succeed. Dispatch someone to the Land of Doom at once to intercept and eliminate them." "Understood." The subordinates replied in unison, promptly dispersing to execute Count Roland's orders. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom and Chen had already embarked on their journey to the Land of Doom. They piloted a specially designed time-space vessel, traversing the fabric of time and space, racing toward their destination. The spacecraft cut through the cosmos, trailing flickering lights like bolts of lightning. The Dragon Kingdom gripped the controls with unwavering determination, fully aware of the mission's significance, leaving no room for negligence. "Chen, what secrets do you think the Land of Doom conceals?" the Dragon Kingdom inquired, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic locale. Chen contemplated for a moment before responding. "The Land of Doom represents the end of time and space, harboring the culmination of existence, potentially hiding boundless power and mysteries." Chapter 137. This individual has been possessed by the villain. We must tread carefully and not let our guard down. The Dragon Kingdom nodded, well aware of the dangers awaiting him and Chen. "We must exercise caution. We cannot allow any unforeseen events to transpire." Allied is a forgotten island of time, where colossal volcanic eruptions devastate the land every few hundred years. The Dragon Kingdom and Chen chose to come here, believing this rare moment could validate their theoretical views. As the volcano approached eruption, the island was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Black smoke billowed from the crater, and volcanic rocks tumbled down the slopes, heralding the impending apocalypse. Standing at the island's edge, the Dragon Kingdom and Chen gazed down at the unfolding scene. Chen pointed toward the distant volcano, declaring, "Dragon Kingdom, look. The volcano is on the brink of eruption, and this moment signifies the beginning of doom." The Dragon Kingdom fixed his gaze upon the crater, feeling an indescribable force surging forth. "This moment shall mark the end of time and space," he murmured softly. Suddenly, a violent earthquake shook the entire island. Rocks crumbled, and dust swirled in the air. The Dragon Kingdom and Chen struggled to maintain their footing against the tremor's force. "This is the arrival of doom." Chen's voice rang out clearly amidst the cacophony. Chen and Brian fell heavily to the ground, their bodies racked with pain. Struggling to their feet, they gazed at the crystal orb before them, their hearts brimming with anxiety and despair. "What is happening?" Chen gasped, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Sweat beaded on Brian's forehead as he endeavored to steady his emotions. "We must persevere. We cannot surrender now." The two encouraged one another, rising once more, prepared to continue the fight. They understood that, regardless of the challenges they faced, they must press on until the final moment. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the warehouse entrance. A person clad in a black cloak stepped inside, their gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. "It is Count Roland." Brian's voice was filled with anger and resentment. "He has returned." Reluctantly, Count Roland agreed. Standing at the warehouse threshold, he surveyed Chen and Brian with a detached expression. Dressed in a long black robe and obscured by a black mask, his features remained concealed, yet the aura of indifference and ruthlessness he exuded was palpable. "You are quite persistent." Count Roland's voice was low and hoarse. "I thought you had given up." "We will never surrender." Chen's voice resonated with determination. "Your scheme must be thwarted." Brian stood resolutely beside Chen, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Count Roland. "Your malevolent forces have wrought too much harm. We shall not allow you to wreak further havoc." Count Roland scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flitting through his eyes. "Do you truly believe you can stop me? How naive. Your plans have already failed. Abandon them." Chen replied fearlessly, "or it will only bring you greater calamity." Count Roland fell silent for a moment, finally exhaling a sigh. As if contemplating something, he recognized that his scheme had faltered. Persisting would only lead to further complications. Very well, I concede. Count Roland ultimately relented. But you must agree to one condition. Chen and Brian exchanged glances, acutely aware that Count Roland would not easily capitulate and that they must tread carefully. What condition? Chen inquired, a note of vigilance in his voice. Count Roland slowly approached them, his demeanor grave. You must promise me that you will no longer pursue me, nor impede my endeavors. Impossible, Brian retorted angrily. You have caused far too much damage. We will not let you escape. Chen stepped forward as well. We cannot acquiesce to your terms. You must pay for your crimes. Count Roland's brow furrowed slightly. He appeared taken aback by their resoluteness. You should know that I am not to be trifled with. We are aware, Chen replied coolly, yet you also know that we shall not retreat. In this chilling standoff, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The conflict between Count Roland and Chen, Brian intensified, as if an explosive confrontation could erupt at any moment. However, at this critical juncture, an unexpected voice suddenly resonated within the warehouse. Wait! A sudden voice interrupted their conversation, causing all three to look up in astonishment. A man clad in a formal suit emerged from the shadows of the warehouse, his expression infused with an air of seriousness and authority. I am the one responsible for overseeing this case, he introduced himself, and you three must adhere to my directives. Chen and Brian exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of surprise. They had not anticipated the involvement of a third party, and this individual's identity appeared to be quite exceptional. Who are you? Brian inquired warily. What is your role? The man smiled faintly, responding enigmatically. I am an operative specializing in supernatural occurrences. You may refer to me as codename Phantom. Within the warehouse, Chen discovered a citizen possessed by the antagonist. In a corner of the warehouse, Chen and Brian approached cautiously, endeavoring to grasp the situation. The citizen's gaze was vacant and dazed, his body trembling uncontrollably. His features were contorted, emanating a sinister aura that instilled unease. This individual has been possessed by the antagonist, Chen remarked with concern. We must swiftly liberate him from this control. Brian frowned, his eyes fixed intently on the afflicted citizen. This cannot continue. We must devise a means to rescue him. Chen gazed resolutely at the citizen, determined to free him from the antagonist's grasp. He stepped closer, his voice gentle yet firm. Listen to me. You must resist the antagonist's control and reclaim your consciousness. However, the citizen seemed entirely unresponsive to Chen's words. His eyes remaining hollow, devoid of reaction. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if fully subjugated by the antagonist. He has succumbed entirely to the antagonist's control, Brian grimaced. We need to find a way to shatter this hold. Chapter 138. Preparing for the final confrontation. Capture them, a subordinate shouted. We cannot allow them to destroy the crystal ball. Faced with the sudden onslaught of adversaries, Chen and Brian immediately readied themselves for battle, channeling their energies in preparation for the imminent challenge. We must not allow them to interfere, Chen declared resolutely, his eyes glinting with determination. Brian raised his weapon, positioning himself alongside Chen. We will not allow them to succeed. As the battle erupted, Chen and Brian swiftly countered the enemy's assaults. They coordinated seamlessly, repelling their foes with astonishing speed and precision. Chen, agile and nimble, evaded the attacks while unleashing powerful energy waves that sent adversaries flying. Each of his movements was imbued with force and velocity, rendering the opposition helpless. Meanwhile, Brian, with his formidable strength and pinpoint accuracy, incapacitated foes with devastating strikes, causing them to flee in terror. In the heat of battle, Chen and Brian exhibited extraordinary combat prowess and unparalleled courage, embodying the essence of justice and resolutely determined to vanquish the forces of evil. Yet, just as they believed the battle had reached its conclusion, a formidable surge of energy suddenly emanated from the depths of the warehouse, enveloping them completely. What could this possibly mean? Brian furrowed his brow, sensing the immense pressure exerted by the energy fluctuations. Chen gazed intently into the shadows of the warehouse, a hint of vigilance flickering in his eyes. The energy radiating from the crystal orb was intensifying, indicating that Count Roland was casting some form of magic. Brian tightened his grip on his weapon, declaring, We must destroy the crystal orb without delay, or the consequences could be dire. The two resolved to act immediately, only to discover that the orb was shielded by an impenetrable energy barrier, rendering them unable to approach it. This barrier is too powerful, Chen exclaimed, knitting his brow. We must devise a way to breach it. Brian scanned the surroundings, seeking any means to dismantle the barrier. Suddenly, he noticed a control panel affixed to the warehouse wall. Perhaps that control panel can deactivate the barrier, he suggested, pointing towards it. Chen nodded in agreement, and they both rushed towards the console. They worked swiftly, attempting to disable the barrier, but its energy only grew stronger, seemingly unconquerable. This barrier is too formidable, Sweat beaded on Su Chen's forehead. We need to amplify our energy output. After a moment of contemplation, Brian had a revelation. Perhaps we can combine our energies to increase our output. Su Chen nodded affirmatively, and they began to concentrate their energies. With eyes closed, they focused intently, striving to unite their powers. In the tense and charged atmosphere, the figures of Su Chen and Brian gradually became enveloped in a radiant light. Their energy surged, inching closer to the threshold needed to shatter the barrier. At last, a powerful wave of energy erupted from them, directed straight at the crystal orb. The orb emitted a piercing hum, and cracks began to appear in the barrier. "We have succeeded," Brian shouted, exhilaration evident in his voice. However, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, a sudden and powerful backlash struck, knocking them both to the ground. "What is happening?" Su Chen gasped, his body overwhelmed by an immense force. Brian struggled to rise, his expression grave. "The energy of the crystal orb is too potent. We must destroy it at once." Resolute, they vowed to persevere, aware that they bore the responsibility of confronting this cunning adversary. Despite the heavy fatigue weighing upon them, Su Chen and Brian rose with determination. They knew they had to eliminate the crystal orb swiftly, for the repercussions would be unimaginable. "We must press on," Su Chen urged, his body still trembling. Yet his gaze shone with unwavering resolve. Standing beside him, Brian took a deep breath, preparing to stand firm once more. "We cannot allow Count Roland to prevail." The two decided to once again consolidate their energies, aiming to shatter the barrier surrounding the crystal orb with renewed vigor. They gathered the energies around them, pouring forth their utmost efforts to unite in a formidable force. As they exerted themselves, the energy fluctuations within the warehouse grew increasingly potent. As if the very fabric of space were trembling, the barrier of the crystal sphere became ever more formidable, seemingly impervious to destruction. "This barrier is too obstinate." Su Chen swung his arms vigorously, striving to augment the output of their power. Brian, equally determined, was utterly exhausted, yet he remained undaunted. "We must persevere until we achieve success." In the tense atmosphere, the figures of Su Chen and Brian were enveloped by a radiant glow. Their energy surged, akin to two tempests wreaking havoc within the warehouse. At long last, amidst the surging waves of energy, cracks began to appear in the barrier of the crystal sphere. The two sensed the glimmer of victory, pouring forth even more energy in an attempt to obliterate this source. "We are close to triumph," Brian exclaimed with exhilaration, feeling the breath of victory tantalizingly near. However, just as they believed success was imminent, a sudden burst of dark energy erupted from the crystal sphere, casting them both aside with violent force. Long Gu furrowed his brow tightly, sensing the tremors of time and space, as if hinting at an irreversible fate. "We must act swiftly, otherwise, the very fabric of time and space shall collapse entirely." The two quickly deliberated a strategy, understanding that retreat was no longer an option. They must exert every effort to avert the impending doom. "What shall we do?" Long Gu inquired anxiously. Su Chen pondered for a moment before resolving on their next course of action. "We need to head to the volcano's mouth and locate the time vortex there. Only by sealing it can we prevent the complete disintegration of time and space." The two sprang into action, traversing fallen rocks and leaping over raging flames towards the volcano's mouth. At the edge of the crater, a powerful surge of temporal energy erupted, forming a massive vortex. Long Gu and Su Chen, undeterred by the imminent danger, approached the brink of the vortex, poised for the final confrontation. "Are you ready?" Su Chen asked, his gaze unwavering and fearless. Long Gu inhaled deeply and nodded. "Ready." Together, Long Gu and Su Chen leaped into the time vortex, swiftly engulfed by the endless currents of temporal chaos. They felt their bodies being pulled by the force of time and space, as if they were to be torn into countless fragments. Yet their resolve remained unyielding, their determination propelling them forward. Chapter 139. A smile from Brian. The storm of time and space within the vortex howled fiercely, ruthlessly annihilating everything in its vicinity. Long Gu and Su Chen found themselves amidst this turmoil, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of temporal forces. Their forms occasionally vanished into the swirling chaos, only to reappear, steadfastly supporting one another against the menacing threats emerging from the depths of time and space. "Long Gu, we must seal this time vortex." Su Chen's voice, though faint amidst the tempest, was resolute. "Indeed, we cannot allow the advent of doom." Long Gu's voice resonated through the temporal storm, as if answering Su Chen's call. The two pressed onward, navigating through the chaos of time, each step bringing them closer to their objective. They sensed the fluctuations of time, believing they had reached the very core of the time vortex. Suddenly, a powerful wave of temporal energy surged forth, propelling the two individuals several steps back. They struggled to regain their footing, their eyes fixed upon the astonishing sight before them. Before them loomed a colossal black hole, the very source of the temporal vortex. Within the black hole, the flow of temporal energy surged like a raging tide, imbued with boundless destructive force. "This is the origin of the temporal vortex." The voice of Long Guo resonated with gravity. "We must seal it." Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the black hole. The two shared an unspoken understanding and sprang into action, taking deep breaths in preparation for an unprecedented challenge. They were acutely aware that sealing this temporal vortex would entail confronting even more formidable temporal forces, potentially at the cost of their very lives. We cannot allow this portal to persist. Su Chen proclaimed with fervor, we must obliterate it. Strange nodded in agreement, focusing his mind to gather his magical energies. Meanwhile, Su Chen shielded him, thwarting the advances of Count Roland and the dark creatures. At last, Strange unleashed a powerful surge of magical energy, directing it straight toward the portal. The portal emitted a piercing hum, beginning to crumble. No. Count Roland roared in fury, you cannot thwart my plans. But it was already too late. The portal collapsed entirely, dissolving into a radiant light that vanished into thin air. The dark creatures disbanded as well, losing the strength that had sustained them. Count Roland beheld the scene with a visage of rage and despair. You will regret this. With that, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the depths of the cave, never to return. Su Chen and Strange exhaled in relief. They had successfully averted a monumental catastrophe. Yet, they understood this was merely the beginning, as they needed to continue safeguarding the world against the threats of malevolent forces. We have triumphed, Su Chen smiled. But the battle is far from over. Indeed, Strange nodded. We shall persist in defending this world until the very last moment. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their resolve to press on in the protection of peace and justice unwavering. They recognized that, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would face them with courage until the final moment. Upon arriving at the local supermarket warehouse, Brian insisted on accompanying Su Chen as they split up. After Count Roland's retreat, Su Chen and Strange resolved to track him down. They swiftly departed from the cave, making their way to the heart of the city. Near a supermarket, they discovered a damaged warehouse, suspecting it to be Roland's hideout. It seems this is his refuge. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. We must proceed with caution. Strange nodded, gazing at the battered warehouse door. We should act separately to avoid detection. I will approach from the other side. You investigate this side. Agreed, Su Chen replied. But we must remain in contact at all times. The two moved in unison, Su Chen infiltrating one side of the warehouse, while Strange quietly circled to the other. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, with only faint beams of light filtering through the damaged ceiling. Su Chen cautiously navigated his surroundings, each step imbued with vigilance. He sensed an ominous presence lurking nearby, hinting at an impending danger. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, prompting Su Chen to become instantly alert. He swiftly concealed himself behind a shelf, prepared to confront a potential adversary. Meanwhile, Strange was exploring from a different angle. His keen eyes scanned every nook and cranny, desperately seeking any trace of Count Roland. Abruptly, he detected a faint sound, reminiscent of movement nearby. He halted, holding his breath to listen intently. Before him, a shadow darted by, and Strange immediately heightened his awareness. He quickly sought refuge in the shadows of the warehouse, ready to face whatever peril awaited. Who was there? Su Chen's voice echoed in the darkness, tinged with a hint of tension. It's me, Brian. Strange's voice emerged from the shadows. We must exercise caution. Danger may be concealed here. Su Chen exhaled in relief, knowing that Brian was a trustworthy ally. Will you join me in action? Yes, I believe collaboration is essential. Brian replied gravely, stepping into the light. Only by uniting forces could they hope to vanquish Count Roland. Su Chen nodded. Very well. We must locate him swiftly and thwart his schemes. The two, in perfect synchrony, commenced their search for clues within the warehouse, remaining alert to their surroundings while seeking any information that could lead them to Count Roland. Deep within the warehouse, they stumbled upon an ostensibly ordinary storage cabinet. Brian furrowed his brow. This cabinet appears somewhat suspicious. Let us investigate. Su Chen nodded in agreement, and they approached the cabinet in an attempt to open it. However, it was securely locked, refusing to budge. We need to find the key, Su Chen remarked, his brow knitted in concern. At that moment, Brian noticed a small drawer adjacent to the cabinet. He opened it and discovered a set of keys. It seems these may be the keys we require, Brian said with a hint of a smile, handing them to Su Chen. Taking the keys, Su Chen inserted one into the lock, successfully opening the cabinet. Inside, a myriad of items lay scattered, yet the most striking was a delicate crystal orb. This must be Count Roland's hideaway, Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. We have found him. Brian's expression turned serious. What shall we do now? Su Chen clutched the crystal orb tightly, resolute in his decision to destroy it. We must obliterate this orb immediately to thwart Count Roland's nefarious plans. The two resolved to destroy the orb at once, but just then, the warehouse door was flung open from the outside. They quickly turned to see a swarm of Count Roland's henchmen pouring into the warehouse. Chapter 140. Filled with inspiration and confidence, they had ultimately discovered the likely hideout of the antagonist, situated in the tempest-stricken Eastern Dragon Kingdom of 2050. Su Chen and Strange found themselves in the heart of a city steeped in mystery. The source of the energy fluctuations lay before them. Their gazes fixed intently upon the swirling portal, their hearts brimming with tension and anticipation. "We have finally located it," Chen declared with unwavering conviction. "This is the origin of the portal." Strange gazed intently at the portal, a slight furrow creasing his brow. Yet, it was imperative that we uncover who was orchestrating it from behind the scenes. That was the crux of our quest. Chen inhaled deeply, resolve hardening within him. We must traverse to the other side of the portal to seek the answers. The two of them set forth, slowly approaching the swirling vortex of the portal. The city streets behind them lay desolate, as if the entire world had fallen silent in anticipation of this moment. As they neared the portal, a tremendous surge of energy surged forth, threatening to engulf them entirely. Chen and Strange conjured an energy shield, bracing against the formidable force as they steadfastly advanced toward the portal. At long last, they passed through, arriving in another realm. This world stood in stark contrast to the apocalyptic one they had left behind, pulsating with vitality and exuberance. Yet, in a distant corner of this realm, they sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, hinting at a concealed and sinister secret. "We must locate the individual controlling the portal," Chen asserted. "Only by dismantling their conspiracy can we avert the impending doom." Strange nodded in agreement. "Then let us commence our search in this world and see if we can unearth any clues." The duo began their investigation in this unfamiliar land, scouring every nook and cranny of the city for any potential leads. Eventually, within the confines of an abandoned factory, they stumbled upon a concealed door. Beyond it lay a dim and damp corridor, the faintest glimmer of light beckoning from its end. "This place appears rather dubious," Strange remarked, his brow knitted in concern. "Perhaps we might uncover some clues here." They cautiously traversed the passage, arriving at a vast subterranean cavern. The air was thick with a repugnant scent of blood, hinting at lurking dangers. "This atmosphere is unsettling," Chen whispered. "We must tread carefully." Strange nodded, conjuring a luminous sphere to illuminate their path. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, they gradually discovered strange markings and symbols reminiscent of ancient magical runes. These runes seemed to correlate with the energy fluctuations of the portal, Strange observed. "Perhaps we are inching closer to the truth." Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar reverberated from the depths of the cavern, suggesting the presence of an unusual creature. Chen and Strange raised their weapons, prepared to confront any imminent threat. At the terminus of the cave, they finally beheld a grand altar, upon which rested an immense crystal orb. The orb radiated potent magical energy, seemingly harboring boundless power. "This must be the source of the energy fluctuations," Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "We have finally discovered it." Strange's brow furrowed further, his gaze fixed intently on the orb. "But how does this crystal control the portal? And who is the mastermind behind it all?" Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cavern, a tall silhouette draped in a black cloak, Count Roland, who had requested a team from the judge to accompany him to the scene. Clad in a long black robe and adorned with an enigmatic black mask that obscured his features, he emanated a chilling aura. "Who are you?" Chen inquired warily, his energy poised for immediate release. The figure in the black robe smirked slightly, his voice deep and gravelly. "I am Count Roland, a member from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. I am aware that you seek me, yet you shall never find me." Strange furrowed his brow. "Are you the mastermind controlling the portals?" Count Roland nodded. "Indeed. I intend to transmit the forces of destruction from my realm to other worlds, allowing me to reign supreme over all." "You are out of your mind," Chen retorted angrily. "Your actions will bring about annihilation, and we shall never permit it." Strange raised his staff, ready to unleash formidable magical powers. "Your conspiracy is about to meet its end." Count Roland let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" Such naivety. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of dark creatures surged forth, their howls directed at Chen and Strange. Though these beings appeared feeble, each strike was imbued with devastating power. Chen and Strange confronted the swarm of dark creatures, their synergy transforming them into a formidable duo amidst battle. Chen, with unwavering resolve, absorbed the assaults of the dark entities, while Strange wielded his potent magic to repel them one by one. The Dragon Kingdom harnessed the temporal energies within, manifesting as radiant beams of light that encircled him. Meanwhile, Chen employed his temporal powers to forge solid barriers, shielding against the destructive force of the black hole. Their figures shimmered before the black void, akin to guardians preserving the tranquility of the entire continuum. Their determination was unwavering, fortifying the path they tread. "Hold firm. We shall surely prevail," echoed the voice of the Dragon Kingdom, brimming with encouragement and confidence. "Indeed, we cannot allow time and space to succumb to ruin." Chen's voice resonated with the same resolve. Their words reverberated through the continuum, as if summoning the very essence of the universe. They understood that sealing the temporal vortex was the key to salvaging the fate of all existence. Gradually, under their efforts, the black hole began to contract, the vortex's power waning. The Dragon Kingdom and Chen felt the call of victory, knowing it was within their grasp. As the temporal whirlpool closed, A profound sense of liberation surged within them, and they were transported back to the realm of reality. Upon regaining their footing on solid ground, Chen surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he stood at the edge of a massive volcanic crater, molten lava surged within, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. He sensed the tremors beneath his feet. The volcano was on the brink of eruption, poised to unleash catastrophic devastation. Dragon Kingdom, we must depart from here at once, Chen urged anxiously. The Dragon Kingdom nodded in agreement, and they swiftly made their way towards safety. Just then, a group of pedestrians unexpectedly appeared before them. Wait, listen to me. Chen halted his steps, endeavoring to impede the advance of the pedestrians. They paused, gazing at Chen and Long Guo with curiosity. A volcanic eruption is imminent. We must leave at once. Chen's voice resonated with urgency and alarm. A volcanic eruption? An elderly pedestrian furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Absolutely, Chen affirmed, nodding vigorously. I just witnessed it with my own eyes. The volcano is about to erupt, and we must evacuate immediately. The pedestrians exchanged glances, clearly hesitant, for they had not seen the volcano's condition firsthand and found it difficult to trust Chen's warning. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the distance, and the ground began to tremble violently. The magma within the crater erupted more ferociously, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the entire sky. Hurry, Longwa urged, his voice laced with urgency. We no longer have time. The pedestrians finally grasped the gravity of the danger and hurriedly fled towards safety. Their steps were hurried and frantic, as if fleeing from a threat to their very lives. Chen and Longgua led the pedestrians away from the eruption zone, striving to distance themselves from the impending disaster. The menace of the volcano loomed ever larger, as if it sought to devour all life in its path. They sprinted across the desolate expanse, with flames and thunderous roars trailing behind them. Yet their resolve remained unyielding. They were determined to ensure the safety of those they guided away from this calamity. Eventually, unbeknownst to them, they had distanced themselves from the eruption zone, narrowly escaping disaster. The pedestrians, panting heavily, gazed at Chen and Longgua with gratitude, their hearts forever mindful of their saviors. It seems we have a new mission, Chen remarked, handing a newspaper to Strange. Perhaps that energy fluctuation is related to our objective. Strange accepted the newspaper, his eyes gleaming with intensity. We must act swiftly. That energy fluctuation could trigger a catastrophe. The two hastily departed the CAF, making their way towards the city center. They navigated through the bustling streets, their gazes alert, scanning their surroundings. Upon reaching the source of the energy fluctuation, they discovered a colossal energy vortex, from which a blinding light emanated, as though it connected to another realm. Is this a portal? Chen exclaimed incredulously, staring at the spectacle before him. Strange's brow furrowed. It appears someone is attempting to open a gateway to other worlds. We must thwart them. The two coordinated seamlessly, wielding their respective abilities to stabilize the energy vortex. However, the vortex's energy was extraordinarily powerful, nearly beyond control. We need to find a way to seal this portal, Chen shouted, emanating a formidable energy. Strange nodded, his hands conjuring a powerful wave of magical energy, attempting to stabilize the situation. Suddenly, a revelation struck as they compared the timeline of the impending apocalypse with the mysterious sorcery incident. Chen and Strange stood before the energy vortex, striving to regain control over the runaway portal. Their figures appeared faint and diminutive in the face of the overwhelming energy fluctuations. Even the two formidable heroes felt an immense pressure. The energy emanating from this portal is exceptionally potent. We must urgently discover a way to seal it. Strange bellowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chen concentrated intently, pouring every ounce of his energy into the effort of closing the portal. His body began to tremble, yet he harbored no intention of retreating. This was a battle for the safety of the entire world. Failure was not an option. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Chen's mind. As if he had stumbled upon a crucial insight, he ceased his energy release, closed his eyes, and delved into profound contemplation. Chen, what is happening to you? Strange inquired, observing Chen's unusual behavior with confusion. Slowly, Chen opened his eyes, his expression revealing a glimmer of surprise and understanding. I have realized. There may be a connection between the apocalyptic world we previously encountered and the mysterious sorcery I employed. Strange furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the timeline of the apocalyptic world intersects with that of the mysterious sorcery case? Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I just had a sudden thought. We could attempt to compare the timelines of the apocalyptic world in that case. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. A spark of realization flickered in Strange's eyes. That is indeed a splendid idea. We should venture back to the past and seek relevant information. The two resolved to return to the past, searching for clues related to the enigmatic sorcery case. They arrived at a relatively stable period prior to the apocalyptic world, and through investigation and intelligence gathering, they ultimately unearthed crucial information regarding the case. It turned out that the mysterious sorcery incident had occurred several years before the destruction of the apocalyptic world, precisely when magical energies began to fluctuate. The primary suspect in the case was a mysterious wizard named Asmodeus, believed to be in collusion with malevolent forces, attempting to harness ancient magical powers to dominate the entire world. It seems that Asmodeus's actions are somehow linked to the destruction of the apocalyptic world, Chen mused. Perhaps he is the architect of this calamity. Strange furrowed his brow. But who opened the portal we currently face? Could there be other forces manipulating events from the shadows? Chen pondered deeply, striving to connect all the clues. Perhaps Asmodeus is not alone. He may have accomplices or successors perpetuating his schemes. We must swiftly locate them and thwart their conspiracy. Strange nodded. What shall we do now? A resolute glimmer sparkled in Chen's eyes. We must journey to the other side of that portal and discover who is controlling it. Only by neutralizing the threat of the portal can we prevent the impending doom. The two decided to immediately proceed to the other side of the portal, pursuing the trail of truth. They traversed time and space, arriving in another world accessed by the portal. This realm stood in stark contrast to the previous apocalyptic world, brimming with vitality and vigor. Yet in the heart of the city, they still sensed that familiar energy fluctuation, as if it concealed some unspeakable secret. We have finally discovered the source of the portal, Chen declared. Now, we must ascertain who is truly orchestrating everything from behind the scenes.